Chapter 1 Actress by Jia's Request. Jinyang Media Building, a landmark building in Xining City. Smack! A slap rang out from the executive office. A handprint gradually appeared on the woman's beautiful face, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her name is Bai Jia, a rising star. Popular actress. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless men, the object of adulation by major media outlets, and she was actually beaten up? You stinking delivery guy, how dare you slap me? Do you know? Bai Jia, a well-known actress, had never suffered such humiliation before, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Bang! Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, a blood-stained helmet slammed onto the desk in front of her, accompanied by a man's cold voice. Say that again and I'll tear your mouth off. The speaker was a young man wearing a food delivery uniform, who was carefully unpacking the food delivery in front of him. His name is Chen Lang, he is 22 years old. After his parents died unexpectedly, he worked part-time as a food delivery driver to earn tuition fees. A day ago, the zombie apocalypse suddenly broke out, and human order completely collapsed. In the chaos, Chen Lang and Bai Jia took refuge on this floor. At first, things were going well for everyone. But today, Bai Jia couldn't stand the hunger, so she asked Chen Lang for food. Men should give way to women, especially lowly delivery men like you. Grandma, you're lucky to be eating my takeout. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Countless rich and powerful men outside want to invite me to dinner, and they can't even get a number. The above is what Bai Jia said when she asked Chen Lang for food. Who could tolerate that? Chen Lang simply couldn't stand it. So without further ado, I simply slapped her to shut her up. Bai Jia, who had been slapped and threatened, felt empty and wronged, and her little pearl couldn't help but fall out. Wah! Go cry somewhere else. Chen Lang's voice came again, not even allowed to cry? Bai Jia really wanted to refute it. But when her eyes fell on the blood-stained helmet, she immediately shut up. She remembered the bald zombie that Chen Lang had smashed open earlier. Although it was a zombie, it was still a human once. She didn't have the courage to do that. Chen Lang ignored her and opened the takeout packaging on his own. The aroma immediately filled the air. That's right, it tastes like braised chicken rice. In the past, Bai Jia would never have even glanced at such cheap food, but now. Gurgle. Bai Jia's stomach made a rumbling sound, and she felt slightly embarrassed. Chen Lang acted as if he hadn't heard anything and started eating immediately. This was the only takeout left. Grunt, grunt. Hearing this noise, Bai Jia suddenly felt even hungrier and frowned. Please, I'm begging you, please give me some. At worst, I'll give you money after this is all over, lots of money. Hearing Bai Jia's words, Chen Lang chuckled inwardly and replied without looking up. Are you really an idiot or are you joking? It's the end of the world, you know? Money? What use are chicken feathers now? Chen Lang glanced at Bai Jia with the look of someone looking at an idiot, and then took the opportunity to size up the woman. As expected of a female celebrity, her face and figure are impeccable. Wearing a burgundy shirt on top, a black short skirt on the bottom, and bare feet in high-heeled sandals, paired with her naturally graceful figure, she is an absolute beauty, pure and lovely yet sexy. You insulted me again? Bai Jia's pretty face was filled with indignation, while Chen Lang's eyes remained indifferent. You're not convinced? If you're not happy about it, then keep it to yourself. Bai Jia's eyes were red, filled with impotent rage. Isn't this loser just trying to use food as leverage to get his request in gratitude? What else does he want? Don't go too far. She's a goddess, after all. Chen Lang was unaware of Bai Jia's thoughts, or rather, he simply didn't care. With the situation outside uncertain, self-preservation should be the top priority. Chen Lang wasn't so noble as to share precious food, let alone this female celebrity who looked down on him. Grunt, grunt. Chen Lang continued to eat, but there wasn't much food left. I'm in a panic. Seeing the food rapidly dwindling, Bai Jia became truly anxious. She understood. That damn delivery guy never intended to share any food with me in the first place. He wanted to starve himself to death. Having figured out the connection, Bai Jia felt a surge of despair. What to do? You can't reason with them, and you can't beat them in a fight. Is there really no way out? After racking her brains to no avail, Bai Jia looked at Chen Lang's strong body. A thought that would humiliate her deeply gradually arose. Is that the only option? But a loser like Chen Lang would find it dirty to even lick her shoes. So what will it take for you to share your food with me? I'm willing to do anything. She was so hungry that Baijia finally spoke up, and at the same time moved closer to Chen Lang in a flattering manner, pulling down the collar of her shirt. The sudden scent of expensive perfume, coupled with this sensual scene. Chen Lang's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. He was, after all, in the prime of his life, and especially when faced with a beauty like Baijia, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. She's a female celebrity. Someone who would never have been touched by him before, why not have some fun first? Swallowing hard, Chen Lang looked at Baijia with an aggressive gaze. You mean, anything? Their eyes met, and Baijia quickly put on a submissive look, offering Chen Lang her most beautiful smile in a fawning manner. Just give me food. Anything is fine. Chen Lang scrutinized Baijia, then stuck out his tongue and licked the rice grains off the corner of his mouth. Ding! Host detected as abnormal. System activation initiation. An electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Chen Lang was stunned. While waiting for the takeout order, he read a lot of online novels, and his favorite was the system novel. How could such a good thing happen to me? As if in response to Chen Lang's question, the electronic voice continued broadcasting. The host is the chosen one, entrusted with the great task of reviving humanity. The Many Children, Many Blessings System Ultimate Improved and Enhanced Version. The host will receive a reward upon marriage and childbirth. Note, this is open to all races. Note, there are no restrictions on the form of offspring. Stepchildren, adopted children, etc., are all acceptable. As the broadcast was being made, a panel appeared in Chen Lang's mind, and he was immediately overjoyed. Opening the system was cool enough, but this was the Many Children, Many Blessings version. It's like everything I wish for comes true. This system is so considerate. Isn't Baijia right in front of me a perfect example of someone delivered right to my doorstep? Ahem, actually I'm quite chivalrous towards women. He was nicknamed the Great Philanthropist. Upon hearing this, Baijia's eyes lit up with hope, and she quickly moved closer. However, I'm a cautious person. I prefer to get on the train first and buy the ticket later. So, let's talk about it another day. Upon hearing this, Baijia's expression changed drastically. What does "we'll talk about it later" mean? She was worried that Chen Lang would take advantage of her without paying, and then she would be too late to cry. Don't be too. Before she could finish speaking, Baijia felt the chill in Chen Lang's eyes and couldn't help but shiver. I can't explain why. She felt a sense of fear in the man in front of her. Chapter 2 Newbie Gift Pack. Seeing Chen Lang approaching, Baijia felt a little scared. This was the apocalypse, and even if she used force, what can she do? Besides, it was her own suggestion. My name is Chen Lang. Without a word, Chen Lang pulled Baijia into his arms with one hand. Eek! Feeling Chen Lang's strong arms, Baijia let out a soft moan. Brother Lang. Brother Lang. What are you going to do? At this moment, her mental defenses had completely collapsed. She didn't have much strength left, so she collapsed onto Chen Lang. Smelling the fragrance in his arms, Chen Lang's lips curled into a slight smile. What do you think? Baijia's pretty face turned red. How could she not know what was about to happen? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? They were in a newly renovated company lobby, which consisted of nothing but chairs and workstations. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang surveyed his surroundings. Yes, there are indeed no comfortable spots, and there's even a certain degree of danger. Over there is a boss's office. The environment is not bad. Unexpectedly, Baijia in his arms spoke up and pointed to a luxuriously decorated private room with her slender, jade-like finger. Looks like you know a lot. Without another word, Chen Lang picked up Baijia and carried her into the boss's office. An hour later, Chen Lang walked out of the office looking refreshed, with a Taschen cigarette dangling from his mouth, taking a few deep drags. Call. That feels so good. At the same time, the system's electronic voice rang in his mind again. Congratulations, host, you hit the target on your first shot. Newbie gift pack triggered. The rewards are as follows. Superpower disguise type superpower, stealth. Superpowers spatial abilities, space. Enhancement strength-based ability, great strength. The panel appeared in Chen Lang's mind, and he was overjoyed. Holy crap, I've awakened 3 superpowers at once. Wouldn't it take off by now? After looking at it more closely, I realized that only the first ability was a normal awakening, while the other 2 were given as a gift from the newbie pack. The panel also displays Chen Lang's personal attributes. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 10. Wisdom, 20. Agility, 20. Strength, 60 increased. Defense, 10. Spirit, 10. Family members, 1. Current score, 1 earned by killing zombies. Skills mastered, stealth spatial ability super strength. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance. Looking at the panel, Chen Lang seemed to be deep in thought. The attribute value of 10 should be the average value of an ordinary person. And those points, selecting them doesn't do anything, I guess I have too few. Then he looked down at the talent, and it was then that he noticed some minor cuts on his hands, which he guessed were from when he was beating up the bald zombie. Not only is he naturally immune to corpse poison, but he can also be infected 100% of the time? Looks like there's something there after all. Perhaps this is the real reason why the system selected him? Continuing his exploration, Chen Lang selected the family member icon, which only contained Bai Jie's avatar. Name, Bai Jie. Loyalty, 40%. Rating, A. Other, to be unlocked. Chen Lang could understand loyalty, but he didn't expect there to be a rating system and other aspects. What did that mean? System, what's the purpose of this rating and the others? Explain. The system replied in response to Chen Lang's question. Sorry, please explore on your own. Can't say? Chen Lang had seen similar setups before, so he wasn't too bothered by it. He then began to study the skill details, which was what he was most concerned about. Stealth, the host will be invisible, once a day, each session lasting 10 minutes. Space, independent space, 5 cubic meters in volume, not suitable for storing living creatures. Mighty strength, strength attribute plus 50. Excellent, excellent. Chen Lang expressed his satisfaction. These skills, though not as powerful as he had imagined, were just right for his current situation. Brother Lang, can I eat now? A soft voice came from behind her. Bai Jie had just come out of the office, her hair disheveled and her clothes in disarray. So engrossed in the research, I almost forgot there was someone else there. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and patted his stomach. We just came from a major battle. He felt a bit hungry again, since he hadn't eaten much to begin with. Excuse me, please wait a moment. Then, to Bai Jie's astonishment, he finished off the rest of the food. You, liar. Wah-ha-ha. Bai Jie was stunned for a moment, then sat down on the ground and started howling. The last of her food was gone. I'm really starving to death. Seeing this, Chen Lang scratched his head and stepped forward. Why are you crying? Now that I have strength, I can get more food. Don't you understand? Alright, stay here quietly and wait for me to come back. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie was even more astonished and said in disbelief. You can lie to me all you want, but you're trying to run away right after you're done? That's terrible. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately realized that she had misunderstood, but the current situation seemed to be a bit, well, you know. If we stay here any longer, we'll both starve to death. We'll talk about that later. There are zombies outside, where can I run to? Bai Jie paused for a moment after hearing this, and it seemed to make some sense. Her crying subsided a little. The cafeteria. That's right, there's a cafeteria on every 5 floors of this building. There must be plenty of food there. Chen Lang, you can go there and look for it. Bai Jie was starving, and her mind started working quickly. She offered to help come up with ideas. This surprised Chen Lang. He hadn't expected Bai Jie to be of any use. He nodded and prepared to leave, but then turned back to ask. Does this building have any weapons? Like guns or something? Without much hope, Chen Lang simply asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie tilted her head, frowned, and began to recall carefully. I don't think they have guns, that's illegal. However, I did see something that looked like a bow and arrow on Mr. Jin's floor. He said it was called something like a crossbow. What was it again? Mr. Jin? Chen Lang was somewhat puzzled, but Bai Jie nodded in agreement. That bald zombie you smashed open earlier, the owner of this building. Wow, I didn't expect my first kill to be such a high-end item. Are you talking about the compound crossbow? Chen Lang didn't dwell on it, he'd already killed him anyway. Yes, that's it. It looks kind of scary. Bai Jie nodded quickly. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. This was a real gem. In peacetime, this would be considered a powerful weapon. Which floor is that thing on? Take me to find it. When Bai Jie heard that Chen Lang wanted her to come along, her face turned even paler. Starving to death was better than being eaten by zombies, right? He then shook his head, curled up in the corner, and muttered something. The 20th floor, right above us, in the middle drawer of his desk. But I dare not go. What if we encounter zombies? I'm scared. Seeing her like this, Chen Lang was speechless. Bringing her along would only be a burden. Alright, then you can stay here. I'll go myself. Chen Lang left the cubicle without thinking further and checked the situation on this floor. It was safe. Then, holding his helmet, he arrived at the entrance of the building. The 20th floor was just above them, and it was also the highest floor of the building. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lang tried to keep his steps light and slowly walked up. Chapter 3: Private Clubs. Even if there were no weapons on the 20th floor, Chen Lang still planned to ensure the safety of this floor first, because if the zombies from the lower floors attacked, they would be attacked from both sides. Slowing his breathing and pace, Chen Lang finally reached the 20th floor. Squeak! The sound of gently pushing open the stairwell door was extremely jarring in the otherwise quiet building. Chen Lang immediately gripped the helmet tightly. Fortunately, the noise did not cause any disturbance. Chen Lang then went upstairs and began to make a simple observation. The design of this floor is clearly different from the 19th floor. It's more like a club than a company building. Restaurants, tea houses, KTVs. That's fucking extravagant. Chen Lang couldn't help but curse inwardly. He probably couldn't afford even one floor of this building even if he delivered takeout for a lifetime, but the other party was using it as a private entertainment venue. After checking each one, no zombies were found. That's normal. After all, this is a private club, so there are probably not many people there usually. Finally, when they arrived at the office, Chen Lang pushed the door open and went in. Roar! The moment the door was pushed open a crack, a roar erupted. Holy crap! Swearing loudly, Chen Lang didn't even look at the helmet and smashed it down. Bang! The zombie inside the door fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Lang was somewhat surprised. He clearly felt that his strength had increased a lot. Thank you, system. While he was there, Chen Lang surveyed the room. Thankfully, there was only one zombie. He then went inside, mounted the zombie, and began finishing it off. After a few blows, it was silent. Look at this zombie dressed in a suit and tie. It's probably that bald zombie's assistant or something. Don't be a beast of burden in your next life, or a zombie who has to guard someone's door. With a sigh, Chen Lang went to his desk and began searching for the compound crossbow Bai Jie had mentioned, but he couldn't find it anywhere in the drawers. Could this woman be lying to me? Wrong. My death now would do Bai Jie no good. The bald zombie might just put me somewhere else. Chen Lang then began searching again, but he couldn't find the compound crossbow even after searching the entire office, which made him somewhat frustrated. Could it be that the bald guy took it out to play with? Just as he was wondering, Chen Lang suddenly heard a noise coming from the wall behind him. Is there a dark room? Chen Lang has seen this thing quite a few times in movies. It's said that rich people often imitate it now, using it to do shady things. Kara! As he turned the mechanism, the wall behind him gradually opened, and the gap widened. Chen Lang became alert, guessing that there were zombies inside. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, no zombies appeared. Instead, a crossbow bolt grazed Chen Lang's scalp. Chen Lang quickly sought cover and shouted at the same time. I am a human being, not a zombie. The darkroom was now fully open, and sounds could be heard coming from inside. Who are you? Why did you come here? Upon hearing the question, Chen Lang was taken aback. The voice belonged to a young woman, but how should he answer her question? I'm a food delivery person. I'm trapped inside the building. I've killed the zombies. This floor is safe for now. Without thinking further, Chen Lang simply answered truthfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end. How do I know if you're a bad person? Chen Lang was at his wits' end upon hearing this. If the other person hadn't been holding a crossbow, he would have loved to slap her across the face. That good person didn't have any words tattooed on their face. While he was struggling with this decision, Chen Lang had an idea. Why not take this opportunity to test the effects of stealth? Mind control, use skills. 9:59. A countdown appeared in front of him, and Chen Lang noticed that his entire body was slowly becoming transparent. Awesome! In a matter of seconds, Chen Lang became completely invisible. He then mustered his courage and stood up, only then realizing who the other person was. A pretty woman with short hair, wearing a business suit, black stockings, and high heels, is probably the bald zombie's secretary. Seeing that Chen Lang hadn't responded for a long time, the secretary seemed to be getting a little anxious. She moved quietly toward where Chen Lang had been hiding, holding the crossbow firmly, ready to fire. Give it to me. Chen Lang had already circled behind her, and with a swift movement of his hands, he snatched the compound crossbow from her. And mentally paused the stealth state. 7:30. Ah! A ghost. Caught off guard by Chen Lang's sudden attack, the secretary immediately covered her head with her hands and cowered on the ground in fright. Seeing her like this, Chen Lang found it amusing. Look carefully, I'm a human. Upon hearing this, the secretary looked up, her pretty face turning pale, her eyes filled with panic. You. Weren't you there? How could you? Chen Lang grinned again and raised the composite crossbow in his hand. Have you ever heard of Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique? Now it's your turn to tell me, who are you? And why are you here? The situation took a turn for the worse, and the secretary looked distressed, but could only helplessly speak up. My name is Zhang Ye, and I'm President Jin's secretary. Little Li has suddenly gone mad. Having no other choice, I hid in the dark room. Hearing Zhang Ye's explanation, Chen Lang nodded. Judging from the situation at the scene, she probably wasn't lying. That Li guy must be crazy. He's turned into a zombie. I regret to inform you that it is the end of the world. Leaving Zhang Ye time to digest, Chen Lang slipped into the secret room, and as he expected, there was food there. However, they are mostly fast food. Chen Lang casually put it into his spatial storage, and also collected the remaining crossbow bolts, totaling 20 bolts. Besides that, there were candles, whips, and the like. The old man looked old, but I didn't expect him to be so good at playing with things. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Where is President Jin? Looking at the crumbling world outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Ye seemed to find it hard to accept. That bald guy? He turned into a zombie too. I've already taken him down. I don't even need to guess to know that you've been exploited by him for a long time, so you don't need to thank me. Chen Lang grinned and said that the gains from the 20th floor were pretty good: food, weapons, and a beautiful secretary. But to his surprise, Zhang Ye cried after hearing the news of President Jin's death. Uncle, you died such a terrible death. Well, this is a bit awkward. I never expected that this beautiful secretary would actually be the niece of that bald zombie. Seeing Zhang Ye crying harder and harder, Chen Lang had a headache. He didn't know how to comfort her, as the murderer of her uncle. Do you know Bai Jie? A sudden inspiration struck Chen Lang, and he asked. Zhang Ye immediately looked up, her eyes filled with even more grief. Sister Xiao Bai, is she dead too? Chapter 4 Secretary. The rest was simple. Chen Lang took Bai Jie to the 20th floor and had her comfort Zhang Ye. Bai Jie was naturally unhappy. Chen Lang went out to find supplies, but ended up finding a woman. But her expression changed immediately after Chen Lang took out several packets of food for her. Okay, no problem. Bai Jie wolfed down her food while nodding frantically at Chen Lang. The exploration of the 20th floor has come to an end. Next up is the cafeteria on the 15th floor. I have about 7 minutes left in stealth, that should be enough. But things weren't as easy as he imagined. Below the 19th floor, zombies roam every floor. If Chen Lang wants to reach the 15th floor, he must seal off all the doors on the 16th to 18th floors. In other words, he has to kill all the zombies wandering around the stairwell. Luckily, zombies can't climb stairs. Otherwise, things will really get complicated. Standing at the top of the 19th floor staircase, Chen Lang fired his composite crossbow from above. Long-range attacks are great, safe and effortless. After spending the entire afternoon, we finally managed to seal off the entrance to the 18th floor. We retrieved the crossbow bolts. It was getting late. Chen Lang returned to the 20th floor. Since there's such a comfortable private club, only a fool would stay on the 19th floor. How did it go? Did you make her feel better? Looking at Zhang Ye, who was still fast asleep on the bed with tear stains on her face, Chen Lang asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie raised her small face. Absolutely. Don't you even know who I am? I'm attracted to both men and women. Seeing Bai Jia's smug look, Chen Lang rolled his eyes at her and then prepared to take the crossbow to the bathroom to clean it. There's too much blood on it. Chen Lang, have you found the cafeteria? Bai Jia followed behind and asked the question that concerned her most. Chen Lang rolled his eyes at her again. There are zombies all down there, how can it be so easy? If things go smoothly, it should take about 3 days. Bai Jia's face immediately fell in disappointment, and she said dejectedly. 3 days, how are we going to survive that? She was unaware that Chen Lang had taken the food from the hidden room, and Zhang Ye, overwhelmed with grief, also failed to notice these details. Hearing Bai Jia's wailing, Chen Lang felt annoyed. However, he was also a little hungry at this point, after all, he had been busy all day. Here, this is for tonight. You'll know how to do it next? Bai Jia pulled out the instant noodles she had found in the dark room and immediately beamed with joy, hugging Chen Lang and giving him a big kiss. She's the type who'll do anything for whoever feeds her, and she was overjoyed to see Chen Lang take out food again. Brother Lang is amazing, moi. But then he hesitated and looked at Zhang Ye on the bed. Seeing this, Chen Lang thought for a moment and then took out another bag. Let's order 3 bags. After all, these rations were obtained from the secret room, and in Chen Lang's mind, Zhang Ye was already part of his plan to revive humanity. The instant noodles were cooked quickly, and Zhang Ye woke up from the aroma. This is... She seemed a little confused, or rather, she hadn't fully accepted the fact that it was the end of the world. The deceased are gone, but the living must live well. Let's eat. Chen Lang pushed a bowl of instant noodles in front of Zhang Ye and handed her a pair of chopsticks at the same time. Zhang Ye was flattered by this, as Bai Jia had already described how scarce food was during the day. Thanks. Without further ado, the 3 began their meal. Wow, this is delicious. Bai Jia collapsed onto the bed, disregarding her image. This was the first hot meal since the apocalypse, and she felt like crying. Zhang Ye, being quite sensible, took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them. Chen Lang was also lying on the bed, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in reality, he was taking stock of the food in the space. 5 packs of instant noodles, 10 cans of yogurt, 5 bags of potato chips. When Chen Lang opened his eyes again, he was filled with worry. This amount of food is enough for 3 people, and it will only last for 2 days at most. It seems that we need to speed up the zombie cleanup tomorrow. Chen Lang, how are we going to sleep tonight? Bai Jia, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. She had already had a relationship with Chen Lang, so it didn't matter to her. But now there are 3 people on one bed. Sleep however you want. Chen Lang wasn't going to sleep on the sofa, so he simply turned his head and crawled into the blankets. Sadder. Bai Jia could easily guess Chen Lang's thoughts, and upon seeing this, she immediately spat out. A short while later, Zhang Ye returned after washing the dishes. Looking at the 2 people sleeping soundly on the bed, her face flushed. Bai Jia had already told her about her relationship with Chen Lang. Well, I think I'll just sleep on the sofa. Muttering to herself, Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to sleep on the sofa. This left Chen Lang, who was pretending to be asleep, speechless. You dog Bai Jia, don't you have any sense of propriety? Chen Lang yawned in a mock manner, stood up, and muttered to himself, I'm not a pervert, but I already have this system, wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? Looks like I shouldn't drink too much water before bed, I keep having to go to the bathroom. Hey! Xiaoya, you're still awake? Why don't you go to bed and sleep? It's so comfortable there. While pretending to go to the restroom, Chen Lang was actually using the opportunity to chat with Zhang Ye. I was too busy during the day to notice, but now that I look closely, Zhang Ye's conditions are no worse than Bai Jia's, and she should be even younger. Although she was wearing a secretary's uniform, her youthful and energetic aura was still undeniable. As he spoke, Chen Lang shamelessly sat down next to Zhang Ye and continued. I'm 22 years old this year, how old are you? Brother Lang, I'm 19. Zhang Ye seemed a little nervous and answered timidly. Sure enough, she really is younger than me, hee hee. Oh, you're working at such a young age. Didn't you go to university? Chen Lang continued to make conversation, his eyes darting around furtively. Zhang Ye wasn't very old, but she had a great figure. He's plump where he should be, and slim where he should be. I'm interning at my uncle's company. Brother Lang, I know you. Zhang Ye blushed, her throat went dry, and she involuntarily shrank back under Chen Lang's gaze. Ha? What do you know about me? You knew me before? Chen Lang asked, somewhat puzzled, after hearing this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye looked at Chen Lang with her bright and innocent eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Sister Xiaobai told me that you're a pervert. Cough. Chen Lang almost choked on his breath. Damn Bai Jia, what did she say to comfort someone? Zhang Ye continued speaking to herself. But you're a responsible pervert, so? I'm willing too. Chen Lang was completely bewildered again. What was going on? Is it free? What? As Zhang Ye spoke, a determined light gradually flashed in her eyes, and she gently leaned closer. My uncle is my only family. You freed him from this burden. I should thank you. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, I have no one to rely on, so Brother Lang, can I rely on you in the future? Chapter 5 Unexpected. Hearing Zhang Ye's confession, Chen Lang was a little confused, but whether it was sincere or not, he figured he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. His guiding principle in life has always been this. Not taking advantage of a good deal is the act of a bastard. Don't worry, you'll definitely not be treated badly if you follow me. With his tongue licking his lips, Chen Lang couldn't wait any longer, and then pounced like a tiger. At this moment, Bai Jia opened her eyes on the bed in the bedroom. Hearing the commotion outside, her face flushed. Actually, she and Zhang Ye knew each other and had a good relationship, so she hoped that Chen Lang could take Zhang Ye in. Bai Jia's loyalty plus 10%. Current loyalty level, 50%. Chen Lang, who was busy at work, was speechless. What kind of situation was this? But it was quite exciting. Congratulations, host, on your new achievement. The rewards are as follows. Enhancement Defensive Ability, Stubborn Stone. Stubborn Stone, Defense Attribute plus 50. The panel is updated simultaneously. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 10. Wisdom, 20. Agility, 20. Strength, 60 already increased. Defense, 60 increased. Spirit, 10. Family members, 2. Current score, 21 earned by killing zombies. Skills mastered, Sneak Spatial Ability Super Strength Rock. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance. Smoking the last few cigarettes of his, Chen Lang slowly exhaled a smoke ring and selected Zhang Ye's image. Name, Zhang Ye. Loyalty, 80%. Rating, A. Other, to be unlocked. An 80% loyalty rating surprised Chen Lang. Perhaps it was because Zhang Ye was young and naive. As for the newly acquired skills, Chen Lang didn't have any direct experience with them. He wouldn't go looking for trouble by hurting himself to test his defense. There are zombies everywhere, getting injured is inevitable. Brother Lang, you'll take responsibility for me, right? Beside him, Zhang Ye nestled against Chen Lang's chest like a kitten, whispering softly. Yes, I will. Perhaps it was because they were both orphans that they sympathized with each other. Chen Lang also had a strange fondness for Zhang Ye, and he really enjoyed Zhang Ye's gentleness. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Chen Lang got up early, cooked instant noodles, and continued his zombie elimination plan. Zhang Ye and Bai Jia were responsible for doing some housework. Yesterday, the 18th floor was cleared. Today, the 17th and 16th floors need to be dealt with. As for the zombie corpses, Chen Lang just threw them down. To improve efficiency, Chen Lang not only used a composite crossbow today, but also put on a helmet. Finally, before dark, we managed to lock the doors on the 16th and 17th floors. Back to the 20th floor. Chen Lang enjoyed the massage from Zhang Ye and Bai Jia, looking quite content. Even though it was the apocalypse, it felt pretty good. Brother Lang, you'd better watch out tomorrow. Is there anything I can help you with? Or, I can go with you. Zhang Ye asked with a worried expression, glancing at Bai Jia at the same time. Bai Jia still looked indifferent. She didn't want to face the zombies directly. No need, I'm more agile on my own. You just need to keep watch over the house. If I'm not back before dark, you'll have to figure things out yourselves. After spending the last 2 days together, the 20th floor had become their home, and Chen Lang subconsciously referred to it as home. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, both women's expressions changed slightly. A strange emotion began to stir within me. Bai Jia's loyalty plus 20%. Current loyalty level, 70%. This stupid woman is starting to have some sense now? Chen Lang looked at the prompt in his mind and chuckled inwardly. However, he was a little curious whether this loyalty level had any other uses. He then asked the system, but still received no answer. Tomorrow might be a tough battle, so Chen Lang went to bed early to rest. The next day, the only food left in the space, except for the yogurt which was left for the two girls, was eaten up. Chen Lang first cleared the zombies out of the stairwell. 15. Looking at the floor number in front of him and the door to the stairwell that he had locked, Chen Lang took a deep breath. Stealth, activate. Although his defense and strength had been enhanced, Chen Lang still dared not be careless. He used his stealth skill to quickly become invisible. 9:59. The skill has been refreshed, and the countdown has started in 10 minutes. Pushing open the door, the design of this floor is similar to a school cafeteria, with tables and chairs in the hall and food-serving windows in all four directions. Just as he had guessed, there were an unusually large number of zombies on the 15th floor. Perhaps because the virus outbreak happened right at mealtimes, the crowds were incredibly dense. Chen Lang moved through the horde of zombies without them noticing his presence. Even if they accidentally bumped into him, the zombies would only groan a few times. The food must be in the kitchen, so Chen Lang headed straight for the window closest to him. 7:59. Upon arriving at the kitchen, only 2 minutes had passed when Chen Lang looked at the food in front of him and felt a headache coming on. He had overlooked something. The cafeteria kitchen mainly serves fresh produce. Their current needs are mainly for fast food. Cooking over a fire is delicious, but the gas supply on the 20th floor might not be enough. Without a fire, it's all for nothing. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Something is better than nothing. Left with no other choice, Chen Lang could only put whatever he could find into his space. Fortunately, this window might be a breakfast stall, as there were still quite a few instant noodles and sausages stored there. 2:59. Happy times are always fleeting. The countdown in front of him turned red, and Chen Lang, not daring to be too greedy, prepared to leave. Anyway, the skills will refresh the next day, so I can just go again. Roar! 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 But at that moment, for some unknown reason, the zombies in the cafeteria suddenly went berserk and rushed frantically in one direction, which happened to be the only way Chen Lang could pass. Fuck you! Upon seeing this, Chen Lang was completely stunned and began to run for his life, racing against the zombies. At the same time, he also realized the reason for the zombies' frenzy: there was a living person walking among them. Midnight. This delay didn't last long enough, and Chen Lang's figure was immediately exposed. The zombies, who were chasing that figure, turned around and started attacking Chen Lang as soon as he appeared. Fuck your mother. With no other option, Chen Lang retrieved his helmet from his spatial storage and began waving it as he moved toward the gate. The distance was too close. A helmet was far more useful than a compound crossbow. With superhuman strength, Chen Lang managed to hold out until he reached the vicinity of the gate, where he smashed a path through the horde of corpses. Don't lock the door. Please don't lock the door. Chen Lang saw that figure escape. If that person locked the door from the outside, then he would be completely finished today. Squeak. I turned the doorknob hard, and luckily the door opened. Chen Lang immediately squeezed out to the side, then quickly locked the door to block out the zombies and their roars. Completely exhausted, Chen Lang collapsed to the ground. Ah! Before he could even catch his breath, he heard a woman scream, followed by a walk coming straight at him. Chapter 6: Kill the Holy Mother first in the apocalypse. Seeing the iron pot coming straight at him, Chen Lang quickly turned his head to dodge it, and casually grabbed his helmet and threw it away. Ah! A cry of pain rang out, and a figure slowly collapsed. Without hesitation, Chen Lang pounced on her, straddled her, and was about to punch her. Tell me, why did you hit me? President Liu. When Chen Lang saw the woman's face pressing down on him, he was stunned. He recognized the woman. Lu Ruoya. The female CEO of a company in the building is kind, hardworking, and a typical strong woman. As for why Chen Lang knew him? Because Lu Ruoya often worked overtime until late at night, and he was in charge of the food delivery in this area. They became familiar with each other over time. Unlike someone like Bai Jie, Lu Ruoya never looked down on Chen Lang because of his job, and after learning that Chen Lang was a college student, she often gave him books and cash rewards. Little Chen? Upon hearing Chen Lang's voice, Lu Ruoya removed her hands from her face, her eyes filled with disbelief. It's me. This situation is a bit awkward. Chen Lang was unsure whether he should throw his raised fist. After all, he had almost been cracked open by the other party just now. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. I didn't see it clearly, I thought it was a zombie.
Lu Ruoyao quickly explained, adding with a slightly embarrassed expression.
Could you get off me first? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang withdrew his fist, smiled somewhat awkwardly, and then stood up. Lu Ruoyao also stood up immediately.
The atmosphere was a bit strange.
After a moment of silence, Chen Lang spoke first. President Lu, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao shook her head and smiled bitterly. I just came here for lunch, but... That's right. And you? What are you doing in this building?
Chen Lang scratched his head and chuckled softly.
Of course, it's food delivery. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Ruoyao nodded. Wasn't her question obvious? The two fell silent again. At this moment, Chen Lang noticed that Lu Ruoyao's clothes were tattered.
Her originally elegant and capable white suit and black skirt were now full of tears and stains, and even exposed some parts of her body.
And the high heels on her feet also had broken heels.
This was the first time Chen Lang had ever seen Lu Ruoyao so disheveled. She always appeared so dashing and spirited.
President Lu, the cafeteria is a pretty good place. You've survived until now, so why are you running away? At least you won't have to worry about food here, right?
With a sigh in his heart, Chen Lang still spoke first and asked.
He was indeed curious.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and a painful expression appeared on her face.
Brute! Chen Lang was taken aback when he heard this. Ah!
Lu Ruoyao frowned, a hateful glint flashing in her eyes.
This canteen is inhabited by a bunch of beasts.
It turns out that after the zombie outbreak, Lu Ruoyao and some other survivors took refuge in a private room. There were more than 20 people in total, including men and women.
At first, everything was fine, everyone was waiting for rescue. But soon they realized that no rescue was coming, it was the end of the world. When a person is under the influence of despair, they cease to be a person.
First, the food problem was solved through cooperation, but after that, the men started to have designs on the women. They chose a girl by drawing lots, intending to toy with her.
Of course I disagree.
So I stood up for her, but I never expected that the girl would ask me to speak for her, and everyone agreed with that.
They're crazy. Hearing this, Chen Lang roughly understood and took over the conversation. So you'd rather die than submit to someone. That's why they ran out.
Lu Ruoyao was sobbing uncontrollably at this moment, and she was swaying as if she had suffered a great blow.
Yes, Xiao Chen, do you think I did something wrong? Why did my kindness only result in...
Before Lu Ruoyao could finish speaking, Chen Lang coldly interrupted her.
Mr. Lu, you're an adult. And this is the apocalypse. Do you think right and wrong still have any meaning?
Lu Ruoyao originally wanted to gain Chen Lang's approval, but she was taken aback by the answer she received.
What?
Chen Lang had no interest in continuing the conversation. He had already completed his task for the day, and there was no point in staying any longer.
Mr. Lu, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Chen Lang prepared to leave. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still took out some supplies from his spatial storage and handed them to Lu Ruoyao.
In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing.
After all, Lu Ruoyao had treated him quite well before, so he should consider these supplies as a way of repaying her. In fact, Chen Lang had considered taking Lu Ruoyao as well.
She was only around 30 years old, and her appearance was definitely top-notch, with the special charm of a mature woman.
But those who walk different paths cannot make plans together.
In the apocalypse, kill the Holy Mother first.
Chen Lang hadn't forgotten this ironclad rule. Although he wouldn't kill Lu Ruoyao, he also didn't intend to easily recruit her into his group. Holding the supplies, Lu Ruoyao looked somewhat dazed, as if she had said something wrong. Xiao Chen, I can't accept these.
She knew what the supplies meant at that moment, and although she was reluctant, she still refused. Chen Lang, however, had already headed towards the 20th floor. Looking at Chen Lang's back, Lu Ruoyao suddenly felt that she couldn't understand this man who was like a younger brother to her anymore.
Not long after, Chen Lang returned to the 20th floor. Open sesame.
This was their secret signal.
The door opened in response, and Bai Jia was the one who opened it. So, did you find the cafeteria? Is there anything to eat?
As Bai Jia asked questions, she groped Chen Lang's body, her expression gradually turning to disappointment, and she pouted.
Chen Lang's lips twitched at the sight. This woman is a real jerk. Call Zhang Ye to the storage room.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Bai Jia immediately pursed her lips.
If they hadn't found anything, why bother going to the storage room? However, she still dutifully called Zhang Ye over. The three arrived at the storage room. Looking at the empty room, Zhang Ye was puzzled, Bai Jia was dissatisfied, and Chen Lang smiled. I'll show you a magic trick. Now close your eyes.
Zhang Ye obediently closed her eyes, while Bai Jia reluctantly closed hers, and Chen Lang's consciousness entered the space. 10 gene of pork, 10 potatoes, 5 cabbages, 20 packs of instant noodles, 10 sausages.
Alright, open your eyes.
At Chen Lang's command, Zhang Ye and Bai Jia opened their eyes, their expressions shifting from confusion and disdain to shock and delight.
Wow, where did this come from? Chen Lang, you're amazing. I absolutely love you. Great. Now we have food again. Brother Lang, you're amazing.
Seeing the two girls jumping around excitedly, Chen Lang's mood improved considerably, and he felt a great sense of accomplishment.
What he didn't know was,
at this moment, at the entrance of the 20th floor, Lu Ruoya was holding instant noodles and sausages, pressing her ear against the door, her expression complicated and conflicted.
Chapter 7 Induction Ceremony. Zhang Ye is an orphan who has been independent for many years and is an excellent cook.
Before long, she served up a steaming hot meal, which made Bai Jia so happy that she almost cried.
Delicious, so delicious. It's so good to be alive.
Chen Lang nodded repeatedly as he ate, giving a thumbs up.
I never expected Xiaoya to have this trick up her sleeve. If possible. Next time I'll bring some gas up, so we won't have to eat instant noodles anymore.
As the saying goes, to keep warm, one must think of something else. After eating and drinking their fill, and with nothing else to do for the time being, Zhang Ye went to wash the dishes, while Chen Lang carried Bai Jia back into the bedroom.
Unfortunately, no notification appeared after this time. Looks like I was overthinking it.
Chen Lang smoked a cigarette afterward, his eyes darting around. He had originally thought that increasing the number of times might earn him a reward.
Knock, knock, knock.
There was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He knew who it was, of course.
But should we open the door or not?
Before he could think further, Zhang Ye had already diligently opened the door.
Hello, who are you looking for?
Perhaps it's a professional habit, but this question sounds a lot like a secretary's.
Hello, I'm looking for Xiao Chen. My name is Lu Ruoyao. Could you please inform them for me?
Lu Ruoyao seemed a little taken aback and subconsciously used standard phrases, leaving Chen Lang speechless.
No need, I'm right here.
Wearing baggy shorts and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Chen Lang walked over.
Mr. Lu, is there something you need from me?
When Zhang Ye saw Chen Lang arrive, she went back into the restaurant to wash the dishes. Lu Ruoyao blushed slightly and avoided eye contact when she saw Chen Lang dressed so casually.
Xiao Chen. I think.
Lu Ruoyao didn't know how to bring it up. Of course, she wanted to join Chen Lang's team. After all, Chen Lang was an acquaintance, and under these circumstances, he even took the initiative to give her supplies.
He's definitely not a bad person.
Just then, Bai Jia came out of the bedroom. She was curious about the knock on the door, but because she had just finished fighting, she was dressed casually as well.
Brother Lang, who is that? Lu Ruoyao looked in the direction of the sound and was immediately stunned. Bai Jia? At this point, we need to praise Bai Jia's fame. Even a strong, workaholic woman like Lu Ruoyao knows her. Bai Jia seemed quite satisfied with Lu Ruoyao's reaction and put on her signature smile. Hello, I'm actress Bai Jia. Lu Ruoyao shook hands with Bai Jia, and looking at Chen Lang and Bai Jia's clothes, she seemed to think of something, and her face turned red. Yes, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Bai Jia was in a good mood after eating her fill, and she grinned.
No, that's not true. We just finished. How? Are you here to be a substitute? Ha ha ha. Lu Ruoyao didn't know how to respond to this, and she didn't know where to look.
The two people in front of her were the same age as her younger siblings, but they made her feel so awkward.
Are young people these days so open?
Chen Lang inwardly praised Bai Jia, but on his face he pretended to be serious.
What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Lu and I are friends. You should go back and rest.
Bai Jia made a face at Chen Lang after hearing this.
You hypocrite. Everyone knows you're a big pervert. After saying that, he ran away in a flash.
At this moment, Lu Ruoyao was having a brainstorming session. There was no mistake, it was exactly what she was thinking.
A big star like Miss Bai is actually dating a food delivery guy? And it was in broad daylight. It's simply unbelievable.
Although she didn't think Chen Lang's job was lowly, the difference in their social status was too great, and she still found it hard to accept for a while.
Seeing that Lu Ruoyo had crashed, Chen Lang coughed lightly and spoke. Mr. Lu? What did you just say?
When Lu Ruoyo heard Chen Lang's question, she looked at him with a slightly dazed expression, but quickly remembered her true purpose and said seriously.
Xiao Chen, you're right. I was too naive. This is the apocalypse. It's good enough if we can protect ourselves.
I shouldn't be fixated on right and wrong, and besides, I don't have the ability to do so.
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Lu Ruoyo had actually realized it so quickly? So, what are your plans, Mr. Lu? Lu Ruoyo looked at Chen Lang with a firm and earnest gaze. Xiao Chen, I want to join you. Although you gave me food, I know I can't survive on my own, and I trust your character and am willing to obey your orders from now on. As expected of a female CEO, Lu Ruoyo quickly analyzed her situation. And they quickly made the right decision.
At the same time, her words also praised Chen Lang, forcibly giving him a good guy card. The implication is that Chen Lang wouldn't be as shameless as those people in the cafeteria.
That's interesting.
Chen Lang suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was different from Bai Jia and Zhang Ye.
She was very intelligent and might become a real asset to him. There can only be one alpha wolf in a wolf pack, and only one leader in a team. Mr. Lu, you really don't mind? After all, Lu Ruoyo used to be a CEO who managed hundreds of people. Could she really trust him, a delivery man? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyo smiled bitterly. Xiao Chen, you can call me Ruoyo or Sister Lu from now on. It's already the end of the world, who cares about President Lu anymore? Since they've already said that, it would be too much trouble for Chen Lang to keep dawdling, especially since he already preferred Lu Ruoyo. Okay, welcome Sister Lu. He reached out his hand to Lu Ruoyo, and the two shook hands. Feeling Lu Ruoyo's smooth little hands, Chen Lang secretly made up his mind that he must win over this beautiful, intelligent and capable woman.
With this, Chen Lang's team gained another member. To show his trust in Lu Ruoyo, Chen Lang also entrusted her with the management of supplies, making her responsible for the reasonable allocation of daily supplies. Chen Lang had thought that this move would displease Bai Jia and Zhang Ye, but to his surprise, the two of them had no objections at all. Bai Jia said that as long as she was fed, that would be fine, and it would be best if she didn't have to do any work. Zhang Ye, on the other hand, just wanted to focus on cooking and housework.
It seems our team is quite harmonious.
Chen Lang was very satisfied with this, but Bai Jia scoffed.
TCH, don't think we don't know what you're up to. Anyone with even a modicum of attractiveness. You're not going to let any of them go, you're really lecherous. Upon hearing these explicit words, Lu Ruoyo's face immediately turned red. Of course, she knew what Bai Jia meant.
Even Chen Lang, with his thick skin, couldn't stand having his thoughts exposed in public.
He glared fiercely at Bai Jia and said, "Mind your own business. Doesn't it need a good beating?" Lu Ruoyo had just come out of the wolf's den, and Chen Lang was afraid she would run away again. Bai Jia, however, was not afraid at all and gave Chen Lang a flirtatious wink. Who's afraid of who? Try me if you dare.
Zhang Ye chuckled and looked at Chen Lang with equally alluring eyes. Chen Lang was at a loss with the two who were becoming increasingly audacious, so he simply pulled Lu Ruoyo to his office to ask her about the details of the cafeteria. Lu Ruoyo's face turned even redder, her eyes darted around in a panic, and even her ears began to turn red. She realized that not only Bai Jia, but Zhang Ye had also. Xiao Chen, is this a necessary ritual for joining your team? Chapter 8 Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. Hearing Lu Ruoyo's words, Chen Lang's lips twitched. That damned Bai Jia is going to ruin my reputation. No, Sister Lu, don't overthink it. I asked you to come here because I wanted to ask you about the specific situation of the cafeteria. We'll eventually run out of supplies, so we'll definitely have to go to the canteen again. Chen Lang's words immediately relieved Lu Ruoyo, but for some reason, she still felt a little lost. Her complexion returned to normal, and Lu Ruoyo spoke after a moment's thought. Xiao Chen, I think it's best if you don't get into a conflict with them for now. Those people have weapons. Although they only have kitchen knives and sticks, they seem to be fitness enthusiasts, they're all quite strong. Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this. He indeed had no such intention, he simply planned to salvage as many supplies as possible.
Okay, Sister Lu, I understand. What's the situation with those windows?
It goes without saying that with a whole bunch of people supporting them, some of the windows have probably already been emptied.
Lu Ruoyao immediately understood what Chen Lang wanted to ask. Window numbers 1 through 10 are all empty.
Window 1116, these 6 windows should not have been disturbed, and window 14 of them also operates a convenience store. When I left, there were still 12 men and 3 women left in the private room. The men all have their own roles, luring zombies, searching for supplies, and keeping watch.
The leader is a man named Wang Jie.
As she reminisced, Lu Ruoyao even found paper and pen and started drawing a floor plan for Chen Lang.
Looking back now, keeping her was definitely the right decision.
Before long, Chen Lang examined the completed drawings, trying hard to memorize them, and then smiled at Lu Ruoyao.
Thank you so much, Sister Lu. With this picture, my next search will be much easier.
This is a huge help. Lu Ruoyao was also happy to be able to help Chen Lang.
Xiao Chen, you're too kind. I should thank you for taking me in.
After that, Chen Lang told Lu Ruoyao to rest, while he began planning his next trip to the cafeteria.
Windows 1114.
These windows are closest to the stairwell door, and window number 14 is a convenience store with lots of ready-made food, so it's a must-go.
As for the other windows, it depends on the situation.
Without further ado, Chen Lang set the search time for tomorrow morning.
After all, there were still so many people in the cafeteria. The earlier he went, the more he could grab. That evening, under Chen Lang's instructions, Zhanya prepared a sumptuous dinner as a welcome to Lu Ruoyao's arrival. This moved Lu Ruoyao to tears.
But when it was time to sleep, I still found a room by myself.
Oh dear, someone's plan has failed. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Where's the way you used to tease me back then?
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Jie launched another sarcastic attack as revenge for Chen Lang's previous humiliation of her, but she was immediately met with a fierce counterattack from Chen Lang.
The other 2 rooms.
Zhanya listened to Bai Jie's cries with a hint of resentment in her eyes, and finally covered her head completely with the blanket. Lu Ruoyao bit her lip, her eyes bright and thoughtful, her body subtly shifting under the covers.
The next day, Chen Lang reappeared at the entrance of the 15th floor, his expression somewhat complicated. For Wang Jie's team,
killing him is definitely the safest option, but Chen Lang also hopes to gain some helpers.
After all, he can't do everything himself, right? He'd be exhausted sooner or later. But since they're both men, would the other party give in so easily?
Chen Lang felt it was quite difficult. Stopping my wild thoughts, I slowly opened the door. Inside, the zombies were still densely packed, making my head spin. Use skill, stealth.
959.
As usual, Chen Lang entered stealth mode and, based on the information provided by Lu Ruoyao, arrived at the first window in the plan.
What a lucky find! It's a cooked food shop. The aroma of braised food made Chen Lang's mouth water, and he immediately started stuffing it. Then we come to the second and third windows.
As it turned out, the food was no longer fresh, so Chen Lang decided to give up.
632. With some time to spare, Chen Lang went to the 4th window.
Just as Lu Ruoyao said, this is still a convenience store with a lot of fast food, but it looks like it has been robbed once.
Then they started packing like crazy, leaving nothing behind. Holy crap, there's a ghost.
Just as Chen Lang was getting into his formal attire, a suppressed gasp suddenly came from behind him.
Turning around, he saw a man in a shirt squatting behind him.
His face was deathly pale with fright, and he was huddled barefoot by the door. He just saw various foods flying in the air and then disappearing, and he thought it was haunted.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang immediately frowned. Damn it, these must be Wang Jie's team members, what a coincidence to run into them.
But we definitely can't get into a fight with this guy now, otherwise we'll attract zombies.
Unfortunately, the guy in the shirt is squatting right at the doorway. 353.
With little time left, Chen Lang decided to jump out of the window.
But what he didn't expect was.
After a moment of stunned silence, the man in the shirt gritted his teeth and walked straight inside, about to bump into Chen Lang. Staring at the rapidly approaching large face, there was no way to avoid it. Chen Lang had no choice but to steel himself and kick out with all his might.
Go to hell! This kick knocked the man in the shirt down, making a loud noise. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing the commotion, the zombies seemed to have taken Viagra and instantly became aroused.
Taking advantage of the moment when the man in the shirt fell to the ground, Chen Lang jumped directly over his head.
Sorry, bro.
There's no other way in this situation, it's better to sacrifice a fellow Taoist than myself. The man in the shirt was quickly overwhelmed by the zombies, creating a good opportunity for Chen Lang to escape. As Chen Lang ran, he looked towards Wang Jie's team's hideout, where several men suddenly appeared. However, they were not there to rescue the man in the shirt, but to take advantage of the chaos to scavenge for food.
Looking at this scene, Chen Lang couldn't quite describe his feelings. He could only say, "This is the end of the world." Midnight.
As he approached the stairwell door, his stealth ability dissipated, instantly revealing his presence. But that didn't bother him. He dashed forward a few steps, slipped out the door, locked it, and did it all in one smooth motion. What Chen Lang didn't notice was that several pairs of eyes were staring intently at him from above the private room in the cafeteria.
"Brother Jia, it's that kid again. It was him yesterday too." They appeared out of nowhere, suddenly showing up and then suddenly disappearing. Chapter 9: A Bountiful Harvest.
Watching Chen Lang's disappearing figure, a bespectacled man in the private room pointed to the stairwell door and spoke, his expression somewhat agitated.
"Brother Jia, do you think it could be that bitch's lover?"
"I came here yesterday to save that bitch." Next to the bespectacled man was a burly man with a buzz cut, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, muscular, and with a ferocious face.
He was their leader, Wang Jie. Impossible, unless he's insane. For a woman. Could he possibly risk his life?
Besides, look at his clothes, he's clearly a food delivery guy.
Do you think, whether before the apocalypse or now, any bitch would even look at someone like that? The bespectacled man nodded in agreement upon hearing Wang Jie's words. "Brother Jie is right, I truly admire you. It's such a pity.
That bitch, we didn't even have a proper chance to have some fun before she ran away.
I wonder if she's dead or not."
"If she's not, she's going to suffer a lot." With a lewd laugh, the bespectacled man looked toward the corner of the private room, where several women covered in filth and barely clothed were huddled.
"Brother Jie, these guys are all tired of playing around with these guys. How should we handle this?"
Upon hearing this, Wang Jie casually replied without even raising his eyelids.
"Let's waste food and use it as bait."
Upon hearing this, despair filled the eyes of the women in the corner, and one of the more timid ones immediately fainted.
No one in the private room paid them any attention. "But Brother Jia, have you noticed that these zombies seem to be moving more and more slowly? Could it be that they couldn't get enough to eat and died of hunger?"
The bespectacled man pointed at the horde of corpses and said to Wang Jie with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie frowned slightly. "I've noticed it too, these zombies have indeed become slower.
Let's wait and see.
When the time is right, we'll launch a counterattack. We can't just stay put like this forever." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man and the other men in the private room immediately perked up and rushed out of the cafeteria.
Wouldn't the next step mean taking over the entire building?
"Alright, Brother Jie, the brothers have been itching to go for this, let's fucking get them. I reckon there are still quite a few girls left, we're going to have some fun again."
Brother Jie is awesome.
Following Brother Jie means we'll have plenty of meat to eat, women to play with, and we'll grow bigger and stronger, creating new glories. Listening to the praise from the crowd, Wang Jie smiled faintly. His gaze swept over the stairwell door.
"We need to destroy that door as soon as possible. It will disperse the zombies and make it easier for us to break through. As for the bait, let's use those few in the corner.
We can tear them up and attract more zombies." Upon hearing this, not only the women in the corner, but even the bespectacled man and his companions twitched at the corners of their mouths.
This Wang Jie was truly ruthless.
Chen Lang was unaware of Wang Jie's plan, and he gained a lot from this trip to the cafeteria. The food was poured from the space into the storage room, which immediately caused the three women to scream.
"Wow, so much delicious food. There's even pig's trotters. Is this bread? Brother Lang, I absolutely love you. Are you alright, Xiao Chen? Did those people see you?"
Unlike Bai Jie and Zhanya, after her initial surprise, Lu Ruoya was more concerned about Chen Lang in the cafeteria's situation.
Chen Lang shook his head upon hearing this. He hadn't been injured since his defensive attributes increased. The system is still very powerful. "I'm fine, but I don't know if they saw me."
"Oh, by the way, I did run into someone who was out looking for supplies.
But he's already been eaten by zombies, so he probably can't go back to warn them." Lu Ruoya nodded upon hearing this.
She knew the situation must be chaotic, and all she could do was pray that Chen Lang hadn't been discovered.
With a bountiful harvest, celebrations are a must.
Jiangye and Lu Ruoya cooked together and prepared a very sumptuous dinner, while Bai Jia was in charge of the entertainment, singing and dancing for everyone,
enjoying delicious food while listening to a little tune.
For the first time in the apocalypse, Chen Lang felt joy. However, Chen Lang was not a person who indulged in pleasure, or rather, now was not the time to enjoy himself. He needed to consider what to do next.
We don't need to worry about food for now, we have enough for at least half a month. But they can't stay in the building forever, can they? Besides, this is an apartment building.
So, while it's supposed to be safe, it's really just a matter of being separated from the zombies by stairs and iron gates.
If the zombies learn to climb upstairs one day, they're doomed.
We still need to work harder. With these reflections, as night deepened, the group drifted off to sleep.
Thump!
In the middle of the night, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and Chen Lang was immediately awakened.
Something had happened.
You all stay here. Never open the door without the password.
After picking up his clothes, Chen Lang gave them some instructions and left the building.
By the moonlight, Chen Lang saw that the 15th floor corridor was crowded with zombies, surging back and forth as if stimulated by something.
Moreover, because there were so many of them fell downstairs like dumplings being dropped into a pot. How is this possible? The door was opened? The zombies have learned to unleash their power?
Chen Lang thought the zombies had pushed the door down themselves, which was hard to believe. Meanwhile, in the private dining room of the cafeteria, Wang Jia's eyes gradually brightened as he watched the horde of corpses pouring out. He weighed the fire axe in his hand and spoke.
They've probably eaten most of that meat. Now, kill them.
Their plan was to use women to lure the zombies out so they could attack from behind. The men, armed with weapons, frantically hacked and slashed at the zombies. By this time, many zombies had fallen from the building, which greatly relieved the pressure on Wang Jia and the others, and they quickly gained the upper hand.
Kill! 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 Wang Jia roared, taking down one enemy with each axe strike. Who says working out is useless? He's now the king of the cafeteria.
Before long, the zombies were either dead or crippled, and Wang Jia and his team had actually won.
Heh, these zombies are nothing special.
Holding a fire axe in one hand, Wang Jia looked proud. The bespectacled man followed behind, quickly offering a fawning smile. We have to thank Brother Jia for his bravery, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy.
If you ask me, I'd say, if we follow Brother Jia, the entire Xining city will probably be ours. Ha ha ha.
As he was laughing, the bespectacled man suddenly rolled his eyes back, his veins bulged, and he vomited a mouthful of blood.
Click.
However, before he could even mutate, his head had already been severed by Wang Jia.
Useless. How could it get bitten like that?
Seeing the bespectacled man's head roll away, the others couldn't help but swallow hard, cold sweat pouring down their faces.
After all, the bespectacled man was Wang Jia's good brother. Wang Jia didn't even bother to look anymore. He pointed the fire axe in his hand forward and spoke in a fierce tone. I suspect that the delivery guy from earlier in the day has a hideout and accomplices. Find them and kill them as soon as possible. Above the 15th floor, no living person is allowed except for us. Chapter 10: A Ghostly Encounter.
Chen Lang stood on the 20th floor, watching the horde of zombies gradually being wiped out, and his face darkened. The fighting strength of Wang Jia and his companions was somewhat beyond his expectations. It seems that cooperation is impossible. If Wang Jia and the others were dying, they might have been able to be recruited by Chen Lang. But in the current situation, how could a group of people submit to Chen Lang? While I was pondering this, a suspicious figure appeared at the entrance of the 15th floor. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang quickly hid himself. What were they going to do? Explore other floors? Or has he already been discovered, and this is the person who came looking for him? Without acting rashly, Chen Lang decided to observe for a while longer. He saw that the people were acting in unison with a clear objective. They first checked the situation on each floor, and finally gathered together to focus their attention on the 20th floor. Heh heh, you bastards. So you really came looking for me. Seeing through their intentions, Chen Lang's eyes gradually turned cold. No matter what their purpose was, he could not let them get closer. A wise person does not stand under a crumbling wall. In the end times, self-preservation should always be the top priority. Chen Lang took out the composite crossbow from his spatial storage and counted the number of people. There were a total of 13 people. As long as his archery skills were accurate, it would be enough for them. Brother Jia, the doors to the upper floors are all locked.
If I'm not mistaken, that kid must be on the top floor, the 20th floor.
A relatively thin man came to Wang Jia's side to report, and everyone's attention immediately turned to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Jia looked up thoughtfully. With such a loud commotion, he must be awake.
They might be watching us right now.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they quickly hid themselves. Upon seeing this, Wang Jia sneered.
What are you afraid of? Did you think this was a movie? He doesn't have a gun, does he? He's just a food delivery guy. Didn't you see it the other day?
He didn't even have a knife, he was just smashing zombies with his helmet. What's there to worry about?
Hearing Wang Jia's words, everyone felt awkward.
It has to be said that Wang Jia is both clever and capable, truly worthy of being their leader.
Brother Jia is right, he's just a stinky food delivery guy.
We could each stomp them to death with 1 foot each.
Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go up there and kill him right now.
Wang Jia nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this, but after a moment's thought, he spoke.
Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You four. I'll leave this to you. If you do a good job, there will be a reward.
That's what he said, but Wang Jia had other ideas in mind. He was worried that Chen Lang had accomplices, so he decided to send a few to test him. The selected individuals were not so cunning, and they cheered when they heard about the reward. They immediately gripped their weapons and rushed upwards, plotting how to torture and kill Chen Lang. The killings they had just witnessed had awakened their primal, bloodthirsty desires. Holding a compound crossbow, Chen Lang noticed that there were only 4 people approaching and raised an eyebrow.
That's interesting.
He guessed Wang Jia's true intentions. Once the group was within range, Chen Lang did not hesitate at all and instantly fired the crossbow bolt in his hand.
Whoosh whoosh.
The 4 men, their faces contorted in rage, were instantly struck by an arrow.
Holy crap, this kid has a weapon. No, run.
It's unclear who shouted, but they immediately tried to escape. Unfortunately, Chen Lang finished them off with several more arrows, and they fell to the ground, motionless.
Chen Lang's brows furrowed involuntarily at this moment. My aim is still a bit off.
Even though I was aiming at vital points, I still missed them, which caused me to waste several crossbow bolts. Wang Jia had been observing the situation, and when he saw that things were not going well, he immediately hid back.
Damn it, where did this kid get a bow and arrow?
He frowned and pondered for a moment before giving the order.
Go and find some pot lids. Next wave, let's go together.
The remaining people immediately did as instructed, and soon each of them had a pot lid on their head, the kind of large iron pot lid, which is quite strong in terms of defense.
We made ample preparations this time.
In the darkness, Wang Jia's face was contorted with rage as he waved his hand.
Let's go, kill this brat. Avenge our brothers.
After saying that, he casually pulled someone in front of him, and together they marched upstairs. Chen Lang looked at this scene with a complicated expression.
He didn't expect that these bastards would actually think of using a pot lid as a shield. Set your sights on the nearest one. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced the pot lid, but didn't harm the other party. This is troublesome.
On the contrary, Wang Jia and his group became more confident and sneered.
Useless trash, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Just wait to die. We can still give you a quick death.
After saying that, they quickened their pace.
Chen Lang put the composite crossbow back into his spatial storage inside. Use skill, stealth. 9:59. As the countdown began, Chen Lang gradually blended into the darkness.
I didn't want to use it at first, since it's only 10 minutes a day, but now I have no choice. With his body completely transparent, there was no point in Chen Lang waiting any longer, so he simply walked towards Wang Jia and the others, but his steps were very light. Soon, the two sides encountered each other.
Chen Lang seized the opportunity and unleashed a left front kick at the nearest opponent. What?
The person had no time to react and fell down the stairwell.
Wang Jia and the others were stunned. What's going on? Watch your step.
They thought it was just an accident and continued forward without giving it much thought, but a moment later another scream rang out.
Who the hell kicked me? Ah!
Another innocent person fell to their death, and Wang Jia's expression turned grim.
I already told you, watch your step. Waste. The expressions on everyone's faces were also quite grim, and one of them even spoke in a trembling voice. No, Brother Jia, something seems off. Little Li was walking just fine.
He suddenly flew out, like he'd been kicked.
Something's not right. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
In fact, several of them had also witnessed this strange scene.
7:25. Chen Lang wasn't going to give them time to think.
Seeing that these guys were all pressed against the wall, Chen Lang simply grabbed one and threw him down.
A ghost. Help!
This time everyone saw it clearly. The person flew into the air and then fell to the ground below.
Don't panic. Listen to my command, everyone gather together. Back to back. Place the pot lid in front of you.
Wang Jia was also completely bewildered. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes, but he still made a quick judgment. Taking advantage of the crowd-changing formation, Chen Lang threw a few more down. At this point, Wang Jia's team has dwindled from 14 members to just 5.
3:21.
With little time left and looking at the bunch of bastards gathered together, Chen Lang was at his wits' end and had no choice but to kill them. He took out his helmet and killed 2 more. The remaining 3 were terrified, and Wang Jia was completely bewildered.
Midnight. As the stealth time came to an end, Chen Lang's figure began to appear in front of Wang Jia and the others. He gave a slightly embarrassed smile.
Chen Lang waved his blood-stained helmet and greeted the others.
Good evening. Could you please just go and die? Chapter 11 Quick kill, he'll be dead soon.
Wang Jia was stunned when he saw the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him.
In addition, Chen Lang was covered in blood and looked no different from a demon. Holy crap!
He was at a loss for words.
Chen Lang was very satisfied with their reaction.
He grinned and picked up his helmet again. Seeing the helmet coming at him, Wang Jia instinctively raised the pot lid to defend himself.
Bang! The pot lid and the helmet collided with a loud bang.
Wang Jia was knocked back a few steps, his face full of surprise.
He couldn't understand where this skinny delivery man got such strength.
However, at the same time, a light flashed in his eyes. He wasn't a ghost.
Kill him. If you can see it and touch it, then you can fight it.
Wang Jia threw away the pot lid and brandished the fire axe in his hand.
The remaining 2 people reacted and immediately swung their kitchen knives at him.
As the saying goes, even the best kung fu master is afraid of a kitchen knife.
Although his defenses had increased, Chen Lang didn't think he was invincible. Go to hell.
Wang Jia dodged the attack with a quick movement, and Chen Lang picked up an iron rod from the ground and swung it at the 2 easy targets until they were bruised and battered.
Your turn. Clang.
The iron rod and the fire axe collided.
Chen Lang was secretly alarmed as his hand went numb.
Wang Jia was even more surprised, as the web of his hand holding the fire axe cracked.
Again.
Chen Lang swung his sword again, and this time Wang Jia couldn't block it and was knocked to the ground.
No, don't kill me.
Wang Jia was shocked, not expecting the delivery man in front of him to be so capable of fighting.
He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy.
Seeing this, Chen Lang curled his lip.
You're already backing down? Give me a reason not to kill you.
Wang Jia kept kowtowing to Chen Lang, his mind racing with thoughts.
All the supplies in the cafeteria are yours. Chen Lang's gaze was dull. Kill you, and the supplies will still be mine.
Wang Jia paused for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly spoke again.
I submit. I am willing to follow you. From now on, my life is yours, I'm your dog. Not enough, is there any more?
Chen Lang raised the iron rod, his patience gradually waning.
I made a hidden compartment in the cafeteria's private room. There are emergency medicines there. These are things I kept secretly, and I'm giving them all to you. Here's the key. There's medicine?
Chen Lang is starting to admire Wang Jia a little. Someone like him is well suited to survive in the apocalypse.
Chen Lang took the keys and smiled. Thank you.
Upon hearing this, Wang Jia breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked at Chen Lang with an embarrassed smile, then froze. He was greeted by the fire axe he had just dropped.
After killing Wang Jia, Chen Lang called out by Jia and the others.
The 3 women were stunned by the hellish scene before them.
Murder, murder. Chen Lang, you.
Before Bai Jia could even cry out, Chen Lang slapped her, silencing her instantly.
Xiao Chen, did you kill them all?
Even if these people were turned into minced meat, Lu Ruoya would still recognize them, she exclaimed in horror.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. How did you do that?
Lu Ruoyo found it hard to believe. She simply couldn't imagine how Chen Lang could single-handedly take down more than a dozen armed men.
Please watch the video. 3 women? Heh, just kidding. That's not important.
What's important is that they wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Chen Lang casually cracked a joke. The 3 women were speechless.
Okay, don't be surprised. I called you out for something else.
As Chen Lang spoke, he beckoned the 3 women to where he was standing. The 3 women looked completely bewildered. What else was there?
To move supplies?
When the 3 of them arrived, Chen Lang pointed at the few people on the ground who were barely clinging to life.
It's up to you now. Let's practice.
Upon hearing this, the 3 women were immediately filled with disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. What did they mean by practice a few times? Seeing that the others were staring at him, Chen Lang spoke impatiently.
What are you looking at? Kill them. He'll die soon.
What kind of devilish quote is this? Bai Jia, Zhang Ye, and Lu Ruoyo looked at each other, completely bewildered.
Xiao Chen, what are you saying?
Seeing this, Chen Lang helplessly pursed his lips and had no choice but to explain. In the apocalypse, killing is inevitable. Let's get through this as soon as possible. Besides, this is already a quick death. If it weren't for me, your fate would have been 1,000 times worse. Upon hearing this, the 3 fell silent, their expressions becoming increasingly complex.
Although it was cruel, they knew Chen Lang was right. Okay, Xiao Chen, I'll listen to you.
As expected, Lu Ruoyo was the first to step forward and pick up a kitchen knife from the ground. But when it came to actually making a move, she hesitated and her body trembled. This was not hard to understand, since she had never even killed a chicken before.
I'll do it.
While Lu Ruoyo was hesitating, Bai Jia came over with a knife and killed one of them.
Chen Lang was somewhat surprised by what he saw.
Oh? But before he could ask a question, Bai Jia answered first.
If someone doesn't kill you, you'll kick her out, right?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang didn't speak, but just glanced at her indifferently, somewhat surprised that Bai Jia understood him so well. Perhaps it was this sentence that had an effect. Lu Ruoyo and Zhang Ye eventually completed their mission, but they still vomited for quite a while.
After that, no one was in the mood to sleep.
They then went to the cafeteria to take stock of the supplies. During this time, they discovered the dismembered body parts of a woman in a private room. This made the 3 women feel that Chen Lang's actions were correct, otherwise they would probably have suffered the same fate. Chen Lang decided to keep the matter of the medicine a secret for the time being. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but he felt that the fewer people who knew, the better, since it was so precious. 20 antibiotic pills, 10 cold medicine pills, 1 bottle of anti-inflammatory medicine, 2 bottles of painkillers. I don't know where Wang Jie got this, but judging from the bloodstains on it, the process must have been anything but harmonious. The material gains were also very encouraging. 100 gene of pork, 3 sacks of potatoes, 2 sacks of cabbage, 5 bags each of rice and flour. Anyway, for the time being, there was no need to worry about food. Chen Lang used the old method, under the pretense of magic, and used space to move these things to the 20th floor. Whether they believe it or not is not Chen Lang's concern.
This thing is really useful. If it weren't for the apocalypse, wouldn't I be making a fortune running a moving company?
Looking at the full storage room, Chen Lang secretly felt smug.
With food in hand, he felt very safe. After a whole day of work, shouldn't I get some proper nourishment?
Zhang Ye cooked another beautiful dinner, and Chen Lang even opened a bottle of wine during the meal.
Xiao Chen, I want to toast you.
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to dream of living like this.
Thank you.
Lu Ruoyo also changed into clean clothes. There were quite a few uniforms in that dark room. She was still wearing her favorite business attire. Big, wavy hair, white shirt, suit skirt, nude stockings, and high heels.
Sister Lu, how are you planning to thank me? How about repaying me with your body?
I reckon that lecherous Chen Lang has been itching to get started for a while now.
Seeing Lu Ruoyo's serious expression, Bai Jie jokingly added a touch of charm to Lu Ruoyo's already flushed face from drinking. If Sister Lu also gets together with Brother Lang, then where would she be? The eldest, or the third?
Zhang Ye couldn't hold her liquor. She got drunk after only a little bit and started talking nonsense. Chen Lang didn't say anything to stop them, he just watched them frolicking around with a smile. Meanwhile, a pair of thieving eyes roamed back and forth over Lu Ruoyo. It has to be said that the charm of a mature woman is something that young people like Zhanya and Baijia can't compare to.
Chapter 12 JK Zombie Girl.
The meal went on very late, and Zhanya and Baijia, who couldn't hold their liquor, got completely drunk. They carried the two people who were slumped over the dinner table into the bedroom. When Chen Lang came out, Lu Ruoyao had already cleared the table and was washing the dishes.
Sister Lu, we have nothing else to do anyway, let's wash it tomorrow. Get some rest.
Lu Ruoyao's voice came from the kitchen.
It's okay, you go to sleep first.
I'll be done washing quickly. Upon hearing this answer, Chen Lang pursed his lips and had no choice but to find a large sofa to lie down on. A short while later, Lu Ruoyao came out of the kitchen. Seeing Chen Lang lying on the sofa, he grabbed a blanket and covered him with it, instantly creating a high tent around his waist.
That little pervert.
Lu Ruoyao cursed inwardly, guessing that Chen Lang was not asleep, but she did not expose him and prepared to leave. This really worried Chen Lang. He then pretended to roll over and put one hand on Lu Ruoyao's waist.
Ah!
It seemed that he had touched a sensitive spot on Lu Ruoyao's body, and she couldn't help but exclaim.
Chen Lang simply stopped pretending and pulled her into his arms. Sister Lu, I like you.
I liked you from the first time I saw you. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyao was already weak all over, but she still stubbornly insisted.
You little rascal, did you say the same thing to them? Chen Lang immediately put on a wronged expression, clutched his chest, and said in a sorrowful voice. Sister Lu, am I that kind of person?
Seeing this, Lu Ruoyao rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking.
Chen Lang chuckled and his hands moved uncontrollably, breaking down the restraints on Lu Ruoyao's body.
Purple? Lu Ruoyao's breathing became rapid, and her eyes gradually became unfocused.
Little you said that purple has a lot of charm. Happy times are back. 1,000 words omitted here.
Congratulations, host, on your latest achievement. The rewards are as follows.
Superpowers psychic abilities, perception.
Perception, centered on the host, it can sense organisms within a 10 cubic meter radius.
The panel is updated simultaneously. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 10. Wisdom, 20. Agility, 20. Strength, 60 already increased. Defense, 60 increased. Spirit, 10. Family members, 3. Current score, 103 earned by killing zombies.
Skills mastered, sneak spatial ability super strength rock slab perception. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance. Seeing the newly added profile picture of Lu Ruoyao among the family members, Chen Lang subconsciously clicked on it.
Name, Lu Ruoyao. Loyalty, 90%. Rating, A. Other, to be unlocked. As expected of an old flame, starting at 90%. As for this perception skill, it's almost midnight, might as well use it. Use the skill, perception. With a thought, a three-dimensional diagram full of lines appeared in Chen Lang's mind. He was gold, the chosen one is awesome, Lu Ruoyao was green, and Baijia and Zhangya in the bedroom were also green. It seems humans are green. Looking down, there were red dots everywhere on the 18th floor, those must be zombies. As for what lay below, Chen Lang could no longer see anything, which must have been the limit of the distance. At the same time, Chen Lang was surprised to find that there was no countdown. That was awesome. This skill has no cooldown? But soon he felt a headache coming on, so he quickly shut down his senses, which made him feel a little better. It seems this thing consumes energy. With a slight pout, Chen Lang noticed that the points section was actually lit up. 103? Did I kill that many? But he quickly guessed that Wang Jia and the others might be included in his name as well, so he stopped worrying about it. Click. Would the host like to spend points to participate in the lottery? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. Holy crap, it's only at the minimum standard? Without hesitation, Chen Lang chose to draw a prize. A white light appeared before his eyes, and then a gift package-like item appeared. Congratulations, host. You have won an attribute-related reward. This prize includes 10 free attribute points. Wow, I got an attribute point. That's great. I thought about it briefly. Chen Lang ultimately allocated his attribute points to Spirit, which was exactly what he needed right now. Spirit, 20 already increased. Seeing the prompt, Chen Lang activated his senses again, and this time it was much easier. He wanted to see if there were any other colored creatures. And sure enough, he found it.
On the 18th floor, there was actually a small light purple dot hidden among those red dots.
If he hadn't looked closely, he wouldn't have noticed it. What does this mean? A variant? Reading a lot of online novels isn't without its benefits.
Chen Lang immediately offered his guess. He suspected that this zombie was suspicious.
Just then, Lu Ruoyo whimpered from the side. What are you doing instead of sleeping?
At the same time, her hands and feet started to get restless, and Lu Ruoyo was craving something again. Feeling the rhythmic movement of the fingers, Chen Lang swallowed hard, then plunged forward.
The next day. When he woke up, Lu Ruoyo was gone.
Chen Lang chuckled to himself, thinking, she's not young anymore, but she's still quite shy.
Zhang Ye had prepared breakfast. Brother Lang, Sister Xiaobai, Sister Lu, dinner's ready.
After a quick meal, Chen Lang decided to investigate what was going on with that pale purple dot.
What if it really is some kind of mutated zombie?
He needs to kill it before it becomes too powerful, otherwise he'll be in trouble if it grows into a zombie king without him even noticing.
Both 20 and 19 are safe now. 18, 17, 16. Ignoring these 3 layers is not a long-term solution.
Having arrived on the 18th floor, Chen Lang planned to clear out the zombies and check out that strange spot. He slowly opened the building door and went inside with the fire axe in hand.
Relying on his memory, Chen Lang quietly crept inside.
Before confronting the situation head-on, he wanted to first see what was going on with that pale purple dot.
Moreover, based on his recent understanding of zombies, as long as it's not seen or heard, it won't attract attention.
But what Chen Lang saw before him left him dumbfounded. The zombies here were all dressed in strange clothes, and the scene inside was also very peculiar. Even though he wasn't into anime, he recognized that this must be a comic convention. The zombies' hideous faces, coupled with their bizarre attire.
Chen Lang's sense of impending doom intensified.
It truly lives up to its name as a media building. The immersive experience is incredibly strong. They crept forward and came to a small, pale purple dot.
There weren't many zombies around. Chen Lang was stunned again. Lying in front of him was a zombie girl wearing an eye patch and a JK uniform. Dead?
This was the first time Chen Lang had ever seen a zombie lying dead.
So, dead zombies are pale purple? That doesn't make sense. Just as they were muttering to themselves, a faint voice came from behind them. Help, help me. Chen Lang was startled by the sound. He saw that the JK zombie girl was looking at him with one eye, her pale lips slowly opening and closing. A living person? How is this possible? Chapter 13: A Miraculous Fate.
Seeing that Chen Lang did not react for a long time, the JK zombie girl gradually shed a tear from the corner of her eye, and her expression became even more pitiful.
Chen Lang was frantically trying to figure out what was going on. Red represents zombies, and green represents humans. Could I have misjudged the situation? Pale purple also represents humans? But how can there be living people among the horde of zombies? There is another question: if the girl on the other side is actually alive, should he save her or not? No, I need to find out what's going on.
Perhaps it was for the reason Chen Lang mentioned, or perhaps Chen Lang couldn't bear to stand by and watch someone die, or perhaps he was moved by the girl's appearance, but in any case, Chen Lang made his final decision.
Don't speak, I'm here to save you. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes immediately lit up.
She seemed to want to nod in response, but she was too weak and could only shake her head slightly. Chen Lang slowly approached the girl and gave her a quick look. He then noticed a clear bite mark on her calf, but it had already scabbed over.
Judging by the timeline, it should have mutated long ago. Could it be that she is also immune to the corpse poison?
With that thought in mind, Chen Lang carried it on his back. He now had a power boost, so carrying someone didn't bother him much.
Then he quietly walked towards the building entrance. Perhaps it was just good luck. Chen Lang and the girl successfully left the 18th floor without alerting the zombies. Open sesame. Chen Lang returned to the 20th floor, and Lu Ruoyo opened the door. Xiao Chen, you're back so soon? Subconsciously asking, Lu Ruoyo noticed that Chen Lang was carrying someone on his back. This is?
Seeing this, Chen Lang nodded.
Stop asking. Found it. Lu Ruoyo was also a little speechless.
Chen Lang had just done that with her last night, and today he'd already picked up another one. At this moment, Bai Jia and Zhang Ye also arrived.
TCH, another one.
With a spit, Bai Jia immediately turned and left, while Zhang Ye looked at Chen Lang with some resentment.
Hey, don't overthink it.
This girl was bitten by a zombie, but she's still alive. I want to investigate how this happened. Chen Lang said something without batting an eye, then led the girl into the KTV on his own, adding as he closed the door. Isolate temporarily until it is safe to do so.
No one is allowed to come in.
The three women were even more speechless after hearing this.
Who didn't know what he was planning to do?
However, they did misunderstand Chen Lang this time. After placing the girl on the sofa, Chen Lang conducted a thorough examination. Apart from her calves, she had no other injuries and showed no signs of being a zombie.
Here, have some water first. Chen Lang didn't intend to give the girl any medication, he wanted to find out the details first.
After giving the girl a few sips of water, her spirits noticeably improved.
Thank you. Chen Lang nodded and then asked, Are you hungry?
The girl gave a soft and swallowed, while Chen Lang pulled out a piece of bread from his hand. After eating, the girl felt much better.
I knew you'd come. Great. I've finally waited for this.
As they were talking, the girl hugged Chen Lang and started crying, which left Chen Lang even more bewildered.
What's the meaning? I don't think I've seen you before, have I? Or did you order takeout from me?
In response to Chen Lang's question, the girl wiped away her tears and looked at him with a smile.
You may have forgotten, but I will always remember.
I knew you would come, my hero.
Chen Lang had some understanding of the world of anime and manga.
He had heard that people in this circle had rather peculiar thought processes.
Did this girl think she had traveled into an anime? You've got it wrong. I'm just a food delivery man, not a hero.
Family, I went out to fight zombies, but ended up bringing home a two-dimensional anime girl.
What should I do? Waiting for an answer.
The girl's spirits improved, and she sat up.
Hello, my name is Fang Yaya. Or you can call me Little Bird. That's right, a typical anime girl, Chen Lang labeled her in his mind. Hello, my name is Chen Lang. Or you can call me the Zombie Terminator. Put. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Fang Yaya burst out laughing.
It must be said, she was quite beautiful, definitely the kind of girl from another dimension.
Chen Lang is 22 years old and a junior at Xining University.
Orphaned at a young age, I worked part-time as a food delivery driver to earn tuition fees. 175 centimeters tall, 65 kilograms, hobbies include basketball, singing, dancing, and rapping. Chen Lang's eyes widened as he listened, but he quickly waved his hand and said,
Wait a minute, something's not right about what comes next. Who exactly are you?
Fang Yaya looked at Chen Lang's confused expression, seemingly quite pleased with herself, and remained silent for a moment before speaking.
Do you remember that time I was delivering takeout? Save a girl? Hearing her say that, Chen Lang seemed to remember something.
It was 6 months ago, at night, that he delivered his last order of painkillers. While making the delivery, he noticed that the customer was acting strangely. After leaving, he went back and knocked on the door but received no answer.
Finally, he called the police. It's you? Chen Lang was somewhat surprised by the wonder of fate. That's right, it's me. Later I wanted to repay you, but I was afraid of bothering you, so I just watched over you silently. Fang Yaya grinned, while Chen Lang thought to himself, why didn't you appear sooner? If she had appeared sooner, would I have been single for so long?
Before the apocalypse, I came here for a comic convention, hoping to bump into you.
This is how I got to know you. Listening to Fang Yaya's story, Chen Lang's heart throbbed again, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Braised chicken rice?
Upon hearing this, Fang Yaya nodded repeatedly, her jet black hair bouncing as she did so, making her look absolutely beautiful.
Wow, that's clever. You figured it out right away.
But he also said with some regret.
Unfortunately, before you could deliver it.
Later I was bitten, but for some reason I didn't mutate, and the zombies stopped paying attention to me. But because I was injured, I didn't dare to move around, and as a result I became weaker and weaker.
Finally, I appeared and carried you back. Is that so?
Chen Lang smiled wryly and said, marveling at the wonder of fate. It turned out that the life-saving braised chicken rice was a gift from Fang Yaya.
Fang Yaya nodded again upon hearing this. What a wonderful coincidence. Chen Lang. Let's get married, okay?
These words truly shocked Chen Lang, who immediately retorted.
Wait, get this straight, this is the apocalypse. Fang Yaya listened to this as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I know. Besides, you already have 3 women on your side, what's one more? Am I not pretty enough? As she spoke, Fang Yaya even made a cute, anime-style expression. Pretty.
Chen Lang answered subconsciously, but immediately shook his head, feeling as if he had forgotten something.
Hey, let me sort this out first. That's right. Why didn't you mutate after being bitten? Was it temporary or permanent? This is a very important question. Is chapter 14 finished? Fang Yaya couldn't answer Chen Lang's question, of course.
She frowned and thought for a moment before finally saying helplessly.
I don't know.
I can't really explain it, but after eating, I felt fine.
If the person involved couldn't explain it, Chen Lang was even more confused. He then used his perception skill to see if there were any changes.
I'm still gold, awesome.
Fang Yaya, purple, but it's just a normal purple. What does this mean? But at least it proves that Fang Yaya is not a zombie, which should be considered a good thing, right? Chen Lang, what are you thinking about? Are you worried that I'm too young? Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm already 20 years old. Fang Yaya's thought process is still as peculiar as ever. She thought Chen Lang was worried about her age. A legal lowly. Oh, I see. That's great. Wait, you're 20? She looks way too young. She looks like she's in her teens. No wonder Chen Lang was surprised.
Fang Yaya was petite to begin with, standing at 1.6 meters tall and weighing only about 80 kilograms. She was thin and small, and with this cute outfit, people would believe she was a junior high school student.
I'll just take that as a compliment. So you agreed?
Chen Lang looked at the playful girl in front of him and asked in confusion.
Promise what? Get married. Fang Yaya was a little unhappy and puffed out her cheeks. Okay then. Although it had been told beforehand not to overthink it, who could refuse such a beautiful, youthful anime girl offered to them for free? Chen Lang ultimately decided to follow his heart. Yay! Amazed face. Upon hearing Chen Lang finally agree, Fang Yaya jumped for joy, but because of her leg injury, she quickly lay back down. Ouch, it hurts. I couldn't help but scream out in surprise.
Upon hearing this, the 3 beautiful women outside the KTV immediately spat out a paw.
Sadder.
Bai Jia tilted her head, her face full of disdain.
See? I told you so. Each of you give me a pack of instant noodles, and remember to pay me back later.
They hadn't heard the conversation in front of them, nor could they see what was happening inside, but based on that soft moan alone, they could make a pretty good judgment. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao and Zhang Ye exchanged a helpless glance and nodded.
Bai Jia left humming a little tune.
A short while later, Chen Lang came out carrying Fang Yaya in his arms.
Xiaoya, where did you put the first aid kit? Could you get this for me?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye snorted at Chen Lang and chose to ignore him.
Kindness? Zhang Ye has gone astray too. Sister Lu, could you please bring me the first aid kit? Since Bai Jia was out of the question, Chen Lang chose to call upon Lu Ruoyao. Soon.
Lu Ruoyao came over with the first aid kit, gently put it down, and then whispered to Chen Lang.
Xiao Chun, you need to be more mindful of self-control. Although still young. But doing it too often is bad for your health. Look how short it was this time. After saying that, Lu Ruoyao glanced at Fang Yaya. Before she could speak, Fang Yaya greeted her with a sweet smile. Hello, sister. I'm Fang Yaya, the new 4th grader. Please take care of me in the future.
This startled Chen Lang, who was searching, causing him to freeze in shock once again.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao nodded kindly. My name is Lu Ruoyao. Just call me if you need anything.
After saying that, she glared at Chen Lang fiercely, her eyes conveying a clear message, pervert, big pervert, not even letting such a young girl go.
Seeing this, Chen Lang was already numb and didn't care anymore. I then treated Fang Yaya's leg wound. Fortunately, it wasn't very deep and didn't break the bone. Alright, just rest for the next few days. Minimize physical activity. After a quick treatment, Chen Lang gave instructions to Fang Yaya. Hearing this, Fang Yaya was somewhat disappointed. Can't we even get married? To be honest, Chen Lang did want to, but he wasn't that beastly. The other person was still injured. What if it broke open again? No. Oh, okay then. Fang Yaya lowered her head and pouted.
When it was time to eat, Chen Lang briefly introduced Fang Yeye to the group and told them to take good care of her, since she was injured.
No one said much about it.
Since they had nothing better to do anyway, and because Fang Yeye was cute and had a sweet tongue, she quickly became friends with the group.
Chen Lang then went to the 18th floor again, hoping to find out why Fang Yeye was immune to the corpse poison. Perhaps there are other factors at play?
This time, Chen Lang had no more scruples and began clearing the area decisively. The originally heavy fire axe was like a big toy in his hands, and he swung it with great force, causing zombies to fall in droves. It was just a pity that his clothes were filled with blood.
As darkness fell, the zombies on the 18th floor were cleared out, but no useful clues were found. Open sesame.
Back on the 20th floor, Bai Jia was startled when she opened the door.
Oh my god, Chen Lang. What's wrong with you? What happened? This seems to be the first time Bai Jia has shown concern for him, doesn't it? Chen Lang glanced at Bai Jia again. It's alright, they're all zombies. Hurry up and help me wash.
As he spoke, Chen Lang took off his delivery uniform and handed it to Bai Jia, who said with disdain,
You might as well throw this shabby delivery uniform away. It's so dirty.
Chen Lang did not want to throw them away, but he didn't have any suitable clothes to change into.
Enough with the nonsense, just wash it when I tell you to.
Bai Jia was speechless for a moment after hearing this, but she didn't say anything, picked up her clothes and walked away. Just as they were wondering, Lu Ruoyo and Zhang Ye came over and chatted with Chen Lang for a while. It turned out that Fang Yeye had told them about his glorious deeds, which made them admire him.
Okay, I'm fine. Let's get some food ready, I'm hungry.
However, Chen Lang just wanted to fill his stomach first, as he still had to deal with the 17th floor tomorrow. He observed from the 18th floor today.
The number of zombies on the 16th and 17th floors is no less than that on the 18th floor. We're going to be busy these next few days. After dinner, Chen Lang nestled in bed and counted the zombie points he had earned that day.
He only had 53 points in total.
It was really hard work to accumulate them. Chen Lang, look, I'm almost better.
Fang Yeye snuggled closer, nestled into Chen Lang's arms, and dangled her delicate white feet in front of him.
This caused Chen Lang, who had just finished eating, to feel a sense of unease. Once you get better, we can get married, right? Nonsense, it can't get better that quickly.
If you keep trying to seduce me like this, watch out. Chen Lang grinned mischievously, pulled Fang Yeye into his arms, and prepared to use his hands to make some initial explorations.
But they were quickly stunned. Because he saw that the rather gruesome wound on Fang Yeye's calf had actually almost completely healed. Chapter 15. The hallway is thrilling.
Not being infected by the corpse poison, and with his wounds healing at an unusually fast pace, Chen Lang was once again somewhat surprised.
Is this because everyone's constitution is different? Is there anything else that's bothering you? Chen Lang examined the wound and asked. Fang Yeye shook her head upon hearing this. No. If I had to say, it's a little itchy. But isn't this normal?
It was covered in my course. This is a sensation that occurs during cell repair.
Specialized courses? Cell repair? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Are you in college?
Only then did he realize that he didn't understand the girl in front of him at all.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, Fang Yeye gave him a reproachful look, but still answered honestly. I'm a sophomore at medical school. You're treating people like children again. If you keep doing that, people will get angry, humph.
After saying that, Fang Yeye's bright eyes darted around, and seeing that no one was around, she asked in a low voice.
Now that I'm alright, can we get married?
She felt that only in this way could the two of them truly be together.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was taken aback. Why was this girl even more concerned about that matter than he was? But the problem is indeed not serious now.
He then used his senses to observe the movements of the three women. Bai Jia was sleeping, Zhang Ye was washing dishes, and Lu Ruoyo was taking inventory of supplies in the storage room.
Okay, that's fine. Chen Lang responded in a low voice, then looked at Fang Yeye and licked his lips.
The unique charm of the anime girl, combined with this JK uniform, makes her even more captivating. He's been drooling over her for ages. They picked up Fang Yeye and headed towards the KTV. This place is quite soundproof and the sofa is comfortable, making it a good spot for sneaking around.
Fang Yeye's body trembled slightly.
Although I was really looking forward to it, I was still a little scared when I actually had to experience it myself.
Brother Chen Lang, please be gentle.
It's their first time. She murmured softly, her face flushed, and buried her head in Chen Lang's chest. Looking at her alluring appearance, Chen Lang felt even more impatient. Don't worry, I'll be gentle enough to make you scream. Happy hour in progress. Outside the KTV room, Lu Ruoya, Zhang Ye, and Bai Jia had somehow reunited. TSK, Yaya looks so innocent, I didn't expect that. You can really shout. Aren't you afraid of losing your voice? Sister Xiaobai, if we're talking about who can yell the most, you must be the one. You've woken me up from my sleep several times. Xiaoya, Xiaobai, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sister Lu, you're the oldest among us, why are you pretending to be innocent? Don't think I don't know, you've already slept with Chen Lang. Huh? When did Sister Lu and Brother Chen get together? Hee, it was that drinking session. I went to the restroom and happened to see them. Sister Lu looked so sexy back then. Xiaobai, stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. Alright. I won't say anything more. Okay, Xiaoya, actually I saw what happened between you and Chen Lang that time. Inside the private room, Chen Lang looked at the 3 green dots that had gathered in his mind and was speechless again. How could these women not know any shame? It seems we need to think of a way to deal with this, otherwise he can't stand being constantly eavesdropped on. At the same time, we should operate even more diligently. Congratulations, host, on your outstanding achievements. Congratulations on achieving 100% loyalty for the first time. Congratulations, host, on your first successful acquisition of an S-class marriage partner. The rewards are as follows. Enhancement life-based ability, self-healing. Self-healing, enhanced host repair capabilities. All attributes increased by plus 10 points, special ability effect amplified. Stealth, daily duration increased to 20 minutes. Space, volume expanded to 10 cubic meters. Mighty stubborn, plus 10 bonus attribute points. Sensing range increased to 20 cubic meters. Self-healing, the host's repair capabilities are enhanced again. Hearing the system's continuous reward announcements, Chen Lang was a little confused. What was going on? He then quickly looked at his own panel. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 20 increased. Wisdom, 30 increased. Agility, 30 increased. Strength, 80 already increased. Defense, 80 increased. Spirit, 30 already increased. Family members, 4. Current score, 53 earned by killing zombies. Skills mastered, sneak spatial ability super strength rock slab perception self-healing. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance. Wow, that's incredible. I've never encountered such a generous reward before. Wait, 100% loyalty? S rank? When recalling the system, Chen Lang quickly found Fong Yeye's cute girl avatar among the family members and clicked to open it. Name, Fong Yeye. Loyalty, 100%. Rating, S. Other, to be unlocked. That's what they mean by unbeatable from the sky, this is just too awesome. Not only have new superpowers been added. His overall strength has also improved, it's awesome. Yeah, you are so amazing. Overjoyed, Chen Lang couldn't resist picking up Fong Yeye and feeding her again. Although Fong Yeye didn't know why, she was also very happy. Ugh, it's so itchy. Slow down. You got spit all over people. It was 2 hours later when Chen Lang came out of the KTV room. Bai Jia and the others had long since left, they didn't have the energy to keep an eye on him. Fong Yeye was completely exhausted, so Chen Lang let her rest. Enjoying a cigarette afterward, Chen Lang's eyes flickered. This reward made him feel something different. Yeye's self-healing ability is clearly unusual, and coincidentally, my reward is self-healing. Is this a coincidence or? It seems there are still many unknown secrets in this apocalypse. Thinking of this, Chen Lang stubbed out his cigarette. Having just finished strenuous exercise, he wasn't sleepy at all, so he decided to go out and patrol again. Floor 18 has been cleared now, we just need to take care of floors 16 and 17. The floors above the 15th floor are their safe zone. After checking, Chen Lang found the downstairs door locked tightly. The zombies at night were no different from those during the day, still wandering aimlessly. But Chen Lang felt that the zombies' movements seemed to have slowed down, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. After completing his patrol, Chen Lang prepared to head home. Just then, a woman's soft moan rang out.
Viagra, you're so naughty, so impatient. Is this really a good idea for us? Do you think they might come looking for us?
As soon as he finished speaking, another man's voice, panting heavily, came from behind him.
Staying there is a death sentence. Don't worry, I've read plenty of books on post-apocalyptic survival. Follow me, and I'll guarantee your survival. But I've never experienced anything like this in the stairwell before, it's really exciting. Chapter 16 My Territory, My Rules. Hearing this conversation, Chen Lang couldn't help but smile mischievously, and then he crept over following the sound. A man and a woman were standing in the hallway.
The man was trying to get closer to the woman, who was half-heartedly resisting while looking around.
Oh, someone's here.
Chen Lang had only peeked out halfway when the woman spotted him.
Tisk.
I was planning to watch a live sex show, but I was discovered.
Chen Lang felt a little disappointed, so he simply stood up. What are you yelling about? This is my territory. Who gave you permission to do such shameful things? Did you get my consent?
As he spoke, Chen Lang sized up the two of them. The man was a greasy middle-aged man, while the woman looked very young and dressed provocatively. Canvas shoes, black stockings, denim shorts that are almost thigh-high, and a white short-sleeved shirt.
Nice legs.
Even though he had seen a lot of prosperity, Chen Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, these legs are so beautiful, I could play with them for a year. Chen Lang's words clearly left the two of them somewhat bewildered. After a long while, the greasy middle-aged man asked with a gloomy expression.
Who are you? The greasy middle-aged man was very unhappy that his good time had been interrupted, but Chen Lang's appearance also made him feel wary. After all, it was late at night and someone suddenly appeared. Chen Lang sneered upon hearing this. I am your father. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood. This isn't a place for you.
Greasy middle-aged men with tattoos are mostly gangsters, and Chen Lang hated this kind of guy the most before the apocalypse, so he wasn't going to give him a friendly look. Upon hearing Chen Lang's arrogant words, the greasy middle-aged man's expression immediately changed.
No one has ever dared to be so arrogant with him. However, his extensive social experience made him hesitant to act rashly, since he did not know where the other party came from. Are you the delivery guy? Just as he was hesitating, the young woman spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Lang looked puzzled. He had just finished fighting and was only wearing a tank top, not his delivery uniform. Subconsciously focusing his gaze on the woman's face, Chen Lang suddenly realized. So it was you, you shameless slut. He recognized him, or rather, he had a fairly strong impression of him, but he hadn't recognized him just now because the light was too dim. The woman's name is Yi Xiaowei, and she is an online live streamer. It's well known that live streamers frequently order takeout.
This woman has a very mean personality and often finds reasons to give Chen Lang bad reviews. Sometimes she even uses this to threaten Chen Lang into sending her red envelopes. The greasy middle-aged man listened to their conversation with some confusion.
Xiaowei, do you know this person? Who is he?
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaowei immediately scoffed.
Brother Wei, what kind of background could he have? He's just a lousy food delivery guy. A stinky loser who runs around all day covered in sweat.
Upon hearing Yi Xiaowei's words, the greasy middle-aged man's face immediately turned arrogant, and he involuntarily straightened up.
Heh, so you're just a food delivery guy. Who do you think I am? Listen up, I'm the foreman. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me to apologize. Listening to their conversation, Chen Lang was speechless. What time is it now? Are they still trying to show off and intimidate each other with their status?
But before Chen Lang could speak, Yi Xiaowei spoke up again.
Brother Wei, look at this chubby little guy. He must have food in his hand. Kill him, and we won't have to worry about food.
The greasy middle-aged man looked at Yi Xiaowei and nodded in agreement.
Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the food.
As they were talking, the greasy middle-aged man pulled out a dagger from somewhere and looked at Chen Lang threateningly.
Chen Lang's eyes turned cold.
Seeing that he didn't react, the greasy middle-aged man felt a little embarrassed, so he simply grabbed the dagger and walked towards Chen Lang, ready to teach him a lesson.
Whoosh!
But before he could take a few steps, a flash of axe shadow appeared. The greasy uncle's slicked back hair flew up instantly, his fierce expression still frozen on his face, before finally falling heavily and rolling at Yi Xiaowei's feet.
Yi Xiaowei stared blankly at the head that suddenly appeared at her feet, then mechanically looked at the blood-stained axe in Chen Lang's hand. Ah!
She instinctively wanted to scream, but Chen Lang pointed the axe at her with one hand.
Gah!
The screen stopped abruptly. He Xiaowei was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground like a leaf. Seeing this, Chen Lang slowly walked over, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Weren't you going to kill me?
After patting He Xiaowei's face, Chen Lang finally saw her face clearly, a round face, almond-shaped eyes, and blonde hair.
She was quite pretty.
He Xiaowei was so frightened that tears streamed down her face, and she stammered.
Big brother. I was wrong, please don't kill me.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her playfully, then placed his hand on her beautiful legs and stroked them a few times.
They were indeed smooth and supple. Come with me.
After saying that, Chen Lang put the axe back into his spatial storage and walked towards the 20th floor. He Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, feeling extremely unwilling, but she dared not disobey Chen Lang's words, and silently followed him. The two arrived at the 20th floor, and Chen Lang led her to an empty room. He sat down on the sofa without paying attention to himself.
Do you want to live or die?
He Xiaowei had recovered by now. She was first shocked that there was such a place in the building, and then she quickly answered when she heard Chen Lang speak.
I want to live.
Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this, coldly scrutinizing her.
Okay, but I have one condition.
Upon hearing this, He Xiaowei immediately became alert, instinctively covering her chest with her hands and looking at Chen Lang warily. Based on her understanding of men, she knew Chen Lang definitely wanted to force himself on her. It's one thing for a greasy middle-aged man to be a successful person, but what is a lowly delivery man like Chen Lang?
Actually, she was wrong. Chen Lang didn't like to use force. He was a mentally healthy and sunny young man. There are 5 of us in total. From now on, you will serve us.
Upon hearing this, He Xiaowei's eyes widened in shock.
My God, wouldn't that kill her? I'm not sure I can handle it. That's too much. And I'm actually still a virgin. Rather than that, it would be better to just kill her. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, somewhat speechless. What are you thinking? I'm asking you to be a maid. Serve us from now on.
In fact, Chen Lang had this idea a long time ago, but he hadn't found a suitable candidate. Now, He Xiaowei, a mean woman who had a grudge against him, was just right.
Servant?
He Xiaowei was stunned for a moment, but then she frowned.
She's a bit of an internet celebrity. Chen Lang actually made her serve others? This is utterly insulting. What? You don't want to? Never mind then.
You should just die. Seeing her conflicted expression, Chen Lang pursed his lips and pulled out the fire axe with his other hand. Seeing the axe still dripping blood, how could He Xiaowei dare to object? Well, being a maid is better than being slept with by someone like Chen Lang. As long as I can keep my life, that's all that matters, she nodded quickly in agreement.
I do. I'll do it. Chapter 17 The New Maid.
Now that the matter of the maid had been settled, Chen Lang patted the empty seat next to him and gave He Xiaowei a commanding tone. I'm going to sleep, come and give me a massage. Upon hearing this, He Xiaowei's eyes widened immediately as she stared at Chen Lang.
Want a massage too? Don't be too.
Before she could finish speaking, Chen Lang slapped her across the face.
To be honest, he had wanted to slap her for a long time. That bitch. She alone has more negative reviews than all the others combined. Come over.
Chen Lang spoke again, and He Xiaowei, with tears in her eyes, silently walked to his side and sat down.
Your Majesty, I have no choice.
Looking at those jade-like legs, Chen Lang's eyes darted around, and he simply rested his head on them.
Comfortable. No wonder they always portray it like that on TV.
Glancing at He Xiaowei, who dared not speak out in anger, Chen Lang smiled and closed his eyes. He was not worried that He Xiaowei would take the opportunity to attack him.
With his current defense, He Xiaowei's strength couldn't hurt him in the slightest.
Moreover, his senses are now very sharp, and he can feel any slight movement. He Xiaowei looked at the contented Chen Lang and almost gritted her teeth, but her hand still obediently began to massage Chen Lang.
Just wait, one day. I'll make you pay.
Silently comforting herself, He Xiaowei secretly exerted force in her hands.
Phew, that feels so good.
But unexpectedly, this made Chen Lang even happier, and He Xiaowei was so angry that she almost bit her lip until it bled.
However, she didn't dare to do anything.
After all, she knew very well that she had no chance against a strong man like Chen Lang.
The next day,
Chen Lang slowly woke up from his sleep, yawning with a refreshed expression.
He discovered that He Xiaowei was staring at him with eyes full of resentment. Hee hee, not bad technique. Let's continue tonight.
Upon hearing this, He Xiaowei suddenly became unsteady on her feet. She had been pinned down all night, and Chen Lang's hands kept moving around restlessly, so she couldn't sleep at all.
Xiao Chen, who is she?
Just as Chen Lang was admiring He Xiaowei's angry expression, Lu Ruoyao's voice suddenly came from beside him. Looking in the direction of the sound, Chen Lang was immediately stunned.
I don't know when, but several women have come into this room. I was careless. It seems that sleeping too comfortably isn't good either, it's not safe. Heh, who else could it be? This pervert just picked up a new one. I find that strange too. How can he pick up a woman so late at night? I'm impressed. The one who said this was naturally by Jia. She seems to really enjoy being sarcastic and indirectly insulting people. Zhang Ye and Lu Ruoyao continued to look at Chen Lang with resentful eyes. But he didn't say anything.
As for Fang Yeye, she first looked at He Xiaowei, then at Chen Lang, and then said with a face full of admiration. Brother Chen Lang is indeed the most charming, so many women like him.
I love Brother Chen Lang even more now. See? I told you that the thought process of anime girls is extraordinary. Seeing this, Chen Lang felt a little embarrassed and quickly sat up. I'm just making excuses. Oops, let me explain. Things aren't what you think.
Her name is He Xiaowei. She's a maid I specially hired to take care of everyone, not just for myself. Bai Jia just looked at Chen Lang with a cold smile, her contempt growing even stronger.
Zhang Ye and Lu Ruoyao shook their heads and left directly, but Fang Yeye was the only one who believed it. A maid? Really? Is your sister a cosplayer too?
As he spoke, he moved closer to He Xiaowei, looking very interested. At this moment, He Xiaowei felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her mind.
What was going on this floor? 1 man and 4 women? And it looks quite harmonious.
So Chen Lang wasn't fooling me last night, he really intended for me to be his maid. He Xiaowei was also unsure how to answer Fang Yeye's question, since she was not a cosplayer but a servant in the true sense of the word.
Little sister.
He Xiaowei was speechless. She didn't know how to explain herself.
Was she really a servant? He then looked to Chen Lang for help.
Seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and then spoke to Fang Yeye.
Yeye, there seems to be an outfit in that room that would suit you perfectly.
After saying that, he pointed to the dark room where there were indeed many clothes, but they were all erotic.
After sending Fang Yeye away, Chen Lang's expression turned cold. You understand the situation now. If you want to survive, you have to obey. Can you cook?
He Xiaowei shook her head upon hearing this.
If she can cook, why does she always order takeout? Chen Lang gave her a disdainful look. Absolutely unacceptable.
He Xiaowei wanted to curse in her heart. Alright, then I'll help wash the dishes later, and then see if there's any other chores.
You can rest after you're done.
After saying that, Chen Lang left to wash up. Seeing this, He Xiaowei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze then drifted to the stairwell door. If she could leave this place, she wouldn't have to be a ghost maid anymore.
But then, as if recalling some unpleasant memory, she reluctantly lowered her head.
Zhang Ye was always in charge of cooking, but others would help out as well.
He Xiaowei also joined in.
However, she did not reveal her true situation. She was a little afraid that these women would really treat her like a maid. At the same time, she was amazed by the abundance of supplies here and couldn't help but become curious about Chen Lang.
Alright, you guys enjoy your meal. I'm going out to work. After finishing his meal, Chen Lang said goodbye and left. He planned to clean up the 16th and 17th floors today. Everyone offered their concern, but He Xiaowei was completely bewildered. What is he going to do? Going to work? Upon hearing the question, Lu Ruoyao chuckled and then explained. Little sister, you're new here, you don't know. Xiao Chen went to clear out the zombies. Only in this way can we ensure everyone's safety.
Upon hearing this, He Xiaowei was immediately filled with astonishment. She and the greasy uncle had been wondering why there were no zombies upstairs, thinking it was just good luck. Unexpectedly, Chen Lang killed them all. That's incredible. Having survived to this day, she has certainly witnessed the power of zombies, which is why she can better appreciate Chen Lang's bravery.
I didn't realize he was so capable.
Staring blankly at the spot where Chen Lang disappeared, He Xiaowei murmured to herself. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. Then she secretly observed the women around her, and a cunning smile gradually appeared on her lips.
Chapter 18 Wolf Brother, Wave Brother?
When Chen Lang returned, it was already dark. The cleanup plan was successfully completed, and his points reached 194.
However, I don't plan to hold a lottery for now.
He wanted to see what he could get from the 1000 level lottery after saving up more.
Back on the 20th floor, Lu Ruoya first explained to Chen Lang that supplies were running low, and then spoke highly of He Xiaowei in front of him.
I didn't expect this woman to be so diligent. Chen Lang was a little surprised and even praised her during dinner.
Thank you, Brother Chen, it's all I should do. He Xiaowei seemed to have changed her personality.
Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this, but he didn't think too much about it and didn't care. After the meal, Chen Lang rested alone, closing his eyes to relax, while also planning his next move. We can't just sit around and do nothing, it seems we need to continue developing our resources.
The next cafeteria is on the 10th floor. However, the situation there is hard to say. Just then, footsteps were heard, followed by a knock on the door. Chen Lang, are you asleep?
The voice belonged to He Xiaowei.
Chen Lang immediately got up and opened the door.
He saw that she had changed into a sexy and alluring set of lingerie, which she probably took from the darkroom.
What's wrong? Is something the matter?
As he gazed at her alluring figure, Chen Lang's heart began to stir with desire.
Can I go in first?
As He Xiaowei spoke, she deliberately stretched out her long legs. Seeing this, Chen Lang stepped aside to let her in. The door closed, and the atmosphere became ambiguous as the man and woman, both wearing only underwear, were alone together.
Chen Lang, I'm willing to be with you.
He Xiaowei stated her purpose directly.
Hearing this, Chen Lang's expression didn't change.
This was obvious, and in his view, it was only a matter of time.
He then prepared to take action. But I have one condition.
Chen Lang frowned, his gaze cooling slightly.
You say?
He Xiaowei leaned forward, a smile playing on her lips.
I want to be the lady of this house. His status is higher than theirs. And I can also tell you about the situation downstairs.
As she spoke, He Xiaowei pressed Chen Lang onto the bed, looking down at him with a determined gaze.
I hate it when people try to negotiate with me.
Chen Lang spoke coldly, and He Xiaowei's expression changed.
And what qualifications do you think you have? You're trying to negotiate with me. Take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror, do you even deserve it? Each hurtful word pierced He Xiaowei's heart. She never expected that Chen Lang could resist her beauty. How could that be? Chen Lang.
You're just a stinking food delivery guy, don't push your luck. Perhaps she had had too comfortable a day, because He Xiaowei had become a little carried away and pointed at Chen Lang angrily.
Do you know how many bosses and rich kids there are?
Without giving her a chance to continue, Chen Lang slapped her mouth shut again.
Snap. Why does this woman never learn from her mistakes? Get out. You're not allowed to eat tomorrow.
The cold words were like a bucket of cold water poured over He Xiaowei's head. She was stunned for a moment, then silently walked out of the room, her expression immediately turning into one of extreme shame and indignation.
She's already offered herself up.
Chen Lang dared to humiliate her like that, and she immediately decided in her heart that she would never give him another chance. After He Xiaowei left, Chen Lang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The woman's arrival had actually served as a wake-up call for him.
Didn't she come up from the bottom? It's been many days since the apocalypse, and she's still alive, which means there must be survivors down below. Let's go to the 10th floor tomorrow.
Having made this decision, Chen Lang gradually fell asleep.
The next morning,
while Chen Lang and the others were eating breakfast, He Xiaowei sat alone in the living room, sulking. She had thought Chen Lang was just joking. I never expected they would actually not let her eat. He felt an even greater loathing for Chen Lang and cursed him silently.
After finishing his meal, Chen Lang left the 20th floor.
To his surprise, his walk was very smooth.
There weren't many zombies below the 15th floor, and the stairwells were almost empty.
These zombies look like they were all killed.
Do the people on the 10th floor think the same way I do?
The smoother things went, the stranger Chen Lang found it. He did not let his guard down because there were fewer zombies.
When he reached the 10th floor, he immediately activated stealth. Sure enough, the building door was locked, and Chen Lang carefully opened it. Squeak! But it still made a sound in the end. Who goes there? As soon as the door opened, shouts of alarm came from inside the cafeteria.
Chen Lang counted at least 30 to 50 people on the scene, and they were all carrying weapons. They all looked ready for battle, staring fiercely at the door. But Chen Lang had already disappeared, so of course they couldn't see a hair on him. In the middle of the crowd, a dark-faced middle-aged man relaxed his expression.
Who the hell forgot to lock the door again?
Of course, no one responded to him, but soon a henchman went over and closed the door.
It was at this time
Chen Lang noticed that this dark-faced middle-aged man actually had a pistol tucked into his waistband.
Wow, this guy's got some serious skills. You have to understand that this is a time of peace. Anyone who can get their hands on a gun must be no ordinary person.
Without delay, Chen Lang roughly counted the number of people and then ran to the kitchen to check the situation. He found that there was not much food left. They have a lot of people, so this rate of consumption is normal. But it probably won't last more than a few days.
5:23.
After glancing at the countdown, Chen Lang prepared to retreat. He wasn't very confident of victory, especially since the other side had guns.
Brother Wolf, this can't go on like this.
The remaining food will last for at most 3 more days. Although we've lost quite a few brothers recently, the daily expenses are still quite high. At this moment, one of the henchmen reported to the dark-faced middle-aged man, "It seems this man is called Brother Wolf."
Wolf bro? Lang bro? Damn it, he has the same name as me. Chen Lang cursed under his breath.
Upon hearing this, Wolf Brother's face darkened, and he finally made up his mind.
Okay, let's speed things up then. Let's go all out starting tomorrow.
Aim to take down all 15 floors in 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed visibly. They hadn't eaten their fill in a long time, and now they had to fight, so their strength was clearly failing them. Chen Lang was walking towards the door when he heard this and his lips twitched.
Damn it, this guy really had the same idea as me. Looks like we need to hurry and come up with a solution.
He slipped to the front gate, opened it, and went out in one swift motion, only to be met with a barrage of curses from behind.
Damn it, is your arm broken? The door can't be closed. You're going to get no food all day. Upon hearing this commotion, Chen Lang couldn't help but smirk.
He then deactivated his stealth mode, found a stairwell, sat down, and began to plot.
Now that we understand the situation, what should we do? Chen Lang was a little worried. He wasn't afraid of hand-to-hand combat, but the other party was cheating by having a gun, which was unfair. Sitting at the entrance of the building, watching the zombies strolling downstairs, Chen Lang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Chapter 19: Performing Talents.
That Wolf Brother had the same idea as me, clear out the zombies and then completely take over the cafeteria.
Since that's the case, then I'll lend them a hand. Didn't you want to clear out the zombies?
Then let you clean it up to your heart's content. Without further ado, Chen Lang slipped to the 9th floor, activated stealth, and then casually grabbed a zombie.
Zombie?
Zombies only move when they see their prey, so being picked up for no reason didn't elicit much of a reaction.
1, 2, 3. Chen Lang's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people.
Using the little time he had left to stealth, he managed to bring 7 zombies over to the 10th floor.
Hee hee, now you guys are in for some fun.
Looking at the zombies lingering at the doorway on the 15th floor, Chen Lang smiled sinisterly, wondering if he had been a little too wicked.
No, this is the end of the world. I'm just trying to survive.
Giving himself a mental boost, Chen Lang simply lured out the zombies from floors 10 to 14, which would greatly increase the resistance for Wolf Brothers' team. After doing all this, Chen Lang felt refreshed and hummed a little tune as he returned to the 20th floor.
Oh my, why are you so happy today? Have you found the supplies? Lu Ruoyao opened the door and, seeing Chen Lang's smiling face, asked him a question. Chen Lang strolled inside.
It cannot be spoken, it cannot be spoken. He happened to run into Yi Xiaowei, who was sitting blankly in the lobby. She was staring at Chen Lang with a resentful look on her face. She was still not convinced.
Sister Lu, did Yi Xiaowei do any work today? Chen Lang rolled his eyes at Yi Xiaowei and then asked Lu Ruoyao. Lu Ruoyao didn't know why Chen Lang asked that, but she still answered subconsciously. I don't think so. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded and spoke. Okay, then let's go hungry for another day.
After saying that, Chen Lang turned and left, heading towards Fang Yeye's room, ready to have some fun with the anime girl. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Yi Xiaowei's eyes immediately welled up with tears of grievance. She had never suffered such injustice before. Even back when she was with Wolf Brother, she was the one everyone fawned over.
It's infuriating. I should have known better than to run, damn Viagra.
Muttering curses, He Xiaowei dared not go back now. After all, they had sneaked out at night, and while she was protected by Wei Gu before, she was afraid she would be tortured to death if she went back now. Lu Ruoya was unaware of the inside story, but she obeyed Chen Lang without question, so she ignored He Xiaowei. Soon it was time to eat, and Chen Lang and his friends ate their hot meals while chatting and laughing. He Xiaowei watched longingly, her mouth constantly drooling, but since it was only the second meal, she could still endure it.
We can get through today, but what about tomorrow?
Thinking about this, He Xiaowei began to regret it, but there was no going back, so she simply closed her eyes and went to sleep.
When I woke up again, it was already dark. She was woken up again by the aroma of food. Damn Zhanya, how come her cooking smells so good? Chen Lang, I was wrong. I'll definitely work harder tomorrow. Let me have some.
Unable to bear it any longer, He Xiaowei went to the dining table, not caring about losing face at all. Chen Lang simply pretended not to hear and continued to enjoy his meal.
Please, Chen Lang. Let me show you my talent. Talent?
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, looked at He Xiaowei, and gestured with his eyes. Seeing this, He Xiaowei quickly started to twist her body.
A song about cleaning windows, dedicated to everyone.
Without music, she hummed to herself and started dancing. It has to be said that He Xiaowei has a great figure and is very suitable for cleaning windows, which made Chen Lang's heart itch. However, he was a man of his word and could not go back on his word. So Chen Lang applauded the dance, but refused to let him eat. This made He Xiaowei very angry. She turned around and hid in her room to cry, sob. Hearing the crying, Lu Ruoyao felt a pang of pity. Her compassion was overflowing.
Xiao Chen.
Before she could speak, Chen Lang waved his hand to indicate his refusal. Bai Jia laughed and said from the side,
"This is nothing.
When Chen Lang tortured me, it was much worse than this." As she spoke, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Lang. She was the one who had suffered this hardship before, and now that she saw a successor, she felt very comforted. Hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her speechlessly, then looked up as if pondering.
Whose concubine should I choose tonight? Let's draw lots, who will it be? You're the one.
That Bai Jia vixen who needs to be taught a lesson. Without waiting for Bai Jia to finish her rice, he picked her up and carried her into the house.
Soon, Bai Jia's cries for help came.
The others seemed to have gotten used to it and continued chatting amongst themselves, discussing how Chen Lang seemed to be even more formidable than before. He Xiaowei cried for a long time, but when she realized no one cared about her, she simply stopped crying. Just then, Bai Jia's voice rang in her ears, and her face immediately turned red. Although she was shrewish and fiery, she was indeed inexperienced in matters of the heart and was planning to save herself to snag a super-rich second-generation heir.
Pa! 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 Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Not a single one of them is any good.
But then, somewhat puzzled, he looked in the direction from which the sound came.
Is it really that comfortable? The night passed quietly.
As the sun rose, Wolf Brothers' team on the 10th floor prepared to go into battle today, striving to shorten the combat time, but they had just opened the door.
Fuck you, where did these zombies come from? Roar. Ouch, I've been bitten. Help. Ah. Hurry up and chop. Don't back down.
Not long after, the scene finally calmed down. Wolf Brother looked at the corpse on the ground, his brows furrowed in worry.
Damn it, can someone tell me what's going on? Based on his experience, zombies don't climb buildings, so he was annoyed and confused.
Upon hearing this, one of the underlings stepped forward, pondered for a moment, and then had a flash of inspiration.
Brother Wolf, could it be that the zombies are about to turn into ghouls? I heard it will even fly later on. How about this? Let's find some peach wood and make a... Before he could finish speaking, Wolf kicked the underling to the ground. He interrupted his outrageous remarks. Alright, let's get down to business. The eldest brother is the eldest brother, he doesn't dwell on things he can't understand. The group marched upstairs in a grand procession, but don't forget, there were also zombies that Chen Lang had arranged up there, and soon another scream rang out. At the entrance to the 20th floor, Chen Lang was enjoying He Xiaowei's massage while listening to the screams coming from below, looking quite content. The women looked at him with completely bewildered expressions. Xiao Chen, what's going on down there? Yeah, that sounds pretty scary. It sounds like zombies. Will they climb up here? Chapter 20 Wolf Bro, something's not right.
Hearing the women's questions, Chen Lang simply smiled faintly. He had no intention of telling them the details. After all, his methods were rather underhanded. He Xiaowei glanced at Chen Lang and then down below, her eyes flickering, and couldn't help but ask.
Brother Chen, could it be?
She was just a bit mean-spirited but not stupid, and she quickly guessed that something had happened to Wolf Brothers' team.
And it's clearly related to Chen Lang.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang turned his head and glanced at her disdainfully.
You think I'm helpless just because you won't tell me? The leader is called Wolf, and he's got a gun.
There were more than 50 people in total, mostly men and few women, and all of them were armed. The supplies were stored in the north-facing window. Hearing Chen Lang's words, He Xiaowei's eyes widened, and she looked at Chen Lang as if he were a monster.
She stammered. How do you know so much detail?
She originally thought Chen Lang had only used some tricks, but she didn't expect him to know the inside story so well.
Could it be that you went in? That's impossible. Strangers are not allowed in, unless they are women. Otherwise, everyone else would have been executed by Wolf Brother and his men. How could that be?
Seeing He Xiaowei's wide-open mouth, Chen Lang reached out to help her close it, and then said calmly.
With you, Master Lang, here, anything is possible.
The others roughly understood as well, realizing that Chen Lang was once again helping them eliminate a crisis without their knowledge, and they were immediately moved.
Xiao Chen, in the future, we can discuss things that are dangerous. Yes, Brother Lang, Yaya wants to help too. Chen Lang, do you really enjoy showing off? What will we do if something happens to you? Who will get us food?
Hearing their caring words, Chen Lang felt very warm, except for the last one, of course.
Okay, I got it. But you should go back first, I still have things to do.
The noise downstairs gradually subsided, and Chen Lang decided to check the situation before coaxing everyone back inside.
Once downstairs, Chen Lang activated stealth. TSK, heavy casualties indeed.
Looking at the newly appeared corpses on the ground, Chen Lang roughly counted nearly a dozen. He clicked his tongue and shook his head, and at the same time discovered the traces of Brother Wolf and the others. They are still fighting a bloody battle against zombies. He then found a corner to hide in and simultaneously deactivated stealth.
The fierce battle raged until noon. Wolf Brother and his men retreated to the 10th floor before they were exhausted.
Chen Lang glanced around and saw that there were still more than 30 people left.
That's still a bit too much.
So after Wolf Brother and his men retreated, Chen Lang followed suit and got busy again.
Zombies, where should I send them? Of course it's for my good brother Wolf.
Looking at the newly planted horde of corpses, Chen Lang smiled with satisfaction, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment.
Labor brings happiness. Night fell, and 2 days would be enough.
With Chen Lang's permission, He Xiaowei was finally able to sit at the dining table again, which almost made her cry tears of joy. It's true that people only realize the value of something after they've lost it.
It's delicious, so delicious. Xiaoya, your cooking is amazing. May I have another bowl? Everyone couldn't help but chuckle as they watched her wolf down her food, but they also secretly took it as a warning. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, it was time to sleep, so Chen Lang played a trick on him. I'm quite tired, I'll sleep alone tonight. Please don't bother me, everyone.
As he said this, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards He Xiaowei, and everyone remained silent but understood what he meant. Soon, everyone returned to their respective rooms.
Knock, knock, knock.
Hearing the knocking, Chen Lang smiled and then said in a serious tone.
Please come in. Sure enough, the person who came was He Xiaowei. She had changed her clothes again, and it was actually a proper maid outfit, the kind that often appears in movies and anime. This outfit, paired with her long legs, is absolutely stunning. Where did you find this outfit?
Chen Lang couldn't help but ask. This is a scene from my dream, and it actually came true. He Xiaowei blushed and responded softly.
That? Yeah, found it for me. She said you should like it. So, master. Are you satisfied with Xiaowei, the servant?
Clearly, Fang Yaya probably taught her to say these words, and Chen Lang gave Yaya a big thumbs up in his heart.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Hearing Chen Lang's praise, He Xiaowei's face lit up with joy, and then she spoke again. Little Wei, the servant, has even prepared a talent show for her master.
Very good, excellent. Chen Lang was even more satisfied. A dance, like a train, is dedicated to our master.
He Xiaowei's fiery appearance, combined with her outfit and hot dance, created a strong sense of contrast. Watching He Xiaowei's dancing figure, Chen Lang's eyes grew increasingly intense, and finally his hands became uncontrollable.
Master, please be gentle. Chen Lang transforms into a vicious wolf and begins his nighttime hunt. Oh whoa! Happy times are here. 1,000 wolf howls omitted here.
Congratulations, host, for achieving another great feat. The rewards are as follows.
Free attribute points, 50. The panel is updated simultaneously. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 20. Wisdom, 30. Agility, 30. Strength, 80 already increased. Defense, 80 increased. Spirit, 30 already increased. Family members, 5. Current score, 212 earned from killing zombies.
Skills mastered, sneak spatial ability super strength rock slab perception self-healing. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance. Looking at the newly added profile picture of He Xiaowei among the family members, Chen Lang clicked on it with some dissatisfaction. This time, she didn't have any special abilities.
Name, He Xiaowei. Loyalty, 40%. Rating, B. No wonder the reward felt a bit lacking this time, it was only AB grade.
Smoking the cigarette in his mouth, Chen Lang was somewhat disappointed, but the attribute points were still passable.
How do I add it?
After careful consideration, Chen Lang ultimately allocated his power to strength and defense. He felt that these two things were the most needed right now.
Strength, 105 already increased. Defense, 105 increased. In that case, I'll be even more confident in the final battle against Wolf Brother and his crew.
Chen Lang muttered to himself as He Xiaowei climbed onto his chest, a hint of lingering satisfaction on her face.
No wonder they all enjoy doing this so much. Master, I.
Without further ado, Chen Lang took the lead in the charge, and with a quick turn, the storm was brewing once more.
The next day,
Wolf Brothers' team suffered another loss, perhaps due to a lack of supplies or a shortage of personnel. In any case, they retreated before noon.
14 left.
Chen Lang remained hidden in the shadows, counting heads, when the sound of Wolf Brothers' henchmen discussing something reached his ears.
Brother Wolf, something's not right. I have a feeling someone's up to no good? Yes, Brother Wolf. These zombies can't climb buildings, and how did they suddenly appear out of nowhere? Could we have been ambushed? Chapter 21 Gunshots. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow as he listened to their discussion. He hadn't expected these bastards to be so clever, realizing there was a problem so quickly. Upon hearing his underling's words, Wolf Brother frowned deeply. Yeah, I also feel something's off, it's kind of weird. It seems we can't delay any longer. Let's go back and rest for a while, then launch a full-scale attack, heading straight for the 15th floor to see who's behind this. After saying that, Wolf Brother led everyone back to the cafeteria on the 10th floor.
As Chen Lang watched their departing figures, he pondered silently, his eyes gradually turning cold.
Using someone else to do the dirty work doesn't seem to be an option. While they're still recovering, I'll have to take the initiative. Wolf Brothers' team has just gone through a battle, and their physical strength must have been greatly depleted, so now is a good opportunity to strike. Having made up his mind, Chen Lang activated stealth without further hesitation. 1959. Upon arriving at the 10th floor entrance, Chen Lang quietly opened the door and was surprised to find that they hadn't locked it. Maybe I was too flustered just now? Just as he was about to go inside, a gleaming kitchen knife grazed his nose and slashed down. Holy crap! Chen Lang couldn't help but curse under his breath, then he saw the situation clearly. He saw that the group, led by Brother Wolf, were all staring at the door with wary expressions. Brother Wolf, there's nothing there. Could there be a mistake? How could he possibly have any superpowers? A henchman holding a kitchen knife looked at Wolf Brother with a puzzled expression. But before he could finish speaking, his head separated from his body. There was no doubt that it was Chen Lang who had made the move. He never expected that these bastards were actually lying in ambush on him. Wolf and the others were speechless with shock at the bizarre scene, but the eldest brother, true to his reputation, quickly calmed down and pulled out the pistol from his waist. Invisibility. This thing can become invisible. Quick, get some flour. As he spoke, he kept backing away, and the crowd also moved away. This guy's actually pretty smart.
Seeing this, Chen Lang frowned slightly and launched a massacre. In this situation, it was either you die or I live, and he would not show any mercy. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. With a swift stroke, the knife fell. After a flurry of activity, Chen Lang had taken down about 6 or 7 people, but suddenly a bag of flour was thrown in his direction. As the white mist filled the air, Chen Lang's figure became visible. Seeing this, Chen Lang stopped pretending and simply turned off stealth.
Bang! This wolf brother is a ruthless character.
When he saw Chen Lang appear, he pulled the trigger without hesitation.
Unfortunately, his marksmanship was a bit lacking. Court death.
This was the first time Chen Lang had felt threatened by death since the apocalypse, and his eyes became even more ruthless. Moreover, the flower spray also served as a smokescreen, making it difficult for Wolf Brother to track Chen Lang.
All of you, get him. Kill him. He's all alone. Don't be afraid, without invisibility, he's just a piece of trash.
Perhaps it was the gunshot that gave everyone confidence, or perhaps it was Wolf Brother's words that had an effect, but everyone rushed towards Chen Lang.
Scum! Chen Lang is no longer the same as before. Even if they are armed, Chen Lang is not afraid.
Wolf gripped his pistol tightly with both hands, his expression gradually relaxing into a sinister grin, as if he could already see Chen Lang being chopped into mincemeat.
But he soon stopped laughing. Is this kid even human?
Chen Lang was like a sickle wherever he went, no one survived.
Bang!
Seeing his men dwindling in number, Wolf Brother panicked and couldn't help but pull the trigger again, but unfortunately, in the chaos, he shot one of his own men.
Thank you.
Chen Lang glanced at Wolf Brother, a cold smile playing on his lips, and simultaneously slid in to close in on Wolf Brother.
Die! Wolf's eyes widened in fury.
At such close range, surely he couldn't have missed.
Bang! Whoosh! A gunshot rang out, and an axe swung.
Wolf Brother fell to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Chen Lang gripped the fire axe in one hand, his gaze fixed on the corpse on the ground.
Wolf is dead. Run!
Someone shouted, and the henchmen, seeing their leader dead, immediately fled in panic.
But Chen Lang didn't have the strength to chase after them anymore. Because he felt like he had been shot.
Seeing the blood seeping from his abdomen, Chen Lang felt a chill run down his spine, and then lifted his shirt to examine the wound.
Phew, thank goodness I'm alive.
The wound looked gruesome, but fortunately it was just a scratch, and with Chen Lang's current high defense, it didn't cause too much damage. After a pause, Chen Lang put the fire axe into his spatial storage and prepared to clean up the remaining debris.
Wait a moment.
Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind.
Is someone else here? Chen Lang immediately became alert. As he turned around, he pointed the gun at them. No. Don't shoot, I'm a good person.
From where the sound came, a young woman stood out. She was wearing sportswear, had her hair tied in a high ponytail, and had healthy tan skin and a beautiful face. Seeing this, Chen Lang's mood eased slightly, but he still stared at her coldly.
Who are you?
The woman put on a grateful expression and slowly took a few steps forward.
My name is Feng Shui, and I was captured by Brother Wolf. Thank you for killing them.
I was almost raped by them, you are my savior. Looking at the woman, Chen Lang secretly covered his wound, but he had no time to pay attention to her at the moment.
He nodded and said, You're welcome, you're safe now.
After saying that, Chen Lang turned and left, somewhat worried about the women upstairs.
Watching Chen Lang's departing figure, Feng Shui's gaze was fixed on the pistol at his waist, as if she was planning something. After thinking for a moment, she slowly followed him. We're almost at the 20th floor.
Chen Lang was somewhat surprised by the scene before him. He saw that the few scumbags who had tried to escape had all been killed, and there were some heavy objects next to their bodies. Then it cautiously peered upwards. Several women were seen holding weapons, trembling with fear.
Hey, I'm back. Fearing he might be accidentally injured, Chen Lang shouted first.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, the group immediately slumped down, looking as if they had just escaped a disaster. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Lang quickly stepped forward and smiled.
Great job, you did a good job.
But he was met with the weeping of several women, who seemed terrified. We heard gunshots and were going to help you, but before we even got downstairs.
Brother Lang, Yeye was so scared. She thought you didn't want her anymore. Chen Lang, can't you just die? We can figure out what to eat together, there's no need to take such a big risk. Or are you feeling itchy down there again, and you've gone to find a woman?
Hearing these words, Chen Lang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Even though Bai Jia's words were vicious, her eyes were full of concern. He then patted their heads, preparing to say a few words of comfort.
Well, here's the thing. But just then, unfortunately, Feng Shui's voice suddenly rang out. Brother Chen Lang, you want a woman, right? I can do it. Since I have nowhere to go right now, can I follow you guys from now on? Chapter 22. I'm really angry right now.
The women's crying stopped abruptly after Feng Shui spoke, and they all glared angrily at Chen Lang. Chen Lang was somewhat taken aback by what he saw, although he had guessed that Feng Shui would come looking for him. But I never expected this guy to say something so shocking.
Wait, that's not how it works. After explaining to the women, Chen Lang looked at Feng Shui. Hey, don't talk nonsense.
Upon hearing this, Feng Shui wore a puzzled expression.
Does Brother Chen Lang think I'm not pretty enough? Don't you want to sleep with me? Well, of course I want to sleep with you, ugh. No, what kind of indecent language is this?
The originally harmonious and warm scene was ruined by this, leaving Chen Lang speechless and unable to even speak properly. It seems I should increase my intelligence attribute if I have the chance.
Ha, what a lewd beast.
Bai Jia took the lead in making a decision, and then returned to the 20th floor without looking back. Lu Ruoyo and Zhang Ye glanced at Chen Lang with disappointment.
Xiao Chun, is that matter really that important? Brother Lang, you haven't contacted me in ages. After saying that, the two women left silently, leaving Fang Ye and He Xiaowei behind. Fang Ye gave Chen Lang a thumbs up. As thoughtful as ever.
He Xiaowei, on the other hand, kept her head down and didn't show any particular expression.
She's learned her lesson now.
Chen Lang pursed his lips helplessly, unsure how to explain.
Whatever, do whatever you want. Did I say something wrong? Brother Chen, should I leave? Looking at the sudden change in the situation, Feng Shui timidly and innocently interjected, did I misunderstand?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang grabbed the hood of her tracksuit and pulled her directly into the 20th floor.
The culprit is trying to escape?
After quickly treating the wound, Chen Lang addressed the crowd.
The floors above the 10th floor are safe for now. After we finish eating. Feng Shui, let's go take inventory of the supplies. Upon hearing Chen Lang's order, Feng Shui nodded.
However, his eyes kept glancing at Chen Lang, as if searching for something. After lunch, Chen Lang and Feng Shui went down to the cafeteria on the 10th floor.
Brother Chen, so you really can become invisible? Are you a superhuman? Chen Lang had anticipated this question and answered it casually. Hee, I was just a little too fast. That's not important. By the way, besides these, do you have any other supplies? Like the ones that Brother Wolf was hoarding?
The supplies we have are far too scarce.
Chen Lang sensed something was wrong.
Upon hearing this, Feng Shui looked surprised and nodded.
Brother Chen is so clever, you even guessed that.
Then he led Chen Lang to a private room, where there were indeed many things inside, which Chen Lang put into his spatial storage as usual.
Feng Shui was stunned again upon seeing this. After clearing out all the supplies, Chen Lang was somewhat disappointed. This time, there was far less than on the 15th floor, mainly because the meat and vegetables had completely spoiled. 5 boxes of instant noodles, 40 eggs, 5 bags each of rice and flour, and some snacks such as potato chips.
Back to the 20th floor. Chen Lang handed the supplies to Lu Ruoyo as usual.
Everyone was somewhat disappointed when they saw that there wasn't much. This can't go on, we'll just be wasting our resources. It seems we need to plan ahead. Hearing Chen Lang say that, Lu Ruoyo looked over. Xiao Chen, you mean?
Seeing this, Chen Lang nodded. Continue the search for new supplies. After these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but show worried expressions. They knew that this meant they were going to face danger again, but there was nothing they could do about it.
Only Feng Shui.
A hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes.
Night fell, and after dinner,
everyone tacitly went back to their rooms to rest early. Chen Lang chose a room next to Feng Shui's, the meaning of which was self-evident.
Xiao Shui, you should get some rest. I'm waiting for you. Come over here quickly.
Since he had already been so blunt during the day, Chen Lang decided not to mince words anymore. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui nodded obediently. But the moment Chen Lang left, a look of utter disgust flashed in her eyes.
Not long after,
Feng Shui, wearing only a thin undergarment, entered Chen Lang's room.
Brother Chen Lang, I'm here. Gently push open the door, and Chen Lang is already prepared on the bed.
Once the sportswear was no longer a cover, he realized he had struck gold. Feng Shui has a perfect figure, without an ounce of excess fat, and her tan skin gives her a healthy beauty.
Your figure. Chen Lang couldn't help but ask.
Feng Shui blushed slightly, then sat down on the edge of the bed and explained.
Brother Chen, actually I'm a sports student. He plays basketball on the school team. You don't think I'm a bit too muscular, do you? No wonder Feng Shui is so tall, she's actually a basketball player? This is quite rare. Of course not, health is the most beautiful thing, haven't you heard that? Hee, it's okay if you haven't heard of it. Let's discuss this in more detail next. I've heard that athletes have great endurance, right? To be honest, I usually don't dare to go all out against them, but this time we've really met our match. As Chen Lang continued to make lewd remarks, he couldn't help but start touching her inappropriately. Feeling the harassment, Feng Shui's face turned even redder, and her breathing became increasingly unsteady. Wait, be gentle, Brother Chen. By the way, where's your pistol? You'd better put it in a safe place, be careful it doesn't go off accidentally. Hearing this, Chen Lang was a little confused, but he still gave a casual reply. Don't worry, it's in a perfectly safe place. Never mind that. I'm fucking furious right now. Chapter 23 The Strange Feng Shui.
Chen Lang had been itching to get down to business for a long time, and as he spoke, he pounced on Feng Shui and pinned her down on the bed.
Let me go. Get out of my way.
Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Feng Shui's expression changed instantly, and she quickly shouted.
Chen Lang looked puzzled. Didn't she come to him of her own accord? Could she be another He Xiaowei?
Thinking of this, Chen Lang's eyes turned cold. Feng Shui seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly adjusted her expression, whispering.
Brother Chen, I've started my period. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned and didn't quite react. Which one?
Feng Shui thought Chen Lang was pretending, and rolled her eyes at him.
I'm on my period. Grass.
Chen Lang understood, then cursed under his breath, his face immediately turning displeased.
Why didn't you say so earlier? You've wasted my time.
Feng Shui seemed a little embarrassed, sat up, and said apologetically. I'm sorry, I wanted to talk to you first.
I didn't expect you to be so thirsty. Talk to me? Do you think I have time to talk to you in the middle of the night? Chen Lang was dissatisfied, but he didn't say it out loud.
After all, he had no choice but to accept it when things got tough.
Never mind, let's talk about it another day.
Feng Shui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but noticing Chen Lang's murderous gaze, she was still somewhat worried. This place was not a safe place to stay. So he nodded, stood up, and spoke to Chen Lang.
Brother Chen, I'll head back now.
After saying that, Feng Shui prepared to leave, but Chen Lang reached out and grabbed her.
Since we can't go into depth, let's have a simple discussion. Didn't you want to chat with me? Since we have nothing better to do during this long night, we can have a good chat.
That's right, Chen Lang did say another day, but he had no intention of letting Feng Shui leave.
Since it can't put out the fire, it can at least satisfy my craving, right? He's always been a very loyal friend.
He can suffer himself, but he can't allow his brothers to be unhappy. For example, his brother is very unhappy right now and is about to explode with anger. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui's eyes immediately became somewhat flustered.
What do you want to do? I should go back.
Besides, you're still injured.
Isn't this inappropriate?
Chen Lang thought she was just pretending to be reserved, which made him even more excited. A wicked smile appeared on his lips, and without saying a word, he pulled her into his arms, his hot breath hitting Feng Shui's face.
This little injury is nothing to worry about. What shall we talk about? How about we start by talking about your time playing basketball on the school team? What a coincidence, I love touching basketballs.
When Feng Shui returned to her room, her eyes were filled with tears of shame.
Yunho and I have only just reached the point of holding hands. Damn Chen Lang, he actually let me.
As the memories flooded back, Feng Shui couldn't help but feel nauseous, and her eyes filled with murderous intent.
It's okay, Brother Hao will definitely avenge me. Just you wait. I will make you pay the price.
Muttering to herself, Feng Shui gradually fell asleep, tears still glistening on her eyelashes. Several days passed in this manner. Perhaps due to the self-healing effect, and since the injury wasn't serious to begin with, Chen Lang fully recovered and returned to his full strength.
Xiao Chen, this is amazing. The wound has completely disappeared. Not a single scar was left. Your physique is amazing. As Lu Ruoyao changed Chen Lang's bandages for the last time, she couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chen Lang grinned upon hearing this. Absolutely, don't you even know who your man is? Oh, right, Sister Lu. How many more days will our supplies last?
Chen Lang was getting a few days off, but he couldn't sit still. Food was running low, and he was getting anxious.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao considered it for a moment and then replied.
If we eat sparingly, it should last about half a month.
It's all right, you should rest more.
Before Lu Ruoyao could finish speaking, Chen Lang stood up and stretched.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
After saying that, Chen Lang prepared to go out for a stroll to see if there were any new developments, but Lu Ruoyao seemed to want to say something but hesitated.
Xiao Chen, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang stopped and looked at Lu Ruoyao with a puzzled expression.
What's up? Lu Ruoyao frowned and spoke. The new girl, Xiao Xue, is acting a bit strange.
She seems to be looking for something these past few days, and she often inquires about the supplies, intentionally or unintentionally.
I feel something is wrong. Hearing this, Chen Lang fell into reminiscence.
In the past few days, Feng Shui seemed to have asked him about the gun quite often.
Does this woman have some bad intentions? Okay, I understand. I'll keep that in mind, thank you so much, Sister Lu.
As a mature female CEO, she is indeed much more meticulous in her thinking.
Hearing Chen Lang's praise, Lu Ruoyao's face flushed slightly, feeling even happier than when she signed a big deal. After that, Chen Lang went out to investigate. There are no new developments. However, the zombies' condition bothered him, their movements had become even slower. Why is that? After thinking it over and over but still having no clue, Chen Lang had no choice but to give up. At night,
Chen Lang leaned against the bed, calculating the days ahead.
Feng Shui should be done by tomorrow at the latest, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Squeak!
Suddenly, a faint sound came from inside. It was the sound of a door opening.
Chen Lang immediately became alert. Perception.
The mental space unfolds, and a green dot is seen walking out of the stairwell door.
Who is it? Chen Lang quickly got dressed and followed.
Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Chen Lang peeked out and saw Feng Shui tiptoeing downstairs.
This woman was definitely up to something. Without alerting the enemy, Chen Lang quietly followed them. He wanted to see what this woman was up to in the middle of the night. 15 floors, 12 floors, 10 floors, 9 floors.
Feng Shui was still going down, which surprised Chen Lang. There were still quite a few zombies down there.
Wasn't she afraid of being bitten?
But his doubts were quickly resolved. Feng Shui pulled out a set of blood-stained clothes from somewhere and smeared some blood on her face, making her look no different from a zombie from a distance.
Most importantly, the zombies were fooled in this way. Holy crap, you can do that?
But Chen Lang has no intention of following suit. He has superpowers.
Stealth, activate. Following Feng Shui, she went straight to the 5th floor. There were no zombies on this floor, so it must have been cleared out. She finally stopped.
Feng Shui pulled a piece of paper out of her bosom. After checking that no one was around, he folded the note in half and prepared to slip it through the crack in the door.
Click.
A soft sound came, and Feng Shui fainted and slowly collapsed to the ground. The note in her hand also fell to the ground. Chen Lang appeared and picked up the note, his face gradually darkening. The forces on the 10th floor have been eliminated by those on the 20th floor, and their guns have been taken. 20 levels of forces, 1 man and 5 women, 15 days worth of supplies.
The guy is very powerful. He can turn invisible and has a gun. Yunho, please be careful. Love, Seo Ryu. Chapter 24 Best Friend.
When Feng Shui woke up again, she was on the 20th floor, with her hands and feet bound.
You're awake? You can sleep quite a bit.
Chen Lang sat opposite her, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Upon seeing this, Feng Shui's expression changed drastically. She knew she had been exposed, but the most important thing was that the news hadn't gotten out.
Tell me, what happened?
Chen Lang asked, but it was still the middle of the night, and he didn't want to disturb anyone else. After all, they had already spent a few days together. He feared that if he were to get rid of feng shui, others might not be able to handle it. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, feng shui looked up at him with disdain in her eyes, and then sneered.
What are you talking about? I don't know. You beast. Is he planning to use force? What a beast.
Chen Lang was speechless to see that she was still pretending to be stupid even after all this.
You think I wouldn't guess if you didn't tell me?
Your original location was on the 5th floor. You had designs on the 10th floor, but after reconnaissance you learned that the other side had guns, so you didn't dare to launch a direct attack.
That's why you were sent as a spy?
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, feng shui's expression changed drastically.
He was absolutely right. Or are you planning to use your body to seduce me and steal the gun? Who came up with this idea?
That's really despicable.
Could it be Eunho from up here?
Feng Shui had originally intended to die rather than submit, but when she heard Chen Lang insult her idol and how, she couldn't stand it anymore.
Shut up, you piece of trash, you don't even deserve to mention brother Eunho.
Compared to him, you're nothing but a maggot. You lowly deliverer man, you beast, you animal, you shameless piece of trash. With all her might, Feng Shui unleashed every insult she could think of at Chen Lang.
But Chen Lang just looked at her indifferently. Idiot.
I think I've heard of people like this before when I was watching videos. They look down on ordinary men, but they'd practically grovel before handsome guys and rich kids.
Can't you see that he's just using you? What man would let his girlfriend seduce someone else? Or does your Eunho brother enjoy being cuckolded? If that's the case, then I can understand, ha ha ha.
He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but the angrier Feng Shui was, the more relieved Chen Lang felt. That slut has eaten quite a bit of his food these past few days. Feng Shui was so angry upon hearing this that she almost exploded, wishing she could devour Chen Lang alive.
Ah! I won't allow you to say that. Ah! Smack! Oh, where's your mom?
Chen Lang hates women's screams the most.
They're so noisy at night, and people want to sleep.
That slap was pretty hard. Feng Shui's face swelled up on one side, and blood was seeping from the corner of her mouth.
This is your last chance, tell me what's going on the 5th floor.
Or I'll throw you to feed the zombies. Chen Lang was too lazy to argue with her anymore. There was no point in talking to such an idiot. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui seemed to go mad and suddenly burst into laughter.
Dream on. I'd rather die than betray Eunho. Come on.
I'm not afraid of you.
Brother Eunho will definitely avenge me.
You're no match for him.
Yes, that's good.
You have guts.
A hint of indifference flashed in Chen Lang's eyes before he stood up.
All right, I'll grant your wish, but I still want to remind you of something. You can't take the 10th floor, but I can take it all by myself.
If I'm a piece of trash, then isn't your so-called brother Eunho even worse than trash?
These words were like a silent medicine, instantly choking Feng Shui and leaving her with a look of despair.
Chen Lang gave her a cold glance, and then picked her up like a chick. He reached the doorway, intending to throw her downstairs. Creak.
Just then, the door lock suddenly rattled.
Someone was there. Chen Lang frowned immediately. Someone coming in the middle of the night can't be good. Could it be someone from the 5th floor? Pulling out his fire axe, Chen Lang yanked the door open. Ah! A scream rang out, and at the same time, a woman rolled in. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow upon seeing this.
He then pinned her down and questioned her.
Who is it?
The woman was still struggling at first, but she stopped moving when her gaze fell on Feng Shui on the ground, and Feng Shui was also stunned.
Xiao Yu? Feng Shui. Hearing this conversation, Chen Lang was also stunned. What was going on? After briefly checking that there was no one else outside, Chen Lang locked the door.
The others woke up at this moment and came out of their rooms, looking nervous.
Not long after. Feng Shui and her best friend Tian Yu were both tightly bound and kneeling on the ground. Xiao Chun, what exactly happened?
Lu Ruoyao couldn't help but ask, and the others also looked puzzled.
It was fine during the day, what happened? Chen Lang then gave a brief explanation. That's how it happened. Feng Shui is a spy. I was planning to get rid of it. Unexpectedly, another one came.
Upon hearing the reason, everyone's expression changed. They had almost mistaken her for a close friend.
Xiao Chun, so what are you planning to do? Although she asked that question aloud, Lu Ruoyao had a pretty good idea of what was going on.
Chen Lang didn't look at her, but simply said,
Just kill him.
The moment those words were spoken, the temperature in the room seemed to drop.
Feng Shui's expression changed instantly. She knew that Chen Lang was not bluffing.
Although she was mentally prepared, she still collapsed to the ground. Tian Yu, who was standing to the side, finally understood the situation. But she didn't want to be buried with him without knowing why.
Feng Shui, what exactly is going on? Why aren't you on the 10th floor? Where are Wolf Brothers' gang? And who are they? Why did they want to kill us? What did you do? Hearing Tian Yu's urgent question, Feng Shui looked distressed.
She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then gave up and didn't bother to explain.
Brother in Heo, is he alright? Tian Yu was stunned when she heard this. What was going on? His expression immediately became even more anxious. What time is it? You're still thinking about that beast? Do you know why I ran away? Lu in Heo is a liar.
He said he was with you so you would steal a gun for him. Since you left, he slept with so many women, and tonight he even came to me and tried to force himself on me.
Chapter 25. He's so handsome, he couldn't possibly be a bad guy.
Listening to their melodramatic conversation, Chen Lang analyzed the situation and, just as he had guessed, this in Heo was indeed a scumbag.
That's often how reality is, scumbags are the ones who are loved.
The others also looked at Feng Shui with disdain, thinking she was a complete idiot.
What? That's impossible. Yunho Appa is definitely not that kind of person. Feng Shui was stunned when she heard Tian Yu's words.
Upon hearing this, Tian Yu immediately opened her collar, revealing several conspicuous scratch marks.
What do you mean it's impossible? I told you long ago that Yunho is a scoundrel.
Look, this is what he just did. If I hadn't fought so hard to resist, he probably would have succeeded.
Don't you even believe what I say?
Feng Shui looked at the wounds, a hint of heartache flashing in her eyes, but she still shook her head.
No, no way. Yunho Appa is so handsome and mature. There must be some misunderstanding here.
Xiao Yu, when I get back, I'll make sure he apologizes to you and explains everything. Seeing Feng Shui's brainless behavior, Tian Yu was also a little angry, and her fair face turned red with anger.
Go back? Why would we go back? Those people are all beasts.
Lu and Heo said that if you successfully steal the gun back, he'll reward you by letting everyone play with it.
Understand. Feng Shui was stunned by his words. She couldn't believe that her idol could be this kind of person. Young, handsome, and rich. How could a man like that be a bad person? She couldn't understand.
Seeing that the conversation had come to an end, Chen Lang coughed a few times and spoke.
Alright, I understand the situation now. You're an idiot. We were treated like dogs, that's the conclusion.
To be honest, Chen Lang really lost his appetite for someone as stupid as Feng Shui. Taking her along would just be a hassle. It may be harsh, but it's the truth.
As Feng Shui's best friend, Tian Yu could only roll her eyes at Chen Lang in annoyance. He was right.
At this moment, Feng Shui seemed to have finally come to her senses. Her eyes gradually lost their light, and she collapsed, tears streaming down her face.
Heh, I'm so stupid, so stupid.
He also said he would give me the grandest wedding ever, so the world could witness our love.
These words made everyone present frown. Holding a wedding in the apocalypse? The world is witnessing? Let the zombies witness it. Feng Shui, stop crying. Let's think about what to do now. Tian Yu seemed to have gotten used to her behavior and whispered a reminder. She noticed it too.
Clearly, Feng Shui has been up to no good here. Their lives are in the hands of these people. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui nodded, then looked blankly at Chen Lang and the others, a bitter smile curling at the corner of her mouth.
I'm sorry, I lied to you. I deserve to die.
After saying that, he looked at Tian Yu again.
But as you've heard, Xiao Yu is innocent.
I hope you can treat her kindly.
Upon hearing this, Tian Yu immediately panicked. Feng Shui was trying to commit suicide.
The expressions of the others also changed. After all, they are both women, and Feng Shui has already suffered enough from being deceived by a scumbag.
Does this mean we really have to kill her now?
Lu Ruoyao, being the softest-hearted, immediately wanted to say a few kind words.
Xiao Chen.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised a hand to interrupt.
Sister Lu, I know what to do.
After saying that, he looked down at the despairing Feng Shui.
You're right, you deserve to die. These words shocked everyone. How ruthless. However, dying is too easy for you. Instead of sending you to feed the zombies, let's make use of your remaining value. I have a suggestion.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's plan, Feng Shui was initially bewildered, then a somewhat distorted expression appeared on her face, and finally she looked at Chen Lang incredulously.
Okay, I agree. Brother Chen, thank you.
This was the first time she had genuinely addressed Chen Lang as big brother since they had met. The others were also quite shocked after hearing Chen Lang's plan. Bai Jie first glanced at Feng Shui, then came to Chen Lang's side and whispered.
Chen Lang, will this work? Aren't you afraid? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang simply smiled faintly and stood up. When have I ever been afraid? Alright, it's so late, time for bed. After everyone left, Tianyu untied the ropes binding Feng Shui, and the two embraced and wept. Feng Shui, you must cherish this opportunity. Tianyu whispered a reminder to Feng Shui. Opportunity? What opportunity? Isn't he just trying to use me? After it's done, he'll probably get rid of me. Feng Shui's mind was clearly still not working very well. Tianyu could only explain helplessly. Are you really stupid or just pretending? Can't you tell? Brother Chen is giving you a chance to take revenge yourself, which means. Hearing Tianyu's words, Feng Shui's already dry tears welled up again, and then she looked at the place where Chen Lang had left, filled with emotion and respect. The following night, Chen Lang greeted everyone and then left the 20th floor alone. Using Feng Shui's previous method, he slipped away to the entrance of the 5th floor and sat down. Judging from the noise, they seem to be having a lot of fun. It seems things are going very smoothly. So it's best not to offend women, they can be deadly if they get ruthless. I waited silently for about an hour. The note was slipped out from through the door. Things are going smoothly. They're drunk, and we can make our move in half an hour. The broken cup will serve as a signal. Seeing this, Chen Lang curled the corners of his mouth. Actually, he could easily fight off the group on the 5th floor, but why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It would be best to find a more efficient way. Chen Lang has always considered himself a smart and tough guy. Half an hour later, the sound of a cup breaking came from inside the door. Chen Lang immediately stood up, his eyes cold. Sneak. Perception. He first used his senses to observe them briefly, since he didn't completely trust Feng Shui and the other person yet. Okay, no problem. Seeing the scattered green dots, Chen Lang felt relieved and opened the door. The cafeteria hall was filled with the smell of alcohol. There were about 20 people sprawled haphazardly on the dining table, and about 10 people standing, also swaying precariously, but they were all carefully wearing bomb suits. That's right. The group on the 5th floor actually came from a security company, and Lu and Heo was their boss, currently with Feng Shui and Tianyu on either side of him. Xiao Shui, you're the most obedient and capable one. It's no wonder I love you so much. Well done this time. Not only did I find out their situation, but most importantly, I persuaded Xiao Yu to come back. Tonight, I'm going to be the emperor. Alas. Chapter 26. Women can be proactive too. The plan was this: Feng Shui and Tianyu would pretend to have completed their mission and then ask to celebrate their success. Celebrating a victory naturally involves drinking, which led to the current situation. At this time, Chen Lang has also begun his work, assassination. They are all Lu family thugs, ruthless and vicious. The most difficult ones to deal with are those 10 guys with stun guns. If someone gets poked by those sticks, they'll faint on the spot, and they're also the most agile. Recalling what Feng Shui and Tianyu had told him, Chen Lang glanced at the countdown. 1959. He transformed into a ghost and successfully infiltrated. As Feng Shui said, there were a total of 10 people carrying stun guns. Although they were drinking, they kept the stun guns in their hands and were very vigilant. Let's start with you. Chen Lang, dagger in hand, approached the nearest one. He covered his mouth and nose, and slashed at her with the knife. Wah! The man let out a muffled groan and slumped onto the table. The others didn't react much, assuming he was just drunk. The second one, the third one. Chen Lang followed suit and took down several more. At the last moment before his stealth ended, Chen Lang took out the last person with the stun baton and stored it in his spatial storage. Why is everyone so quiet? That's really bad. This is nothing. Keep drinking. Looking at the thugs lying on the ground in front of him, Lu and Heo sneered. Usually, he was the one who would fall down first.
It seems that his alcohol tolerance has improved recently. Swirling the wine glass in his hand, Lu Enheo's eyes gradually became confused. He felt as if he were hallucinating, and a person was suddenly appearing in front of him. Who are you? That's strange. I don't think I've ever seen you before? Chen Lang's figure was fully revealed, leaving Lu Enheo even more bewildered. Seeing his arrogant attitude, Chen Lang laughed. The one who'll take your life. After saying that, he rushed towards Lu Enheo, who was so frightened that he sobered up and screamed. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! There's an assassin! The henchmen who were still drinking nearby looked over when they heard the noise, and their expressions immediately changed. Holy crap, who is this? Having said that, he drew his sword and charged at Chen Lang. Lu Enheo wasn't very strong, but he was very agile. Before Chen Lang could rush over, he had already run away in a flash. Upon seeing this, Feng Shui and Tian Yu exchanged a glance before speaking. Brother Chen, let us take care of him. Seeing the hatred on their faces, Chen Lang nodded and turned to deal with the remaining henchmen. These people are just taller than ordinary people, but they don't have any fighting ability. However, because he was wearing a bomb suit, Chen Lang's punches and kicks couldn't cause much damage. Having equipment really makes a difference. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Retrieving a fire axe from his spatial storage, Chen Lang once again transformed into a demon god. It will take about half an hour. The situation finally stabilized. Even those who were still alive were barely breathing. Chen Lang picked up his axe and finished them off one by one. I was wrong, please kill me. Just give me a quick death. Xiao Xue, Xiao Yu, I'm begging you. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out. Chen Lang turned his head and looked over, only to see Lu Enheo. He's now covered in blood. His whole body was covered in wounds, and Tian Yu and Feng Shui were still working on him. Hiss. The scene was so cruel that Chen Lang couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, he swiftly slashed the knife and killed one of the stragglers. Not long after. As Lu Enheo's screams faded away, Chen Lang knew that he had now completely taken over the building. Footsteps approached. It was Feng Shui. She knelt down right in front of Chen Lang. Brother Chen, thank you. It is said that the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Feng Shui's eyes were red, and Chen Lang nodded when he saw this. Let go of the past and embrace a new life. From now on, your life belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Feng Shui was stunned for a moment, and then she kowtowed to Chen Lang. Xiao Xue will remember this. Tian Yu, who was standing nearby, watched for a while, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Brother Chen, can I come with you? My life is yours too. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang laughed out loud. He only spoke like that to deal with someone like Feng Shui who was mentally unstable. This isn't a movie shoot, why are you talking about returning or not? Hee, I'm glad you like it. Since Feng Shui had already accepted it, he certainly wouldn't let Tian Yu off the hook. Unlike Feng Shui's athletic type, Tian Yu is the kind of girl who looks like a good girl at first glance. She has a fair, round face, a bun hairstyle, a pink t-shirt, and faded jeans. She is clean and refreshing, of course, that is after ignoring the bloodstains. Thank you, Brother Chen. I will definitely work hard and strive to realize my value. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He sensed a hidden meaning in Tian Yu's words. Work hard? Does this mean it's an employment relationship? Looks like she's afraid he'll sleep with her. But Chen Lang just smiled indifferently. As long as she's by his side, isn't it just a matter of time? Okay, you've worked hard tonight too. You guys go upstairs and rest first. Tian Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but Feng Shui hesitated. After killing Lu Enheo, Chen Lang is her new male god, and she wants to do something for him. Brother Chen, may I stay? Hearing Feng Shui's request, Chen Lang's heart stirred. He had originally planned to take stock of the supplies and equipment first, but it was rare for Feng Shui to take the initiative. Oh? Stay? What do you want to do? They had already broken through the barrier between them, and their relationship was just one step away from completion. But Chen Lang hadn't forgotten how this little vixen had played him for back then. Although Feng Shui was completely devoted to him, she was still a girl, and her best friend Tian Yu was present, so her face immediately turned red. Brother Chen, it's that one. As she murmured to herself, Feng Shui would occasionally steal glances at Tian Yu. This made Tianyu, who was already in an awkward situation, even more awkward, unsure whether to stay or leave. Seeing this scene, Chen Lang found it even more interesting.
Well, let's just consider it a lesson for Tianyu in advance. Which one? Tell me.
Hearing Chen Lang's order, Feng Shui felt extremely ashamed.
That's right, I want to be with Brother Chen. I'm a sports student, I have great endurance. This time, I guarantee, you'll be satisfied, Brother Chen.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang grinned with satisfaction, then walked towards Feng Shui and pulled her into his arms.
A glance around revealed corpses scattered everywhere. Ugh, this is a bit disgusting. That private room is nice.
Their gaze fell on a private room with a sofa, and Chen Lang carried Feng Shui inside.
Tianyu was completely stunned.
She's never even been in a relationship before, so this kind of excitement is too much for her. Watching Chen Lang and Feng Shui's disappearing figures, Tianyu gradually came to her senses, but then her expression became even more horrified. That private room seems to be where Lu Wenhao stayed before he died.
Chapter 27 Item Lottery.
Inside the private room, passion was raging. Feng Shui seemed to have a talent for singing, producing beautiful and melodious tones.
Tianyu outside was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave. Is this the end of the world? It's absurd yet so natural. Will that day ever come? She murmured absent-mindedly, but finally couldn't take it anymore.
She covered her ears, her face flushed, and fled in panic. Congratulations, host, for achieving another great feat. The rewards are as follows.
Free attribute points, 50. Free attribute points, 50. The panel is updated simultaneously. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 20. Wisdom, 30. Agility, 30. Strength, 105 increased. Defense, 105 increased. Spirit, 30 already increased. Family members, 6. Current score, 986 earned from killing zombies.
Skills mastered, sneak spatial ability super strength rock slab perception self-healing. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance.
100 points of free attribute, could Feng Shui also be an S rank? Chen Lang clicked on the portrait of family member Feng Shui. Name, Feng Shui. Loyalty, 100%. Rating, B. As expected, there's a reward for reaching 100% loyalty.
Chen Lang has now figured out some of the patterns in the system. But I still don't understand this rating.
Feng Shui isn't bad at all, so why is she only AB grade? Isn't it based on looks?
Shaking his head, he decided to stop thinking about things he couldn't figure out.
Strength, 155 already increased. Defense, 155 increased.
Without hesitation, Chen Lang still chose to strengthen these two aspects. Survival is always the top priority.
I still have some things to do, you should go back first.
After allocating the attribute points, Chen Lang stood up and spoke to Feng Shui.
He was rather indifferent towards Feng Shui.
Although she was 100% loyal, he had almost been tricked by her after all.
Alright, Brother Chen. Feng Shui was clearly a little disappointed.
She had wanted to spend more time together, but she still obediently agreed. After Feng Shui left, Chen Lang first checked the supplies. Sure enough, they were almost finished eating, just like on the 10th floor. Then he took down the weapons and equipment from the corpses. 23 sets of bomb suits, 10 bomb shields, 10 stun batons, 20 batons.
With these items, they'll have some fighting ability. The harvest this time was so-so.
It's really hard to acquire some powerful weapons in peacetime.
After taking inventory, Chen Lang continued walking down.
To his surprise, the zombies on floors 5 through 2 have all been cleared out, which was probably done by Lu Wenhao and his team. Only on the first floor, probably because the door was broken, are there still quite a few zombies lingering around.
Wait, so that means...
When Chen Lang brought up the attribute panel again, his eyes widened in surprise.
Current score, 986 earned from killing zombies. Damn it, I knew it.
They can pin the killings on me too.
Damn, I almost forgot about it.
Because the distance was too far, Chen Lang hadn't noticed it at first, but then he got the motivation.
14? That's a piece of cake.
With Chen Lang's current strength, his power and defense are almost 15 times that of an ordinary person. There were no zombies for him to handle. Without hesitation, Chen Lang, armed with a fire axe, rushed into the first floor lobby and began the massacre. But as Chen Lang continued hacking and slashing, he sensed something was wrong. He had noticed earlier that the zombies' reactions were getting slower and slower, and this time they were even more sluggish.
Is it just my imagination? Or am I just too awesome now, possessing the legendary dynamic vision?
I'm wondering to myself, Chen Lang muttered, swinging his axe and chopping down another one.
14 should be enough.
Although there were still zombies in front of him, he had no interest in killing any more and went up to the second floor.
System, 1,000 points for the lottery.
Yes, host. As the system's electronic voice faded, 3 options appeared before Chen Lang's eyes.
Superpowers, items, attributes.
As expected of the upgraded version, there are even more options.
Then let's use props. Chen Lang's current attributes make him virtually invincible in one-on-one combat.
He can acquire superpowers by finding a partner, but this is the only item he's never seen before, so he can't help but be curious.
After confirming the option, a flash of light appeared. 10 miniature reconnaissance robots. A robot? What is that thing?
Chen Lang had expected the props to include some weapons, as he had been longing for firearms ever since he was shot last time, but he didn't expect to get this thing.
What's the use of it? Miniature automated reconnaissance robot. Weight, 1 kilogram. Volume, 1 cubic centimeter. Functions, reconnaissance, recording, alert, tracking, listening. Note, the robot automatically collects energy, causing the host endless worry. Wow, this seems pretty impressive. Chen Lang casually took one out of his spatial storage. It was about the size of a fingernail and was so small that it was barely noticeable unless you looked closely. At the same time, a window appeared in front of him. Once the control consciousness was activated, an interface from the robot's perspective immediately appeared, and a sound also came out. Good, very good. Although Chen Lang now has the skill of sensing, he can't keep it on all the time. Having this thing is equivalent to installing 24/7 cameras around the building. The system's stuff is really all good. The building has been completely taken over, and this robot is perfect for standing guard. Chen Lang then took out all 10 robots and mentally controlled them to surround the building. Activate alert mode. The robots deployed their infrared detectors and began their alert. I feel so safe. Chen Lang was also quite tired after a whole night of running around. Now that there was a robot guarding the door, he could relax for the time being and fell into a sweet sleep. However, he was soon woken up by the noise the robot had detected zombies. Tisk, it's the apocalypse, zombies are everywhere. Report mouse police. Set it to only detect live users. Then the robots finally quieted down. When he woke up the next day, everyone had already come downstairs and surrounded him. Chen Lang, are we the only ones left in this building now? Bai Jie looked around and asked. Chen Lang yawned and nodded. Yes, that's right. Now we don't have to worry about anyone touching us again. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered. They finally had their own little camp in a real sense. Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled and then spoke. Don't be too happy yet, there's still a lot to do. The building has been occupied. But to ensure true safety, we need to take good defensive measures, and supplies are also an issue. Everyone needs to keep busy during this period. Chapter 28: An unexpected encounter with an old classmate. Upon hearing Chen Lang's arrangement, Lu Ruoyao immediately nodded, her eyes filled with intense fighting spirit. This workaholic had been holding back for far too long. And coincidentally, she had worked on engineering projects before. Sister Lu will take charge of this matter. As expected, Chen Lang entrusted this matter to Lu Ruoyao, and naturally no one had any objections. Bai Jia, however, twitched at the corner of her mouth upon hearing this. She hated doing chores, and quietly slipped away from the crowd. Anyone who doesn't work hard will have no food to eat in the future. That's right. Bai Jia, I'm talking about you. Chen Lang knew Bai Jia's character without even looking at her, so he immediately gave her a warning. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia sat down on the ground speechlessly and made a face at him. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ruoyao truly lives up to her reputation as a female CEO. She's incredibly meticulous when it comes to her work. She first had Chen Lang clear out all the zombies on the first floor, then briefly observed the situation in the hall and gave a reinforcement plan. Cover up all the high-rise windows with paper to prevent them from attracting more zombies. As for the gate,
We'll use office supplies to minimize the entrance area, and for the walls, we'll use.
Listening to Lu Ruoyao's well-organized arrangements, Chen Lang felt very gratified. Who says women are inferior to men?
His all-female army is still top-notch.
Sister Lu, these are bomb suits and stun guns.
Just in case something unexpected happens, you'll be prepared to handle it. Chen Lang handed the equipment to Lu Ruoyao and then planned to go out to find supplies. With robots guarding the perimeter, he wouldn't have to be tied up here any longer.
Okay, Xiao Chen, then be careful.
Leave this to me.
Lu Ruoyao nodded to Chen Lang with concern in her eyes, and then quickly threw herself back into her work. With a helpless smile, Chen Lang didn't say anything more. He walked out of the building where he had been trapped for so long, breathing in the fresh air outside. Ah, this vast world is awesome. Your grandpa's here. The weather was also kind enough to be sunny and clear today.
Chen Lang strolled around, smashing the zombies that attacked him to accumulate points.
This seemed to be the first time he had faced zombies directly under the sun. Back then, it took me a tremendous amount of effort to take one down. Is this what they mean by a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of separation?
In a great mood, Chen Lang casually helped another zombie pass on.
I didn't expect it to be like this outside too. I thought only the people inside the building had become sluggish. That's right, these zombies move in slow motion. Ha! Another one walked up to him.
Chen Lang recognized him. It seemed like this person was a security guard in the building who had given him a hard time before.
You bastard, you've turned into a zombie and you still want to mess with me.
He was about to throw a punch, but Chen Lang keenly sensed that something was wrong.
Rolling eyes, bulging veins, those are all correct. But these teeth? Why is it so long and so pointed? Do you do cosplay too? With one hand, Chen Lang restrained the zombie and examined it closely.
Not only its teeth but also its nails had changed, becoming incredibly sharp.
Damn, this is going to be bad.
Based on his years of experience reading online novels, Chen Lang sensed that something was amiss.
Could it be that the mutation is about to begin? Doesn't it seem a bit early? It's only been a month, right? Without a calendar or phone, Chen Lang couldn't remember. Chen Lang broke off a zombie's fingernail and scratched it onto the skin. Hiss. It hurts a little. Although it didn't pierce his skin, it still hurt quite a bit. You dare scratch me. Bang.
After taking down the zombies, Chen Lang frowned slightly. It seemed that now was not the time to relax. Once these zombies completed their mutation, he might be in for a lot of trouble.
Store up grain, and delay declaring yourself king. Hurry and stockpile food.
After muttering a few words, Chen Lang went to the street and found a car that looked relatively intact.
Can I borrow it? Chen Lang threw the zombie out and started driving.
However, he only has driving experience from driving school, so he drove in a dangerous situation, but he still managed to reach the destination, Jiayuan Happiness Supermarket.
This is the biggest supermarket in the area. There must be a lot of zombies inside. Supermarkets are always packed with people, right? Chen Lang pulled out his fire axe and got ready. Ah! Help!
Before he could go inside, 2 figures screamed and darted out, followed by several slow-moving zombies cowards.
Swish!
With a swing of his axe, Chen Lang quickly dealt with the pursuing corpse.
They're moving so slowly, what's there to be afraid of?
As he spoke, Chen Lang looked at the 2 of them and then froze.
Zhang Hai, Zhou Tingting?
Yes, he knew these 2 people. They were classmates in the computer science department at Xining University. The 2 were still in shock when they heard Chen Lang call their names.
He looked over, his face full of confusion. Chen Lang? What are you doing here?
The speaker was Zhou Tingting. Actually, she was more familiar with Chen Lang than Zhang Hai, as their seats were closer together.
What else can we do but look for food like you guys?
Since they were both at the supermarket, Chen Lang could easily guess what they were there for.
Oh, I see. Zhou Tingting nodded upon hearing this, and then Zhang Hai spoke. Chen Lang, you're still alive. That's pretty awesome. Why haven't I seen you at school? Oh, right, you're a food delivery driver, you're delivering food.
As he spoke, Zhang Hai looked Chen Lang up and down in his delivery uniform, his eyes filled with contempt, while he adjusted his own designer clothes. Actually, Chen Lang and Zhang Hai weren't very familiar with each other, but they didn't have any conflicts either. Back then, his classmates always liked to tease him about his job as a food delivery driver, but Chen Lang didn't think there was anything shameful about being self-reliant.
That's right, I was delivering food when the apocalypse broke out. After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became a little awkward, and neither of them knew what to say next. Well, it's nothing, I'll go in now.
Since they weren't familiar with each other and there was no need for awkward small talk, Chen Lang prepared to get on with his business.
Hey, wait a minute, Chen Lang. It's too dangerous inside.
You should wait until the zombies are far away before going in.
After all, Chen Lang had just saved the two of them, so Zhou Tingting couldn't help but remind him.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang brandished his axe and laughed.
It's okay, I have this.
Seeing this, Zhou Tingting shook her head and spoke again.
No, there's something inside.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Hai covered Zhou Tingting's mouth and whispered menacingly while looking at Chen Lang's back.
Tingting, who cares about him? Look at how smug he is. We'll talk about that later. Wouldn't it be perfect if he went in, drawing the attention of that mutated zombie? You don't want us to go back empty-handed today, do you?
Zhou Tingting originally wanted to refute, but after hearing the second half of Zhang Hai's sentence, her eyes immediately became conflicted. In the end, she pushed Zhang Hai's hand away, but only watched Chen Lang's figure gradually disappear, silently wiped her mouth and didn't say anything more.
Chapter 29 Schemes. Chen Lang was unaware of their schemes.
He entered the supermarket alone and was overwhelmed by the sight of the densely packed zombies.
It's not that I'm worried about hurting myself, it's just that cutting them down one by one is too troublesome. I wonder if burning this place down will count as my points.
Despite his thoughts, Chen Lang certainly wouldn't do that since there were supplies involved. His appearance quickly attracted the attention of the zombies, who then swarmed towards him.
Chen Lang glanced around. In the fresh produce section, I wonder if the air conditioning still works. It feels like it's been a while since I've had meat.
Everyone's probably tired today, so let's have something good to eat tonight to replenish our energy.
Most supermarkets have backup power to prevent meat from spoiling due to power outages. Chen Lang didn't hesitate any longer and headed straight for the fresh food section. He was lucky the air conditioning was still working properly, and the meat looked quite fresh. He immediately stuffed it into his spatial storage. However, the zombies weren't idle either, and soon they all crowded around. To avoid getting their blood on his flesh, Chen Lang could only try to dodge and did not plan to fight for the time being.
Roar! Suddenly, a violent roar rang out, like the roar of a wild beast. Hearing this sound, even Chen Lang was startled.
Holy crap, what the hell?
Following the sound, his eyes widened as he saw a jet-black zombie running rapidly toward him from the horde, its speed comparable to that of a sprinter. In this situation, there's no time to pretend to be neat. Chen Lang instinctively pulled out his fire axe and swung it at the black-faced zombie.
Click. Contrary to expectations, the zombie wasn't decapitated, the fire axe actually struck its neck. So hard. He struggled to pull the axe out, only to find that the blade was chipped. This was a fire axe. The black-faced zombie wasn't faring well after taking that axe blow either.
Only half of his head remained attached to his body, and he stared at Chen Lang with a distorted expression as he launched another attack.
Roar! Hearing the noise, the other zombies seemed to be on steroids and took the opportunity to surround him.
With the wall behind him, Chen Lang had nowhere to retreat.
Supermarket entrance.
Zhang Hai looked at the assembled zombies and a sinister smile crept across his face.
Ha ha ha. Am I right? This idiot saved us so much trouble.
Hearing Zhang Hai's words, Zhou Tingting glanced at him and simply said indifferently,
"Stop talking nonsense and get the supplies."
Zhang Hai was originally expecting Zhou Tingting's admiration and praise, but upon hearing this reaction, his face immediately darkened, and he cursed inwardly.
"You bitch, you're just pretending to be innocent because you're benefiting from my fame. Do you really think you're some kind of saint? If you weren't so good looking, I would have killed you too."
After cursing a few times, Zhang Hai felt much better, and then followed Zhou Tingting, staring at her swaying buttocks. Chen Lang lured almost all the zombies in the supermarket to that location.
With the two of them deliberately hiding, picking up the supplies was quite easy, and they filled 2 sacks to the brim in no time. That's enough, that's more than enough to get the job done. If I carry any more, I won't be able to carry it all.
Zhou Tingting looked at Zhang Hai, who was still frantically stuffing supplies into the truck, and called out in a low voice.
"Didn't you hear that? The noise over there is getting quieter. Let's go quickly."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai nodded, and then stuffed a few more packets inside.
That idiot Chen Lang, can't he gain some weight? It's been gone in such a short time. Let's go, I think this is a good idea. We can do it again next time we're out looking for supplies.
Zhou Tingting ignored him and silently walked towards the supermarket entrance. She still felt a little sorry for Chen Lang. After all, the two had some prior acquaintance. Soon the two arrived at the supermarket entrance. Zhou Tingting looked towards the fresh produce section and murmured to herself, "I'm sorry, I'll repay you in the next life if I have the chance." Hearing this, Zhang Hai's lips twitched.
What a hypocrite! No, she's a fake hypocrite.
Hee, Tingting, blame the apocalypse if you want to blame someone.
And if you ask me, it's also Chen Lang's fault for being too stupid and arrogant. Keeping someone like him alive is a waste of food. Now it's a way to make use of him. If I'm trash, then what are you? Good student.
Zhang Hai was fawning over Zhou Tingting, offering her psychological counseling, when suddenly he heard a voice like that of a demon from the underworld. Turning his head, he was immediately shocked by the dog's eyes.
Chen Lang. You're still alive? How is this possible?
Covered in blood, Chen Lang held a fire axe in one hand and swung it forward with his left. A round object rolled down to Zhang Hai's feet. It was the head of the mutated zombie.
Can't you come up with something more original? You're an NPC?
Chen Lang coldly glanced at the two of them and sneered.
So, you knew all along there was a formidable guy inside, right? They're planning to use me as bait. But have you thought about the consequences?
As he spoke, Chen Lang raised the fire axe with an indifferent expression, the blade covered in blood. Zhang Hai was so frightened by what he saw that he wet himself. He was so scared he peed himself. Yellowish liquid was flowing from his legs.
No! You can't kill me. My older brother is Wei Feng. If you dare kill me, he'll definitely make you pay with your life. Zhang Hai knew he was no match for Chen Lang. To be honest, begging for mercy might have had some effect, but he didn't expect Chen Lang to choose to threaten him. Whoosh!
With a swift stroke of his axe, Zhang Hai launched himself into a beautiful parabola.
Your turn, Zhou Tingting. I don't remember ever offending you, right? I've even helped you a lot. Is this how you repay me?
Even putting aside the past, just now at the supermarket entrance, Chen Lang did help the two of them.
I never expected to be betrayed so easily. I was just too naive.
Zhou Tingting looked at Zhang Hai's gruesome death, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She was so frightened she wet herself.
Yes.
It's still the literal meaning, but since she's a girl, I won't go into too much detail.
Chen Lang, Brother Lang, Master Lang, I know I was wrong. I was bewitched. Please let me go. Oh, by the way, Shenlan, haven't you always liked her? I can introduce her to you. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He had initially thought the two were in cahoots. But why does it seem like there are quite a few of them? Who else in the class is still alive? Zhou Tingting answered without hesitation. Shenlan, Wang Bo, Li Wen. After the apocalypse broke out, there are over 200 surviving students at the school, and we all live together. How about this, Chen Lang, you come back with me. If we don't tell anyone about Zhang Hai, no one will know. He said words to comfort Chen Lang.
Zhou Tingting secretly reached behind her with one hand, then pulled out a gleaming dagger and stabbed it fiercely at Chen Lang.
Chapter 30. I heard he's a good fighter.
So sometimes when people are determined to die, no one can stop them. Originally, Chen Lang thought Zhou Tingting was decent looking and the two of them had some emotional foundation, so he hesitated about whether to take her in. But unexpectedly, this thing actually took the initiative to attack. Even Zhang Hai, a man, was so scared that he collapsed.
I really don't know what she was thinking. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Old classmate, see you in the next life. Without further hesitation, Chen Lang's axe struck first, arriving before the dagger could strike. Whoosh!
After finishing the matter, Chen Lang carried the supplies they had dragged out, one in each hand, onto his shoulder.
There was no other way, the space was already full. After that, he left the supermarket and walked toward the car that had arrived. The engine roared to life. Shortly after Chen Lang left, a figure in a corner outside the supermarket also quickly disappeared.
Xining University, male dormitory building, top floor room.
3 men and 1 woman. Are you sure this guy named Chen Lang is from our school? The speaker was a man sitting at the head of the desk. He had a square face, wore a suit and leather shoes, and had slicked back hair. Li Fei, chairman of the student union at Xining University.
He has won the title consecutively since his sophomore year and is highly respected on campus. Standing not far in front of him was an ordinary-looking boy, responsible for monitoring the people who went out to collect supplies to prevent them from hoarding them. Upon hearing Li Fei's question, he hurriedly answered with a nervous expression. "Brother Fei, you're absolutely right, I heard it clearly. That's what Zhang Hai and Tingting call him. They're classmates, from the computer science department." Upon hearing this, Li Fei nodded, his expression unchanged, and then waved his hand. "Okay, I understand. You may leave." The boy immediately turned around and left, closing the door behind him. Li Fei pondered for a moment, then glanced at the man and woman sitting on his left and right, and spoke. "Do you two have any thoughts?" The man immediately slammed his fist on the table in anger and said, "Kill him. He dared to kill my brother. Although Zhang Hai has only been with me for a short time, he is very obedient. If I don't help him get revenge, I won't be able to convince the others. That's right, he's the older brother Wei Feng that Zhang Hai was talking about. Li Fei's loyal lackey, the head of the sports department at Xining University." Upon hearing Wei Feng's answer, Li Fei didn't rush to speak, but instead looked at the pretty girl on his right. "Xiaoming, what's your opinion?" Upon hearing the question, the girl first frowned, then spoke softly. "Chen Lang is wrong, but Tingting and the others were also at fault to begin with. The city is so big. Finding someone is easier said than done. I think we should just give up to avoid someone being sacrificed for no reason. The girl's name is Zhao Meng, the most beautiful girl at Xining University, without a doubt. She is top-notch in appearance, character, and academics, and enjoys a high reputation among girls." Upon hearing this, Wei Feng was immediately dissatisfied and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "What do you mean, let it go? The end of the world. It's either you kill me or I kill you, so people will think we're easy to bully." Hearing Wei Feng's shouting, Zhao Meng's eyes were filled with disgust, and she simply turned her head away and refused to look at him. Seeing this, Wei Feng became even more furious. "Zhao Meng, I'm telling you." Before he could finish speaking, Li Fei stood up, gently patted Wei Feng's shoulder, and then said, "Both of you have valid points, but I still agree more with Wei Feng's opinion. Our classmate has been murdered. No matter the reason, we should not stand idly by if word gets out, it will be very detrimental to unity." Upon hearing this, Wei Feng's face immediately turned smug, while Zhao Meng remained expressionless, seemingly unsurprised. Noticing Zhao Meng's expression, Li Fei narrowed his eyes and spoke again. "However, Xiaomeng is right too. We need to find this Chen Lang. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but it's also very dangerous if a conflict breaks out." After a pause, Li Fei glanced at the two of them. "I think we should leave the search to Xiaomeng. Leave the revenge to Wei Feng. What do you two think? Is this all right?" Li Fei's words were like a royal decree to Wei Feng, who immediately stood up to express his opinion. "Brother Fei, I'm fine." Zhao Meng seemed somewhat reluctant, but ultimately nodded. "Okay, I understand." After saying that, Zhao Meng walked out of the dormitory without looking back, and a series of exclamations and whistles immediately rang out outside. Seeing Zhao Meng walk away, Wei Feng looked at Li Fei with a face full of doubt. "Brother Fei, I'll take care of this. Why did you let that woman get involved?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei first closed the door, then his face immediately turned cold, and a sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "You little rascal, haven't you been wanting to sneak into the girls' dormitory for a while now? This is an opportunity. If this works out, I can win over Zhao Meng, and you can come and go as you please in the girls' dormitory." Hearing Li Fei's explanation, Wei Feng became even more confused. "Brother Fei, I don't quite understand. Those girls all listen to Zhao Meng, how could they possibly let us play?" Li Fei gave Wei Feng a disdainful look, then whispered something in his ear. Wei Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he clapped his hands excitedly at the end. "Wonderful, wonderful. Brother Fei. You really are amazing. Now the brothers can finally do whatever they want. Ha ha ha." After leaving the boys' dormitory, Zhao Meng returned to her own dormitory. "Go and call Shenlan here." After sitting on the bed for a while, she gave instructions to the girl at the door. A short while later, the girl returned with another girl dressed in a pure and beautiful style, who was the so-called Shenlan. "Sister Meng, is there something you need?" Shenlan looked puzzled and asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng thought for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Shenlan. "Zhang Hai and Zhou Tingting are dead. Shenlan was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of disbelief, and finally she cried after confirming with Zhao Meng with her eyes.
Tingting, how did you die? Wah.
She and Zhou Tingting were roommates, and they had a good relationship. Especially now, in this apocalyptic world, they are the only two survivors in their dormitory, so they have become even closer.
Is it because of zombies? Sobbing, Shenlan asked, and Zhao Meng answered without hesitation.
No, the person who killed them was named Shenlang. I heard he's also your classmate. She then explained everything to Shenlan without hiding anything. That's the whole story.
Li Fei has now assigned us the task of finding Shenlang. What do you think?
Upon hearing Zhao Meng's words, Shenlan's eyes turned bloodshot and she glared at her with hatred.
Find him. Find this Shenlang and kill him.
Zhao Meng seemed a little surprised by Shenlan's attitude.
Did I not explain myself clearly? Shenlang is the victim. And he's yours too. Pa. A stinky food delivery guy doesn't deserve to be my classmate. To be honest, Sister Meng. This loser used to like me. He's not even good enough to be my lapdog.
Tingting died at the hands of this kind of scumbag, I have to avenge her. Shenlan seemed to dislike Shenlang, interrupting Zhao Meng before she could finish speaking. Seeing this, Zhao Meng decided not to say anything more.
Alright, in that case, I'll leave this matter to you. After all, only you know what Shenlang looks like.
I'll give you 10 men to search for him. Oh, and remember not to get into a fight with him, I heard he's a good fighter.
Chapter 31 Fire.
As Shenlan listened to Zhao Meng's words, her eyes became even more vicious. She was now filled with hatred for Shenlang, and it would be best if she could take revenge herself.
Okay, Sister Meng, I understand. Leave this to me.
After that, Zhao Meng selected some clever girls to assist Shenlan and designated several areas.
Shenlang and his group's hideout can't be too far from the supermarket. Remember, our mission is to find out his whereabouts. Don't let him find out. If you are found out, don't confront him. Safety is the most important thing.
Everyone nodded in admiration as they listened to Zhao Meng's arrangements. As expected of the school beauty and academic star, she was truly reliable. Shenlan, on the other hand, looked eagerly anticipating it.
Sister Meng, it's okay. Shenlang is just a loser, I know him, he'll be fine.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng nodded, then waved her hand to give the order, and Shenlan led her people away. Watching the backs of the group, Zhao Meng frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Shenlang wasn't as simple as Shenlan had described.
Shenlang, who was driving back home, suddenly sneezed and wondered which girl was talking about him. She missed him so much after only a short while. He soon drove back to the building, wobbling along the road. My children, Grandpa is back.
Upon entering the gate, Shenlang jokingly put down 2 sacks of supplies, and everyone immediately cheered and surrounded him.
Wow, yogurt, cola, potato chips, and cake. Shenlang, how come you have such good taste? These are all our favorite foods, they're making my mouth water. Love you.
It was obvious that they were looking through Zhou Tingting's bag, while Zhang Hai's bag was full of fast food, such as instant noodles, biscuits, and chocolate.
Seeing everyone's joyful expressions, Shenlang smiled. He experienced the joy of feeding. Xiuya, come here for a second.
Shenlang waved to Zhangya, intending to hand over the meat and vegetables he had gotten from the fresh produce section to her. After all, she was the best cook in the area.
What's wrong, Brother Lang?
With yogurt in her mouth, Zhangya skipped over. Shenlang then took her up to the cafeteria on the 5th floor and took out the supplies from his space.
What do you think we can do to preserve these for a longer period of time?
Without electricity, it'll probably be hard to get fresh meat in the future. Seeing Shenlang magically produce so many ingredients, Zhangya became excited. As the saying goes, even a skilled cook can't cook without rice. She had been cooking the same few dishes over and over again lately and was already tired of it.
Overjoyed, she quickly hugged Shenlang and kissed him. Brother Lang, I'm so lucky to be with you. You're amazing. Don't worry, leave these to me, I'll handle them perfectly.
After that, Zhangya focused all her attention on the meat, while Shenlang went to find Lu Ruoyao.
How are you, Sister Lu? Is there anything you need? I'll go out and bring it back later. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyao pondered for a moment before speaking.
Everything else is manageable, but the main problem is that we don't have electricity right now, so many protective measures can't be implemented.
And it's also very time-consuming and laborious to disassemble and reassemble. If there were electricity, it would be a huge help. Hearing this, Chen Lang chuckled inwardly. Did Lu Ruoyao think he was omnipotent? Where was he supposed to get electricity? However, a man can't say he can't. Even if he can't build a power plant, building a generator shouldn't be a big problem. Okay, Sister Lu, I'll try to look for it. Everyone was busy, so lunch was cancelled, and everyone ate snacks to fill their stomachs. Chen Lang then drove away again. After leaving the building, Chen Lang headed straight for the supermarket, ready to clear out the remaining stock. Zhang Hai and Zhou Tingting are dead. But there's no guarantee they won't send more people over there. If we get it, it's a bonus. In truth, Chen Lang didn't want to clash with the people from Xining University, but that didn't mean he was a coward. But after all, we are classmates. And he's not a man who kills indiscriminately, so there's no need for that, right? The space is still too small, I'll have to make 2 or 3 more trips. After filling the space, Chen Lang dragged several sacks out of the supermarket. He repeated this several times until he finally emptied the supermarket. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Lang looked at the supermarket behind him. There are still quite a few zombies inside. His primary task these past few trips was to transport supplies, so he didn't get entangled with the zombies too much. After thinking for a while, Chen Lang smiled. Anyway, there's no food left inside, so it's not a waste of food. As he spoke, he pulled out a bottle of strong liquor and a lighter and went to the supermarket entrance. Seeing this, the zombie slowly approached. I'll treat you to barbecue. With the help of alcohol, the fire ignited instantly. The zombies stared at the flames in a daze for a moment, and then a fierce scream rang out. System, I need to see the control panel. Current points, 105, 123. Looking at the rapidly increasing points, Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. Very good, this is just as he expected. Current points, 336. The points eventually stopped at this number and didn't change anymore, increasing by about 200, which is enough, considering that this supermarket isn't a super large one. Thank you everyone, see you in the next life. Chen Lang waved at the raging fire and drove away. It was already getting late. Back in the building. Everyone was exhausted, except for Zhang Ye, who was busy preparing a big meal tonight as a celebration for successfully taking over the building. Sister Lu, this is the last bus. It's all fast food, you can have it all. Lu Ruoya was also exhausted, but she still forced herself to go with Chen Lang to their newly built storage room to start taking inventory. Xiao Chun, that's more than enough. We won't have to worry about food for at least a month. You shouldn't go out on any more adventures. Handing a statistics sheet to Chen Lang, Lu Ruoya said with concern in her eyes. Various fast food and convenience foods, 300 boxes or more. Meat, over 1,000 gene 500 caddies. Soaked vegetables, 500 gene. If we had a computer, we could do a much more detailed analysis, but with the current resources, this is all we can manage. Lu Ruoya said somewhat apologetically. Chen Lang looked down at it for a while, nodding repeatedly, very satisfied. Yes, that's great. You've done very well. Chen Lang smiled at Lu Ruoya, then looked at the storage room with a thoughtful expression. Sister Lu, you're right. It's really impossible to do without electricity. How about this, I'll go to the electromechanical market in the city tomorrow. Whether it's preserving food or meeting their future needs, electricity is indeed indispensable. We're modern people after all, we really can't stand being without electricity. Everyone, wash your hands, dinner is ready. Thanks to Brother Lang. Today's vegetables and meat are enough for everyone to eat their fill, until they're stuffed. Just then, Zhang Ye's voice came, and everyone immediately gasped in surprise. They hadn't had anything good to eat in a long time and were really craving it. Chapter 32 Wolf or Dog? The restaurant was chosen to be the most luxurious private room on the 5th floor, although Lu Ruoya said she could go to the 1st floor to keep watch and prevent zombies from invading. But with robots outside, why would we need her? Alright, sit down and eat in peace. I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to worry about it. Chen Lang pressed Lu Ruoya into a chair and picked up his wine glass. Everyone has worked hard today. This first drink is to thank everyone. To become a qualified leader, one must learn to understand the thoughts of subordinates, and when it comes to dating, a man naturally needs to understand the thoughts of a woman. So Chen Lang first expressed his gratitude to everyone. However, everyone knew in their hearts that Chen Lang was the biggest contributor. As for the second cup, thank you, Sister Lu. I saw everything that happened on the 1st floor. To be honest, this is about the best I could do myself, so I'm very satisfied.
Hearing Chen Lang's praise, Lu Ruoyao stood up a little shyly, her face flushed, and quickly drank it all in one gulp.
Xiao Chen, I'll definitely keep working hard. I will absolutely not let you down.
No one had any objections. After all, what Chen Lang said was true, and Lu Ruoyao was indeed the most capable among them.
As for the third cup, I want to thank.
At this point, Chen Lang kept everyone in suspense, his eyes scanning each person, who all looked on with anticipation.
Perhaps they themselves didn't even realize it. They don't know when it started, but they began to value this man's opinion of them more and more. Of course I should thank myself. I worked so hard hunting. Come. Girls, get your hands on me.
Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at him, but they still stood up to toast him politely.
After 3 drinks, everyone started eating heartily. Wow, I get to eat meat again. I'm so happy. Xiaoya, your cooking skills are getting better and better.
Hee, I have to thank Brother Lang, otherwise what would I use to do this?
Yeah, can you teach me too?
I want to be like you in the future, able to cook such delicious food, so that Brother Chen Lang will love me even more.
Hee.
Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere became increasingly lively.
And thanks to robots.
Chen Lang wasn't too worried about being attacked, so he simply let them drink freely.
Hello everyone, Xiao Wei is here to perform a new talent for you. I'm raising the banner for Brother Lang.
Xiao Wei had drunk a bit too much and volunteered to start performing.
The others joined in the cheering, singing, and dancing. Chen Lang looked pleased as he watched everyone dancing. No wonder everyone wants to be emperor. This tastes really good. Ha. However, he soon discovered that besides Lu Ruoyao, there was another person sitting at the table, namely Feng Shui's best friend, Tian Yu. This well-behaved girl is always quiet and unassuming, making her easy to overlook. As Chen Lang looked at Tian Yu was also secretly glancing at Chen Lang.
Their eyes met, and she immediately looked away like a startled rabbit.
Hee, interesting.
Seeing her shy expression, Chen Lang's grin widened even further.
Xiao Yu, come on over too.
Feng Shui returned to the dining table, intending to relax with Tian Yu, but Tian Yu waved her hand repeatedly in refusal, while subconsciously glancing at Chen Lang.
Seeing this situation,
as her best friend, Feng Shui immediately understood. Then, she narrowed her eyes, leaned close to Tian Yu's ear, and quietly pointed at Chen Lang.
I don't know what she said.
Anyway, Tian Yu's face turned red in no time, followed by her ears and neck. She kept swallowing her saliva and finally made an excuse to go to the bathroom and fled. Brother Chen, you'd better sleep alone tonight. Feng Shui smiled as she watched Tian Yu leave, then came to Chen Lang's side and whispered.
Feng Shui couldn't explain why exactly.
Unlike her relationship with Lu and Heo, she only wanted to selflessly dedicate herself to Chen Lang. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised his eyebrows slightly and secretly gave Feng Shui a thumbs up.
Well done. At night,
the group dispersed and returned to their respective rooms.
Chen Lang's residence is not fixed. Young master, go wherever you want. While ostensibly on patrol, Chen Lang was actually observing Tian Yu's movements.
She had initially wanted to sleep with Feng Shui, but Feng Shui had kicked her out.
Xiao Yu? Where are you going? What seemed like a coincidence was actually inevitable. Chen Lang and Tian Yu met. Brother Chen, I'm going to sleep.
She had drunk quite a bit tonight, and her heart was racing.
Taking advantage of the darkness, she stole glances at Chen Lang's handsome face. He did seem kind of dashing. Hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. Oh, where is your room? Let me take you there, it's safer that way.
Looking at Tian Yu's fair and rosy face, which resembled a ripe peach, Chen Lang swallowed hard and tried to stay calm.
It's really just a short walk, what's the big deal? However, Tian Yu did not refuse. She nodded slightly and looked at Chen Lang with a hint of resentment.
Perhaps it was also due to the alcohol, but that soft hum almost bewitched Chen Lang, and he was about to lose control. Upon arriving at the room, it turned out to be a small cubicle that I had chosen myself.
Tian Yu slowly went inside.
Chen Lang felt a little awkward. After all, he and Tian Yu were currently in a relationship similar to employer and employee, and she earned her living by working, so he couldn't be too forward.
Brother Chen, why don't you come in and have a glass of water before you leave?
After hesitating for a moment, Tian Yu finally spoke up, and Chen Lang's eyes immediately lit up.
Ahem, I see. Oh well.
After spending the last 2 days together, Tianyu realized that Chen Lang was at least not the kind of cunning and manipulative person like Lu and Heo.
Secondly, everyone is safe and sound, all thanks to Chen Lang.
And most importantly, as Feng Shui had told her, if they left Chen Lang, they would either die or become playthings.
Chen Lang entered Tianyu's room and closed the door behind him. The teacher taught us that closing the door behind you is a good habit.
As Tianyu watched Chen Lang approach, her breathing became increasingly rapid. She had never been in a relationship, so of course she knew absolutely nothing about that kind of thing.
Brother Chen, please have a seat. I'm a little nervous. How about we postpone it to another time? Okay? Chen Lang could also see that Tianyu was very naive. He licked his lips, feeling even more excited. Gently stroking Tianyu's hair, inhaling its fragrance.
There's no time like the present, don't worry.
I will be very gentle.
A dog wouldn't dare eat meat even when it's right in front of its mouth, but Chen Lang is a wolf.
Chapter 33 Strengthening.
The room was first filled with gasps and screams, but they quickly turned into a rhythmic, joyful chant.
It's not far from next door.
Lying in her room, Feng Shui listened to the commotion, a relieved smile appearing on her face. Congratulations, host, on achieving another great feat. The rewards are as follows.
Host Skill Enhancement 1.
The panel unfolded in front of me at the same time.
Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 20. Wisdom, 30. Agility, 30. Strength, 105 increased. Defense, 105 increased. Spirit, 30 already increased. Family members, 7. Current score, 336 earned from killing zombies.
Skills mastered, sneak spatial ability super strength rock slab perception self-healing. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance.
Name, Tianyu. Loyalty, 50%. Rating, B. As expected, it's only rank B. It seems that new superpowers must be at least rank A or higher. Chen Lang looked thoughtful as he observed the panel. Judgment based on experience. He discovered that the B-level rewards were all upgrades based on the existing system. However, this is not bad either. Don't bite off more than you can chew. If we're talking about enhancement, then let's go with space.
Chen Lang had this idea when he was moving supplies from the supermarket, so he didn't hesitate at all.
Superpowers spatial abilities, space. Enhancement successful. Space, volume expanded to 20 cubic meters.
20 cubic meters, that's about the size of a storage room, this will save a lot of trouble.
Chen Lang thought to himself. Brother Chen.
As Tianyu, having tasted the sweetness, called out, Chen Lang immediately launched another tiger pounce, igniting the second battle.
The next day. When everyone saw Chen Lang and Tianyu come out of the room together, they immediately understood what was going on, but they were already pretty much used to it. After everyone finished washing up, they gathered together for breakfast. Sister Lu, you all keep busy today. I'm going to the electromechanical market to see if I can get a generator. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. A generator? Chen Lang, is it true? We're going to have electricity soon? Great. Now I can play games as long as there's electricity. Yeah, all you do is play games. Now that we have electricity, we can take a hot shower. That's the most important thing. Clearly, people have long found the lack of power unbearable.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang quickly reached out his hand.
Hold on.
Don't get too excited yet, I'm just going out to look for something. Whether it exists or not is still uncertain.
But these words did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. In their eyes, Chen Lang seemed to be omnipotent. After that, Chen Lang left the building. Without power, navigation is useless. Chen Lang could only rely on his memory to drive around and figure out the direction of the electromechanical market. Hey, this convenience store.
They hadn't driven far when Chen Lang realized something was wrong.
As far as I can recall, convenience stores were not searched. At least when he passed by yesterday, there was a lot of stuff in there, but now how come there's so little left? I got out of the car and did a quick check, while also putting the rest of the items into my storage space. It seems there are survivors nearby. Chen Lang drew a conclusion, his expression somewhat grave. In his opinion, humans are scarier than zombies, since zombies don't play dirty tricks on you, right? But Chen Lang didn't dwell on it too much. I won't offend others unless they offend me. Since they didn't come looking for trouble, I was too lazy to go looking for trouble myself, so I drove away. Good luck. He actually found the generator, and then Chen Lang got a few barrels of diesel from the gas station. Xiao Chen, you're amazing. This will speed up the process considerably. Back at the building, Chen Lang handed the generator to Lu Ruoyo and taught her how to use it. Rumble. Everyone cheered again and immediately took out their phones to charge. Even without internet, at least they had something to do. With electricity, many power tools can be put to use. Chen Lang also joined in the work of reinforcing the defenses. After all, safety was the top priority. Night fell. Everyone sat around a table lamp, eating their meal, their expressions utterly content. I thought I would never live a life like this again in my life. Thank you, Brother Chen. This is wonderful, it's like the apocalypse never happened. That way we won't have to go to the toilet in the dark at night anymore, we can use flashlights for light. Chen Lang felt gratified as he looked at the scene before him. Their lives are gradually getting back on track. After dinner, everyone went back to their rooms. They were so busy during the day, and finally they could relax and play on their phones for a while in the evening. Damn, no one's going to sleep with me tonight? Chen Lang stood alone in the hall, pursing his lips. But then he couldn't resist taking out his phone. It seemed he hadn't been reading online novels lately, and he was going to read to his heart's content tonight. The night was quiet. Chen Lang looked at the post-apocalyptic novel in his hand, fantasizing that he could be as awesome as the protagonist in it, building an invincible safe house and conquering all directions. Alert! Intruder detected. Just as I was feeling dazed, an alarm suddenly went off in my head. Chen Lang was startled and sat up abruptly. There was a living person approaching the building. Play the video. The command was given, and soon an image of the intruder appeared. Outside the building, a furtive figure was seen pacing back and forth, seemingly trying to observe the situation inside through the windows. Could you zoom in a bit? Because of the poor lighting, Chen Lang couldn't see very clearly. Following his command, the screen immediately focused on the intruder. Chen Lang frowned, looked at it, and suddenly froze. Shenlong? That's right. The intruder was none other than Shenlong, whom Zhao Meng had sent to search for Chen Lang. How did this woman end up here? And it's the middle of the night. Chen Lang looked at the image, somewhat confused, but then he remembered what Zhou Tingting had said before she died. To distract herself, she offered to introduce Shenlong to her. Looks like that guy wasn't lying after all. So they really were together. Only now did Chen Lang believe what Zhou Tingting said. It seemed that the survivors of Xining University had indeed organized themselves together. Shenlong couldn't see what was happening inside through the window, so she decided to come in through the main door. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang's expression turned somewhat strange, but he still decisively stood up and walked towards the door. Damn it, with all this security, there's definitely something wrong with this building. But is Chen Lang here or not? What if this is another faction? If I get discovered, I'll be in big trouble. Shenlong and her group consisted of 11 people, each responsible for exploring a specific area. She happened to be assigned to the building area. But she is, after all, a girl. Especially late at night, it's hard not to feel a little scared. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As long as we catch this damned Chen Lang, Sister Meng will definitely give me an important position and reward me with lots of supplies. Tingting, I'm doing this to avenge you. Please bless me. Amatba, God bless me. Chapter 34 Deep Classmate Bonds. Shenlong muttered to herself as she arrived at the main entrance of the building, but getting in was certainly not going to be easy. Not only was the main gate locked, but barriers were also nailed to the left and right sides. It's almost impossible to destroy it by human power alone, it's more likely to be destroyed by driving a car in. What should we do? Damn it! Which bastard did this? You don't need to go this far to prevent thieves, do you? After fiddling around for a while, the door remained unmoved, leaving Shenlong dumbfounded. How about we try the back door? A sound suddenly came from behind her. Oh right, these kinds of buildings usually have a back entrance. Thanks for mentioning it. Ah. Shenlong subconsciously replied, but immediately remembered that she should be the only one there, and couldn't help but scream in fright. Bang! Chen Lang delivered a karate chop to her neck, and Shenlong immediately lost consciousness. They didn't deal with her immediately.
Chen Lang first surveyed the area around the building and found nothing unusual before lifting Shenlan up and jumping onto a second-floor window.
Yes. With his current physical condition, doing something like this is no problem for him.
He carried Shenlan into his room.
Chen Lang's expression was somewhat complicated.
Just as Zhou Tingting had said, he had pursued Shenlan before.
Shenlan is the prettiest girl in their class.
This woman had a naturally seductive charm. Although she was young, she was very good at manipulating men. At that time, almost all the boys in the class had either an open or secret crush on her.
Wow! Chen Lang poured a glass of water onto Shenlan's face. Cough cough, what is it? Feeling the stimulation, Shenlan slowly woke up.
She looked around in a daze before finally realizing that there was someone standing in front of her.
Chen Lang?
After staring at it for a long time, Shenlan exclaimed.
She was a little confused. Hadn't she just been outside the building? Where am I?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang looked at her with a strange expression.
This is my room. He didn't actually have any hostility towards Shenlan. He had given up after failing to win her over, and after the accident that happened in his family, he dared not think about such things anymore.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Shenlan's expression immediately changed drastically. She realized she had stumbled into a den of thieves.
How did I get here? Could it be you? You're the one who brought me in here.
Perhaps it was her past sense of superiority that made Shenlan subconsciously question him. Hearing this tone, Chen Lang frowned and his voice turned cold.
That's right, but shouldn't you explain it first? Why are you near my house? This building was built by Chen Lang, floor by floor. Calling him a writer isn't an exaggeration, is it? Your home? This luxurious building is your home? You poor bastard. Don't joke with me. I'm telling you, you'd better get me out of here right now, or you'll regret it. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Shenlan couldn't help but mock him. In her eyes, Chen Lang was just an insignificant loser. Chen Lang's brows furrowed even more.
This woman used to be outgoing, cheerful, and approachable in school.
Was it all an act?
It wasn't like that before, but it is now. I'm in charge of this building.
The area around this building is also my territory. What are you planning to do, sneaking around here in the middle of the night?
The last vestiges of goodwill he had for Shenlan vanished, and Chen Lang's expression turned completely cold.
Shenlan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. You occupied such a large building? Chen Lang, you should take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Do you even deserve it?
Alright, Chen Lang is now certain that Shenlan was just faking it all along at school.
That makes things simple. You're not going to talk, huh? Then you can die.
You've been cursing and swearing for so long.
You think I'm a vegetarian?
As he spoke, Chen Lang pulled out a dagger from his spatial storage and pressed it directly against Shenlan's fair neck, while simultaneously pinning her down beneath him.
Shenlan panicked upon seeing this. Hey, what are you doing? You loser, don't touch me. Get out of my way.
In the struggle, the blade sliced through her skin.
Ouch, that hurts. Chen Lang, you're hurting me.
Shenlan originally thought that Chen Lang would definitely not dare to do anything to her, but she did not expect that the blade would actually cut her. Feeling the pain, Shenlan became obedient.
Put the knife away first. I don't want to die.
With her hands raised above her head in a gesture of surrender to Chen Lang, Shenlan's eyes were filled with terror. Seeing this, Chen Lang did not let go.
Tell me, why are you here?
It's rare to find someone as stubborn as Feng Shui, and Shenlan certainly wasn't that kind of person either, so she immediately replied.
Zhao Meng, it was Zhao Meng who sent me. She's going to kill you.
They said it was to avenge Zhou Tingting and the others. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang frowned again.
Zhao Meng? School beauty? Shenlan nodded. Chen Lang was having a bit of a headache.
He had met and heard of this Zhao Meng before.
She was stunningly beautiful and had exceptional intelligence.
Zheng Hai and Zhou Tingting wanted me to be a scapegoat and even tried to kill me, but I ended up killing them instead.
That's the truth. Believe it or not.
After releasing Shenlan, Chen Lang casually offered an explanation, not expecting to involve so many people. Shenlan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Chen Lang calm down.
I've answered all your questions. Can I leave now? Upon hearing Shenlan's words, Chen Lang's lips curled into a sneer. Go. Are you going to tip them off? Stop dreaming.
After saying that, Chen Lang looked Shenlan up and down. Although it was the apocalypse, a beauty was still a beauty.
She was clean and tidy, and even had a faint fragrance. Shenlan should be able to get an A grade, right?
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Shenlan was immediately dumbfounded. This meant that he didn't intend to let her out.
Chen Lang, we're classmates, please don't do this, okay? I promise. Once we get out, I absolutely will not tell them you're here.
Chen Lang didn't say anything upon hearing this, but continued to size her up.
If he remembered correctly, Shenlan's family was very well off. It was said that she had a nanny and maids, so she was considered a young lady of high status. At school, the difference between me and Shenlan was like heaven and earth. But things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that a class beauty like her would now have to beg for mercy from the loser she looks down on the most? Letting you leave is out of the question, so don't even think about it. But I can let you stay. But only if you become my woman. You just said it yourself, we're classmates, and it's easier to build a relationship with someone you already know, right?
In terms of appearance alone, Bai Jie is naturally stunning. However, Chen Lang still has some special feelings for Shenlan.
After all, what you can't have is the best.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Shenlan's expression changed drastically, and she retreated with a look of disgust in her eyes.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. What are you thinking about? Chen Lang, get this straight, will you? Even though it's the apocalypse, how could someone like you possibly be worthy of me? Chapter 35 Argument. Hearing Shenlan's answer, Chen Lang was not surprised. He just glanced at her and smiled slightly. Then you can just stay put. I believe you will change your mind.
After saying that, Chen Lang ignored Shenlan's resistance, tied her up, and then went to sleep.
Shenlan was completely dumbfounded. Chen Lang's words just now clearly had a hidden meaning.
The unknown is the most terrifying thing.
She didn't know how Chen Lang planned to torture her. Chen Lang, let me go first. Let's talk this out. How about this, you let me go back, and I'll persuade Li Fei and Sister Meng to let you join the team.
The situation is beyond my control, Shenlan pleaded, racking her brains. But all he got in response was Chen Lang's snoring. Helpless, Shenlan sighed and began to regret it.
Damn Zhou Tingting, you've dragged me into this. What should we do next? The next day,
Chen Lang and Lu Ruoyao explained the situation briefly, and then handed Shenlan over to them for safekeeping.
Sister Lu, can I handle this? I guarantee I'll make her completely obedient.
Bai Jia was the first to jump out.
She was exhausted these past few days and wanted to take a break. After all, she's considered a veteran. She had to give her face, so Lu Ruoyao gave her the job and instructed Feng Shui to help her keep an eye on Shenlan. Shenlan was even more bewildered. She only realized now that Chen Lang already had so many women, and each of them was just as beautiful as her, and even Bai Jia was among them. I still don't quite understand what's going on. But Shenlan understood, she would be under Bai Jia's management from now on.
Miss Bai, I'm a huge fan of yours.
The film you starred in. She was quite clever and immediately started to get close to Bai Jia. And in her memory,
Bai Jia is a simple, naive, and innocent character who always seems a bit clueless.
She's a character who doesn't have much of a brain in the show. This kind of person is definitely easy to handle. If you're lucky. Maybe she can even turn him to defect, and then she can escape safely. Smack. But to her surprise, Bai Jia responded with a cold slap and pointed at her arrogantly. Go, fetch me a basin of water. I'm going to wash up.
Bai Jia, as Chen Lang's first woman, had never received any special treatment.
She was determined to seize this hard-won opportunity. The slap wasn't very forceful and didn't cause any real harm. But the psychological blow to Shenlan was enormous. She has never been bullied like this before. So what if the other person is a celebrity? You.
Shenlan covered her face, her eyes darting around, but she didn't know who to ask for help. In the end, she had no choice but to call out to Chen Lang, who was leisurely eating next to her.
Chen Lang, she hit me, did you see it? We're classmates. Aren't you going to do anything about her? Didn't you say you were in charge of this building?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang slowly turned his head and smiled.
Oh. They're my women. What are you? A classmate? You're way off, way off. Upon hearing Chen Lang's answer, Shenlan's mouth gaped open, her eyes filled with disbelief.
She couldn't understand why her former sycophant had become so arrogant. She wanted to argue a bit more, but Bai Jie immediately raised her hand again. I'll do it. Well, serving a female celebrity is better than serving a loser like Chen Lang, right? Shenlan comforted herself in this way and silently went to fetch water for Bai Jie to wash her face.
Xining University, Girls' Dormitory.
Zhao Meng's dormitory was packed with people. After listening to the girl's reports, her eyebrows gradually furrowed, and her eyes became melancholy.
So, Shenlan really has disappeared?
One of the girls nodded quickly in response.
Yes, Sister Meng. Shenlan has probably gotten into trouble. What should we do?
Zhao Meng reached out to comfort the girl who was speaking, but did not respond to her words immediately. After thinking for a moment, she said,
All right, you all go back and rest first.
The search is paused.
I'll handle the rest. Upon hearing Zhao Meng's words, the girls immediately nodded and then dispersed. After everyone left,
Zhao Meng took out a map she had drawn herself, looked at it for a while, then rolled it up and left the dormitory.
Boys' dormitory. Brother Fei, Zhao Meng wants to see you. I want to discuss something with you. A boy came to Li Fei's dormitory and whispered something.
Li Fei nodded and then woke up the woman next to him.
Get up, wake up, get out of here. 2 packs of instant noodles. I'll have someone send it to you.
After saying that, Li Fei yawned, thought for a moment, and then spoke to the boy.
Bring Zhao Meng up here and call Wei Feng over too. The boy and girl left one after another.
Li Fei put on his clothes, looked in the mirror, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Before long, Zhao Meng and Wei Feng arrived at the dormitory.
Xiao Ming's here. Come on, have a seat. Hey you, go get a bottle of yogurt. I want strawberry flavor. After giving his instructions, Li Fei looked at Zhao Meng. Is there something you need from me? Has Chen Lang been found already?
As they talked, Li Fei opened a bottle of cola for himself and Wei Feng, and the two exchanged a glance.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng looked at Li Fei, nodded, and spoke. I guess so.
Someone on my side has gone missing. I suspect Chen Lang captured them.
She disappeared at the Jinyang building. What do you mean sort of?
That's ridiculous.
How do you girls do things?
Before Zhao Meng could finish speaking, Wei Feng interrupted her, looking very displeased, while glancing at Zhao Meng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's expression changed, but she still forced herself to remain composed.
As you all know, that Chen Lang is no ordinary person.
The search is also very dangerous. It's already quite an achievement that we girls have managed to do this much.
If things continue like this, I'm afraid even more people will go missing.
After saying that, Zhao Meng looked at Li Fei, but Wei Feng continued.
Dangerous? Aren't we boys afraid of danger? We'll talk about that later. Didn't we agree that you guys would be in charge of the search, and we'd be in charge of killing Chen Lang? What, you want everything done for you already?
These words were too harsh, and Zhao Meng couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes sharpened as she looked at Wei Feng.
All right, let's not ruin the harmony. We're all doing this for the team. Don't make things so tense, let's sit down and talk it over.
Li Fei seized the opportunity to interject, patting the two on the back to appease them, while taking the chance to grope Zhao Meng. After saying that, he pretended to be angry and looked at Wei Feng.
Old Wei, we're men, protecting women is our duty. You're wrong to say that. All right, now that everything's clear.
Old Wei, you work with Zhao Meng to confirm if Chen Lang is in the building.
If he is, then take action. It's no big deal.
After hearing Li Fei's words, Wei Feng hesitated for a moment, and then spoke as if very reluctantly.
Since Brother Fei has spoken, then I have nothing more to say. We can cooperate. But who will command this operation then? Chapter 36 Operation Plan.
Wei Feng's meaning was clear, he wanted to lead Zhao Meng and the girls under her command.
After hearing Wei Feng's words, Li Fei did not say anything at the moment.
Instead, he turned his gaze to Zhao Meng, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, before finally speaking helplessly.
Xiao Meng, what do you think about this?
Before Li Fei could finish speaking, Zhao Meng stood up and spoke.
As long as this matter can be resolved as soon as possible. It doesn't matter who's in charge. No need to say more, I agree.
Upon hearing Zhao Meng's answer, Li Fei and Wei Feng exchanged a glance, a barely perceptible smile playing on their lips.
Very good, Xiao Ming's magnanimity is admirable. Then Wei Feng will lead the team. Let's work together, boys and girls, to find this Chen Lang.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng nodded to Li Fei, then said she needed to tell the girls before leaving.
Not long after she left, Wei Feng burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's great. This little wench finally backed down. Brother Fei, you were absolutely right.
Listening to Wei Feng's flattery, Li Fei leaned back and said smugly.
There must be someone behind Chen Lang that he's still alive. With just them? It's obvious they've walked into the lion's den. Wei Feng nodded upon hearing this, but then added with some concern. Brother Fei, do you think we can beat them? What if the other party? Before he could finish speaking, Li Fei interrupted him impatiently. Old Wei, can't you use your brain? Go scout ahead. Once we understand the other side's situation, we'll fight if we can win, and if we can't, we'll just give up. You need to understand, our target this time is Zhao Meng and the girls. That Chen Lang is nothing. We don't even need to kill him, he might get bitten to death someday. We need to prioritize the bigger picture. Listening to Li Fei's words, Wei Feng nodded as if he understood, and then smiled. Hee, I just know that listening to Brother Fei is the right thing to do. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. After a pause, Wei Feng seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Fei Ge, what's next? Li Fei smiled with satisfaction, then waved to Wei Feng. Next step, let's play like this. This side of the building. Lu Ruoyo and the others continued to build defensive fortifications, while Chen Lang went out on patrol to investigate the situation at Xining University. He could guess without even asking Shenlan. If the students can still stick together, then they must be staying at school. There are even sentries on guard duty, that's interesting. Not far from the school, Chen Lang looked at the guards at the dormitory entrance and sighed. Just then, two men came out of the boys' dormitory. They are Li Fei and Wei Feng. These two were quite popular figures at school, so Chen Lang knew them. They chatted and laughed as they went to the girls' dormitory. Oh? Is it that exciting? Chen Lang grinned mischievously. It's the apocalypse, everyone's getting wild? But he soon realized he was wrong. Soon after, Li Fei and Wei Feng came out, followed by Zhao Meng and a large group of girls. It looked like they were about to have a big meeting. A robot? Come here. This was something Chen Lang discovered by accident. The robot provided by the system could be teleported directly through consciousness. Simply put, the robots are all in the building now. Chen Lang controlled one of them to enter the space with his mind, and then he took it out of the space, so that he could use it anytime, anywhere. A robot the size of a fingernail appeared in Chen Lang's palm, and he placed it on the ground. Go, listen to what they have to say. Soon after, the robot entered the school, and at the same time, many boys came out of the dormitory one after another. Good morning, everyone. You all understand the situation now. Our dear classmates, Zhang Hai and Zhou Dingting, were brutally murdered by a man named Chen Lang. Tell me, should we avenge them? That was Li Fei's voice. Chen Lang almost laughed when he heard it. This guy didn't forget to have a meeting even in the apocalypse. When I was in school, I hated those student council members the most. All they do all day is bully their classmates and suck up to their teachers. They're a complete bunch of bastards. Yes. Of course we should. Kill Chen Lang and avenge him. Kill him, that damned Chen Lang. Not only Zhang Hai and Tingting, but Shenlan also disappeared yesterday. It must have been Chen Lang who did it. We must get rid of him. With just a few words, Li Fei had all the students on his heels. Li Fei glanced at the crowd and was quite satisfied. Okay, I appreciate everyone's kindness, and Wei Feng and I agree. We must make Chen Lang pay for his crimes in blood. Now I will explain the specific battle plan. The so-called battle plan was actually quite simple. Find a way to determine whether Chen Lang was in the Jinyang building, and if so, go back and report to them. After that, this group of people will swarm and take down Chen Lang. TCH, that's it. Chen Lang listened with disdain, but the students flattered him relentlessly, exclaiming that Li Fei was awesome. Feeling utterly bored, Chen Lang shook his head and turned to leave. A bunch of rabble. He can probably scare them all away by killing a few of them. He'd be better off raiding a few supermarkets instead. But what Chen Lang didn't know was
Shortly after he left, Li Fei and his group brought out many more things, as if they were putting on an exhibition.
Everyone, please look. These are the weapons we've recently collected and made.
Molotov cocktails, gasoline drums. So students, there's absolutely no need to worry. No matter how many enemies there are, or how strong their defenses are, I believe we can defeat them. The students' fighting spirit soared even higher when they saw the weapons on display. Not only boys, but many girls have also gone a bit crazy. Long live Xining University. Long live Li Fei. Long live Fei Gu. He's so handsome. Brother Fei, Brother Foam, I want to have your babies. Humans are essentially animals, and under high pressure, their bloodthirsty instincts are triggered.
Only Zhao Meng.
She looked at the crowd, her worry deepening, and the bad premonition in her heart growing stronger.
Chen Lang returned to the building.
He didn't hide anything and told everyone the whole story because he knew that similar things would happen again in the future, and he hoped that everyone could get used to it in advance.
So many people? How could we possibly win? That's terrifying. Brother Lang, yeah supports you, but isn't this a bit too dangerous? Chen Lang was not surprised by the reactions of the crowd. There were 9 of them in total, including Shenlan, who was an enemy. Sometimes, having a lot of people isn't necessarily a good thing. Don't worry. I've already come up with a plan. As long as we follow your instructions, there won't be any problems.
Just as he was about to explain his strategy to everyone, a shout suddenly came from outside the building.
Hello, is Chen Lang here? I am Zhao Meng. Chapter 37 The School Beauty Comes to Seek Help? Zhao Meng?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned.
What was going on? Everyone looked confused upon hearing this.
Only Shenlan perked up upon hearing the call, putting down her chores and shouting back loudly.
Sister Meng, it's me, Shenlan. Please come and save me. Chen Lang is right here.
The incident happened so suddenly that Bai Jia and the others didn't have time to cover her mouth. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang's eyes sharpened, and he quickly ran towards the entrance of the building. Although his agility attribute was not high, it was still ahead of most ordinary people.
Just a few seconds. Chen Lang appeared at the doorway, holding a fire axe in his hand, assuming the other party was about to attack. But after seeing the situation clearly, he was a little confused again. There was only Zhao Meng at the door. Her long, black hair flowed in the wind, and she wore a simple white dress and gold strappy sandals, looking like a fairy descended to earth. No wonder she's the campus belle of Xining University, she's truly a sight to behold. What are you doing here?
But Chen Lang has seen the world and hasn't let his guard down. As he spoke, he secretly activated his senses.
There's no one else hiding around, it's safe.
Zhao Meng was taken aback by the question, but quickly recovered and smiled slightly.
You must be Chen Lang? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang remained silent, only nodding. Zhao Meng sensed Chen Lang's hostility. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to cause trouble. You can check.
As she spoke, she spun around on her own to prove that she wasn't carrying any weapons. I came here to seek refuge with you.
Seek refuge with them?
Even Chen Lang was somewhat confused upon hearing this.
Wasn't Zhao Meng just with Li Fei and the others, discussing how to attack him? What does this mean? Could this be your new strategy? A honey trap?
The current situation is truly hard to understand. Chen Lang thought that Li Fei had sent Zhao Meng to infiltrate their ranks.
You've got some nerve. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by a wolf? Is he never going back?
Zhao Meng paused upon hearing this, then seemed to have thought of something.
Did Shenlan tell you that? That's right.
Li Fei and his men are indeed preparing to attack you, but I am not a spy they sent.
On the contrary, I am here to help you. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
Neither the situation on the ground nor Zhao Meng's words seemed to indicate any problem.
Could it be that this woman had really come to seek refuge? Why did you come to me for help? What are your reasons?
Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, Zhao Meng did not answer immediately this time, but instead looked at the building behind Chen Lang.
As for the reason, can I speak with your leader? The leader?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He was starting to understand. So Zhao Meng thought she had an organization backing her up.
Excuse me, the leader you're referring to is me.
Now that he understood the situation, Chen Lang was no longer so wary and grinned at Zhao Meng.
Zhao Meng was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. What? You're the leader?
She wondered if she had misheard.
This guy in front of her, dressed in a delivery uniform and about her age, was actually claiming to be the leader of this building?
Chen Lang's smile deepened as he put the fire axe back into his spatial storage and spread his hands.
What? Doesn't it look like it? Just then, Lu Ruoyo and the others arrived at the door.
They were wearing bomb suits and holding batons, looking ready for anything.
Xiao Chen, are you all right?
Chen Lang turned his head at the sound and then smiled.
It's okay, go back and wait for me.
After saying that, Chen Lang grabbed Zhao Meng, who was still in a daze, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and walked into the building.
Sister Meng, what are you doing? Aren't you just walking into a trap? This is it. Li Fei and his men will definitely treat us as traitors. We're finished, we're finished.
Shenlan sat next to Zhao Meng, muttering to herself incessantly, her face filled with despair. She was still hoping that Zhao Meng would come to save her. As a result, he got arrested himself. Zhao Meng finally understood the situation. The powerful force she had imagined was actually a small team of less than 10 people organized by Chen Lang and a few women at its core.
Sorry, I miscalculated this time.
With a bitter laugh, Zhao Meng was ashamed of her own stupidity for the first time.
She was so foolish. Alright, that concludes our reminiscing. You now understand the situation.
Since you're seeking refuge here,
then tell me everything you know.
Chen Lang clapped his hands to interrupt their conversation and sat down in front of them. Zhao Meng looked helpless upon hearing this, glancing at everyone and then at Chen Lang, before smiling wryly.
It's pointless, with people like you. No matter what the intelligence is. None of this can change our fate of being defeated.
If I had to say, we should run now, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope.
Chen Lang didn't like hearing this and gave Zhao Meng a disgruntled look. Don't be so sure, it's only a little over 200 people. Scout the location today, attack tomorrow. To tell you the truth, I saw everything during your meeting today.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng's usually calm expression changed, and she couldn't help but ask.
You saw it? Then why didn't you run? Even if you're very capable. Do you think you can take on 100 men by yourself? Do you think you're a war god?
Zhao Meng is usually very rational, but even she was a little unsettled by Chen Lang's arrogance.
Seeing that Zhao Meng didn't believe in his abilities, Chen Lang didn't bother to explain further. Alright, enough nonsense. You're not going back anyway. You must have come prepared today, right? What don't I know? Just tell me all you need to know. By the way, why didn't you stay there and be the female boss? Why did you come to us? Give me a reasonable explanation.
Listening to Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng lowered her head and pondered for a while, finally letting out a helpless sigh.
Li Fei and his group have 100 Molotov cocktails and 20 gasoline drums. I've seen this much.
As for the reason why I went there, firstly, my position there was precarious. A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken, and my fate would certainly not be good.
The second reason is.
At this point, Zhao Mengqing looked at Chen Lang with her cold eyes. You saved Zhang Hai and Tingting back then, so I thought you guys still had some humanity, and I wanted to take a gamble. After saying that, he gave another bitter laugh. But little did I know, I was completely wrong.
Don't even mention being a prostitute now. I'm afraid I'll lose my life.
Zhao Meng's words could be described as completely candid, or perhaps as a sign of desperation, as she was no longer bothered to hide anything.
Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions grew increasingly grim. Facing over 200 people is absurd enough.
Now the other side turns out to be a group of heavily armed desperados, and most importantly, they have homemade firearms. Xiao Chun, with our current defenses, it might be difficult to hold out.
Chen Lang, I don't want to die yet, wah. Brother Lang, as long as I'm with you, Yaya isn't afraid of anything.
Sister Meng, please persuade Chen Lang to let us go back. Even if we're played by them, it's better than dying.
Chapter 38. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Seeing the worried looks on everyone's faces, Chen Lang's heart sank.
The opponent's combat strength was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. I'm not afraid of my own high defense, but others can't stand it. Seeing that Chen Lang remained silent for a long time, everyone's expressions became even more grim, as they assumed that Chen Lang had no other options.
Xiao Chun, if it really comes down to it, let's run. Yes, Chen Lang. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Let's lay low for a while.
Zhao Meng had no expectations of Chen Lang to begin with, but seeing this, she looked at him and spoke.
Now you understand why I was so desperate, right? We can't win.
The most feasible solution right now is to escape, otherwise, everyone will just be throwing their lives away with you. Listening to everyone's advice, Chen Lang frowned slightly.
Escape? Where to run? And how to escape? People are easy to talk to. But what about supplies? And all those convenient facilities in the building? And can we hide today, or tomorrow? This isn't the best strategy.
Alright, things haven't reached a dead end yet, don't be so pessimistic.
We'll talk about that later.
If I'm not mistaken, they may have already sent people to secretly monitor us. Leaving the building rashly will only make things more dangerous.
Hearing Chen Lang say this, everyone became even more nervous. Zhao Meng's expression changed drastically.
She asked several companions with whom she had a fairly good relationship before she left, but they all refused to answer, so Chen Lang's deduction is not impossible. In fact, Chen Lang had secretly used his perception skill to investigate, but he did not find anything unusual.
But that doesn't mean it's completely safe.
After all, the other party are college students, and their minds are quite sharp. It wouldn't be difficult for them to use a telescope or something to observe.
Technology changes lives, after all.
Thinking of this, Chen Lang's eyes suddenly narrowed.
Yes, we are modern people now. You need to be more flexible in your thinking.
He paused for a moment. His gaze swept over the generator placed to the side, and a meaningful smile gradually appeared on his lips. The next day, at Xining University, in the male dormitory, Li Fei was enjoying a massage from a girl, his hands wandering lewdly, looking quite content.
Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Li Fei frowned.
Didn't I tell you not to bother him? Brother Fei, it's an emergency.
Upon hearing the voice, which belonged to Wei Feng, Li Fei's expression softened slightly, but he did not stand up and spoke.
Come in.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Feng pushed open the door and entered. He showed no reaction to the scene before him, as if he had already gotten used to it.
What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Didn't I already say that? Don't panic when things happen, remain calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you.
Li Fei said lazily, while teasing the girl who was massaging him, making her giggle.
Brother Fei, Zhao Meng has run away. Wei Feng interrupted him and hurriedly said. What?
Upon hearing this, Li Fei lost his composure, immediately sat up, and shoved the girl away.
Say it again?
Seeing this, Wei Feng curled his lip.
He knew that Li Fei would get angry whenever Zhao Meng was involved. The news came from the girls' dormitory. Zhao Meng ran away. She went to stay at the building.
She planned to take someone with her when she left, but no one went with her.
Upon hearing this, Li Fei's face turned even uglier, becoming terrifyingly gloomy.
He slammed his fist on the bed and roared.
Bitch! What a damn bitch!
All my hard work has been for nothing.
You fucking dare to betray me, Zhao Meng. Ah!
Despite being the student council president and a heartthrob for many girls at school, Li Fei is nothing more than a lowly simp to Zhao Meng.
Based on the principle that goddesses are inviolable.
He had always treated Zhao Meng with great respect, and this time he wanted to use Chen Lang to establish his own great image and take the opportunity to win Zhao Meng's heart.
But who could have imagined it? The stage was just set up when the leading lady ran off with a bucket. Seeing Li Fei's angry expression, Wei Feng felt a little nervous. He had never seen Li Fei lose his composure like this before. It was definitely the right decision to report. Brother Fei, what do we do now?
Upon hearing this, Li Fei's expression twisted as he looked at Wei Feng, suppressing his anger, and pondered for a moment before speaking.
How's the investigation going? What's the situation with that building? Upon hearing this, Wei Feng quickly replied. Brother Fei, that's amazing.
The brothers are staking out from all angles.
It seems there are only Chen Lang and a few women inside the building, less than 10 people in total. What? Li Fei looked surprised when he heard this. He found it a bit unbelievable. They made such a big commotion, but the other side only had less than 10 people? And there was only one man among them. Damn it, what are we waiting for? That loser. We could drown him with our spit.
Li Fei sprang out of bed with a somersault and shouted sternly.
Notify everyone, depart immediately. Attack Chen Lang. This side of the building.
After everyone had breakfast, they took their positions as Chen Lang had arranged the day before. There were 6 of them in total, and each of them was carrying a weapon.
Yesterday, under Chen Lang's guidance, I made some simple bows and arrows.
Although they are not as powerful as compound crossbows, they can still be effective to some extent.
Sister Xiaobai, will this work? I'm a little scared.
Tianyu and Bai Jia were sitting close together, and she couldn't help but ask in a low voice, as she had never experienced such a scene before. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia glanced at her and said irritably,
"Do you think we have any other options? Now we can only trust Chen Lang."
However, based on past experience, if he says he can do it, he definitely can.
Tianyu nodded silently after hearing this, but soon couldn't help but speak again. But are we really going to kill someone? That's illegal.
Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh out loud, but then she thought about it and realized that Chen Lang hadn't actually taught these newcomers yet, which was understandable. If you don't kill them, they will kill you, or something even more brutal.
It's fine.
You'll get used to it after a while, don't put too much pressure on yourself. As she said this, Bai Jia felt a little proud, as if she were a senior member of the team teaching a newcomer. Chen Lang made this arrangement for this very purpose. He was worried that the new recruits might hold back, which would be troublesome. As for Zhao Meng and Shenlan, Chen Lang did not completely trust them, so he did not give them weapons and only let them watch the battle. Not long after, a rumbling sound was heard. Several cars of varying sizes appeared. They drove up one after another to a spot not far from the main entrance of the building, and then got out of their cars one after another, making quite a spectacle. Finally, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz made its appearance. Wei Feng got out of the car first and respectfully opened the back door. Li Fei then climbed out of the car. He was clearly dressed up carefully today. With his slicked back hair reminiscent of Chow Yun Fat, an immaculate black suit, and gleaming leather shoes, he looked every bit the boss.
"Brother Fei, please."
The younger brother handed him a large megaphone, which Li Fei took and walked to the front of the line.
"Ahem, listen up, you people inside. My name is Li Fei, President of the Student Union of Xining University. I now order you to surrender immediately and hand over all your supplies, and I might consider sparing your lives." Chapter 39, Impacting the Building.
Inside the building, Chen Lang stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor, listening to Li Fei's shouts, a slight smile playing on his lips.
This guy is such a show-off. Watching too many movies? Does he think he's an emperor or a general?
Standing beside him were Zhao Meng and Shenlan, their expressions quite different. Shenlan hesitated, clearly wanting to call for help, but dared not act rashly because Chen Lang was present. Zhao Meng, on the other hand, would steal glances at Chen Lang from time to time. Her eyes seemed thoughtful, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Li Fei called out to the other side for a long time, but received no response.
He was starting to lose face. What's going on? Doesn't Chen Lang even dare to show his face? Upon hearing this, Wei Feng put down his binoculars. "Brother Fei, that kid's watching you from the second floor. And he even looked at me with disdain."
"All right, those two traitors, Shenlan and Zhao Meng, are also with him.
They seem to have a pretty good relationship."
Upon hearing Wei Feng's words, Li Fei's eyes widened immediately.
"What? They seem to have a pretty good relationship? Could it be that Zhao Meng has already given it to him? That damned Chen Lang is unforgivable. Brothers, charge." He thought his goddess had been defiled and couldn't stand it anymore.
This was his Achilles heel. Touching it would mean certain death. The students have already heard that there aren't many people on Chen Lang's side. Therefore, they were even more fearless. All of them came with the mentality of taking advantage of the weak, and many of them wanted to show off their power in front of the girls.
"Charge! For our classmates, kill them. Chen Lang, dismount and prepare to die. Traitor, offer up your head."
They were all college students, who were naturally more impulsive. When Li Fei shouted that, they immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the building. In contrast, Chen Lang did nothing as he watched the surging crowd rushing towards him.
He's different from these students.
Whether zombies or enemies, countless people have died at his hands.
"Xiaoqin, should we make a move? They're here. Chen Lang, aren't you going to fight? Brother Lang, they're getting closer."
The others were already impatient, or rather, too nervous, and couldn't wait to shoot all the arrows in their hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang still did not give the order. He simply stared intently at the crowd. The range wasn't quite enough, the simple bow and arrows were generally weak, and there weren't many of them, so he had to use them sparingly.
About a minute later,
Xianlan was so frightened by the scene before her that she couldn't help but grab Chen Lang's sleeve, and Zhao Meng's eyes were also filled with solemnity.
Aim, fire.
Chen Lang pulled out his crossbow and shot the head off the hothead charging at the front, while simultaneously giving a stern order.
Ah!
You bastards, don't come any closer, I'll kill you all. Watch me shoot your head through. Knock the bow, draw the string, aim.
Got it.
Everyone shot out their arrows and then picked up new ones to knock.
Many people in the crowd have been infected. Many people were shot.
Although it wasn't fatal, it was excruciatingly painful, and they lay on the ground howling in agony.
Brother Fei, they've started firing arrows.
With a telescope, Wei Feng and the others naturally knew that Chen Lang had homemade bows and arrows. Upon hearing this, Li Fei snatched the binoculars and began to observe.
It's alright, a few deaths don't matter. That's exactly what we want for him to shoot the arrow, so everyone will hate him even more.
After assessing the situation, Li Fei raised his arms and shouted again.
Whoever killed my brothers shall be executed.
Avenge our fallen brothers.
Don't be afraid, charge the building.
Li Fei's shout energized the crowd, who had just stopped running and started running again. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
What a bunch of idiots.
At that moment, Lu Ruoyao's voice came.
Xiao Chen, we've run out of arrows. The situation was similar for the others.
After all, it was a temporary operation and they couldn't do much.
But even so, they managed to eliminate at least a quarter of the enemy's fighting force. Sister Lu, go and prepare the next step of the plan. Everyone else, get the trash.
Chen Lang had run out of crossbow bolts, so he put them back into his spatial storage and turned to leave the window. Upon hearing this, everyone began throwing down all sorts of trash that they had prepared in advance.
Holy crap, what is that? A trash can. Put. Who hit me with a chair? Have these people no shame? Holy crap, they even have sanitary napkins?
However, the garbage was obviously much less powerful, and could only slightly hinder the group's progress. Then they began to storm the gate.
Bang bang bang. The sound of banging on the door continued, and at that moment, Chen Lang and Lu Ruoyao arrived on the first floor. Whoosh!
Finally, the door could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed, and the person rushed in like a madman.
Chen Lang? You dare to show your face. The group scanned the area and quickly spotted Chen Lang standing at the entrance of the building.
He was holding a rope in his hand, watching the surging crowd with a half-smile, and grinned.
Are you all dogs? You listened to Li Fei so much when you were in school.
It's the end of the world now, and people are still using us as pawns.
Are you really that stupid? How about this, whoever kneels down now, the man will acknowledge me as his godfather, and the woman will become my woman, and I might consider letting you go.
The students already harbored deep resentment towards Chen Lang, and these insulting words only fueled their rage.
Shut up, you're going to die.
As they spoke, they rushed towards Chen Lang. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang made a face and then locked the stairwell door.
The hallway door is not as wide as the main entrance.
So although there were many of them, only a few could actually exert their strength, and everyone was crammed together.
Gently, gently, I'm about to poop out. Who's this? Damn it, where did all this water come from on the ground? You just noticed? I bet the building's pipes are leaking. That idiot Chen Lang, he's ruined such a great place.
Listening to the noise outside the door, Chen Lang used his perception skill to observe for a moment and nodded.
Yes, almost all of them are in.
He then stuck the electrical wire he was holding through the crack in the door.
Sister Lu, that's enough. He shouted towards the second floor, and Lu Ruoyao's voice quickly followed. Okay, Xiao Chen, I understand. Be careful. Try to stay as far away as possible.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang threw the wire to the ground, and a devilish smile gradually spread across his lips.
Trying to mess with me? How naive. Ha ha ha. This time you're going to have a blast.
The crowd outside the door was completely baffled by the inexplicably protruding power line, unable to understand what Chen Lang was doing.
Are you trying to electrocute them? But this is the apocalypse, where can he find electricity? You idiot, open the door. Stop playing tricks on me. Idiot, who are you trying to scare? Chen Lang, I advise you to hand over all the women, and I might give you a shorter beating.
As they shouted, the building entrance began to shake, and it looked like it was about to fall. At this moment, a rumbling sound gradually came from the second floor. The crowd looked puzzled, exchanging glances. That voice seems familiar, they thought.
Do you guys remember that time when the school had a major power outage and it sounded like this? That's right, they do look somewhat alike. Quiet down, let me listen some more.
Oh. I know, that sound is from a generator, my restaurant used to use one.
Wait, a generator. Chapter 40 Electrotherapy.
As the rumbling sound grew louder, the students immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, and their expressions changed drastically.
Damn you, Chen Lang, you're playing dirty tricks. Brothers, run. That son of a bitch is planning to give us electrotherapy.
Soon someone realized what was happening and ran towards the building entrance while screaming.
Everyone was stunned for a moment. They panicked immediately, they didn't want to be electrocuted.
The previously incredibly brave crowd suddenly turned into birds and beasts and began to flee frantically. They were already huddled together, and this made things even more chaotic.
Many people were trampled to the ground, and then even more people were tripped up. Ouch, damn it, who stepped on me? That hurts. Don't pull me, get away. Aren't we brothers? Take me with you, I sprained my ankle. If you sprain your ankle, go see a doctor. A good brother is always in my heart. If something happens and I can't reach you by phone, haven't you heard?
However, this chaotic scene did not last long. The generator's current surged downstairs, determined to make every intruder feel incredibly good.
Ah! I'm numb. Holy crap! Oh my, it's so tingly and numb.
Screams rang out, and people fell one after another, including the one who had initially tried to escape.
Who could be electrocuted faster? Hearing the commotion, Chen Lang simply opened the stairwell door. How could he not appreciate such a wonderful scene?
Hearing the commotion, the people upstairs came down and covered their mouths when they saw the group of people who had been electrocuted.
Chen Lang, is this the secret weapon you were talking about?
It was Zhao Meng who spoke. Just in case, Chen Lang didn't tell her or Shenlan. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her and nodded.
Is the effect alright? Wide scale. AoE area of effect attack skills, aren't they awesome?
Zhao Meng and Shenlan were speechless with surprise. They couldn't believe that Chen Lang had taken down so many people so easily.
Brother Chen, are all these people dead?
Tianyu asked, her heart pounding as she looked at the person lying motionless. This was the first time she had hurt someone today.
The others had the same question in their minds. However, they knew that Chen Lang didn't like saints, so they didn't say anything. Chen Lang glanced at Tianyu, but didn't blame her. He considered today's lesson to her. I'm not sure if he's dead or alive, but he's definitely not capable of fighting anymore. But that's not important.
Once we've dealt with all those bastards outside, we can finish them off one by one. Chen Lang seemed to really like using the term finishing blow, and everyone understood what it meant, instantly sending chills down their spines.
Especially Shenlan.
She looked at Chen Lang's familiar face, but a sense of unfamiliarity welled up in her heart.
Is this still the same reserved, nerdy guy she used to know? He's become so ruthless. Outside the building, Li Fei and his men leisurely smoked cigarettes, waiting for his henchmen to bring Chen Lang out. Brother Fei, you're a born leader. What if I didn't have you? I really don't know how we brothers are going to survive. And those girls, they're probably zombie food by now. Wei Feng flattered the man from the side, admiring him even more. He felt that Li Fei was a strategist who planned and commanded, while he himself was a general who charged into battle. The others also massaged Li Fei's shoulders and legs. Their adoration for Li Fei had reached its peak at this moment, regardless of gender. Li Fei also enjoyed this feeling. But at that moment, one of his underlings suddenly ran over in a panic and collapsed in front of Li Fei. Fififii, Brother Fei, something terrible has happened. Upon hearing this, Li Fei immediately frowned. Shut up. How do I usually teach you?
Upon hearing this, the underling's face grew even more bitter, and he began to weep.
Brother Fei, stop showing off now. Something really happened.
The brothers who charged in just now are all dead.
Upon hearing this, Li Fei's expression changed drastically. He kicked his underling over and roared. Bullshit. Are you still half asleep in broad daylight? How is this possible?
The younger brother was beaten but couldn't express his suffering. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke up. Brother Fei, anyway, I saw through my binoculars that they're all lying on the ground. As for whether they're alive or dead, I have no idea. Upon hearing this, Li Fei still didn't believe it. Wasn't this pure nonsense? Even if Chen Lang was incredibly powerful, could he really take on 100 of them? Is he even more awesome than Master Yi? Idiots, everyone, follow me. I want to see what's going on. If you dare to lie to me, you'll be the one who kills Chen Lang. With Li Fei's command, the remaining people all climbed into the cars and drove towards the building. Actually, they weren't that far apart. The main reason is that there were Molotov cocktails and gasoline cans in the car, so we had to drive there. Of course, no one believed the underling's words. They all gave him a disdainful look and then left. Seeing this, the underling looked around and slipped away. I could hear the motor getting louder and louder. Chen Lang looked toward the door. He knew the decisive moment was approaching. You all need to hide on the second floor and protect yourselves. I'll handle the rest myself. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated, but Zhao Meng spoke up directly. Chen Lang, although you're a good fighter, this electric shock was very successful. But Li Fei and his group have. Chen Lang couldn't wait for her to finish speaking, as the sound of the car was getting closer and closer, so he ran towards the door. Listen to my command, the battle that follows is no longer your concern. Xiaomeng, let's listen to Chen Lang. All we can do now is trust him. Lu Ruoya was the first to step forward, leading everyone upstairs, though her eyes were filled with worry. Arrived at the door. Chen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the approaching vehicle. Li Fei and his group had about 50 people left. But the most difficult thing to deal with were those explosive materials. He couldn't let them get close to the building. Thinking about this, Chen Lang took the pistol out of his spatial storage. He planned to detonate it with bullets, but he wasn't very confident in his marksmanship, so he could only wait for them to get closer. At this moment, Li Fei and the others also saw the situation on the first floor and were filled with shock. They did not expect that what the underling said was actually true. Damn it, I was careless. What tricks did that bastard use? As Wei Feng drove closer to the building, he asked Li Fei a question. Brother Fei, what do we do next? Upon hearing this, Li Fei's face darkened. He was now somewhat wary of this building. The deaths of those students were no big deal. But he wouldn't put himself in danger. Parking. Doesn't that bastard like to stay inside and never come out? Then let's grant his wish and let him be buried here forever. Tell the others to prepare Molotov cocktails and gasoline drums. I'm going to burn the building down. Chapter 41. Li Fei's angry. Wei Feng was stunned when he heard Li Fei's words. Burning down the building? He glanced at the building instinctively, his expression one of horror. This is insane. Brother Fei, there might still be a lot of supplies inside. Zhao Meng is also here. But he was interrupted by Li Fei halfway through his sentence, who scolded him. Shut up, what are women anyway? A man has to be ruthless. Do I need to teach you this? Just do as I say. Upon hearing this, Wei Feng was speechless. Have you forgotten that the purpose of coming here was to mess with Zhao Meng? However, he certainly didn't dare to refute it. Yes, Brother Fei, I'll give the order right away. After saying that, Wei Feng made a hand gesture to the other vehicles, and then they stopped about 100 meters away from the building. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow at this scene. Are these bastards really that cowardly? But this suits me just fine. If they had charged straight at him and tried to take him down with them, it would have been quite dangerous. But the current situation is much more advantageous for Chen Lang. With his current defensive capabilities, a tiny flame is nothing at all. Seeing that Li Fei and the others had parked the car, Chen Lang slowly walked towards them. Brother Fei, that idiot actually came out. Look at Fei Ge. Wei Feng spotted Chen Lang and immediately reported it to Li Fei. Upon hearing this, Li Fei looked puzzled. He couldn't understand it. Was this a desperate last stand? However, he still waved first. You all go about your business, but don't let your guard down. Let's see what he's up to. He crouched down and looked at Chen Lang for a while, but didn't find any weapons. Then he became bolder. You bastard, what did you do to my people? Hearing this, Chen Lang grinned. President Li Fei, right? I'm sorry, your people are probably too tired and need to rest for a while. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them. After a pause, Chen Lang looked at the busy crowd. President Li, what are you planning to do? Since the human wave tactic failed, are you switching to fire attack? As he spoke, Chen Lang continued to approach, a harmless smile on his face, as if he and Li Fei were old friends. On the second floor of the building, everyone watching the scene below was extremely tense. What is Chen Lang doing? Why is he keeping getting close to them? This is too dangerous. We need to think of a way to warn him. Could it be that Chen Lang is planning to surrender? That would be good. Meng Jia and I will put in a good word for you. Li Fei was curious about why Chen Lang seemed so calm, but he couldn't see any weapons on him. He felt too cowardly to be crouching like that, so he straightened up and prepared to say something tough. What for? Of course, I'm going to fuck you. It's not just you. Including those women you've been hiding, and Zhao Meng, whom you kidnapped, I want them all. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out, and Li Fei's voice came to an abrupt halt. Chen Lang held the gun out with one hand, the muzzle still emitting blue smoke. Fuck your grandpa, Chen Lang. Ah! 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 As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, a scream rang out. He clutched his thigh and fell to the ground, yelling wildly. Tisk, even at this close range, your aim is still a bit off. Chen Lang frowned and muttered to himself with some dissatisfaction. Chen Lang aimed this shot at Li Fei's head. But the ball hit his leg, and it did indeed twist quite badly. Kill him. Kill him now. Li Fei was shot. Clutching his wound, he screamed as he moved to the back of the car. Only then did everyone come to their senses. He has a gun. A gun. Quick, hide. 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 Blow him up with a Molotov cocktail, quick. The others weren't stupid either. When they saw that Chen Lang had a gun, they were all startled. They dared not gamble on Chen Lang's accuracy. But actually they're overthinking it. Bullets are so precious, how could Chen Lang bear to waste them on them? I was just thinking about the principle of capturing the leader first, and I acted impulsively because Li Fei's mouth was so foul. The crowd hid behind the car and began throwing Molotov cocktails at Chen Lang. Boom! Flames erupted instantly. The people on the second floor were so shocked by what they saw that they couldn't help but cover their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. It's over, it's over. No matter how powerful Chen Lang is, he can't hold out. Brother Chen, please come back soon. Wah, Brother Lang, Yaya doesn't want you to die. Zhao Meng and Shen Lan were dumbfounded by what they saw. The electric shock had given them hope, but now, seeing the sea of fire, they were filled with despair again. Sister Meng, what should we do? Should we take this opportunity to go out and surrender? If this continues, Li Fei will definitely think we're in cahoots with Chen Lang. Shen Lan shook Zhao Meng's hand, convinced that Chen Lang was definitely dead. Zhao Meng frowned upon hearing this, then slowly looked at Shen Lan and spoke. Do you think Li Fei will let us go if we go out now? He's gone mad. Can't you see it? Hearing Zhao Meng's words, Shen Lan collapsed to the ground in despair, unsure whether to stay or leave. Wouldn't that mean the end for her? The remaining henchmen continued to throw Molotov cocktails. Some even rolled gasoline drums into the fire. Li Fei, supported by Wei Feng, hid behind the car, muttering resentfully. How is that bastard? Did he burn to death? Upon hearing this, Wei Feng poked his head out to look, but all he could see were flames and thick smoke, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. He must have burned to death, right? With a fire this big, even if he were Superman, they're probably going to be roasted alive too. Hearing this, Li Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flashing with venom as he grinned maliciously. Hee, that damn Chen Lang. Aren't you awesome? Later I will tear your corpse to pieces to vent my hatred. Hiss. As he spoke, Li Fei's wound throbbed with pain again. Old Wei, quickly go and find me some gauze. Damn it. I'm bleeding to death. Wei Feng nodded upon hearing this, then quickly ran to the side. Li Fei leaned against the car, watching the thick smoke with a look of smug satisfaction in his eyes. So what if you have a gun? You're in this game if you have your brains. In the end, he's nothing but a piece of trash. Just then, he heard light footsteps beside him and thought it was Wei Feng returning. Have you found the gauze? But then Li Fei heard the voice he least wanted to hear. Chen Lang chuckled. I don't have any gauze, but do you want an axe? Li Fei was completely stunned. He turned his head blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief.
How could this be? Wasn't he already burned to a crisp? Chen Lang? His response was a giant axe that appeared out of nowhere and hurtled straight at his head. Chapter 42 Anomaly.
Li Fei was already very weak from the gunshot wound, and when he saw Chen Lang suddenly appear, he was terrified.
Wow! His head was split open like a watermelon, instantly becoming 4 or 5 pieces. TSK, how disgusting.
Chen Lang flicked the red and white substance off his axe, his face full of disgust.
Li Fei's henchmen stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Their boss was dead, killed so suddenly by Chen Lang. Shouldn't Chen Lang have been burned to a crisp? Ah! I'll kill you.
Finally, it was Li Fei's most loyal lackey, Wei Feng, who was the first to react.
He seemed to have gone mad, grabbing a Molotov cocktail and smashing it at Chen Lang.
Instinctively, Chen Lang casually swung his hand and smashed the bottle.
Flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Ha ha ha! I'll burn you to death, you damned beast! Brother Fei, I've avenged you.
Seeing Chen Lang get hit, Wei Feng laughed loudly. No one can survive being enveloped in such flames.
It's quite warm.
Chen Lang's voice came through, and Wei Feng's laughter stopped abruptly.
What?
Immediately afterward, his mouth gaped open as if his jaw was about to dislocate, and he saw Chen Lang, his body ablaze with flames, walking towards him.
Monster!
Wei Feng was so scared that he wet himself, and his legs went out of control, causing him to fall to the ground.
Die! With another axe blow, Chen Lang finished him off.
The others were also terrified. They couldn't understand what they were seeing and had no will to resist Chen Lang. Only one thought remained in their minds.
Escape!
There were about 40 or 50 people left, and they all fled in different directions. Seeing this, Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly.
Without Li Fei and Wei Feng, these people were nothing but trash and could not amount to anything. He was too lazy to chase them down. The people on the second floor were also dumbfounded.
Shenlan stared at Chen Lang with disbelief in her eyes and stammered.
Can any of you tell me what's going on? Can Chen Lang do magic tricks? Wasn't he in the Sea of Fire at the beginning? How did he suddenly appear next to Li Fei? And why isn't he afraid of fire? Was that a lie?
Upon hearing Shenlan's question, Zhao Meng subconsciously looked at Lu Ruoyao and the others. She also felt that what she had just witnessed was too outrageous.
We don't know either, but Xiao Chen does seem a bit different from ordinary people.
Lu Ruoyao paused for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile.
She didn't know how to explain it, or rather, she didn't know the answer. Hey, stop standing there, come down and move some things.
Just then, Chen Lang's voice came from upstairs. He waved one hand upstairs and pointed the other hand at the remaining Molotov cocktails and gasoline cans. Upon seeing this, everyone paused for a moment, then rushed out immediately. After that, everyone worked together to move the explosives into the building and find a safe place to store them.
Xiao Chen, what should we do with these people? Lu Ruoyao pointed to the people on the first floor who had been electrocuted.
Some died on the spot, but many others were only unconscious and are now slowly waking up.
Chen Lang looked at them and stroked his chin. Let them move the body away, then you can get out of here.
Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had thought that Chen Lang would really make them finish off the enemy, which would have been too cruel.
However, that wasn't Chen Lang's reason.
He just felt that if they were all killed, disposing of the bodies would be quite troublesome, since leaving them unattended might breed some strange germs. Soon, under the threat of Lu Ruoyao and the others, these people cleaned up the first floor again. And the gate's defenses were restored to their original state. Chen Lang squinted as he watched them work, thinking to himself, staying here as laborers doesn't seem so bad, does it? But then he shook his head, knowing that it would also consume a lot of resources. We can have assistants, but they still need to be somewhat useful.
These brainless idiots are only good cannon fodder, at best they're utterly useless.
The building returned to its peaceful state, and everyone couldn't help but smile as they looked at the restored lobby on the first floor.
Xiao Chen, you're amazing. You've protected us again. Brother Lang is the best, moi. Chen Lang is indeed a good guy, no wonder he's the man I've set my sights on.
After the great victory, everyone was in high spirits, except for two people, Zhao Meng and Shenlan. Their situation is rather awkward. They were originally on Li Fei's side, but although they have now sided with Chen Lang, they still feel a little uncomfortable, and Chen Lang is quite wary of them.
Congratulations, Chen Lang. I underestimated you.
I'm sorry, you are indeed very strong, thank you. After hesitating for a while, Xiaomeng finally walked up to Chen Lang and expressed her gratitude. However, her eyes kept darting left and right, never meeting Chen Lang's gaze.
Chen Lang felt a little annoyed. Was this an attitude of gratitude? Xiaomeng, what kind of habits do you have? Am I that ugly? With your eyes darting around, who are you thanking?
Upon hearing this, Xiaomeng's face became even more flustered, and she blushed slightly as she murmured softly.
It's not that I don't want to look at you, it's just that you're right now.
As she spoke, she pointed to Chen Lang's crotch.
Chen Lang looked down in confusion. Holy crap!
He then realized that, without him noticing, all his clothes were gone.
It was around this time.
Chen Lang finally understood why Li Fei's gaze at him at that time was filled with fear mixed with a hint of eeriness. Imagine you're resting, and suddenly a naked man wielding a giant axe comes at you.
You'd be stunned too.
I wasn't paying attention and those bastards burned it all down. Even Chen Lang, with his thick skin, felt a little embarrassed and then looked at Bai Jia.
Bai Jia, quickly find me some clothes.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jia pouted and murmured softly.
Why do you always like to order me around?
However, she still went to find clothes very quickly, while Chen Lang temporarily grabbed an A4 sheet of paper to cover his private parts. Bai Jia returned quickly, carrying a casual suit, and helped Chen Lang change into it. Shiny leather shoes, casual trousers, and a white shirt. This was the first time Chen Lang had dressed so smartly.
He twirled in front of everyone and then asked a question. How is it? Do you think this outfit is cool? As the saying goes, clothes make the man and gold makes the Buddha.
In addition, Bai Jia has great taste in clothes, and Chen Lang transforms into a handsome man, leaving all the women stunned.
They never knew their man was so handsome. Brother Lang is so handsome, Yaya loves you even more now. Fang Yaya couldn't resist rushing over and hugging Chen Lang, while the others nodded in agreement.
Seeing this, Chen Lang grinned widely, just about to boast a few words.
Roar! Roar! Roar!
Suddenly, a deafening roar came from all directions, a sound that seemed to shake the entire city up.
Everyone's expression changed drastically. They looked around, trying to see what had happened. Hearing this commotion, Chen Lang's face turned unusually grim.
He felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, and an ominous premonition welled up in his heart.
Chapter 43 Why does she get to eat?
The unusual roaring did not last long, and the city returned to calm.
What was that just now? It was terrifying. It scared me to death. It sounds like the cry of a wild animal. How could that be? Where would a wild animal come from in the city?
The crowd discussed amongst themselves, and eventually, they subconsciously turned their gaze to Chen Lang.
Chen Lang frowned slightly and went to the window. If I'm not mistaken, it should be zombies. Zombies? Everyone was stunned when they heard this.
They had seen zombies before, but how could they cause such a commotion? Chen Lang, something's not right, this.
Help! Someone had just raised a question when they were interrupted by screams from not far away. Everyone quickly gathered around to look. Those people who had been driven away earlier actually came back. Their faces were filled with terror as they ran for their lives. Please save us. They've gone mad. The zombies have gone mad. Please open the door, I beg you.
Zombies were chasing them frantically, moving at lightning speed.
Are zombies really that fast? Look at their teeth and nails. How could this be?
It has grown fangs, and its nails are sharp and long.
Everyone was stunned.
They had never seen zombies like this before. They were no different from real beasts. Those who escaped back pounded on the door desperately, but the zombies gave them no chance at all, devouring them alive in seconds, almost one bite at a time. After devouring all the humans in front of him, the zombies began circling the building, continuing their search for prey. Chen Lang narrowed his eyes at the sight.
Step back, stand downstairs where you can't be seen. Don't make a sound.
The group obediently retreated, clearly realizing that the zombies were completely different from before.
After some time, the zombies finally dispersed. Chen Lang, what exactly is this? Bai Jia watched the zombies walk away and couldn't help but ask. Everyone turned to look at Chen Lang. Upon hearing the question, Chen Lang pondered for a moment before answering.
This is a mutated zombie, or rather, an evolved version of a zombie.
Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Mutant zombies? Zombies can evolve? What should we do? What happened before was terrifying enough, but they can even evolve. Are humans really going to go extinct?
Seeing the despair on everyone's faces, Chen Lang thought for a moment, then told them what had happened at the supermarket. It seems that it was just one of the first to mutate.
Today is a day of collective mutation. Although they become much stronger, they're not invincible. As long as we're careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. It was around this time.
Only then did they realize that Chen Lang had encountered such danger in his search for supplies.
Xiao Chun, thank you. For us. You've sacrificed too much.
Lu Ruoyao's eyes reddened as she spoke softly. The others also cast grateful glances at Chen Lang, and seeing this, Chen Lang grinned.
You are all my women, isn't that what I should do? Don't worry.
As long as I'm here, I will never let you get hurt. These words moved everyone even more. They all rushed towards Chen Lang. For a moment, Chen Lang felt like he didn't have enough hands to handle it all. On the other hand, Zhao Mang and Shenlan exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat embarrassed.
After a busy day, everyone was hungry. After adjusting my emotions, then everyone went to cook with Zhanya.
Soon, the fragrant food was served, and everyone took their seats, including Zhao Mang and Shenlan.
Ha! Who let you sit at the table?
Looking at the self-aware Shenlan, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Zhao Mang was also taken aback upon hearing this. Shenlan looked at Chen Lang, her chopsticks just picked up hovering in midair, and asked in confusion.
Ha! What do you mean? Isn't this for dinner? Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and glanced at her sideways. Eating is fine, but when did I agree to let you eat? I don't remember inviting you.
Upon hearing this, Shenlan finally remembered what Chen Lang had told her earlier, and her eyes widened immediately.
Chen Lang, what do you mean? Are you trying to starve me to death? If I don't sleep with you, I won't even let you eat? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle.
Bai Jia swiftly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Shenlan's hands and said to her,
Congratulations, you got it right.
She loves watching this kind of show. Seeing this, Shenlan was immediately filled with shame and indignation. She looked at Chen Lang and then at Bai Jia, and immediately stood up.
Fine, I won't eat it. I don't care anyway.
After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But as soon as he took a step, he pointed at Zhao Mang and angrily said to Chen Lang.
And what about her? Why is it that she can?
Yes, we're all outsiders, and Zhao Mang has never slept with Chen Lang, so why should she get to eat?
Everyone looked at Chen Lang as if they were watching a good show. Zhao Mang looked embarrassed and didn't dare to move.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at Shenlan with the look of someone looking at an idiot, and then spoke leisurely. They came to seek refuge with me, and they even provided useful information.
Of course there's food to eat. And you? You're just a petty thief here to gather intelligence. I'm being lenient by not teaching you a lesson.
Chen Lang had already prepared this explanation. Based on his previous understanding of Zhao Mang and his interactions with her over the past 2 days, he discovered that this woman was quite extraordinary. Not only is he highly intelligent, but he is also courageous and resourceful. Chen Lang knew that starving wouldn't make this woman compromise. He wanted to truly conquer her. And it can be used by him in the future. Shenlan was speechless after hearing these words. She pointed at Chen Lang and then at Zhao Mang, and finally ran away crying.
Seeing this, everyone was already used to it.
Then they began to feast, having burned quite a bit of energy today. Zhao Mang also picked up her chopsticks, but she felt a little sorry for Shenlan, since it was she who asked Shenlan to find Chen Lang in the first place.
That. Chen Lang didn't even look up, just waved his hand. Forget about pleading. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. You should be able to understand, right?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Mang paused for a moment, then silently nodded, swallowing the rest of her words. He then buried himself in his rice. However, he would steal glances at Chen Lang every now and then, and I don't know what he was thinking.
Night falls. Everyone went back to their rooms. Chen Lang slept alone. He was quite tired today. Knock, knock, knock.
A knock came at the door, and Chen Lang narrowed his eyes.
Please come in.
The door opened, and Shenlan walked in. Seeing this, Chen Lang was somewhat surprised. After all, he had only been hungry for a day.
Class beauty, is there something you need? In the middle of the night.
Looking Shenlan up and down, Chen Lang teased. Shenlan had clearly done some martial arts training. She seemed to have taken a shower, as her hair was still wet. And she was wearing light makeup. I don't know where she got it from.
Chen Lang. I'm so hungry, I can't sleep.
As she spoke, she secretly took a few steps closer. Seeing this, Chen Lang's smile deepened, and he deliberately imitated Shenlan's tone from that day.
Oh? You're hungry? Then go out and find something to eat. What do you want from me? Didn't you say that someone like me is not good enough for you? Why don't you find someone who is good enough for you and ask them? Chapter 44 Apologies must be sincere.
Shenlan could tell that Chen Lang was being sarcastic, but as a young lady who had never gone hungry since the apocalypse, she couldn't bear any hardship.
Chen Lang, please don't do this, I know I was wrong. So what? Can I apologize to you? An apology? If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for?
Chen Lang curled his lip and rolled his eyes after hearing this.
If you want to apologize, you need to be sincere. Let me see your sincerity.
As he spoke, Chen Lang's eyes began to wander over Shenlan, his meaning quite clear. Upon hearing this, Shenlan bit her lip and said,
I see. It's just sleeping with you, right? I'll do that, okay?
As she spoke, Shenlan seemed to vent her anger by lifting up her t-shirt, revealing her fair skin, which shone brightly in the moonlight.
Chen Lang watched this scene with amusement and licked his lips. Yes, she truly deserves to be the class beauty. That skin, that face, wow. Hearing Chen Lang's teasing words, Shenlan's face showed even more shame and indignation.
Oh well, she had already made up her mind anyway, so she decided to go for it. Thinking this way, Shenlan simply took the initiative to walk towards Chen Lang.
Chen Lang, I need to make this clear to you beforehand. I'm just trying to survive. Don't think I'll ever really like you. Even if you get me physically, you'll never get my heart. Your heart? Chen Lang chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. Who cared?
He immediately reached out and pulled Shenlan into his arms.
Shenlan let out a gasp. The night suddenly became so dark that nothing could be seen, and only faint sounds could be heard. Are they worthy or not? Say. I'm asking you if you're worthy.
Zhao Meng's room wasn't far from Chen Lang's room, or rather, the partitions weren't very soundproof, so she could hear everything that was happening there. Her face was flushed, she covered her ears, and the image of Chen Lang from earlier that day kept flashing through her mind.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Zhao Meng, don't think such things.
You can't be so lewd.
After a long time, Chen Lang slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
He had been so busy lately that he had been holding back for so long.
Congratulations, host, on achieving another great feat. The rewards are as follows.
Superpower special ability, Luck. Luck, the host's luck has been enhanced.
The panel unfolded in front of me at the same time.
Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 20. Wisdom, 30. Agility, 30. Strength, 155 increased. Defense, 155 increased. Spirit, 30 already increased. Family members, 8.
Current score, 1203 earned from killing zombies. Skills mastered, stealth spatial ability super strength rock slab perception self-healing luck. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance.
Name, Shenlan. Loyalty, 50%. Rating, A. Other, to be unlocked.
Looking at the panel, Chen Lang pursed his lips, his expression somewhat complicated, a mixture of joy and worry. He was happy that Shenlan was actually a level, but worried about what the heck this luck was all about.
Damn it, there are no lottery tickets left to buy. What's the use of this skill?
While secretly complaining, Chen Lang noticed that his points had accumulated to over 1,000, so he clicked to participate in the lottery.
Superpowers items attributes. The zombies have mutated, they won't be so easy to kill anymore. I should focus on strengthening myself first. Select attributes. Regular lottery, you can exchange 100 free attribute points. Random lottery, redeem random attribute values. Ha! Random attribute value? What does that mean? Chen Lang sensed something was amiss. Since it had reached the 1000 level, there must be something different about it, right? He suspected something was fishy about this random lottery. You're the lucky one in the random draw. Bite.
Congratulations, host, you have received an attribute gift pack and successfully landed a critical hit, doubling your luck. You have gained 500 points of strength attribute. Hearing the system notification, Chen Lang was dumbfounded.
How much?
He blinked, afraid he was seeing things, and quickly opened the attribute panel.
Strength, 655 already increased. Holy crap! The surprise was so overwhelming that Chen Lang couldn't help but exclaim.
Shenlan, who was slumped to the side, let out a muffled groan. But she quickly fell asleep again because Chen Lang had already fed her.
Strength value, 655. An average person's punch weighs about 90 kilograms.
Based on that, Chen Lang's punch can now deliver a force of nearly 6,000 kilograms.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he's now a human cannonball.
Overwhelmed with excitement, Chen Lang couldn't wait to try it out, so he slipped out of the building. This area should be relatively safe. He eventually chose a park where the heaviest things were the stone blocks, weighing at least 200 kilograms. Hey! It can be lifted up with one hand without any effort. Chen Lang took a running start and then smashed the stone pier hard into the park's ornamental lake.
Bang! The towering waves surged forth instantly, with the power of cannonballs. Awesome! This is so awesome!
Seeing this, Chen Lang became even more excited.
He looked around and aimed at a stone block, then punched it hard. Thump!
The stone pier exploded with a loud bang.
Ouch, holy crap!
Chen Lang's hand was also scraped. He had been careless, his strength had increased, but his defense hadn't caught up yet.
Having been injured, Chen Lang became much more obedient.
Having already grasped the extent of his current strength, he obediently returned to the building to sleep.
I woke up the next day.
The wound on his hand had healed, and Chen Lang couldn't help but smile again.
He knew this was the work of the self-healing ability. Damn, I'm really awesome now. Chen Lang thought to himself.
At breakfast time, Shenlan sat down at the table and ate several bowls of rice in a fit of rage. Everyone had heard what happened yesterday, so it wasn't surprising.
I'm planning to go to school today. Zhao Meng, come with me.
After finishing his meal, Chen Lang wiped his mouth and looked at Zhao Meng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng raised her head in thought for a moment.
Are you going to collect supplies?
Chen Lang nodded at her. It's so much easier to talk to a smart woman.
That's right, Li Fei and the others are still with you. You should know where it's stored, right? Zhao Meng nodded immediately.
Those places were actually quite hidden, and they wouldn't be easy to find without her help.
Okay, I'll go with you.
Actually, she also wanted to demonstrate her own value, otherwise, since she hadn't slept with Chen Lang yet, she always felt like she was just freeloading. The rest of the team will continue to reinforce the defenses. The zombies have mutated and become stronger, so we still need to strengthen our defenses as needed. To Chen Lang's surprise, Zhao Meng's driving skills were quite good, clearly indicating she had driven a lot before.
It seems she's also a young lady from a wealthy family.
Leaning back in the passenger seat, Chen Lang lay comfortably.
Also, admire Zhao Meng's stunning profile. No wonder she's the school beauty, she looks stunning from every angle.
But Zhao Meng's expression was a little off, and it became increasingly serious.
She kept glancing at the rearview mirror, and finally couldn't help but speak up. Chen Lang, we seem to be in trouble. Chapter 45 Transactions.
Hearing Zhao Meng's words, Chen Lang lazily sat up, tilted his head to look at the rearview mirror, and saw several zombies chasing the car desperately behind it. If this had happened before, Chen Lang might have been a little worried. But now he has transformed into a human cannonball, and the mutated zombies are no different from small fry in his eyes.
Parking.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng was immediately stunned, looked at him, and wondered if she had misheard.
Chen Lang, although you are very capable, you've seen it too. After the zombies mutated. I'm afraid even you might not be able to handle this.
Chen Lang didn't speak upon hearing this, but simply waved his hand. Zhao Meng frowned and stopped the car, her eyes filled with resentment. She wanted to see what this man was planning to do.
The car stopped, and the zombies quickly caught up.
Chen Lang opened the car door and got out, just as one of the mutated zombies came towards him.
Actually, he wanted to test the difference between himself and the mutated zombie. Bang!
Without much hesitation, he threw a simple punch. Seeing this, Zhao Meng couldn't help but close his eyes.
He thought Chen Lang had some secret weapon again, but it turned into hand-to-hand combat? Isn't that nonsense? In a daze, she seemed to see Chen Lang being torn to pieces.
but the expected screams didn't come.
Instead, a series of bangs followed. Zhao Meng opened her eyes and her mouth opened wide. What did she see? The zombie was crushed into pieces by Chen Lang's fist, just like clay. My god, is this even human? It didn't take long.
Chen Lang returned to the passenger seat, wiped the blood off his hands, and acted as if nothing had happened.
Alright, let's keep going.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng subconsciously nodded and continued driving, but her heartbeat grew stronger and stronger.
For the first time in her life, she was so curious about a man.
In contrast, Chen Lang's brows furrowed slightly. Through the experiment just now, he discovered that his control over his strength was still lacking, and his destructive power was seriously excessive.
And correspondingly, this also caused his physical strength to be depleted very quickly. That won't do.
If he lets the zombies take turns fighting, even if he's incredibly skilled, he'll be exhausted.
It seems he needs to practice more. Before long, the two arrived at Xining University. Perhaps because there are no living people left here, there aren't many zombies gathered here. Let's go to the girls' dormitory first. Zhao Meng pointed to a dormitory building and looked at Chen Lang.
Seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
He had never actually been inside the girls' dormitory. Okay, lead the way. After entering the dormitory, the two turned several times and finally entered the innermost dormitory. Zhao Meng opened the door, and the room was crammed full of supplies. That's all?
What might seem like a lot to others is not quite enough for Chen Lang. Zhao Meng was taken aback by these words.
Yes, we search for supplies every day. These are for stockpiling.
I see, Chen Lang nodded, then planned to use the space, but then remembered that Zhao Meng was still there, and smiled.
I'll show you a magic trick. Zhao Meng was taken aback. Magic? What?
But the next moment her eyes widened again. All the supplies in front of us have vanished, as if they had never existed at all.
This. Even with her calm and composed mind, she finally couldn't hold back anymore.
She had only spent 2 days with Chen Lang and had been shocked the whole time.
She couldn't take it anymore. Forget about this and that, let's go. Boys' dormitory.
These supplies took up half the space, and Chen Lang was a little worried about whether the boys' dormitory could still accommodate them. Zhao Meng was already somewhat unable to think straight at this point, and could only nod subconsciously.
Okay, I understand. Let's go.
When they arrived at the boys' dormitory, they found the place where the supplies were stored, but the supplies were even less than those in the girls' dormitory.
This isn't right.
Boys definitely eat much more than girls.
And what about the weapons?
They must have spares of those Molotov cocktails and gasoline cans.
Listening to Chen Lang's analysis, Zhao Meng nodded silently.
She also felt that something was not quite right, but based on her understanding, this was all she knew.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lang activated his senses.
As he began to observe the dormitory building, a sudden realization struck him.
This is... It turned out there was a basement downstairs from the dormitory building. The basement was fine, but what surprised Chen Lang was that there were actually a few green dots inside, though the color was very faint. Follow behind me, and be careful. Frowning, Chen Lang led Zhao Meng towards the basement. The first thing he saw was an iron gate with a lock. Without hesitation, Chen Lang ripped it off and threw it aside. Zhao Meng clicked her tongue in amazement once again.
Behind the iron gate was a passageway connecting several storage rooms.
You beasts, you will be punished. A faint sound came from behind. Chen Lang's expression changed, Zhao Meng's face turned pale, and then she blurted out. It's Xiao Yu.
Chen Lang didn't know Xiao Yu, but the voice seemed to belong to Zhao Meng's friend, so the two followed the sound and found it in one of the storage rooms.
Open the door.
Seeing the scene before him, even Chen Lang's expression turned somewhat grim.
7 or 8 girls were lying in the small room.
They were covered in wounds and filth, their expressions were numb, and they seemed oblivious to the rats and insects gnawing at their flesh.
Xiao Yu, Xiao Qian.
Zhao Meng's eyes widened in disbelief as she called out their names one by one.
How could this happen? Weren't you missing? Why did this happen? Who on earth is it? Who did this to you?
Unfortunately, most of these girls were barely clinging to life, except for Xiao Yu, who had just spoken.
Upon hearing Zhao Meng's voice, she became excited. Sister Meng, is that you? Sister Meng? Please, just kill me.
Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Meng rushed to her side, tears welling up in her eyes. Only then did she realize that Xiao Yu's eyes had been gouged out.
Xiao Yu, it's me. What happened? How could you do this? Xiao Yu listened to Zhao Meng's question and gave a bitter laugh. Li Fei, it's that beast Li Fei. They're not human.
They originally intended to sell their bodies to exchange for more supplies from Li Fei and the others, but they didn't expect that after Li Fei had his way with them, he would resell them to other people in exchange for weapons. As for those people, they didn't know them either. All I know is that they are a group of even more despicable villains who not only toy with them, but are also extremely cruel. So much so that when they were sent back, some were insane, some were crippled, and they were unrecognizable. But even so, Li Fei had no intention of letting them go. Fearing that the matter would be exposed, he simply left them there to fend for themselves.
Sister Meng, we're all doomed anyway, you have to help me get revenge. Li Fei and those beasts.
They must be punished as they deserve.
Chapter 46 The Screams in the Toilet.
Hearing Xiaoyu's words, Zhao Meng was already sobbing uncontrollably. She had thought that these girls had died in an accident, but she never expected that they had suffered so much torture. Stroking Xiaoyu's head, Zhao Meng pulled her into her arms.
Good Xiaoyu, that bastard Li Fei is dead.
Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she was pleasantly surprised.
Really? Sister Meng, that's great. How did he die? Did you kill him?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng shook her head, looked at Chen Lang beside her, and said,
No, it wasn't me.
There was another person who came with me today.
His name is Chen Lang, and he's also our classmate. He's the one who eliminated Li Fei and his gang. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook her head left and right, finally following the direction Zhao Meng was pointing. Bang bang bang. He kowtowed 3 times. Chen Lang, thank you.
Chen Lang was originally just observing, but seeing this situation, he felt a little embarrassed and had no choice but to speak up.
It's nothing, you don't need to thank me.
I didn't know your situation at the time, so there was no need for that. Xiao Yu nodded upon hearing this, and then said something to Zhao Meng, whose expression immediately changed drastically.
And then the next moment. Bang!
Xiao Yu slammed her head against the wall, and then stopped breathing. When Chen Lang came out of the basement, his space was already full of supplies, including several unusable homemade hunting rifles. He guessed that Li Fei and his men had been tricked.
You won't blame me, will you?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng shook her head, looked at Chen Lang with tears in his eyes, and said gratefully, No, thank you for helping them get out of this predicament.
I can't do it. Hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. He had seen how pitiful the remaining girls were, so he decided to give them a ride.
Actually, Chen Lang wanted to ask what Xiao Yu said to Zhao Meng at the end.
But the atmosphere is too heavy right now, so let's forget about it.
When Chen Lang arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he planned to load the remaining supplies into the car, but he was stunned when he saw the situation.
I don't know when it happened.
A large number of zombies have inexplicably appeared in this courtyard, and they are sniffing around as they swarm toward the boys' dormitory.
Oh no!
Chen Lang guessed that the bloody smell in the basement might have attracted them, so he picked up Zhao Meng beside him and ran upstairs.
There were too many zombies, and he wasn't entirely confident of success. The zombies didn't notice them.
They all rushed towards the basement. Seeing this, Chen Lang's expression was somewhat strange. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to those corpses. Zhao Meng simply closed her eyes, unable to bear watching any longer.
Looks like we'll have to wait. Just to be safe. It's best to wait until they've finished eating and dispersed before going back to the building.
Chen Lang observed the situation and made this decision. After all, Zhao Meng was just an ordinary person, and her situation had to be taken into account. Zhao Meng naturally had no objection to this. So the two of them found a relatively clean room in the dormitory and settled in. I've been busy with something all along, so nothing much has happened yet. Now that the man and woman were alone in a room, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward.
Chen Lang broke the silence by speaking. What did Xiao Yu say to you at the end just now?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng paused for a moment, then spoke. It's nothing, she just said you're a good man. And those people who warned us to be careful about dealing with Li Fei is not on the same level as them. Zhao Meng paused at this point. But Chen Lang, you don't need to take this to heart. Killing Li Fei will avenge Xiao Yu and the others. Hearing Zhao Meng say this, Chen Lang glanced at her and nodded. This woman was indeed very smart and knew how to talk.
Okay, I understand. It seems the situation in this city is far more complicated than I thought.
After finishing their conversation, there was nothing left to talk about, and the atmosphere became a little strange again. Chen Lang leaned against the bed, pretending to close his eyes and rest.
Actually, he was secretly peeking at Zhao Meng, who was sitting down. This woman has such an elegant demeanor.
Even when she's sitting, she always stands tall and straight, which is a pleasure to look at. Zhao Meng seemed to sense Chen Lang's gaze and subconsciously turned her head to look at him.
Chen Lang quickly closed his eyes.
Looking around with a puzzled expression, Zhao Meng felt a little embarrassed. She had never been alone with a man like this before.
I need to go to the restroom.
Zhao Meng made up an excuse to leave and hide for a while, and Chen Lang nodded silently.
The building is so tall. The zombies won't come up anytime soon.
But unexpectedly, not long after Zhao Meng went out, her scream suddenly rang out.
Ah!
Upon hearing the sound, Chen Lang sprang to his feet and darted out. The sound was coming from the toilet, and he immediately disappeared inside.
Zhao Meng, what's wrong with you?
The anticipated crisis did not occur at that moment. Zhao Meng was squatting down to urinate.
Their eyes met.
Chen Lang was right in front of her, and he could see everything clearly, both what he should and shouldn't see.
Chen Lang, stop looking. Get away from here. There was a mouse just now.
Zhao Meng's fair face visibly flushed red as she suppressed her shame and indignation and whispered. Hearing this, Chen Lang glared at him fiercely for a few more moments.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I thought something had happened to you. I'm so sorry.
While apologizing, Chen Lang slowly moved his body, his eyes filled with reluctance, which made Zhao Meng anxious.
Hey, get out of here.
At the same time, she looked up at Chen Lang, which made Chen Lang feel embarrassed to stare at her. So she just smiled and left the restroom.
Hey, Zhao Meng, you don't need to be so shy. You've seen mine before. Now that I've seen yours, we're even.
I'll be keeping watch outside the restroom, so don't worry about it. Hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng became even more embarrassed, lowered her head, and remained silent with a huff.
After a short while, they finally came out. Chen Lang pulled out a pack of wet wipes and laughed. Here, wipe your hands, don't be angry.
But Zhao Meng just snorted at him and then slipped back to her dorm. Chen Lang watched her retreating figure. I suddenly realized that this school beauty is not only pretty, but also has a pretty cute personality, hee.
The zombies lingered. Chen Lang and Zhao Meng will have to stay in the dormitory tonight.
Zhao Meng originally planned to sleep in a separate room, but Chen Lang strongly insisted that it was not safe.
Ultimately, Zhao Meng had no choice but to compromise.
Chen Lang then began to use his silver tongue to tease Zhao Meng with all sorts of words. Unfortunately, Zhao Meng didn't take the bait and pretended to be asleep early on. This annoyed Chen Lang a bit, but he didn't continue.
That would be too lewd.
Anyway, she couldn't escape his grasp, so it would be more fun to enjoy her slowly.
The next day, Zhao Meng woke up first.
She heard a noise outside, so she quickly sat up and went to Chen Lang's bed. Chen Lang was still catching female demons in his dreams. And so came the normal morning reaction of every man, which startled Zhao Meng, who rushed over.
Was this thing really that big? It looked fine the other day. But right now, she couldn't care less about thinking about anything else. Chen Lang, wake up. There's a noise outside. It looks like zombies are coming up. Wake up. Chapter 47 An Encounter.
Chen Lang slowly woke up and opened his eyes to look at Zhao Meng. He saw that she was very anxious. At the same time, there was a noise outside the dormitory, which sounded like footsteps.
Wait, let me go check. Chen Lang rolled out of bed and went to the door.
He saw that the zombie had indeed gone upstairs. It seemed that this mutation not only increased its attack power, but also made it smarter.
Looks like I can't stay here any longer.
After closing the door, Chen Lang began to think about how to deal with the situation. He first went to the window to observe the situation outside.
There weren't many zombies, so they must have all gone inside the building. Hold me tight, and we'll jump.
Hearing this, Zhao Meng was stunned.
Jump down?
They were on the 7th floor.
Chen Lang, you must be joking. Isn't this suicide?
Chen Lang didn't offer much explanation and began to dismantle the window with his bare hands. The footsteps in the corridor grew closer and closer.
Believe me.
After saying that, Chen Lang, disregarding Zhao Meng's wishes, directly embraced her.
Aha!
This was the first time she had ever been so intimate with a man, and Zhao Meng blushed immediately. She instinctively pushed her hands towards Chen Lang's chest, but her strength was no match for him. The zombies in the corridor seemed to have smelled their scent and suddenly became violent. Roar, roar, roar. He roared and pounded on the dormitory door at the same time. Whoosh! The door shattered with a crash. Chen Lang glanced back, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then pulled out several gasoline cans from his spatial storage. I'll give you a big gift before I leave. He lit the gasoline, and flames immediately erupted. Chen Lang then grabbed Zhao Meng and jumped off. Zhao Meng was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She could only close her eyes tightly and silently pray that Chen Lang hadn't lied to her, otherwise they would definitely have been smashed into pieces after that jump. The whistling wind brushed past my ears. Thump! With a thud, they landed smoothly and successfully. Zhao Meng opened her eyes and looked at Chen Lang in disbelief. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. We can't stay here any longer, let's go back to the building. I didn't go home all night. Everyone must be terribly worried. Chen Lang glanced at the dormitory building engulfed in flames, then the two of them went to the car and drove off. After leaving the school, Zhao Meng finally came to her senses. How exactly did you do that? Being strong is one thing. How come he was alright after jumping off the 7th floor? Chen Lang remained seated in the passenger seat, a smile playing on his lips as he listened to the question, and looked at Zhao Meng. What? Have you taken a fancy to me? You're so curious about me. Please don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Seeing that Chen Lang was being inappropriate again, Zhao Meng rolled her eyes at him and stopped talking, focusing on driving. But what they didn't expect was, the car had barely driven off when another car came towards it. This would have been perfectly normal in the past, but you have to understand, this is the apocalypse. Chen Lang, Zhao Meng herself may not have realized it, but now whenever she encounters a problem, she instinctively asks Chen Lang for advice. Shoo! Chen Lang noticed it too, and looked at the car. Because they were face to face, he could see the people inside clearly. The driver was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The passenger seat was occupied by a clean-looking young man with a pale face. He was also staring at Chen Lang and the others, and when he saw Zhao Meng clearly, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Because both cars were traveling at high speeds, they only briefly met each other before passing by. The direction they're heading is. Yes, it should be the school. Zhao Meng spoke to Chen Lang, whose eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed that everyone in the car seemed to be in good spirits. The apocalypse has been underway for some time now. To maintain such a state, one must certainly be no ordinary person. Thinking about this, the tragic state of Xiaoyu and the others flashed through Chen Lang's mind, and a guess arose in his heart, but he immediately shook his head. He was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. Back in the building. As expected, everyone was already impatient, and as soon as they saw Chen Lang, they all surrounded him and started complaining. He comforted them for a long time before they calmed down. All right, everything's fine now. Sister Lu. Check the newly found supplies and put them into storage. This was a good haul. They had rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, milk, and even some fresh vegetables, something they hadn't had in a long time. Cabbage, bok choy, carrots. Wow, that's awesome. Everyone gathered together to look at the supplies Chen Lang brought back. Fang Yeye seemed to have a special fondness for vegetables, touching them all over the place. Brother Lang, can we try growing some vegetables too? If you can. Then we won't have to go on adventures all the time anymore. Hearing Fang Yeye's words, everyone was stunned. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a good idea. But can these people really do it? Hey, does anyone here know how to grow vegetables? Scanning the crowd, Chen Lang asked, and the answer was obvious: these people could eat, but forget about growing anything. Everyone shook their heads, and finally Lu Ruoyao stood up and spoke. How about this, Xiao Chen? I've set aside some ingredients for everyone to try. Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this. That was the only way, after all, he wouldn't. Xining University. The car that Chen Lang just encountered was parked at the school gate, with several people standing around it. Not long after, a middle-aged man ran quickly out of the school and walked towards the car. Young Master's son, the boys' dormitory has been burned down. There's no one in the girls' dormitory either. Could it be that Li Fei has moved his men to a different location without even telling us? The pale-faced young man in the passenger seat nodded upon hearing this, then squinted at the still smoking boys' dormitory.
Probably not, he's still trying to get something out of us. Even if they want to move, they will definitely let us know. If I'm not mistaken, there's a high chance something happened to them. The zombies mutated, and they might all be dead. This young man is named Sunan. He is the son of the village chief of Suunjia village and a graduate of a prestigious university. The middle-aged man who came to report looked somewhat worried upon hearing this. Young Master Sun, how are we going to explain this when we get back? There are no women here.
Those guys in the village are probably going to cause trouble again.
They all act like they can't live without women.
Upon hearing this, Sunan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said,
All right, let's go back first. Keep this confidential for now. Don't tell anyone when you get back.
We'll make a decision after my father and I have discussed it.
Hearing what Sunan said, the others didn't say anything more, nodded to him, and got into the car. On the way back,
Sunan suddenly raised an eyebrow, the images of Chen Lang and Zhao Meng flashing through his mind, and his eyes gradually narrowed.
Chapter 48 Sun Family Village. The car eventually arrived at a village on the outskirts of Xining City.
At the entrance of the village stood a gate tower with 3 large characters on it, Sun Family Village.
Oh, young Master Sun is back. Why so soon this time? How about it? How many female college students will we get this time? The guys can't wait to try something new.
There were guards at the village entrance. When they saw Sunan and the others return, they immediately surrounded them and asked them questions with expectant faces. Upon hearing this, Sunan glanced at them and chuckled.
Look at how impatient you all are. Don't worry, the person will be delivered in a few days. After saying that, he instructed the driver to drive into the village and arrive at the only villa in the entire village. Father, I'm back. As soon as Sunan entered the room, a woman's exclamation came from inside. Ah! Shaoan, why didn't you knock?
A heavily made-up middle-aged woman was seen getting up from the dark-faced middle-aged man, while coquettishly complaining. Upon seeing this, a hint of disgust flashed in Sunan's eyes.
Get out, I need to talk to my father.
The woman seemed to know that Sunan didn't like her, so she quickly grabbed her clothes and ran out.
After the woman left,
Sunan then looked at the dark-faced man.
This was his father, Sun Wu, the village chief of Sun Family Village. Dad, I just don't understand, why do you always like this style? Aren't those female students 100 times better than this?
Upon hearing this, Sun Wu chuckled. By then, he had finished dressing and poured a cup of tea for both Sunan and himself.
Hee, Shaoan, you're still young, you don't understand. This is the kind that tastes the best.
After saying this, Sun Wu took a sip of tea to quench his thirst, and then looked at Sunan.
Is everything going smoothly? Those students, they didn't ask for anything more, did they?
Trading a box of cabbages for a female student is already cheap enough for them.
If they anger me, I'll just take them all.
Upon hearing Sun Wu's question, Sunan pondered for a moment and then explained the situation in detail. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu's face immediately darkened.
What's going on? Didn't they have 200 or 300 people? How could they all have died at once? Shaoan, are you sure they didn't run away?
Sunan shook his head, took a sip of tea, and continued.
I suspect they were wiped out by someone else. Sun Tzu frowned even more deeply. Destroyed? In the East District, who has that kind of ability? Could it be Wangjia Village? Probably not, aren't they planning to recruit those students? Sunan seemed unwilling to dwell on this issue any longer and interrupted Sun Wu. Father, they're gone anyway, there's no need to speculate.
The most urgent task now is. We should think about how to appease the young men in the village. These guys are in the prime of their lives, and if they don't have women to play with, they're bound to cause trouble again. Sun Wu nodded repeatedly upon hearing Sunan's words.
Yes, Shaoan is right. Hiss. But where can we find this woman?
They've long since gotten tired of the ones in the village. Looking at Sun Wu's conflicted expression, Sunan raised an eyebrow and spoke.
Father, I have an idea. Do you think this will work?
Upon hearing this, Sun Wu immediately looked over with expectant eyes.
Do you remember that teacher's college not far from the village? It's never short of women there.
Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed.
I have thought about that, but Shaoan, you know. That bitch Chu Yi, she won't listen to either soft or hard tactics.
Besides, the university is right between our village and Wangjia village. If we force our way in, Wangjia village might take the opportunity to get back at us, and will suffer a huge loss.
Seeing Sun Wu's worried face, Sunan smiled. Father, how could I not know that?
A direct assault is definitely not going to work.
But we can outsmart them.
I heard that village chief Wang Laolu has taken a liking to Chu Yi.
We can do this.
As he listened to Sunan's plan, Sun Wu's brows gradually relaxed, and he finally couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh out loud.
Excellent. You truly are my son. A student from a prestigious university.
In that case, not only will we have the teacher's college secured, but we can also take over Wangjia village as a side project.
To be honest, I've disliked them for a long time.
Seeing Sun Wu's excited expression, Sunan nodded and chuckled.
If father thinks it's feasible, then I'll get started on it. Take over the school and Wangjia village. From now on, the entire Dongcheng district of Xining City will be completely under your control. Hearing Sunan say this, Sun Wu was even happier.
He never imagined that he, a mere village chief, would have such a day.
Good.
From now on, the Dongcheng district will belong to my son and me.
This side of the building.
Although Chen Lang didn't say it, he was still quite bothered by Sunan and the others.
Since the end times,
he deeply felt that people were actually more terrifying than zombies. The appearance of Sunan and others was like a time bomb to Chen Lang, who didn't want it to explode at any time. Chen Lang disliked this feeling of being out of control.
Are you thinking about that car from earlier today?
As he was pondering, Zhao Meng's voice came from behind him. Chen Lang looked at her but did not respond.
Don't worry, I'm not here to ask you to avenge Xiaoyu and the others. The enemy's situation is unclear. This is completely unnecessary, and besides, you don't owe them anything, nor do you owe me anything.
As Zhao Meng continued to speak, Chen Lang nodded inwardly. This woman was even smarter than he had imagined, and her emotional intelligence was also very high.
I'm wondering, how many other powerful forces are still hidden in this city? Are they enemies or friends? Shouldn't we make some plans in advance?
As he spoke, Chen Lang looked out at the dark city. Although their situation was not bad now, it would probably not be easy to maintain it in the long run.
The more you have, the more cautious you become. So, you're planning to do what Li Fei did? To build your own power base?
Zhao Meng looked at Chen Lang from the side and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang opened his mouth. Just then Zhang Yi's voice came. It's time for dinner.
Let's go, we can talk while we eat. This is also a good opportunity to explain to everyone.
At the dinner table, everyone was enjoying the delicious food and chatting. After thinking for a while, Chen Lang spoke up.
I have something to announce.
Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at him.
Clearing his throat, Chen Lang stood up. I believe everyone can feel that our lives are getting better and better, and sometimes we even forget that we are in the apocalypse. But we should be even more cautious when we are in a comfortable situation.
At this point, Chen Lang looked at Zhao Meng. On my way back today, Xiao Meng and I saw a car, and the people inside seemed to be in good spirits.
So what I'm trying to say is,
next, I plan to find some powerful forces in the city and form alliances with them.
In case of any unforeseen circumstances in the future, we can help each other. Chapter 49 The Female Leader? Hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng's eyes were full of surprise.
He thought Chen Lang was also planning to build his own power, but he didn't expect that he was preparing to join forces. In fact, it's about building your own power. Chen Lang had considered it, but in this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unfathomable, and he found it difficult to trust others.
So, there are actually other survivors like us in the city? Of course, aren't Li Fei and his group examples?
And you might not know this, but when Brother Lang took down this building, he wiped out several waves of people. He was incredibly impressive. The women didn't think much of it after all, they were Chen Lang's women, so whatever Chen Lang said went.
Listening to their discussion, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Don't you guys have any objections?
He publicly mentioned this matter to see if anyone had any better suggestions or the like.
Xiao Chen, we all believe in you. We'll support whatever you want to do. That's right, Brother Lang's decision is definitely correct. Chen Lang, as long as you feed me and keep me safe, you can do whatever you want with me. Okay, it seems I was overthinking things. Listening to these words, Chen Lang was speechless. It was a good thing that they supported him unconditionally, but they simply didn't use their brains and couldn't help him at all, which put a lot of pressure on him.
Zhao Meng pondered for a moment, then looked at Chen Lang and spoke. According to your idea, I do recall someone.
Perhaps we could become allies. Of course, that's assuming she's still alive. Oh?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately perked up and grabbed Zhao Meng's hand.
It has to be you. A school beauty who is both beautiful and intelligent. Who is it?
Zhao Meng blushed a little after Chen Lang's actions and quietly withdrew her hand.
She's my classmate, her name is Chu Yi.
Very capable. If she were still alive, she would probably have established her own power base by now.
Chu Yi? That name sounds a bit strange. However, Chen Lang didn't think much of it. At least he has a goal now, which is better than him wandering around the city like a headless fly. After that,
Chen Lang asked some more questions about Chu Yi and decided to set off to look for him tomorrow.
The next day,
Chen Lang drove to the normal university that Zhao Meng had mentioned. This university was not far from their school, and there were more girls than boys. In the past, when he had nothing to do, he and his roommates would come to see pretty girls. After parking the car, his driving skills no longer require him to make any mistakes.
Who goes there?
Before Chen Lang could even get out of the car, several burly girls suddenly jumped out from the school gate, carrying weapons such as knives and axes, looking fierce and menacing.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang was taken aback. Are there still guards?
It seems that, just as Zhao Meng said, the school has not fallen.
Hello, my name is Chen Lang, I'm here to find someone. After all, I'm here to discuss cooperation, so I should be more polite.
Upon hearing this, the girls exchanged glances before questioning each other.
Cooperation? What kind of cooperation are we talking about?
Chen Lang thought for a moment, then continued.
Chu Yi, do you know him?
He thought he'd take a gamble and see if Chu Yi was actually doing quite well here. Sure enough, when the women heard Chen Lang say that, their expressions changed immediately, and they were no longer as wary as before.
Do you know our leader? Leader?
Upon hearing this word, Chen Lang was speechless for a moment, but still nodded.
Yes, she and I are friends.
After that, the girls checked Chen Lang's entire body to make sure he wasn't carrying any weapons, and then they let him into the school.
It took many twists and turns. Finally, we arrived at the school principal's office, but the sign had been changed to chief's office. Ha, it looks pretty professional.
Chief, there's a guy named Chen Lang who says he's your friend. One of the girls who was leading the way knocked on the door and said loudly.
Chen Lang? I don't know him.
Hearing a sound coming from inside the house, Chen Lang guessed it must be Chu Yi, so he stepped forward and pushed the door open.
Zhao Meng sent me. She's your friend, right?
Seeing this, the girls immediately tried to capture Chen Lang, but how could they possibly defeat him?
But Chen Lang did not harm them.
He just stood there, observing the people in the room.
There were 4 people inside, all of them women.
The woman sitting in the boss's chair was a pretty girl with short hair and glasses. She was wearing a white shirt and a black suit jacket on her upper body, but her lower body was covered up and could not be seen.
It must be Chu Yi.
The 3 girls in front of her were somewhat disappointing. He could be described in 4 words: big and burly, fat and strong. Just by looking at his figure, he was probably even thicker than Chen Lang.
Chen Lang suddenly barged in.
The 3 girls immediately became alert, clenching their fists and protecting Chu Yi.
What is your relationship with Xiao Meng?
Chu Yi's voice came, but she did not signal the men who were restraining Chen Lang to stop.
She's my friend, and she's with me now.
Chen Lang told the truth, but he was a little annoyed. He had already introduced himself, and this woman was still so impolite.
Chu Yi nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Oh, she really didn't die. However, his tone didn't seem surprised, as if he were talking about someone unrelated. All right, let him go. At this moment, Chu Yi gave the order, then casually picked up a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and gestured for the people blocking his way to step back. He blew a smoke ring. Chu Yi raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Chen Lang with a disdainful expression. So, what do you want from me? Or rather, what does Zhao dream of? She must be your leader, right? Why didn't she come in person? Looking at Chu Yi's behavior, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Why was this woman so eager to be taught a lesson? Then, without waiting for a reply, he sat down on the sofa opposite Chu Yi. You've got it wrong, I'm the one in charge over there. Come over today. The reason is that I'm planning to cooperate with some forces, and Zhao Meng recommended you. As he spoke,
Chen Lang lit a cigarette for himself and looked at Chu Yi with a calm expression.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yi was taken aback.
Seemingly surprised that Chen Lang had come to the alliance, she subconsciously spoke up.
How many people are on your side? Including me, that makes exactly 10. Chen Lang didn't hide anything and told the truth directly.
Not only Chu Yi, but also the 3 chubby girls who were still present were stunned, and then burst into loud laughter.
10 people? You're not kidding, are you? Ha ha ha. Do you know how many people I have? Cooperation? You'd be more like coming to us for help. Don't be ridiculous. It's not surprising that Chu Yi was so smug.
Thanks to the existence of Suanjia village and Wangjia village, their school hadn't suffered much damage since the apocalypse. Existing personnel, and those capable of fighting. There are at least 2,000 people, and if you include some support staff, there are more than 3,000. It's hard to say whether they are strong or not, since they have never fought against humans before, but their numbers are definitely enough.
Chapter 50 Dad? Hearing Chu Yi's sneer, Chen Lang's expression didn't change much. He had already used his sensory to check on the way here.
Therefore, we have a general understanding of their numbers and deployment.
Alright,
give him 2 packs of instant noodles and send him on his way.
Consider this your reward for making me laugh today.
Oh, by the way, go back and tell Xiaoming to come find me.
As for the rest of you, forget about it.
Chu Yi wiped away the tears of laughter and gave instructions to the 3 chubby girls. Upon hearing this, the chubby girls rushed towards Chen Lang, talking and fighting at the same time.
Did you hear what the leader said? Grab your instant noodles and get out of here. Any cat or dog. You think you're qualified to discuss cooperation with our leader? If you're going to kick me out, just say so politely. Why did you have to humiliate me like that? Chen Lang really disliked their attitude.
He poked the cigarette but directly into the outstretched fat hand.
Hey, you little brat, you dare to burn me. Sisters! Slay this greyhound.
The chubby girl winced in pain, then her face contorted with rage. She rallied the other 2 to pounce on Chen Lang.
Look at their greasy appearance.
Chen Lang felt nauseous and decided to stay away from the situation.
He simply raised his leg and kicked the enemy away.
The 3 chubby girls didn't even have time to see how Chen Lang kicked them before they were sent flying backward one after another, like several overturned trash cans. Upon seeing this, Chu Yi, who was sitting to the side, immediately lost his composure. These 3 chubby girls were her 3 hand-picked guardians, each weighing at least 200 pounds, yet Chen Lang kicked them away with a single kick.
You!
Chu Yi finally stood up, and only then did Chen Lang get a clear look at him. She wore a gray pencil skirt and black stockings with high heels, which accentuated her curves and made her look very sexy.
Shut up.
Chen Lang stood up with his hands in his pockets and coldly uttered 2 words. For such a snobbish person. He was too lazy to waste any more words on her, let alone discuss any cooperation. After witnessing Chen Lang's superhuman strength, Chu Yi clearly dared not act rashly again. Although there were many of them, she was alone now. Especially the way Chen Lang looked at her, which gave her a strange sense of fear. She felt that if she said just one more word, the other person would not hesitate to take her life. They waited until Chen Lang had been gone for quite some time. She seemed to snap out of her daze, her chest heaving rapidly as she shouted indignantly.
Someone come here. Upon hearing Chu Yi's call, a girl quickly ran in. Chief, what is it?
The girl was stunned when she saw the 3 unconscious giants.
Where did that guy go?
Chu Yi asked fiercely. She had never been treated like this since the apocalypse.
Reporting to the chief. He's already gone.
Upon hearing this reply, Chu Yi angrily shoved a pile of documents off his desk onto the floor and cursed.
Useless. All of you are useless.
As she spoke, she still seemed to be angry, and then kicked the 3 unconscious giants a few times. Something that looks good but is useless.
Just then, another girl ran in through the door.
Reporting to the leader, Sunan from Suanjia village requests an audience. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi frowned and asked with a puzzled look in his eyes.
Sunan? What's he doing here?
Seeing that Chu Yi was in a bad mood, the girl quickly lowered her head and said.
I don't know, but they said it's something important. I need to tell you, Chief.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yi frowned, thought for a moment, and then sat back down in his chair to reply.
Okay, let him come over. Be polite.
Sunan is the son of the village chief of Suanjia village. Although she doesn't like him, she doesn't want to offend him.
When Chen Lang left the normal university, he happened to run into Sunan and his group. But just like last time, they just exchanged glances, nothing happened. Seeing that they were heading in the direction of the normal university, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself. Could these two groups be working together? But then he shook his head and said, let them do whatever they want, it's none of my business. Since he had come all this way, Chen Lang certainly wouldn't leave empty-handed. He stopped by a few nearby shops and looted them all. Once the space was filled, Chen Lang prepared to leave. Roar! Suddenly, a zombie appeared out of nowhere and lunged at me. Chen Lang was already in a bad mood. Anyone who dares to provoke him at this point will be met with no mercy. With a single iron fist, he smashes the zombie to pieces. Wow! Various parts fell amidst a rain of blood. The scene was extremely brutal. Humph, you're just unlucky. After wiping the blood off his hands, Chen Lang lifted his leg to leave, but just then, another slight sound came. Besides? Chen Lang followed the sound and was immediately stunned. From the source of the sound, a boy and a girl, about 6 or 7 years old, were hiding and looking at him with adoration. Brother, you're amazing. Are you Superman? It must be. I told you Ultraman was real, but you didn't believe me. Listening to the conversation between the two little ones, Chen Lang was somewhat speechless, blinked, and asked, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, the two children stood up. My name is Xiao Hai. My name is Xiao Mei. We came out looking for food, but we encountered zombies. Thank you, brother, you saved us. No wonder there's a zombie hiding here. Chen Lang nodded, then waved to them and prepared to leave. Brother, you're Superman, right? It's the end of the world. You must have been sent by God to save us, right? But as soon as he took a step, the two children rushed over and hugged him, staring at him expectantly. To be honest, Chen Lang is actually quite kind-hearted. But that depends on the time. This is the end times, and children are even less important than women. I think you've got it wrong. I'm not. As he spoke, he pried their hands off him, showing that he had no intention of taking these two burdens with him. Xiao Hai, Xiao Mei, are you here? But just then, a voice called out from outside the store. Chen Lang looked over. A group of children came in, each carrying weapons such as kitchen knives and wooden sticks. Seeing this, Xiao Hai and Xiao Mei quickly rejoined the crowd. He then recounted Chen Lang's recent glorious deeds to the group, which elicited screams of delight from them. Looking at this scene, Chen Lang was even more troubled. There were only 2 originally, but now, good heavens, there are 7. That's enough to film Calabash Brothers. The children chatted excitedly for a while. A little boy who looked like their leader came up to Chen Lang and bowed to him. My name is Chen Xiaoqiang. Thank you for saving Xiao Mei and Xiao Hai. They are my best friends. If they die, I really don't know what I'll do. Chen Lang looked at the child in front of him. He was young, but quite sensible, and seemed smarter than most children. The kid's eyes were bright and shiny. Hee, it's nothing, I just did it on the spur of the moment. He had intended to say a few polite words and leave, but Chen Xiaoqiang continued speaking with a sincere expression. I just heard Xiao Mei and the others say that my brother is Superman. I've wanted a superhero dad since I was little. So, brother, can you be my dad? Chapter 51: A loving father and a filial son. Chen Lang was stunned by the little boy's words, his face full of astonishment. He never expected that he would become a father unexpectedly one day. The answer is obvious, it's definitely. New offspring detected, confirm? Before Chen Lang could refuse, a system panel popped up in front of him, and he was stunned. New offspring? In that case, it was indeed mentioned that adopted sons and stepsons could also be considered his offspring. After only a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang agreed. Bringing a child means one more mouth to feed, but the rewards are definitely worth it. Okay, fine. Congratulations, host, for achieving another 8 new merits. The rewards for this achievement are as follows. Superpowers: Psychic Abilities, Leader. Leader: the host possesses a natural leadership aura, increasing member loyalty by 10%. There are no changes in attributes, except for the addition of a special ability. But with the added boost of the halo, the member information was immediately refreshed and displayed. Fang Ye, Lu Ruoyao, and Feng Shui all have a loyalty rating of 100.
Jiamye scored 90, Bai Jie scored 70, Tianyu and Shenlan scored 60, and Yi Xiaowei scored the lowest at only 50. Congratulations, host, you have achieved 100% true love. Reward, all attributes plus 10. With Lu Ruoya's loyalty reaching 100, Chen Lang also received the true love reward, which he was quite satisfied with. Although not much was added. But it also boosts overall strength. Enjoying the reward, Chen Lang was in a good mood, and his gaze towards Chen Xiaoqiang softened as he patted his head. From now on, you're my son. Call me dad and let me hear it. Chen Xiaoqiang seemed somewhat surprised. Perhaps he didn't expect things to go so smoothly, but he still immediately called out sweetly, Dad. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. This was the first time anyone had ever called him dad. It felt pretty good. He then took the opportunity to observe Chen Xiaoqiang, whose rating was A and loyalty was 90. Not bad. Since they've already acknowledged him as their son, Chen Xiaoqiang will definitely take him away. Dad, can we bring them along too? Everyone is my good friend. It would be too selfish of me to go with you alone, they would probably have a hard time surviving. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoqiang hesitated for a moment, then pleaded with Chen Lang. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at him. This kid is pretty loyal. After a moment's thought, if Chen Xiaoqiang could be adopted, wouldn't it be better to take others as godsons in the future? Alright, let's go together then. The others were initially tense, worried that Chen Lang wouldn't want to drag them along as a burden. Upon hearing this, he jumped up with joy. After that, the group got into Chen Lang's car and drove towards the building. On the way, Chen Lang even tried to adopt one of the children as his godson, but the system prompted him that the intimacy level was not high enough. It seems we can't be impatient. Back in the building, everyone was stunned when they saw the 7 Calabash brothers that Chen Lang had brought back, and they all gathered around. Xiaochun, what's going on here? Whose child is this? Chen Lang, weren't you going to look for partners? Why did you bring back so many children? Don't tell me they're part of your so-called power. Wow, so many children. Ha ha ha. Come here, Sister Ye will give you candy. Everyone was talking at once, and the noise was making Chen Lang's head spin. He had no choice but to quickly explain the situation to them. After hearing the explanation, everyone's opinion of Chen Lang changed drastically. They never expected him to be so kind-hearted. Women are naturally overflowing with maternal love. So they weren't averse to children, especially Chen Xiaoqiang and the others, who behaved very well. They were probably worried about being disliked and abandoned. After entrusting the children to the women for care, Chen Lang called Zhao Meng over. He briefly explained Shuya's situation. That's how it is. Your friend isn't very friendly. So I think we should just give up. Hearing Chen Lang say that, Zhao Meng nodded silently. Okay, whatever you say, it's up to you. That's just how she is, extremely arrogant, so this result isn't surprising. Over the next few days, Chen Lang continued to search for forces that could cooperate in the East District, but the results were somewhat unsatisfactory. After all, it was the apocalypse, and even if forces existed, they were not so easy to find. But to his surprise, women seem to really enjoy taking care of children, so when they have nothing to do, they start teaching the children all sorts of skills. Ding! Family member Chen Xiaoqiang has contributed 1 point of strength. Ding! Family member Chen Xiaoqiang has contributed 1 point of wisdom. Hearing the system's prompts, Chen Lang realized that this many children, many blessings system could also help him with the growth of his offspring. This is awesome. In other words, even if you become complacent in the future, as long as you have enough offspring, you will be strengthened as they grow. I understand that. Chen Lang began to observe the bellies of the group of people, intentionally or unintentionally, and a sense of anticipation began to grow in his heart. Perhaps I don't need to win over any forces at all. In the future, I and my descendants alone will be enough to build a powerful force. Suanjia Village. Village Chief Sun Wu and his son Sunan were in a very good mood at the moment. Son, that was a brilliant move. Sow discord between Chu Yi and Wangjia Village. Then we'll feign cooperation with them and get our people stationed at the school. This way, not only will the young people in the village have a place to vent their energy, but when Wangjia Village and Chu Yi go to war, we can reap the benefits. Ha ha ha. Hearing Sun Wu's praise, a hint of pride flashed across Sun An's face. Father, you flatter me. I only used a little trick. If you have anything to say,
then we can only say they're incredibly stupid. What era are we living in? All they know is fighting and killing, they're brainless.
Sun Woo couldn't hide the smile on his face, and he looked at Sunin with affection.
Wait until we take over the normal university and Wangjia village. Son. Dad, I'm planning to retire and enjoy my retirement. You can take my place then.
With top students from prestigious universities in charge, I think our Sun family is about to soar to new heights.
Ha ha ha.
Sunin chuckled upon hearing this, but did not refuse. He had this plan in mind all along. Sun Tzu was getting old, and his mental and physical abilities were not as good as his father's. He also did not have much ambition, so it was only a matter of time before he had to step down. Village Chief, young Master Sun, something's up. Just as the two were enacting a scene of filial piety, a younger brother suddenly came to report. Upon hearing this, a hint of anticipation flashed in Sun An's eyes, and he stood up.
Is there some movement from Wangjia village? Chapter 52 Chu Ye's request.
The intelligence my brother brought back was exactly as Sun An had predicted. Seeing Chu Yi and Sun An becoming friends, Wangjia village finally couldn't sit still any longer.
Sun An had only lied, claiming that Wangjia village was going to attack Chu Yi and the others. Now, thanks to his scheme, things are going exactly as he envisioned. Son, are we going to make a move? I'll go get help.
Sun Woo was also somewhat excited. He had been a hoodlum in his youth, and even in his old age, he was still very enthusiastic about such scenes.
Father, don't worry. Wait a little longer. The best time hasn't come yet.
Sun An calmly waved his hand, reassuring Sun Woo, and then looked in the direction of the normal university.
Normal university.
Chu Ye's office was full of people, all of them looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy.
That damned Wang Laolu, he actually dared to plot against us. Does he really think I, Chu Yi, am afraid of him?
Chu Yi slammed his fist on the table in anger, his face full of coldness. At this moment, a strong-willed woman stepped forward from the crowd and spoke.
Chief, Wangjia village has already begun its mobilization. According to intelligence,
they mobilized at least 1,000 people this time. It's probably the entire fighting force of the village. Upon hearing this, Chu Ye's expression changed.
The fighting power of 1,000 men should not be underestimated.
She was somewhat arrogant, but she was not stupid.
What's the situation in Suwangjia village? Such a big commotion.
They should have received the message by now.
Hearing Chu Ye's question, a girl stepped forward to answer. No action will be taken against Suwangjia village for the time being. Leader. Should we ask them for assistance? Relying on the people they've placed in the school right now probably won't be of much use.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yi frowned and his eyes became deep.
They won't act until they see the benefits. Relay my orders.
Send someone to tell Sun An to help me win this battle, and I will offer him the supplies for 1,000 men with both hands.
Upon hearing this, the girl nodded and then quickly ran out.
Chu Yi glanced at everyone, stood up, and shouted.
Sisters, this is a battle for our lives. Notify everyone. Take whatever you can get, and prepare to fight.
Upon hearing this, everyone bowed to Chu Yi and then said in unison,
I will obey the leader's command.
After saying that, they retreated in a grand procession, each going to fetch reinforcements. As the crowd dispersed, Chu Yi stood with her hands behind her back, looking arrogant.
She had a premonition. This battle.
Perhaps this was the first battle that laid the foundation for her future as the Empress of the Apocalypse.
The battle soon broke out. Sun An kept his word and promptly sent reinforcements.
Wangjia village was ultimately destroyed, with more than 1,000 people killed or wounded, and the rest taken prisoner.
Chu Yi was overjoyed.
She thought she was incredibly brilliant, a born female leader.
Unfortunately, this joy didn't last long. After Sun An finished dealing with Wangjia village, he immediately launched a fierce attack on the normal university.
Moreover, they clearly had spare strength, and the normal university was captured in no time.
You damned Sun An, how dare you lie to me? No, I won't leave.
You from Suwangjia village, I'll take you all down with me. Chu Yi was completely dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Her dream of becoming an empress had only just begun.
Final.
With the desperate protection of her loyal fans, she escaped from the teacher's college.
Chief, where are we going now?
Once outside the school, only the girl driving and Chu Yi remained in the car. They had managed to shake off Sun An's pursuers, but they didn't know where to go next. Shu Yi came to her senses at this moment, only to find that her hair was disheveled. His clothes were also a bit disheveled. His face was full of sorrow, indicating that he had suffered a great blow. He thought for a while after hearing the question before speaking.
Jinyang Media Building. This was something she had someone investigate.
She originally planned to deal with Chen Lang and his group after taking care of Wangjia village, but little did she know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind.
The female driver quickly drove to the building.
The arrival of an unfamiliar vehicle quickly alerted everyone, and Chen Lang jumped out of the second-floor window.
Thump! As he landed, Chen Lang casually took out a fire axe.
Now, he feels that it's not impossible for him to withstand a car crash with his bare body. The sound of brakes came. Both the female driver and Shu Yi were startled by Chen Lang's sudden attack.
Holy crap, what kind of monster is this?
Once she focused and recognized Chen Lang's voice, Shu Yi swallowed hard. It was him. Knowing how formidable he was, she quickly spoke up.
Chen Lang, don't do it. I'm Chu Yi.
Upon hearing the sound, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and looked into the car, but did not put the axe away.
Oh? Isn't this the female leader? What brings you here?
Shu Yi sensed the sarcasm in Chen Lang's words, but driven by her desire for revenge, she disregarded her pride and quickly got out of the car to stand in front of Chen Lang.
I agree to your proposed cooperation, please help me.
Seeing her disheveled and anxious appearance, Chen Lang guessed that something must have happened at the normal university.
Tell me about it.
Shu Yi then told Chen Lang everything, and finally looked at him expectantly. Please help me, and my sisters.
I believe that as long as I lead the team. With your monstrous strength added to the mix, we're not without a chance of winning.
At this moment, everyone in the building gathered around. They had probably understood what had happened, but before Chen Lang could speak, Bai Jia angrily retorted.
Your boss? Excuse me, who are you?
They came begging for help with their tails between their legs.
You think you can lead us? Who do you think you are?
Bai Jia's words immediately caught Shu Yi's attention. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before, so he looked over.
Bai Jia. That's right, Shu Yi is also a little fan of Bai Jia. However, she was alright, she wasn't a brainless fan.
She only paused for a moment before regaining her haughty demeanor as the female leader.
And who do you think you are?
I'm speaking to your leader.
Is it your place to interrupt?
After saying that, Shu Yi turned to look at Chen Lang, waiting for his answer.
Bai Jia, however, was not having it.
She stepped forward, grabbed Shu Yi's hair, and looked at Chen Lang.
Chen Lang, may I slap her?
Shu Yi was shocked. Why was Bai Jia so fierce? She subconsciously looked at Chen Lang as well. Chen Lang smiled and grinned, looking at Bai Jia and Shu Yi before speaking.
Can.
Upon hearing this, Shu Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief.
She was the female leader in charge of an entire school. Chen Lang should at least give him some face. Just like the monarchs of ancient dynasties who were destroyed, emperors could not be humiliated. Clap, clap, clap.
However, before she could think further, she was met with a fierce slap from Bai Jia, which landed with both hands with great force.
The female driver tried to stop her.
But seeing the unfriendly looks from the crowd, he finally turned his face away and thought, forget it. Shu Yi was so dizzy from the slap that he could barely stand. Bai Jia was also tired of fighting. He excitedly patted her soft hand and looked at the crowd.
Come on, who's next?
Upon hearing this, a look of pity flashed in Zhao Meng's eyes, and she immediately stepped forward and walked towards Shu Yi. Seeing this, Bai Jia seemed somewhat surprised.
Oh my, I didn't realize that, Xiao Meng.
So you're a tough one after all. I'll leave the rest to you.
Chapter 53 Zhao Meng with Two Faces.
Chen Lang looked at Zhao Meng as she walked out and immediately guessed her purpose. She and Shu Yi were friends, so of course she couldn't have come to kick someone when they were down. Zhao Meng helped Shu Yi up and then said softly.
When will you be able to change this temper? Since you've come to ask for help.
Then you need to show some willingness to ask for help.
Chen Lang is in charge here.
Even if he agrees to help you get revenge, he's the one in charge. Shu Yi listened to Zhao Meng's lecture with surprise in her eyes she didn't quite understand.
Zhao Meng is more outstanding than her. How could such a proud and privileged woman submit to Chen Lang? Xiao Meng, I.
Shu Yi didn't know what to say, and the others only then realized that Shu Yi was an acquaintance of Zhao Meng.
Bai Jia's expression also turned somewhat awkward.
He shook his hand and then slowly retreated back into the crowd.
So it was your friend. Why didn't you say so sooner? Honestly.
Shu Yi has completely lost her previous arrogance. Perhaps it's because she's been the female leader for too long since the apocalypse, which has made her too complacent.
After being slapped, my head cleared up a lot.
After carefully organizing his thoughts, Shu Yi looked at Chen Lang again, then lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, Chen Lang, I was blind to your greatness before.
But my sisters are innocent.
We hope you can put aside past grievances and help us get through this difficult time.
I know those people in Suwenjia village. Although they won't take my sisters' lives, they definitely won't let them get away with it."
Seeing Shu Yi's attitude change 180 degrees, Chen Lang's expression remained unchanged.
He pondered for a moment. He glanced at Zhao Meng and then spoke. "I'm not interested in revenge.
Your sister's life or death is none of my business. But for Xiao Meng's sake, it's not a problem to take you in for a while." Hearing Chen Lang say that, Zhao Meng gave him a grateful look, and then quickly pulled Shu Yi along.
"What are you waiting for? Quickly thank Chen Lang."
Seeing this, Shu Yi opened his mouth as if he wanted to plead for something, but in the end, Zhao Meng's eyes deterred him.
"Okay, that's fine then, thank you, Chen Lang." After that, everyone returned to the building together. With Chen Lang's consent.
Zhao Meng gave some food to Chu Yi and the female driver, and then let them rest for a while.
After the battle, they were exhausted. After settling Chu Yi in, Zhao Meng went to find Chen Lang. "Chen Lang, thank you."
She knew that Chen Lang only took Chu Yi in because of her. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's lips curled into a smile.
"Ha, another verbal thank you?"
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng blinked and then whispered,
"That's all I can do right now."
Seeing her like this, Chen Lang decided to tease her, so he deliberately moved closer and looked down at her.
"Oh? I don't think so. I have a suggestion. How about you become my woman too? What do you say?"
Chen Lang hoped to win over Zhao Meng, an intelligent woman, both physically and emotionally, but he also knew that such women were very difficult to handle.
"So I was just teasing her when I said that. Actually, it's not impossible."
Zhao Meng's voice was like a mosquito's buzz, and her cheeks were flushed.
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow immediately. "What? Say that again." He was somewhat surprised that Zhao Meng was actually planning to give in.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng glared at him with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, and raised her voice slightly.
"I said, I want to be your girlfriend."
After saying that, Zhao Meng looked somewhat melancholy. In this apocalyptic world, we women face a difficult situation. You clearly possess such formidable strength, yet you have never forced anyone. You're far superior to Li Fei and the others in this respect.
And you've helped me so many times, so I'm willing to sleep with you.
As she finished speaking, Zhao Meng looked at Chen Lang with bright eyes and a sincere expression, suggesting that she had been planning this for a long time.
Chen Lang was overjoyed to hear this.
He thought he would need some time to get to know Zhao Meng, but unexpectedly, Shu Yi's appearance helped him win her over directly.
"Oh, I didn't realize I was so great."
With a chuckle, Chen Lang began to reveal his true nature. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Meng's slender waist and pressed his body close to hers.
He had waited too long for this moment.
Feeling Chen Lang's forceful strength, Zhao Meng's eyes immediately filled with panic.
"Really? This person doesn't want it now? Chen Lang, don't do this, it's still daytime." Everyone heard it. Chen Lang didn't care about any of that.
As long as he felt it, he didn't care whether it was day or night. Besides, they were all his own people anyway. Ignoring Zhao Meng's struggles, he picked her up in one swift motion.
"Ah!" With Zhao Meng's exclamation, the two entered Chen Lang's bedroom.
The people downstairs who were still busy seemed to have become accustomed to this scene, and they all took the children aside and covered their ears.
"That Chen Lang is such a lecherous dog, he can't even hold back for a moment. Sister Bai, please stop talking about him." Looking at Xiao Meng, even I'm drooling, let alone Brother Lang. It's amazing that he's been able to hold back for so long.
Before long, Zhao Meng's suppressed screams could be heard from the bedroom.
Even though it was her first time.
But Chen Lang was very experienced and played around with all sorts of positions, making her feel incredibly aroused, and it lasted for a full 3 hours.
"Two faces, one under the bed, I like it." Smoking a cigarette afterward, Chen Lang looked satisfied. He never expected that the cool and aloof school beauty, Zhao Meng, would bring him even more pleasure.
Congratulations, host, for achieving another new feat. The rewards are as follows.
Superpowers elemental abilities, fire. Amplify the effect of the specified special ability once. Flame, the host gains the ability to control flames. Seeing the prompt in his mind, Chen Lang quickly found Zhao Meng's avatar and clicked on it. Name, Zhao Meng. Loyalty, 90%. Rating, S. Other, to be unlocked. Just as I expected, S rank. Awesome. We're about to take off. The last S rank was Fang Yaya, and so much time has passed since then, which shows how precious S rank is. Specified enhancement? After a moment's thought, Chen Lang decided to enhance the space, as he always felt it wasn't enough. Space, volume expanded to 40 cubic meters. The panel also displays Chen Lang's personal attributes. Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 32. Wisdom, 43. Agility, 41. Strength, 666. Defense, 167. Spirit, 44. Those odd amounts were mostly contributed by Qin Xiaoqiang. As for the rest, nothing changed, so I won't waste words on it. After examining the panel, Chen Lang began to study his newly acquired superpower, Flame. He didn't know if this superpower would be as he thought. Use the superpower Flame. Chen Lang snapped his fingers as he gave the command in his mind, but nothing happened. It seems that flames cannot be conjured out of thin air. Looking at the lighter, Chen Lang flicked a flame, while keeping an eye on the flames. He felt as if his spirit and the flame had established some kind of connection, and then with a thought, the flame detached from the lighter and jumped to Chen Lang's fingertip. Warm and warm. It did not harm Chen Lang. Could it be bigger? As soon as he thought this, Chen Lang felt his energy suddenly weaken, and at the same time, the small flame in front of him suddenly swelled into a fireball. Chapter 54. As village chief, I only do 3 things. Looking at the fireball in front of him, Chen Lang felt an overwhelming joy. Since the apocalypse, he had finally acquired his first offensive superpower. He manipulated the fireball, circling it back and forth in the bedroom a few times. Eventually, the fireball seemed to run out of fuel and gradually went out, while Chen Lang was exhausted. It seems this is another ability that consumes mental energy. I'm a little tired. But this is really awesome. Thinking to himself, Chen Lang suddenly realized that there was someone lying next to him. So he turned his head to look. Zhao Meng was staring at him with disbelief in her eyes, her mouth practically agape. Chen Lang, you. This is hard to explain now. Chen Lang simply didn't bother explaining and tried to shut Zhao Meng up so she couldn't ask any more questions. When I came out of the bedroom, it was already dark. It's lunchtime. As everyone sat around the dining table, Chen Lang silently counted in his mind, wow, 18 people of all ages. While eating, Chen Lang inquired about Suanjia village from Chu Yi, not out of revenge, but just to be on the safe side. Chu Yi pondered for a moment, then spoke with a face full of hatred. There are at least 2,000 of them, all strong men. And they had guns. It's just one of those homemade hunting rifles. Sun and said they also seem to have homemade cannons, but I've never seen them. Besides these. By the way, they don't lack supplies. They have land in the village, as well as chickens and ducks, so they can be self-sufficient. That's roughly the situation. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded, a slight smirk playing on his lips. To be honest, this is a bit tricky. Hunting rifles are one thing, but why are there homemade cannons? That's ridiculous. By the way, Sister Lu, didn't you say you wanted to grow vegetables last time? How was the effect? Hearing that Suanjia village was planting vegetables reminded Chen Lang of what happened last time. Everyone heard Chen Lang ask a question. Their faces all showed a strange expression, but Fang Yeye answered with a smile. Brother Lang, you should praise Yeye. The vegetables can only be grown every month. Listening to Fang Yeye's words, Chen Lang was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, shouldn't the others have more planting experience than this anime girl? Lu Ruoyo sensed Chen Lang's confusion and explained. Xiao Chen, here's what happened. We only learned later that vegetable seeds need to be planted, and that they aren't so easy to grow. But the strange thing is, I don't know why, but whenever Yeye touches the vegetables, they really do keep growing. We just can't understand it. Upon hearing Lu Ruoyao's words, Chen Lang narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Yeye. He had a guess in his mind. He had sensed that Fang Yeye was somewhat unusual before,
and now he wondered if this strange phenomenon was foreshadowing something. However, he did not pursue the matter further.
Anyway, this is a good thing, we can have fresh vegetables to eat from now on. After dinner,
Chen Lang was lounging comfortably on the sofa when Zhao Meng and Chu Yi walked over, each holding something in their hands.
Chen Lang, there's something I'd like to discuss with you.
Zhao Meng said that after the two of them had that kind of relationship, she felt that talking to Chen Lang was much more natural. After saying that, he took the map from Chu Yi's hand.
Look, this is a map of the eastern part of Xining City.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang became interested. He hadn't expected them to have a map.
Oh? What do you mean? Listening to Zhao Meng and Chu Yi's explanation, Chen Lang understood. You mean that after Suanjia village completely occupies the normal university in Wangjia village, it might launch an attack on us?
Zhao Meng and Chu Yi exchanged a glance, and Chu Yi spoke.
Yes, this is not an exaggeration. I'm not trying to trick you into helping me get revenge.
Those people are bloodthirsty and indiscriminate killers at heart. I suspect they want to take over the entire Dongqing district or even the entire Xining city. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded noncommittally, then looked at Chu Yi.
So what?
Chu Yi looked puzzled upon hearing this. So we should make plans early. After this, the power of Suanjia village will definitely grow even stronger.
If we wait for them to attack, by then it will be too late to say anything.
Chen Lang thought she had some good ideas, but after talking for a long time, it was all just nonsense.
TCH, do you think I need to tell you that? Can't I figure it out myself? What are your plans? Can you get your hands on guns and homemade cannons?
Chu Yi was taken aback by Chen Lang's questions, but what he said was all true, and she couldn't refute it. So she sat down to the side in a huff and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhao Meng rolled her eyes at Chen Lang.
Chu Yi told me that someone from Nanchang had contacted her. According to that person, it seems that the entire South City is now under his control. Perhaps we can try to cooperate with that person? Looking for another partner? Chen Lang had already realized this after what happened with Chu Yi.
When you are weak, nobody cares about you. Although he himself is very powerful, in terms of sheer numbers and combat strength, he is no match for the enemy. Going there would only be a disgrace to him.
Forget it, I appreciate the offer.
But this won't work.
Even you look down on the strength of my side, let alone the others.
You don't need to worry too much about Suanjia village.
If they dare to cause trouble, I will definitely not let them get away with it.
Don't forget, Chen Lang and his team still have quite a few gasoline cans that they seized from Li Fei.
He now has the ability to control fire. Even if the enemy has some homemade cannons, it doesn't mean they're without a fighting chance.
Hearing Chen Lang say this, Zhao Meng nodded silently, agreeing with his point.
Chu Yi snorted and ran away. Seeing this, Chen Lang didn't bother with her anymore. This woman was too arrogant. If he could control her, he would kick her out in a few days. Suanjia village. Sun Wu, Sun An, and several strong men sat around a table laden with wine and meat. Come on, let's celebrate our great victory in the first battle.
Sun Wu raised his cup and stood up, and the others followed suit.
Cheers.
After finishing a cup of wine, Sun Wu did not sit down, but looked at Sun An with satisfaction, and then spoke. Wangjia village and the normal university are now ours.
The greatest credit undoubtedly goes to Sun An. I believe no one here has any objections, right?
The burly men nodded in agreement, waiting for Sun Tzu to continue. For the better development of our Suanjia village in the future, I have made a decision.
Pass the position of village chief to Sun An.
In other words, from now on, Sun An will be the leader of our Sun family village. Let's all give him a round of applause and let the new village chief say a few words to us. After he said that, the burly men didn't react much.
The father steps down, the son takes over.
There's nothing strange about it, and Sun An is indeed a capable person. At Sun Wu's signal, Sun An stood up, a sinister smile slowly creeping onto his lips.
Then I'll just say a few words. As the new village chief,
after I take power, I will only do 3 things: completely take over the East District, occupy the entire Xining City, and finally, I will make the entire Wu Kingdom belong to our Sun family village.
Chapter 55 Intruder Detected. The people at the dinner table were much like Sun Wu. They were all old hooligans from the village with little education. Sun An's words immediately filled them with admiration. As expected of Brother Wu's son, Shaoan has real ambition. What Shaoan? Call me village chief. Village chief, do you really think we can do what you say? That would be amazing.
Although I felt that Sun An's words were somewhat exaggerated, it's not impossible that this is the end times. Upon hearing this, Sun An glanced at everyone and smiled faintly.
As long as you're under my command, nothing is impossible. He paused as he spoke. All right, starting tomorrow, send people out to sweep through the entire East District. Within a week, our Sun family village is going to take over the entire East City. Does everyone have confidence?
Seeing his son's decisive and ambitious actions, Sun Woo was pleased and took the lead in setting an example.
I have absolute confidence in Shaoan. Me too. The next day, Chen Lang left the building early.
Although he doesn't plan to form another alliance, the problem still needs to be solved.
Suanjia village, right?
Muttering to himself, Chen Lang's eyes flickered.
Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle.
He came to spy on the enemy's situation, although he and Suanjia village were not yet enemies.
Following the route on the map, Chen Lang arrived not far from Suanjia village. This sentry post is pretty good.
There were 3 gates at the village entrance.
Moreover, the ground was covered with homemade spikes, which looked very professional. I don't know what's going on inside.
Thinking this, Chen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly.
Stealth activated. His form gradually became transparent, and he decided to go inside and take a look. We arrived in the village.
There were guards with shotguns every 100 meters or so their firepower was indeed not weak.
Keep going.
Brothers, make sure you search thoroughly.
Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot.
Of course. At the same time, be careful and try to avoid zombies.
It was just a coincidence.
Sun An was holding a mobilization meeting in the square, announcing that today they would begin a sweep of the entire eastern part of the city.
Chen Lang frowned slightly as he listened. This son of a bitch doesn't even know how to take a break? He's in such a hurry.
Logically speaking, Sun An should have first arranged the follow-up matters for Wangjia village and the Normal University. But having just taken over as village chief, he couldn't wait to show off his talents. The crowd below the stage was full of fighting spirit.
Village chief, what are the rewards for this raid?
That's right. Young Master Sun, the girls and guys from the teachers' college haven't had their fun yet.
That's right. With rewards, the brothers are even more motivated.
The audience was mostly young people, and they were familiar with Sun An. So I'm not so reserved when I speak. When Sun An heard the question, he smiled and raised his hand in a gesture of apology.
A reward, of course, is necessary. Power, resources, and women.
Sun An held up 3 fingers and scanned the crowd.
The greater the contribution to the village, the richer the reward. Not only can we obtain supplies, he will also be appointed by me as a village cadre and will have the right to choose women first. What do you all think?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Damn, awesome. Brotherin is awesome. This is so awesome. We can finally experience what it's like to be a local tyrant? Young people pursue nothing more than fame, fortune, and women. Sun An was very good at understanding their thoughts.
And he planned to use this opportunity to completely establish his authority in the village.
All right, let's go. Wishing you all a triumphant return.
With a sudden wave of his hand, Sun An gave the order, and the crowd immediately scattered in all directions. Their eyes were all bloodshot, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Chen Lang watched the scene and couldn't help but curl his lips. No wonder Suanjia village was able to successfully take down the Normal University and Wangjia village.
This Sun An is quite interesting. Why don't we take this opportunity and just go and kill him? But noticing that time was running out, Chen Lang ultimately chose to give up. Firstly, it's a bit risky, and secondly, even if Sun An is assassinated now, someone else will take his place. It's not very meaningful. Let's go back first.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lang decided to go back to the building first, worried that something might happen to the women.
Back in the building,
Chen Lang explained the situation to everyone, and their faces all showed worry upon hearing it.
Xiao Chun, with your abilities, can you handle this?
Lu Ruoyo and the others knew that Chen Lang was no ordinary person.
So I asked the question instinctively.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her and hesitated.
If I were alone.
As he spoke, Chen Lang shook his head, saying that such a hypothesis was meaningless.
How about this, you can move upstairs for now. If they come knocking on our door, I'll handle things. If things get physical, it'll be easier for me to handle it myself.
With little time left for discussion, Chen Lang offered a temporary solution. These words were spoken.
The crowd sprang into action, heading upstairs into the building. Chen Lang, did they really arrive so quickly?
Zhao Meng looked worried, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that her appearance was somewhat strange, Chen Lang asked in confusion.
Just in case. What's wrong?
Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Meng continued.
Xu Yi, she's gone.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned.
Gone? What does this mean?
I reckon she must have gone to ask for help.
Wake up this morning. I noticed that she and that girl were gone. I initially thought they were just wandering around the neighborhood, but they haven't come back yet.
As she spoke, Zhao Meng looked at Chen Lang.
Do you think this might cause unexpected complications?
After hearing these words, Chen Lang frowned slightly.
If they stay obediently in the building, they might not be so easily discovered. But what if Chu Yi and her group happen to run into the Sun family village? It's also possible that Suanjia village followed them and then discovered the building. The second situation is even worse.
After all, Chu Yi and Suanjia village have a grudge, which means that once Suanjia village discovers Chen Lang and his group's stronghold, they will definitely launch an attack without hesitation.
That stupid woman.
Chen Lang now really wished she would just die out there.
Okay, I got it. You can go up now.
But there was no point in saying anything more now that things had come to this. After offering some words of comfort to Zhao Meng, he also sent her upstairs to hide.
He paused, taken aback. Chen Lang went to the entrance of the building alone. Controlling robots with consciousness.
Expand the cordon area and be alert for vehicles and people.
The setup is complete. Chen Lang brought out 2 more barrels of gasoline.
He felt that this might be the biggest crisis he had ever encountered.
Alert! Intruder detected.
Just as Chen Lang finished setting up the gasoline cans, the robot's alarm sounded in his mind.
You arrived so quickly? Chen Lang was somewhat surprised.
Without hesitation, I consciously manipulated the system to retrieve the images detected by the robot.
Upon seeing who it was, Chen Lang first raised an eyebrow.
But then, his expression gradually turned ugly.
Chapter 56 Tough Thing.
The images synchronized by the robot clearly showed the car Chu Yi and her group had driven, but what they didn't notice was, above the car, there was also a drone following it. Seeing this, Chen Lang could no longer contain himself. Whoever sent this drone, we must not let it get any closer.
What an idiot! With a powerful stride, Chen Lang darted forward. Before long, they appeared directly in front of Chu Yi and his group's car.
Stop the car with your right hand, and flick your left hand upwards.
Bang!
The drone was chopped down by an axe, and Chen Lang added a kick, rendering it unusable.
Ah!
The car came to a sudden stop, startling Chu Yi and the driver. Luckily, they were wearing seatbelts, preventing them from being thrown out.
When they could finally see Chen Lang's figure clearly, Chu Yi was instantly enraged. Chen Lang, what are you doing? Don't you know this is dangerous? Are you crazy?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang looked at her coldly.
I don't know if I'm crazy. All I know is that I should have just killed you all back then. Hearing these murderous words, Chu Yi was somewhat bewildered and angrily replied. Why? What do you mean? I risked my life to come out and find reinforcements. This is for everyone's safety. If you're not grateful, fine, but what kind of talk is this?
Chu Yi's rebuttal made Chen Lang laugh in anger, his fingers pointing at the still smoking drone.
Oh? This is the reinforcement you summoned?
Chu Yi stared at the drone, completely stunned.
Where did this come from?
Chen Lang sneered and mocked.
I've been with you all this way and you didn't know anything, yet you call yourself the leader of the birds? Do you deserve it?
After Chen Lang left him speechless, Chu Yi looked at the female driver. Upon seeing this, the driver quickly shook his head.
She said she didn't know anything about the drone either. I'm sorry.
Chu Yi was helpless, but she also knew the seriousness of the matter, so she apologized.
He then became nervous. Sun family village. It must be them, they're trying to track me down.
Chen Lang snorted coldly upon hearing this, giving Chu Yi a disdainful look.
Her intelligence was far inferior to Zhao Meng's. Fool! If it were Sun Family Village, we would have surrounded them by now. Are you waiting for us to keep talking?
Hearing this, Shu Yi was stunned, seemingly wanting to refute but unable to find any basis for it.
So you mean? That's right.
I'm referring to your so-called reinforcements.
You idiot who got sold out and still counts the money for them. Chen Lang continued his mockery, venting his dissatisfaction.
Shu Yi's face darkened as he listened to him call him an idiot, but he was in the wrong, so he simply squatted down and started crying.
Why?
Please don't scold me, I only meant well.
Can't you give me some face?
Seeing her like this, Chen Lang was speechless. If it weren't for Zhao Meng's sake, I would have loved to give her a flying kick.
But at that moment,
the robot alarm sounded in my mind again. The footage that came in simultaneously showed the people from Suwenjia village approaching.
Alright, stop with that.
I hate it when women cry.
Get back to the building right now. No one is allowed to come out without my order.
Shu Yi sensed something was off about Chen Lang's tone and looked puzzled. People from Suwenjia village have arrived. Upon hearing this, Shu Yi immediately stopped crying. She knew that if the people of Suwenjia village saw her words, things would only get worse.
Okay, I'm leaving. He then grabbed the female driver and sped away.
Chen Lang confirmed the location of the people from Suwenjia village, then quickly disappeared into the distance.
Inside a Hummer on the road. Brother, do you think anyone's here? In the middle of nowhere. A few office buildings, and no food inside, how can anyone hide there?
The young man in the passenger seat, holding a hunting rifle, muttered something. Hard to say, but let's search carefully. The driver, who looked a bit older, answered him. The two men were named Big Tiger and Little Tiger, and Sun En sent them to search this area.
Alright, let's park the car here. Let's be careful. Not far from the office building, De Hu parked the car and then picked up his hunting rifle. The two first observed their surroundings, then cautiously got out of the car. Brother, is it really necessary to be so careful?
We've got some serious weapons up our sleeves.
Better safe than sorry, listen to me. The two crouched low and slowly approached the office building complex. Brother, someone's here.
Before they could take more than a few steps, Chen Lang came straight out of the main gate.
He had already spotted the two of them.
But I thought it would be best to avoid it, but now I have no choice but to show my face. Upon seeing this, the two tigers exchanged a glance.
Bro, are you in?
Wait, let me ask first. Sun En instructed them to deal with those who refused to submit, and to win them over if possible.
Big Tiger shouted. Brother, we're from Suwenjia village. Surrender and you will not be killed. Chen Lang almost laughed when he heard this. Are you making a movie? Without answering, they continued on their way. Brother, why is he ignoring you?
Xiao Hu asked in confusion.
Da Hu looked a little confused. Was his voice too soft? Hey, are you fucking deaf? I'm talking to you.
Chen Lang continued to approach quickly, his face cold and stern.
Brother, he's either deaf or an idiot.
Or. Xiao Hu stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as if he had seen something unbelievable. Big Tiger also turned his head in confusion, his eyes widening in surprise.
Chen Lang appeared in the air, raising his axe and smashing it down on their heads.
The two men hurriedly raised their guns.
Whoosh!
But it was too late. Chen Lang had already taken both heads. Take down the tigers, big and small.
Chen Lang put the hunting rifle into his spatial storage and also took the ammunition from their bodies. Does this count as giving away equipment?
After finishing his business, Chen Lang planned to leave, but hesitated when he saw the Hummer. They then dragged the two bodies into the car and drove away from the building. He was thinking of trying to mislead the people of Suwenjia village.
Whether it works or not, it's fine as it is. After wiping the blood off his body, Chen Lang left and drove towards the building. Suwenjia village at night.
Reporting to the village chief, everyone except Big Tiger and Little Tiger has returned to the team.
Today we recruited 176 men and 84 women.
Those who refused to surrender, a total of 356, have all been executed. At the village chief's villa, a young man respectfully reports the battle situation to Sun En. Sun En listened and nodded, then waved his hand. A feast has been prepared for you, with plenty of food and drink. Afterwards, each of us will pick 2 female students. Upon hearing this, the young man was immediately filled with excitement, thanked him profusely, and left. Watching the young man leave, Sun Wu raised an eyebrow and asked, "I hope nothing bad has happened to Big Tiger and Little Tiger." The two brothers have always been quite reliable. It's already this late, and they still haven't come back. Upon hearing this, Sun In narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, took out a map, and gradually frowned. The area that De Hu and Xiao Hu were in charge of was also where Li Fei and his group were. "Father, I think I know why Li Fei and the others suddenly disappeared. There might be some tough guys in this area." Chapter 57 Surrender and you will not be killed. A tough nut to crack? Hearing Sun An's words, Sun Wu's expression changed, but he wasn't too worried. No matter how tough the opponent is, they'll be finished when they run into my son. Our village has guns and cannons. Son, don't worry about it, you'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Sun In shook his head and smiled faintly. Dad, you've misunderstood. I'm not worried about not playing well. We want to grow bigger and stronger. In the future, we will inevitably need to recruit soldiers and horses, and I think these people might be able to be of use to me. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. It really is you, son. That makes sense. As he spoke, a hint of worry appeared on his face. But what if they are unwilling to submit? Sun In glanced at Sun Wu, then looked out the window at the group of people drinking enthusiastically, and said in a chilling tone, "Then they will become the stepping stones for my Sun family village to make a name for itself and establish its prestige." The next day, at this building. At Chen Lang's instruction, Xu Yi and her driver were placed under house arrest. "Chen Lang, I know I was wrong, please let us out. We promise we won't do anything reckless." Clinging to the window, Xu Yi pleaded pitifully. Chen Lang ignored him and continued studying the map. He was considering the feasibility of attacking Suanjia village. If he killed their people, the feud would be set in stone. Conflict was only a matter of time. Zhao Meng seemed to have seen through his plan and whispered, "Chen Lang, you wouldn't happen to be Shu." Chen Lang quickly told her to shut up, knowing that if others found out about his bold idea, it would definitely cause trouble. "I know what I'm doing." These words further confirmed Zhao Meng's conjecture, and she immediately tried to stop him. "No, you." But before she could finish speaking, Chen Lang looked over. "Do we have a better option?" Zhao Meng was speechless. Yes, they had no other choice. "Okay, but promise me you'll be careful. At worst, we can run away." Run? Chen Lang had considered it, but in this apocalyptic world full of dangers, where could he possibly run to? "Okay, I understand. I'm leaving the house to you. Leave the stun gun and the shotgun too. If something unexpected happens, never mind, I won't say anymore." Chen Lang doesn't like to say discouraging things, and he might not necessarily lose this battle. "Hey, where did that huge plume of smoke come from?" Suddenly someone spoke up, and Chen Lang immediately looked over. Thick black smoke could be seen rising in the distance. That direction seems to be Xining University? Zhao Meng asked, puzzled. Chen Lang was also a little surprised. There were no people left in that place, so how could there be a fire? Could it be? A thought began to form in his mind. "I'm going out for a bit." After saying that, Chen Lang drove away from the building. Arrived near the school. From afar, Chen Lang saw a group of people standing at the school gate. Since he had driven there, the other party had seen him. "Hey friend, I knew you'd come." Sun In waved to Chen Lang with a friendly expression. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. "I was right." As the car approached, Sun An's bodyguard raised his hunting rifle, but Sun In immediately stopped him. "Stop. Don't be rude." Chen Lang didn't care about those few broken guns. He got out of the car and spoke. "Sun family village, Sun In?" Based on Shuya's previous description, this should be the person. Sun In was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly recovered and laughed. He, that is indeed me. Where is Chu Yi?" Upon hearing this question, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and his eyes turned cold. Seeing this, Sun In quickly offered an explanation. I didn't mean anything by it. Just a woman. Brother, if you like it, feel free to take it." Chen Lang had no desire to waste any more time talking to him and spoke up. "Just tell me straight, what do you want by luring me out?" He knew that the cigarette was being shown to him. Sun En seemed surprised by Chen Lang's cold attitude, his face stiffened, but he still spoke patiently.
Alright, then I won't waste any more words. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Sun En, and I am the current village chief of Suanjia village.
Hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at him. Shu Yi said he was the village chief's son, so it seems this guy is following in his father's footsteps.
I'm here today because I want to make friends with you, brother. We both belong to the East City. How about we start something big together? Brother, are you interested?
Sun En continued speaking, and Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly.
Oh? How exactly do you plan to do it?
Seeing that Chen Lang was interested, Sun En became even more enthusiastic.
Join our Sun family village, and I can vouch for you.
At the very least, I'll give you the position of brigade leader.
Commanding 1,000 men.
You know, the teachers' college is under our control now, and we have more female students than we can use.
Brother, you know what I mean.
As Chen Lang listened, he also laughed. He had to admit that Sun En's judgment was much better than Shu Ye's.
A battalion commander? In charge of 1,000 men? That does sound good.
Sun En's eyes shone with even greater anticipation, and he couldn't resist stepping forward to shake hands.
But sorry, I'm used to being the boss. Cooperation is fine, but joining as a partner is out of the question.
Chen Lang had no grudge against Suanjia village, so he left room for maneuver. Upon hearing this, Sun En was stunned. His face first showed surprise and astonishment, then gradually turned into embarrassed annoyance. In his eyes, Chen Lang was just a minor leader. As the leader of the strongest force in the East City, I came here specifically to show respect and courtesy, but I never expected the other party to be so disrespectful.
Still want to cooperate? Do you deserve it?
Before Sun En could speak, the guards could no longer contain themselves.
Bullshit. Who do you think you are? Our brother-in is only recruiting you out of respect. I won't give you any face, I'll just kill you all. Cooperation? What qualifications do you have to talk to us about cooperation? Hearing the guard shouts, Chen Lang also became annoyed. You said you wanted to discuss it. So you turned on me when I disagreed? What's the point of even talking to you then? Shut up, all of you. Sun En suddenly roared, looking coldly at Chen Lang. Brother, won't you reconsider?
Seeing that he had stopped pretending, Chen Lang also stopped pretending and sneered.
I can consider putting you under my command. How about it? You ignorant fool, you're asking for death.
If negotiations have broken down, then let's just take action, Sun En said with a wave of his hand.
Chen Lang looked like a corpse. I really overestimated him. He's just a stupid and reckless guy. We were so close, the shotgun might have accidentally hit him. So the guards immediately raised their fists.
What an idiot, acting all high and mighty all by himself.
They deserve to die. Dare to offend young master's son? You're asking for death.
As they spoke, they all rushed towards Chen Lang, while Sun En, in a pretentious manner, lit a cigarette. Then he slowly turned around and gave the order. Cut off his head later and hang it at the village entrance.
Let others learn a lesson too. What will happen if you dare to offend or refuse me, Sun En? Chapter 58 I Don't Eat Beef.
Sun En had just exhaled a smoke ring when a loud noise came from behind him.
What was that commotion?
He turned his head in confusion, and was immediately stunned. Chen Lang's hands were covered in blood, and he grinned maliciously at him.
Village chief's son. It's your turn. He.
Dealing with a few ordinary people is now a piece of cake for Chen Lang.
A moment later, he got into the car carrying Sun En's head. Suanjia village seems to be in this direction.
Now that the killing had begun, there was no turning back, so Chen Lang headed straight for Sun family village. The sentry at the village entrance saw Sun En's car approaching and quickly stood up to greet him.
Brother-in, you're back so early.
In response, Chen Lang threw Sun En's blood-stained head directly at him.
At the same time, accelerate and sprint. Thump. Chen Lang knocked the first sentry flying, leaving the guards behind dumbfounded. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into Sun family village? Are you fucking crazy?
They had barely finished speaking when they noticed Sun En's head and were immediately terrified. Quickly, report to the old village chief, brother-in is dead. They shouted and fired their shotguns at Chen Lang.
Bang.
The homemade hunting rifles in the village were basically made of gunpowder and steel balls, and their power was far less than that of a real gun.
Chen Lang didn't even bother to hide he was going to have a good time today. Wasn't Sun In trying to establish his authority by using Chen Lang? Coincidentally, Chen Lang had the same idea.
After a few quick steps in taking down the guards, Chen Lang shouted to the people running towards the village.
Tell your supervisors to come out here as soon as possible. Save me the trouble.
After saying that, Chen Lang jumped onto the village entrance archway, lit a cigarette, and began to wait. He also noticed that there were many gasoline drums placed near the village entrance, presumably for defensive purposes.
What a coincidence.
Before long, Sun Wu came running over with bloodshot eyes, followed by a large group of armed men.
Ah! Shaowen, my son.
He roared, venting his grief over losing his son in his later years, and the hatred in his eyes almost materialized.
You killed Shaowen.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's lips curled into a slight smile, and he sneered.
That's right. Go ahead and bite me. No need for further explanation, killing is killing. In this apocalyptic world, the strong prey on the weak. Everyone, kill him. Sun Wu was so angry that he lost his mind. At the same time, he grabbed a gun and fired at Chen Lang, and gunshots rang out everywhere. Bang bang bang.
Seeing this, Chen Lang didn't dare to be careless.
He understood the principle that many ants can kill an elephant. I rolled over to the back of the gatehouse, dodging the first hail of bullets, and took advantage of the moment they were reloading.
Chen Lang simply used his bare hands to remove the stone plaque with the words Sun Family Village engraved on it.
Come on, you bastards. Phew.
The stone plaque rushed into the crowd with a whoosh of wind, instantly smashing into a large patch of blood.
TSK, that seems a bit cruel. But it was so cool.
This was the first time Chen Lang had gone on a killing spree, but those he killed were all people who deserved to die.
Monster, this kid is a monster. The stone plaque must weigh at least several hundred pounds. How is that possible? Is he a Superman? Scatter. Scatter now.
The people of Suanjia village were stunned, but they quickly reacted and hid against the wall, occasionally firing at Chen Lang. While dodging, Chen Lang drew his pistol, aimed, and fired.
Thump! A towering burst of flames erupted.
Yes, he hit the gasoline can that had been found earlier.
What's this kid up to now?
Sun Wu was also a little frightened at this moment, and hid under the cover of the crowd.
He didn't understand why Chen Lang would detonate the gasoline drum. After all, those gasoline cans were some distance away from them and couldn't cause them any harm. As he watched the towering flames, a smile gradually crept onto Chen Lang's lips. I can feel it. How amazing. His ability to control flames connects him with fire. Now let's see where you can hide?
Concentrating his attention, Chen Lang manipulated the flames to attack the direction where the villagers of Suanjia village were hiding.
The fire seemed to come alive. It transformed into a fiery dragon, assaulting everyone. What's going on? This is unbelievable. Is he even human? Ah! I'm burning to death. Someone please save me. Screams continued to emanate, and they had no time to attack Chen Lang anymore. The direct result of this is Chen Lang could concentrate more on controlling the flames, making them burn even more fiercely. Hey, immortal, stop. Please. The speaker was Sun Wu, who couldn't bear to see the villagers die so tragically. Moreover, seeing Chen Lang's immense power. As a middle-aged man with little education, he believed they had offended the true God. Even without him saying it, Chen Lang was already close to breaking down. Controlling such a huge fire. His mental strength was clearly failing him. After disconnecting from the flames, Chen Lang took a short rest. The number of dead and injured at the scene had already reached about 70–80%. Thank you, deity. I kowtow to you. Sun Wu thought that his words had worked, so he immediately knelt down on the ground, and the others followed suit. Chen Lang took a few breaths and glanced at him. First of all, I'm not a god. Secondly, I don't eat beef. After he finished speaking, Sun Wu, though he couldn't understand what he was saying, felt a sense of foreboding. And the next moment, Chen Lang had already arrived in front of him, holding a fire axe. Whoosh! Chen Lang is a rather conservative person and acts cautiously. He doesn't want to leave any hidden dangers for himself. He also dealt with the remaining people. Shouldn't you have been prepared when you killed him?
After taking down the last Suanjia village resident, Chen Lang murmured. To be honest, he was also a little overwhelmed by the scene. After smoking a few more cigarettes to calm himself down, he got up again. Such a big village, there must be plenty of supplies. That's right. The battle is over, time to collect the spoils. However, he was not familiar with the village, so he could only search house by house. If I had known, I would have spared one of them. Chen Lang was stunned when he kicked open another door. He saw 3 or 4 fair-skinned girls holding weapons and looking at him in fear. Don't come any closer, or we'll kill you. After taking a look at their clothes, Chen Lang suddenly realized. Yes. Teacher training students are here too. Let me explain, I've already wiped out Sun Family Village. Supplies in the village? Does anyone know where it is? Chen Lang scratched his head, organized his thoughts, and then spoke. The girls were taken aback when they heard this. Did he destroy Suanjia village? Isn't this utter nonsense? What's going on here? Bullshit. What tricks are you playing now? Let me tell you, we will not yield. Even if it means death, we will never follow you. Halfway through the conversation, Chen Lang turned and left. He figured it was better to find it himself than to waste time with them. The girls watched him leave suddenly and saw the door wide open. I was suddenly at a loss. He just left like that? What happened? I don't know either. Could what he said be true? Should we go out and check? Chapter 59 Followers. Chen Lang ignored the girls and walked around the village, finding that the place was well managed. Not only are there chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, but the vegetables are also growing well. So this is what the apocalypse can be like? Chen Lang stroked his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he spoke. Even when the nest is overturned, some eggs remain intact. As long as our fists are strong enough and our people are united enough, we can live a comfortable life even in the apocalypse. Thinking this, Chen Lang noticed the villa not far away and walked over to it. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. As soon as he pushed open the door, a woman screamed from inside. Chen Lang frowned and looked over. There was a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup, trembling. Who are you? Chen Lang asked with a puzzled look in his mind, though he already had a guess. I was captured and used by them. Those Sun family father and son are inhuman. Handsome guy, thank you for killing them all. The woman's eyes darted around, and she continued to feign fear, quickly saying. Chen Lang looked at her clothes and her rosy face. Stop talking nonsense. Do you know where they store their supplies? Take me there, and I'll spare your life. He couldn't be bothered to figure out what was going on with this woman, he just wanted to find the supplies. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly nodded. I know. As he spoke, he pointed and looked at Chen Lang. The food and weapons are all over there. Handsome, I'll take you there right away. Before long, the two arrived at a row of bungalows, where the supplies were indeed crammed full. Not only that, but we don't even know whose idea it was. There are also several cold storage rooms. It was filled with all kinds of meat, as well as frozen seafood, etc. You guys are living a pretty good life. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Just what's in front of him is enough to feed thousands of people for a month or two. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled seductively at Chen Lang and simultaneously lifted her collar. Young man, you're so talented. It's all yours. Not only these, but also the girls and... I'm all yours. As she spoke, the woman moved closer to Chen Lang, her collar revealing a glint of white light. Chen Lang felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. What does this woman mean? I don't just eat any kind of grass, so I quickly put some distance between myself. He said in a cold voice. Go away, I don't have such heavy tastes. Upon hearing this, the woman's face immediately showed disappointment, and she dared not say another word. Chen Lang began to calculate in his mind that there were too many supplies, and his space would not be able to hold them all. Are they going to haul them back to the building truckload by truck? Just as he was pondering this, he heard a series of hurried footsteps in the distance, and Chen Lang turned his head to look. Then, the girls he had let go earlier returned. Why did they come back instead of fleeing for their lives? Looking at the supplies here, Chen Lang's eyes gradually turned cold. Sisters, it's him. One of the girls pointed at Chen Lang first. Chen Lang secretly prepared to take out his axe, but froze the next moment. They glanced at Chen Lang first, then knelt down in unison, shouting loudly.
"Thank you for saving our lives, heroes. We will follow you forever." This. Chen Lang was a little confused. What was going on?
Seeing this, the middle-aged woman thought for a moment and whispered.
"Handsome guy, these girls have been bullied a lot. You're so amazing.
And she even helped them get revenge, so she wants to follow you from now on."
Chen Lang wasn't blind, of course, he saw the situation.
He glanced at the woman, then frowned slightly.
"Saving you is just a favor, so you can forget about following me. He's already a huge burden.
With this large group of women added to the mix, things will become even more unmanageable." So he simply waved his hand, turned around and continued to study the supplies. He noticed that there was also a room specifically for storing weapons.
"Hero, please don't despise us. As long as I can follow you, we're willing to serve you like slaves, please accept us."
The female students were stunned for a moment after being rejected by Chen Lang, but they quickly pleaded again.
"That's just how people are. Whether before or after the apocalypse, when you lack power, everyone will avoid you. But after witnessing your abilities, then they'll all be eager to stick to you." The female students pleaded, some even crying, as if Chen Lang was going to abandon them. TSK. Chen Lang was speechless. What to do now? Just keep dragging it out? Should we just slaughter them all?
Ha, just kidding, he's not some kind of demon. After scanning the area, Chen Lang silently counted that there were probably close to 1,000 people.
Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed into my mind. So many people, isn't that perfect?
Muttering to himself, Chen Lang had an idea, and then straightened his expression.
Alright, I'll let it slide since you're so sincere. It's not that I can't have you follow me.
A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the female students.
However, I have one request. That is, you must obey any of my orders, whatever they may be. Can you do that?
The female students now regarded Chen Lang as a god, and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Lang nodded and spoke again.
Alright, let's move on to the first task. Take good care of these supplies. I need to leave for a while now. We'll talk about the details when I get back. After saying that, Chen Lang walked outside. The female students quickly made way for him and kowtowed to him one after another. We will obey our leader's orders. Hearing this, Chen Lang's lips twitched. What kind of people had Chu Yi brought out? Leaving Suanjia village, Chen Lang drove straight towards the building, not worried that the female students would dare to take away supplies without permission.
The corpses at the village entrance were the greatest deterrent to them. However, what he didn't know was that shortly after leaving Suanjia village, several disguised drones also quietly left in the distance.
Back in the building,
when Chen Lang explained the situation, everyone was so shocked their jaws nearly dropped.
This is impossible. You alone? Absolutely not. Suanjia village has guns and cannons.
Yes, they did have homemade cannons, but Chen Lang didn't give them a chance to use them.
Ye believes in Brother Lang. Brother Lang is the most amazing, the best. Xiao Chun, have you grown up again? Apart from Chu Yi, almost everyone else present had some understanding of Chen Lang's special abilities. However, since Chen Lang was unwilling to explain, they stopped asking. Chu Yi was even more bewildered as he listened to everyone's words. They believed him? Isn't that just nonsense? One person wiped out nearly 1,000 armed people, that doesn't make sense.
She looked around, but found that no one was willing to pay attention to her, including Zhao Meng, who was also staring at Chen Lang.
After glancing at everyone, Chen Lang spoke. Well, we can talk about the rest later. I came back because there's something else I need to say.
Although I wiped out the people of Suanjia village, but there are still many supplies that are inconvenient to move, and there are also livestock such as vegetables and cattle and sheep.
So I have an idea. Chapter 60 Supply Point.
Suanjia village, as a village that is still well governed in the post-apocalyptic world, is not to be wasted by Chen Lang. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the Sun family father and son for all their hard work. By making Suanjia village our supply point, we won't have to worry about food and drink anymore.
Chen Lang said that searching for supplies was convenient and easy. But ultimately, this is not a long-term solution. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. No need to worry about food and drink anymore? That's wonderful. Really? Chen Lang? We won't have to go hungry anymore?
Actually, I have a big appetite, but I don't dare to eat too much.
Ha ha ha. We've been so afraid of starving that we've always been careful with our food. Xiao Chen is right.
The village has livestock and vegetables, that's the real solution. While everyone was overjoyed and excited, Bai Jia suddenly looked worried.
Chen Lang, does that mean we'll have to farm from now on? Do we have to work every day?
She's the laziest and hates doing chores the most. Chen Lang glanced at her irritably, then looked at Chu Yi and said,
I have some good news for you, my sisters. There are still some alive. If not 1,000, then at least 700 or 800.
Upon hearing this, Chu Yi immediately perked up, quickly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Lang's arm, his eyes reddening.
Really? Are you telling the truth? Chen Lang nodded. Well, you'll see when you go over there later.
After saying that, Chen Lang waved to Zhao Meng.
Xiaomeng, you come too.
Zhao Meng was a little surprised to hear this, wondering why she was being brought along, but she still nodded obediently.
After giving a few more instructions, Chen Lang left with Zhao Meng and Chu Yi. We've arrived at Suanjia village. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Chu Yi finally believed it. How did you do that?
She was so shocked that she stammered. She simply couldn't understand how Chen Lang, all by himself, could wipe out the Sun family village, which had beaten her into a sorry state and forced her to flee.
Heh, just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't.
Chen Lang chuckled, enjoying the feeling, and drove the car to the supply storage point.
Leader. As soon as the car arrived at the door, a girl ran out and knelt down. Xiaolan, you're still alive.
Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Chu Yi excitedly jumped out of the car and hugged the girl.
The girl was stunned. Chu leader. Cough cough.
Before he could finish speaking, Chen Lang coughed a few times. The girl paused for a moment, then quickly changed her words.
Sister Chu Yi, you're still alive. That's wonderful.
Chu Yi was a little confused when he heard this.
What's Sister Chu Yi? I'm your leader.
Hearing this, the girl hesitated for a moment and looked at Chen Lang.
Chen Lang laughed and strode forward.
Chu Yi followed Chen Lang blankly, somewhat confused about the situation.
As Chen Lang entered,
the girls knelt down together and shouted,
Greetings, Chief.
Seeing this, Chen Lang waved his hand and spoke.
Get up. Don't do that anymore. This is a new era. Don't you feel embarrassed? The girls didn't notice Chu Yi and quickly said,
Reporting to the chief, you saved us, and it was all of our own free will.
Yes, you deserve it. Chief, please allow me to serve you for the rest of my life.
Chen Lang curled his lips, too lazy to force them, and turned to look at Chu Yi.
Suit yourselves then. Let's see who's here.
The girls looked up and saw Chu Yi's shocked expression, which made Chu Yi feel somewhat embarrassed.
She's not stupid, of course she understands what's going on. Hee, hello everyone.
After speaking, Chu Yi lowered his head, his face somewhat gloomy.
Yes.
He let Suanjia village drive him away, and Chen Lang wiped out Suanjia village. It's obvious who's more suitable to be the leader, but she still feels a little uneasy. Having finished the pleasantries, Chen Lang began to make the next arrangements. A girl kindly brought him a chair, and Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction and sat down.
Since everyone is willing to follow me, then I won't refuse. But I'm a rather lazy person.
So, I'm planning to find someone to manage the village for me. From now on, the village will serve as our supply point, a base for storing and supplying materials.
That will be your mission.
At this point, Chen Lang paused. Chu Yi's eyes lit up again. No one was more suitable than her to manage these female students.
Chen Lang, thank you, so that's who you were.
She couldn't help but start thanking him, grateful that Chen Lang was so kind to her.
As for the person I found, it's this beautiful woman next to me. Let me introduce you. Her name is Zhao Meng. She is my woman and also an excellent manager. From now on, you will all be under her command.
After Chen Lang finished speaking, he glanced at everyone and saw that the female students were all stunned and looking at Zhao Meng. They also thought that Chen Lang would let Chu Yi manage them. Chu Yi's smile froze on his face. Zhao Meng's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Lang to entrust her with such an important task.
Is this okay? Zhao Meng looked at Chen Lang and then at Chu Yi, and couldn't help but say.
Chen Lang reached out and touched her head.
If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Besides, you did a pretty good job at school before.
Hearing Chen Lang say that, Zhao Meng felt a warmth rise in her heart, her face flushed, and she nodded.
Okay, I'll do whatever you say.
In truth, she also longed to realize her own value. The girls were stunned for a moment, but then they realized that Chen Lang was so powerful that whatever he said went.
Greetings, Zhao. They didn't know how to address Zhao Meng anymore.
Should they also call her leader?
Just call me Zhao Meng or Sister Meng.
Seeing their hesitation, Zhao Meng spoke up directly, displaying great leadership qualities.
Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this.
Then I'll leave the village to you, Xiao Meng. I won't participate in the specific arrangements. I have only one request, to ensure a stable output of resources for the village. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng nodded, but then hesitated.
I've done my best, but it's just farming.
Zhao Meng is a student from a well-off family, but she only has some theoretical knowledge about farming. At this moment, the middle-aged woman who had previously tried to get close to Chen Lang quickly came over.
I'm good at farming. And I also raise pigs and ducks. Don't worry, Sister Meng. With me here, these will be safe and sound. Chen Lang smiled upon hearing this. That was perfect. With this woman around, there shouldn't be any problems with the planting.
Seeing this, Zhao Meng breathed a sigh of relief, and now she felt more at ease. The atmosphere was very lively, and everyone was starting to look forward to returning to normal life.
Only one person, Shu Yi.
She was originally the leader of the female students, but now she seems to have become an outsider. This sense of loss made her very upset.
Zhao Meng is my woman.
With Chen Lang's words echoing in his mind, Shu Yi glanced at Chen Lang and a thought gradually rose in his heart.
Chapter 61 Leadership. Although he handed over the village affairs to Zhao Meng, Chen Lang did not leave immediately, as he was worried that these people did not truly trust him. It's just like going to work, the employees are definitely different when the boss is there and when he isn't. So he asked Shu Yi to inform everyone in the building, and then he stayed in the village for the time being, while also seeing if there was anything else he could do to help Zhao Meng. As for the building.
Anyway, with robots around, there shouldn't be too much to worry about.
Chen Lang moved into the villa of the Sun family, which had everything he needed.
All the electrical appliances were working properly thanks to the generator.
Damn, this feels pretty good.
Sitting on the soft sofa, Chen Lang crossed his legs and sipped his fragrant tea.
Chen Lang, these two people have volunteered to serve you.
Zhao Meng suddenly knocked on the door and came in, bringing with her two pretty and slender female students who were staring at Chen Lang expectantly.
Seeing this, Chen Lang glanced at it. He had only just moved into Suanjia village, and people were already throwing themselves at him? Okay, fine, I'll just have to experience what it's like to be a local tyrant.
Regardless of the two girls' motives, Chen Lang naturally accepted their invitations without hesitation, and responded with a chuckle. Since Zhao Meng brought the person, she naturally had no objections. Moreover, with Zhao Meng's intelligence, she knew that it was normal for an extraordinary person like Chen Lang to have many women. Rather than being jealous and competing for his affections, she should just go along with his wishes. Xiaolan, Xiaochang, from now on you two will be in charge of Chen Lang's daily life. Zhao Meng waved to the two girls and gave instructions.
He then went out to get busy again.
Taking over such a big position as village chief meant there were bound to be a lot of things to do. Upon hearing Zhao Meng's words, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the two girls, and they quickly nodded and walked towards Chen Lang.
My lord, let me give you a shoulder massage. Chief, let me make you some tea.
As they talked, they began to serve Chen Lang together, and it felt incredibly good. Chen Lang was enjoying himself, his face beaming with smiles. Just then, Shu Yi returned from delivering the letter at the building and walked in without knocking.
Chen Lang, I've already told.
But before she could finish speaking, Xiao Lan turned her head and said,
How dare you? Don't you know how to knock?
Shu Yi was stunned when he heard this, and then Xiao Qing spoke up as well, with the same warning look on her face.
How dare you address the leader by his given name? Utter disrespect. He should be slapped. Shu Yi was completely dumbfounded by the two women's reprimand. What was going on? He then looked at Chen Lang with a questioning expression. Chen Lang was suppressing a laugh. He really hadn't expected this scene. It was too funny. No wonder everyone wanted to be the emperor. Shu Yi opened his mouth, his face filled with anger.
These two girls used to be his subordinates, but now they've turned around and are scolding him, and Chen Lang isn't doing anything about it.
You dare to talk to me like that?
Xiao Lan and Xiao Cheng completely ignored her and became even more smug when Chen Lang didn't react.
Why wouldn't you dare? Do you still think you're the leader? We'll talk about that later. Wasn't this your favorite set back then?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly, and he secretly glanced at the two of them.
So that's how it is.
It seems these two have never been convinced of Chuyi's abilities.
Chuyi was speechless after being rebuked, simply because what they said was reasonable and well-founded.
She was a fan of Qing dynasty dramas, and this was the argument she had forced everyone to use.
You guys, you're bullying me. Wah-ah.
Pointing at the two women, then at Chen Lang, Chuyi burst into tears and prepared to run out of the house.
Stop.
Seeing that she was about to leave, Chen Lang spoke up. Chuyi looked at Chen Lang with a wronged expression and hopeful eyes, thinking that Chen Lang was going to speak up for her.
How's it going with the letter I asked you to deliver? I want to cry.
You have to finish talking before you start crying, there's no manners. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, his tone full of authority. Chuyi was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief.
How could Chen Lang have become like this?
However, she had her own unspoken grievances. Who told me to like playing this game in the first place?
Reporting to the leader, the message has been delivered.
Chuyi had no choice but to obediently report to Chen Lang, who then nodded and waved his hand.
All right, go out now.
Hearing this, Chuyi quickly left amidst the two women's teasing gazes. As soon as she left, Xiao Lan immediately spoke up.
The leader is truly majestic. Xiao Qing quickly chimed in. Chief Chen is so handsome.
I've never seen such a domineering and majestic man before.
Chen Lang listened to their flattery and glanced at the two of them sideways.
All right, enough with the flattery. And next time you talk, don't use that same line as before, I don't like it. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged a silent glance, then stuck out their tongues and continued to focus on serving Chen Lang.
Chuyi went out and cried alone for a long time. I thought it would attract attention. Unfortunately, nobody paid any attention to her.
When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down.
Is this reality?
Muttering to himself, Chuyi couldn't help but look in the direction of Chen Lang's villa again, blinking his eyes.
Is that the only way?
But she quickly shook her head and then cheered herself up.
No.
I'm so outstanding, I don't need to fawn over him at all.
I want to prove my worth to him. I'm the female leader. Moreover, he was once the student council president and has extensive leadership experience.
Humph. Just wait and see, I'll show you with my actions and make you look down on me again. After saying that, Chuyi seemed to perk up. After finding out where Zhao Meng was, he took a job and got busy.
Xining City, Nanchang District.
It's also a villa, but it's several times more luxurious than the one Chen Lang lives in now, and it's part of a villa complex. Several men in suits were sitting together watching television.
The scene on the TV was clearly Chen Lang massacring Suanjia village. Holy crap, is this for real? Or is it special effects? Special effects my ass. This was taken with a modified drone, how could it be fake? You've been watching too many movies. This, no way. Who is this kid? Could there really be gods in this world? That fire dragon. This can't be done with technology, can it? And that kid's skin is too thick, even a steel ball can't penetrate it? That's bullshit. The crowd watched the video and started arguing, unable to resist gathering around and pointing and commenting. The discussion is really getting going. Bang! Suddenly an ashtray smashed between them, accompanied by an angry shout. Everyone sit back down, you're blocking my way. The speaker was a young man, who looked to be in his early 20s. He was dressed casually and had black and white hair, giving him a very fashionable look. Boss! Everyone was startled, then retreated hastily, their faces filled with panic. That's right, this young man is the leader of this group of men in suits, and also the leader of all the survivors in the entire South District, Yi Tian. Before the apocalypse, he was the son of Yi Lang, the head of the Nanchang gang. After the apocalypse, Yi Lang mutated into a zombie. Yi Tian personally killed him and took over the gang. He then used ruthless methods to gather all the survivors in the South City together for management. Chapter 62 I need all his information within 3 days. After everyone stepped back, Yi Tian stared at the TV for a while, his brows furrowing more and more, before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Great, I like this kid. They're absolutely ruthless killers. Have you gotten any information on this kid? What's his name?
Upon hearing Etion's question, the man in the suit who was in charge of intelligence gathering stepped forward and bowed to Etion.
Sorry, boss, this video was accidentally captured while monitoring Suwonjia village.
So we haven't had time to investigate yet.
Upon hearing this answer, Etion clicked his tongue, seemingly not entirely satisfied, but he didn't blame him and nodded in agreement. Is that so? Then let's get started right away. Within 3 days. I need to get all information about this kid.
Oh, and be careful not to let him find out.
Upon hearing this, the man in the suit nodded quickly, thought for a moment, and then hurried away.
The others looked puzzled upon hearing this. Among them was an older middle-aged man who hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but speak up.
Xiao Tian, oh no. Boss. What are you planning to do?
The existence of such a person poses a significant threat to us.
Shouldn't we eliminate him as soon as possible?
This man was Yi Lang's brother, which meant he was Yi Tian's uncle, and was therefore bolder than the others. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian glanced at him.
Uncle Cohen, what threat is it? I think this kid is a good talent. If our serious gang wants to develop in the long term, we must absorb fresh blood.
Yi Tian paused for a moment, then coldly glanced at everyone and said,
I know. You all think I'm ruthless. But I've also considered it.
Since my father has entrusted the gang to me, I certainly will not let him down.
Of course, that also includes the expectations you all have for me. Uncle Cohen hesitated upon hearing Yi Tian's words, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Okay, I understand.
Yi Tian nodded upon hearing this, his gaze still fixed on the television, and casually waved to them.
Alright, if there's nothing else, let's all go.
Seeing this, everyone dispersed, leaving only Yi Tian alone. As he watched Chen Lang's imposing figure on TV, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he murmured to himself.
Is this what they call a superhuman? That's fucking cool.
I must conquer him. Let him tell me how to become a superhuman, or at the very least, make him my subordinate.
Then who in Xining City could be my match? Suwonjia village.
After a day of hard work, Shu Yi was on the verge of collapse.
She looked at her raw, calloused hands and felt like crying.
Why is this kind of farming so difficult?
And they even raise chickens and pigs. I never imagined it would smell so bad. Who could stand it?
Clearly, she overestimated herself. At the same time, his plan to impress Chen Lang with his hard work also completely failed.
Alright, Shu Yi, go eat.
It was Zhao Meng who spoke. After all, they were friends, and he still took some care of her.
Hearing Zhao Meng's greeting,
Shu Yi quickly looked at her and then took her hand.
Xiao Meng, Chen Lang says you're his woman. Could it be that you really are with him?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng blushed slightly, but nodded calmly and spoke.
Yes, that's right. Huh? But he has so many women, can you really tolerate that?
Shu Yi was full of surprise. Although she knew it was true, she felt a different way when she heard Zhao Meng admit it herself. Zhao Meng pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at Shu Yi seriously.
Chen Lang, he is truly outstanding. He's better than anyone I've ever met, and he's also very strong, and I genuinely like him. As for your comment about him having many women, this is the apocalypse, survival is the only problem. What's the point of caring about these things? Ancient emperors had so many women, did anyone care? Zhao Meng's words left Shu Yi stunned. Was this still the same strong-willed friend she used to know? Where did the female academic genius and aloof saintly figure go? How come she's suddenly become a love-obsessed person? Besides, Chen Lang is only good at fighting, right?
She didn't feel anything else, like leadership skills. She felt that she was better than Chen Lang.
Okay. I understand, Xiao Meng. Shu Yi nodded in response to Zhao Meng's words, his gaze towards the villa filled with even more curiosity. Inside the villa, Chen Lang was having an absolute blast. Fight! 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 Damn you, the US, you dare use lightning storm on me. Watch my super big baby. He was at his computer desk, fighting with great enthusiasm. I never expected this. There's even a computer in this villa, and it has quite a few single-player games on it. That's a rare treat in this apocalyptic world. Phew. 7 ruthless types are nothing special.
Chen Lang put down the mouse, let out a sigh of relief, and leaned back in his gaming chair.
Little blue? Little green?
He called out casually, but no one responded.
All right, let them go to sleep.
Chen Lang stood up, preparing to wash up and go to bed.
He was giving himself a day off. Knock, knock, knock.
Just then, there was a knock on the door.
Chen Lang looked over in confusion. Who could it be so late at night? Was it Lan Cheng and the other girl again? Hadn't he already clearly rejected them? That's right. After Chu Yi left, the two women actively tried to seduce Chen Lang. However, Chen Lang explicitly refused.
Xiao Lan and Xiao Chang were just sent by Zhao Meng to serve him.
If he slept with them, would they still serve him diligently in the future? You'd better think this through. It's not impossible for you to be my woman. But you still have to do the work. If you can accept that, then I won't hold back.
They originally wanted to use Chen Lang to rise in rank, but since they wouldn't get any benefits, they decided not to bother and refused.
Fortunately, serving Chen Lang is better than doing chores. So they decided to just obediently serve Chen Lang and stop having any ulterior motives. After all, who wouldn't want to find someone they truly like?
I woke up from my memories to a soft female voice coming from outside the door.
My lord, I am Chu Yi. Excuse me. May I come in? I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Chu Yi?
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and a smile crept onto his lips. This woman coming to see him in the middle of the night, she must have ill intentions.
He. I'm having trouble falling asleep tonight. Oh? Chu Yi. If you have something to say, come in and talk. The door isn't locked. Come in yourself. Chen Lang said in a deep voice, and then walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Squeak.
The door opened with a sound, and Chu Yi stepped in. She had changed her clothes and seemed to have taken a shower and put on light makeup.
She took off her favorite suit.
She wore a black lace cropped vest, a super short denim skirt, and black and white sneakers.
Chapter 63 Flight.
Looking at the meticulously dressed Chu Yi, Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly.
He could easily guess what was about to happen. My lord.
Chu Yi blushed and called out softly, not daring to look at Chen Lang. As he spoke, he moved closer to Chen Lang. Chen Lang leaned back on the sofa, looking her over. It was hard to imagine that such a domineering woman could have such a gentle, feminine side.
Oh? Speak, what do you want from me?
Pretending to be ignorant when he knew the truth, Chen Lang spoke again and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, Chu Yi glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke.
I did a lot of work today. And then what? Chen Lang nodded dismissively, his gaze continuing to wander. I've realized that management seems to be a better fit for me. Of course, I'm not here to ask you to pull strings for me. I just hope to do my best to share your burdens. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
He knew that Chu Yi would definitely not let him get away with this for nothing.
You want to be in management? Anyone can be a leader. Why should you be in this position?
Chu Yi also guessed that things wouldn't be that easy, so he immediately moved closer and could smell that she had gotten some perfume from somewhere and sprayed it on herself.
Chief Chen, I used to be the president of the student council when I was in school, and I've managed everyone quite well since the apocalypse. Please believe me, I can do it. Even if it's just a squad leader position, I'll take it. I'll work hard to prove myself.
As she spoke, she squatted down in front of Chen Lang, her face full of expectation, and spoke in an almost pleading tone.
Chen Lang watched the scene with amusement and licked his lips.
He finally understood why some people find pleasure in taming horses. It felt great, especially for an arrogant and strong woman like Chu Yi. Reaching out and pinching Chu Yi's chin, Chen Lang's lips curled into a smile as he slowly spoke.
Prove yourself? We'll see how you perform tonight. If they perform well, I can consider giving you a higher position. It's not out of the question. Just so you know, I'm pretty formidable.
Chu Yi could understand the implication behind those words, and his face immediately turned even redder. She had already prepared herself mentally. But when he heard Chen Lang's blatant teasing, he couldn't help but tremble and mutter to himself.
I'll do my best. My lord.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang smiled wickedly and leaned back lazily on the sofa once again.
Please begin your performance. It's right here? This.
Shuyi was stunned when he heard this and asked in surprise, "We are still in the living room on the first floor of the villa, and it would be easy for someone to see us." Chen Lang frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Yes, Chief, I understand." Seeing this, Shuyi quickly changed her mind. She dared not offend Chen Lang any further. This was her only chance to turn things around. She swiftly reached out with both hands towards Chen Lang's body. After experiencing a sudden storm, Shuyi collapsed onto the large bed on the second floor.
"Brother Lang, you're so awesome.
They're practically flying." After saying this, she fell into a deep sleep. She had already worked all day, and now Chen Lang was making her suffer like this. She couldn't take it anymore.
Phew.
Chen Lang glanced at her and exhaled a perfect eye circle. "Congratulations, host, for achieving another merit. The rewards are as follows.
Superpower elemental ability, Gale.
Gale, the host gains the ability to control the wind." The panel unfolded in front of me at the same time.
Name, Chen Lang. Appearance, 43. Wisdom, 52. Agility, 49. Strength, 686 already increased. Defense, 180 increased. Spirit, 52 already increased. Family members, 11.
Current score, 3,136 earned from killing zombies. Skills mastered, stealth, spatial ability, super strength, rock slab, perception, self-healing, luck, leadership, fire. Host's talents, immune to corpse poison, 100% genetic inheritance.
Name, Shu Yi. Loyalty, 70%. Rating, A.
The loyalty level displayed now is directly after the leader's role, meaning that Chuya's original loyalty level was 60.
Not bad. Looks like I've really conquered this woman. Chen Lang looked at the panel and nodded secretly.
At the same time, I am quite satisfied with those minor attribute increases.
I can get attribute points without doing anything. How great is that? Wind control, right?
After observing the panel, Chen Lang turned his attention to his newly acquired superpower.
Use your superpower. Gale.
With a thought, Chen Lang felt his spirit connect with the surrounding air, and under his conscious control, a gentle breeze appeared in the bedroom.
Cold.
Shu Yi, still half asleep, pulled the blanket up and curled up. Seeing this, Chen Lang simply went out and into the villa's courtyard, ignoring the guards at the gate.
Again.
This time, Chen Lang concentrated even more, and a whirlwind appeared directly in front of him. The wind fans the flames, and when combined with the fire, it can actually increase its power.
But is that all?
He felt that his ability to control the wind should not be limited to this. While pondering, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration.
That's right.
Then they started operating again. He gathered the wind at his feet, and then his whole body slowly floated up and continued to rise.
Ha ha ha. I can fly now. I knew it. This is going to be awesome.
Chen Lang laughed loudly, controlling the wind speed and direction beneath him as he soared through the night sky.
Little did they know. The two girls on guard duty were completely stunned. My god, is the leader a god? He's flying. It must be. Such an outstanding man is simply a god-like existence. Chen Lang got into the swing of things and flew higher and higher.
Flying was much more time-saving and less strenuous than walking or taking a car.
He first flew to the building and circled around it.
Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, he left.
Immediately afterwards, he flew towards the south of the city, a place he had never been before. Oh? There are lights on in this place? Flying high, one can see far.
Overlooking the entire southern district, Chen Lang spotted the Sky Wolfgang's villa complex and blinked.
This must be the southern city power that Chu Yi was talking about, right? The height has been lowered somewhat. Chen Lang noticed that the people here seemed quite extraordinary.
There were many more sentries, and they were all well equipped, wearing bulletproof vests and carrying pistols on their waists.
That handgun looks like a legitimate gun. These are far superior to the homemade goods from Suunjia village. TSK, give me a break. I won't bother others unless they bother me. So many real guns. I doubt I can hold out.
After pondering for a few moments, Chen Lang headed back home, feeling his head starting to spin again.
It seems this is another superpower that consumes mental energy. This won't do.
We need to get our mental energy ready right away, otherwise we won't be able to handle it at all. At this point, Chen Lang recalled something. It seems I've accumulated quite a few points again. He then brought up the panel in his mind, opened the points section, and selected the 1000 point prize draw.
Chapter 64 Homemade Cannons.
At the 1000 point tier, players can choose their own special abilities, items, and attributes. Chen Lang, adhering to the principle of not biting off more than he could chew, used all 3000 points on attributes. Regular lottery, you can exchange 100 free attribute points. Random lottery, redeem random attribute values. I refuse to believe I'm that unlucky with 3 chances. I'll choose to draw a random prize.
As Chen Lang made his selection, a dazzling light flashed, followed by a system announcement. Congratulations, host, on receiving the attribute gift pack and successfully landing a critical hit. Your luck has doubled.
You have gained 500 points of defense attribute.
Again. Congratulations, host, on receiving the attribute gift pack and successfully landing a critical hit.
Your luck has doubled. You have gained 500 points of defense attribute.
Damn it, what's going on? Are they making me a turtle? Again. Congratulations, host, on receiving the attribute gift pack and successfully landing a critical hit.
Your luck has doubled. You have gained 500 points of spirit attribute.
Defense, 1167. Spirit, 544.
Chen Lang finally succeeded on his last chance, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, immediately sank off.
If he still doesn't succeed, he's going to cry.
With his enhanced mental attributes, Chen Lang immediately felt more at ease controlling his flight, and he could even accelerate.
He was now no different from Superman.
After playing for a long time, Chen Lang finally returned to the villa.
The following day,
Chen Lang also kept his promise and arranged for Chu Yi to be Zhao Meng's deputy, which was actually his original plan. Managing so many people is too much for Zhao Meng to handle.
Thank you, Brother Lang, I love you to death.
Chu Yi was overjoyed to hear that he no longer had to work, and he hugged Chen Lang and gave him a big kiss. Chen Lang smiled and pushed her aside, then thought for a moment and asked,
"By the way, what's the situation in the south of the city?"
He recalled the heavily guarded villa complex he had seen the previous night and felt a surge of curiosity.
In the apocalypse. Either a friend or an enemy.
Although the two sides have not been in contact yet, he still wants to learn more.
Over in the south of the city. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, Chu Yi rolled his eyes and pondered. Their organization is called the Sky Wolf Gang. The boss's name is Lin Tian. This guy is about your age, but he's not very good.
I went to see him before, and when he saw that I had lost power, he treated me very perfunctorily.
He was very arrogant.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. At such a young age, to be able to manage such a large gang and govern it so well, it's normal for him to be arrogant.
What about the others? How many are they, and what is their fighting strength?
When pressed further, Chu Yi shook his head.
I don't know much about the others. I wasn't familiar with him at all. If I hadn't been forced into a corner, I wouldn't have gone to him.
But I know they have 10 hall masters, each in charge of different functions.
Seeing that he couldn't get anything more out of Chu Yi, Chen Lang told her to go out and get busy. Chu Yi was already impatient. She wanted to quickly regain her former glory, so she ran out.
Not long after Chu Yi ran out, Xiaolan and Xiaoqing came in, each carrying breakfast and toiletries.
Our leader, we've come to serve you. As they spoke, the two secretly glanced at Chen Lang, and Chu Yi, who had just run away, left them with no choice but to think more. Those two definitely weren't up to anything last night.
Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this, and then began to wash and dress with the help of the two men.
It has to be said that it is really nice to have someone to serve you. I don't even want to go back to the building anymore.
I'll be leaving the village in a few days, why don't you come with me?
This side of the village.
Chen Lang still hoped to separate it from his main base, and he hoped to cultivate it into his own secret force. Xiaolan and Xiaoqing heard Chen Lang say this. They didn't seem to have any objections after all, it didn't matter where they served Chen Lang.
Moreover, they were shocked to hear this morning that Chen Lang could actually fly, which made them lose interest in him again. Now the girls are all wondering if Chen Lang might be the savior of this apocalypse. If you stay by his side and have the chance to become his woman, even if you don't get any benefits now, you won't be bad in the future. Yes, we will follow the leader's orders. So the matter was happily settled, and the two of them continued to serve Chen Lang. They ate and drank their fill.
Zhao Meng has come to report on her work. Chen Lang, take a look. This is a statistic of the village's current supplies, as well as the job assignments for the staff.
If there are no problems, let's proceed as is for now, and adjust accordingly as needed.
Chen Lang took the form from Zhao Meng, glanced at it briefly, and then nodded and smiled with satisfaction.
Great, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Chen Lang paused again as he spoke. Once the planting and animal husbandry are sorted out, you can select a combat squad to be responsible for the village's security. As for weapons, let's use those hunting rifles for now. I'll resupply here once I get my hands on new weapons.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng nodded.
In fact, she had the same idea, and then seemed to have thought of something. By the way, Chen Lang, come with me for a moment. There's something I think you'd be interested.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and then followed Zhao Meng to a secluded bungalow.
There are 4 people guarding the entrance. Oh? Why all the secrecy? What's inside? Chen Lang asked in confusion. Zhao Meng smiled slightly and then instructed someone to open the door. Inside, there were 5 homemade cannons.
The homemade cannon wasn't very big, unlike the ones often shown on TV, but you couldn't tell what it was for just by looking at it.
Holy crap, they actually have homemade cannons. Chen Lang was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected that such a small village as Suanjia village would actually have this thing.
If they had made this thing back then, the outcome of that battle remains uncertain.
Seeing Chen Lang's surprised expression, Zhao Meng smiled slightly and then spoke.
Yes, I do, but after a quick look, I'm afraid it's unusable. That cannon fire lasted far too long.
So this is probably why Suanjia village has kept it here all this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's interest, which had just been piqued, immediately waned, and he was somewhat disappointed.
What was the point of talking if it couldn't be used? But then he looked at Zhao Meng.
Based on his understanding of Zhao Meng, he knew she wouldn't deliberately try to talk nonsense with him.
Wait, Xiao Meng, do you have a way to fix this thing?
Hearing Chen Lang say that, Zhao Meng looked at him with some surprise, then smiled wryly.
You can see right through anything. That's right. I have some knowledge of military equipment. If we can find replacement parts, it shouldn't be a problem to put them back into service.
Chapter 65 The Passionate Lin Tian.
Hearing Zhao Meng's words, Chen Lang was overjoyed.
If they could repair these cannons, their combat strength would leap forward.
Xiao Meng, you are so amazing.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Lang picked up Zhao Meng and kissed her.
This made Zhao Meng extremely embarrassed.
She slowly pushed Chen Lang away and then took out another piece of paper.
Don't get too excited yet, these things might not be easy to find. Look. Chen Lang took the paper and started reading.
The first part wasn't difficult, but the rest was a bit of a headache. He had never even heard of those parts, let alone seen them.
Hiss. Xiao Meng, do you know where to find these things in the back? I'm afraid there aren't any in the hardware market, are there?
Zhao Meng nodded upon hearing this, and said with a hint of helplessness.
Yes, so I can only ask you for help. I've thought about it. These are special components that ordinary factories definitely cannot produce. They can only exist in one place. If they are not found anywhere, these cannons are useless. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang smiled again. It's okay, let's give it a try if there's hope. Go ahead and say it.
Tell me the location, and I'll take care of the rest. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng didn't waste any more words and spoke directly.
Xining City Police Department. There should be quite a few similar homemade cannons stored there. I believe it shouldn't be a problem to gather the parts we need. After Zhao Meng pointed it out, Chen Lang suddenly understood. That's right.
Previously, when guns were banned, all these prohibited items were confiscated and sent to the police station, so they definitely have them there.
And if you're lucky, you might even be able to get some more weapons. Okay, leave this to me.
Put the paper away, Chen Lang said to Zhao Meng, while simultaneously recalling the location of the Xining City police station.
If I remember correctly, as luck would have it, the police station happens to be located in the southern part of the city.
Thinking of this, Chen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought of the guns on the waists of the people at the villa he had seen last night.
Could it be that they had already taken over the police station? After that, Chen Lang didn't linger any longer.
He couldn't care less about playing games anymore, business was more important.
So he left the village and drove towards Nanchang South City Villa Complex.
Lin Tian was still watching the video repeatedly, his face full of longing.
Boss. Just then, someone suddenly came in.
Lin Tian turned his head and saw that the person who came was the hall master he had arranged to investigate Chen Lang. He immediately raised his eyebrows.
Oh? You've already heard news?
Upon hearing this, the head of the intelligence department shook his head and spoke.
No, boss.
Most of the new recruits in our gang are from the south of the city, and none of them know this kid. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately lost interest and said irritably.
Then what are you talking nonsense about?
Upon seeing this, the head of the intelligence department quickly spoke up.
Boss, I just received a message from the sentry that this kid is heading towards our South City.
What? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately stood up.
How many men did he bring?
Subconsciously, Lin Tian thought Chen Lang was there to cause trouble, and his tone turned cold. The head of the intelligence department quickly explained.
No, boss, you've misunderstood.
He was all alone, and judging from his appearance, it seemed like he was looking for something.
He was wandering around the city.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian immediately relaxed considerably, then frowned and pondered for a while.
Okay, arrange a car right away. I want to go and meet him myself.
Upon hearing this, the head of the intelligence department's expression immediately changed.
Boss, isn't this a bad idea? You know this kid isn't an ordinary person. What if he has ill intentions?
If you approach him rashly, there might be unexpected trouble.
Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively and began rummaging through his clothes. What are you afraid of? If I die, wouldn't that be just what you want?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I must recruit such talent myself.
Enough talk, get to it.
The head of the intelligence hall was speechless after Lin Tian's words, but he didn't dare to say anything more and left. Lin Tian looked at the closet full of clothes and felt a little worried. He pondered what clothes he should wear to show how much he valued Chen Lang.
South City District. Chen Lang drove with a bewildered expression. He should have brought the map with him. Damn it, there aren't any here either. Is the road sign fake? How come I never realized Xining was so big before?
We've reached another dead end, Chen Lang muttered to himself, lamenting how he missed the days when navigation was available.
Beep beep. Just then, a horn suddenly blared from behind. Chen Lang's brows furrowed immediately. Oh no, we've been exposed.
He hadn't encountered anyone along the way, but he was still discovered. Thinking this, Chen Lang looked in the rearview mirror and saw a Mercedes-Benz approaching.
Hello, friend in the car. As we approached, a loudspeaker blared from the other car. My name is Lin Tian, I mean no harm. Hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
He hadn't expected that his arrival in Nanchang would alarm the local leaders so soon.
When did I become so conspicuous?
Chen Lang turned the car around and faced the oncoming Mercedes-Benz.
Lin Tian finally got a good look at Chen Lang. He saw that Chen Lang looked very happy and excited.
He jumped out as soon as he told the driver to stop the car.
Look, my friend, I didn't bring any weapons.
As he spoke, he turned around by himself and then raised his hands, which made the driver frown.
When had his boss ever been so attentive?
He then turned his gaze to Chen Lang. His right hand was secretly placed on his waist. Although Lin Tian had told him not to attack, he still had to be on guard.
Chen Lang looked at Lin Tian's appearance and slightly raised his eyelids. This person. They don't seem to have any malicious intent. Hello, my name is Chen Lang.
As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face.
Since the other party's attitude was so good,
Chen Lang couldn't refuse them. After all, they were the boss of Nanchang. Lin Tian seemed even happier to receive Chen Lang's response, and simply threw away the megaphone.
Then he quickly walked over. Hello, hello. It's brother Chen Lang. I've heard so much about you.
As he spoke, he even grasped Chen Lang's hand. Her eyes kept scanning Chen Lang up and down, as if she were looking at some kind of treasure. Feeling Lin Tian's enthusiasm, Chen Lang was a little overwhelmed. He had never been treated like this since the apocalypse.
Hee, it's an honor to meet you. Mr. Lin.
After giving a polite reply, Chen Lang secretly withdrew his hand. Lin Tian's gaze made him very uncomfortable.
Enthusiasm is good.
But it's a bit strange when two strangers are being overly enthusiastic. Especially with Lin Tian's strange gaze, Chen Lang secretly wondered if this guy might have some kind of special fetish.
Chapter 66: The Basement of the Police Station. Lin Tian didn't mind Chen Lang's attitude. He remained very enthusiastic and rubbed his hands together. Hee, I got a little too excited, sorry. He paused after saying that. Oh. Right, I haven't introduced myself yet. Let me explain my situation in detail. My name is Lin Tian. The current leader of the South City Sky Wolf Gang is also the current ruler of the entire South City. His gang members, including the survivors, number approximately 10,000. Hearing Lin Tian's confession, Chen Lang was even more bewildered. What's going on with this thing? From the very beginning, seeing yourself was like seeing your own father, and now you're even revealing your own abilities? Chief Lin, is there something you need from me? Chen Lang disliked formalities and simply asked his question directly. Lin Tian was stunned when he heard this. He had wanted to show Chen Lang his strength, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't seem interested at all. Oh, I see. My men saw you wandering around the city, brother. Are you looking for something? I came out to see if I could help. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Lang immediately understood. I knew I'd been being watched all along. It seems that the southern city is more secure than he thought, and only now does he realize that there seem to be far fewer zombies on the streets of the southern city. I cannot accept such a reward without having done so much. Thank you for your kindness, Chief Lin. Let's forget about it. I'll look for it myself, but I'm not sure if it will bother Chief Lin. Since he was on someone else's turf, Chen Lang still had to ask, even though he was prepared to fight if the other party disagreed. After 2 defense upgrades. Even if it were a real gun, Chen Lang was confident he could withstand it. Oh. I see, then okay. Hearing Chen Lang say this, Lin Tian didn't insist any further and waved to the driver who brought him there. Relay my orders. At all the checkpoints in the city, no one is allowed to stop Brother Chen Lang if he wants to pass through. After he finished speaking, the driver pulled out a walkie-talkie. Seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow again. The city is so big, will the walkie-talkie work? Lin Tian noticed his confusion. We have some talented people in our gang who know how to use machines. After his modifications, the walkie-talkies we use are basically the same as cell phones. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded, then glanced at Lin Tian again. Wasn't this man being a little too open with him? Alright, thank you very much, Chief Lin. I have other things to do. I'm going now. Chen Lang sensed that Lin Tian was trying to befriend him, but since he didn't know Lin Tian's purpose, he chose to be cautious and minimize their interaction. He then drove away. Watching Chen Lang's retreating figure, Lin Tian watched him eagerly until he got into the car, and then waved goodbye. Boss, this kid looks pretty ordinary to me. Is it really as miraculous as you say? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression gradually turned cold, and he let out a cold snort. With the apocalypse upon us, is it really that strange to see a superhuman? After saying that, he thought for a moment. Give the order to closely monitor Chen Lang's movements, and at the same time, be careful not to let him discover us. The driver nodded upon hearing this, and then took out his walkie-talkie. Lin Tian got into the car on his own. Looking in the direction Chen Lang left, he was expressionless at first, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes flashing, and he smiled sinisterly. After parting ways with Lin Tian, Chen Lang drove around for a while before finally finding the police station. Just as he expected. This place has indeed been occupied, and there are people guarding the entrance. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Lang? As soon as he parked the car, the guard rushed over to greet Chen Lang with a very friendly attitude. It wasn't hard to guess that this was the effective Lin Tian. It's me. I came here looking for something. Chen Lang replied. Upon hearing this, the guard glanced at Chen Lang, seemingly somewhat troubled. May I ask what you're looking for? The weapons here have already been taken by us. He assumed Chen Lang was looking for a gun, otherwise, what else would he be doing at the police station? Although Lin Tian had instructed them not to stop Chen Lang, this guy actually came to their turf to look for weapons? You misunderstood. I'm not here to find weapons. Just looking for some parts. Chen Lang didn't hide anything, and besides, they wouldn't bother to conflict with him if he just found some parts himself, right? Upon hearing this, the guard breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see. That's all right then. But could you please let me check first? This is a sensitive area. The boss ordered that everyone entering and leaving must be checked, and no one is exempt. A body search? Chen Lang glanced at him upon hearing this.
It's not that I'm afraid of being searched. He had his own space, so what was there to be afraid of? He just hadn't expected these people to be so serious and meticulous, which was far superior to the lackeys in Suanjia village. They did a quick body search. After confirming that Chen Lang was not carrying any weapons, they let him in. This was also Chen Lang's first time entering a police station. He didn't know where the contraband was stored, so he asked the guards directly, but they didn't know either, so he had to find it himself. After a period of exploration, Chen Lang discovered that all the weapons inside had been taken, not even a kitchen knife was left.
Damn it, am I going to have made a wasted trip?
If all the guns have been confiscated, then maybe even the homemade cannons are gone.
After searching unsuccessfully, Chen Lang was somewhat disappointed.
But just then, he noticed that the ground beneath his feet felt a little off, as if it were hollow.
Use the skill perception.
The layout of the entire police station immediately came to mind. There really was a basement beneath the seemingly ordinary piece of land.
Unfortunately, perception can only detect structures. It cannot identify what is inside the basement. Chen Lang was immediately overjoyed, sensing that there might be something he wanted in the basement. However, wouldn't digging it out directly cause too much of a commotion? What if we dig up something good? Will Lin Tian still treat me this politely?
Thinking of this, Chen Lang hesitated. He had just used his perception skill and discovered that someone was watching him from the shadows.
Got it. After a quick thought, Chen Lang had an idea.
He first pretended to go to the toilet, then used his stealth skill to return to the yard, thus luring away the person watching him.
He then reached for the basement doorknob and jumped in. The basement was dark, with no light.
Chen Lang turned on the lighter for light and saw what was in front of him.
He was stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. Holy crap, that's insane.
In the dim light of the fire, Chen Lang's face was filled with wild joy. All that could be seen here were weapons of war, pistols, rifles, grenades, cannons, mortars, and most importantly, these things all looked to be in very good condition.
Chapter 67 Returning to the Building.
Looking at the dazzling array of old weapons in the basement, Chen Lang was even more excited than if he had seen a beautiful woman, and immediately began a massive looting spree.
This is good, it looks like it still works. And this too. Forget about this one, it looks like a fossil. They frantically stuffed the weapons into the space, and luckily the space was quite large, so they managed to fill it all in. After filling the container, Chen Lang quietly slipped back to the toilet. At this point, the person monitoring him sensed something was wrong and came to the bathroom door to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there?
They began checking each cubicle one by one, their expressions gradually becoming tense.
If they lost Chen Lang here, they would probably be in for a good scolding from Lin Tian. What's wrong with you? You can't even let me take a dump in peace.
Chen Lang pretended to have just pulled up his pants and walked out of the innermost cubicle. As he spoke, he glanced at the group with an unfriendly expression. Seeing this, the men looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly smiled.
Hee, weren't we worried that something might happen to Mr. Chen? You are the boss's distinguished guest. It's best that everything is all right.
As they spoke, one of them rolled his eyes.
By the way, did you find what you were looking for?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang looked disappointed and shook his head.
No, you searched way too thoroughly. Never mind. I think I'll go look around somewhere else.
After saying that, Chen Lang left the police station on his own. The people there breathed a sigh of relief. They had been hoping for Chen Lang to leave.
Master, that Chen Lang is gone, and we didn't find anything. Seeing that Chen Lang had indeed left, they used walkie-talkies to pass on the message. South City Villa Complex.
A man in a suit put down his walkie-talkie, then came up to Lin Tian and began to report.
Boss, that Chen Lang is gone. After leaving the police station, I left Nanchang directly.
Lin Tian frowned upon hearing this.
They're leaving already? He made a special trip to Nanchang, only to return empty-handed? He sensed something was wrong.
But according to the report, Chen Lang did not take anything with him, and the police station did not leave anything useful behind.
Fine. I'll go then.
The man in the suit nodded upon hearing this, then pondered for a moment and asked.
Boss, should we send someone to follow them? Let's see where this kid's hideout is.
Lin Tian pondered for a moment, then sighed and said.
Never mind, this person is very cautious. Let's not act rashly.
Besides, he doesn't seem to have any intention of being our enemy, so let's not provoke him for now.
The man in the suit nodded after hearing Lin Tian's words and then left. Lin Tian watched Chen Lang's figure on the TV, his eyes gradually deepening. Chen Lang.
I hope you're a smart man. I don't have much patience. Take the initiative and submit to me as soon as possible, don't keep me waiting. After leaving Nanchang, Chen Lang first went to the hardware market to find the common parts, and then headed straight for Suanjia village. Go and call Zhao Meng here, then all of you go and stand guard outside the courtyard. Upon arriving at the location where the homemade cannons were stored, Chen Lang ordered the girls responsible for guarding them to do so. Soon, Zhao Meng arrived.
Chen Lang, you were looking for me?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang looked at her, a smile playing on his lips, and then closed the courtyard gate.
Come with me.
Walking into an empty room, Chen Lang took out all the old weapons from his space, filling the room instantly, leaving Zhao Meng speechless once again.
Where did you get this?
Zhao Meng exclaimed with delight, and couldn't help but step forward to explore and study it.
Chen Lang didn't hide anything and told her everything that had happened, then asked her questions. Do you think these are still usable? I don't really know much about them. And the parts you need?
You should find what you need on those broken homemade cannons. Zhao Meng glanced at Chen Lang, but stopped paying attention to the weapons and said with concern.
Chen Lang, this Lin Tian seems quite interested in you? Chen Lang smiled and said. There's no way around it, she's just too charming. Suitable for both men and women.
Zhao Meng rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and continued.
You know what I mean, he's obviously trying to recruit you. What are you going to do?
Seeing that Zhao Meng wasn't joking with him anymore, Chen Lang also stopped smiling.
What can we do? Just let it be. I have no intention of living under someone else's roof. Although I don't know what he sees in me, this kid probably isn't planning to turn against me anytime soon. Let's seize this opportunity and quickly strengthen our capabilities.
Zhao Meng nodded after hearing this, and then began to study the weapons again.
After a while, she turned to Chen Lang and said. Very good.
These weapons are a bit old, but they should still work if we piece them together.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately smiled. That's great. Xiao Meng, how long do you estimate it will take before these things can be put to use?
Zhao Meng frowned and pondered for a long time before finally speaking.
It'll take at least a month, right? 1 month. Chen Lang nodded.
Although it took a long time, it was still an unexpected joy, and he was very content.
All right, 1 month it is. During this time, you focus on repairing the weapons. As for management. Oh, right. Didn't Shuyi ask me to send her over? It just so happens that she loves being in charge.
At this point, Zhao Meng suddenly looked at him with a strange expression and said slowly.
Shuyi, did she also ask you to give it to her?
Hearing Zhao Meng's question, Chen Lang's face immediately turned somewhat embarrassed, and then he laughed it off and slipped away.
Chen Lang returned to the villa and played games for a while. I'm feeling a bit bored. It's time to go back and check on things. There shouldn't be any problems here for now.
He then called Xiao Lan and Xiao Qing to go back to the building with him.
Traveling by car, Chen Lang and his 2 companions arrived near the building.
They noticed that the outer defenses had been reinforced considerably during his absence, indicating that everyone hadn't been slacking off.
Hi everyone, I'm back.
Upon arriving at the main gate, Chen Lang called out loudly, with Xiao Lan and Xiao Qing accompanying him on either side.
On the 2nd floor, Fang Yeye peeked out with her little head. Wow, Brother Lang is back.
After saying that, he rushed downstairs to open the door. Everyone gathered around when they heard the noise. They had missed Chen Lang very much after only a few days apart.
Xiao Chen, you're back. Is everything settled in the village? Brother Chen, Xiaoya is making you something delicious today. Chen Lang, are you kidding me? You just took 2 away, and now you've brought 2 more back.
Everyone greeted him with a flurry of questions, and although Chen Lang felt a warmth in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He then waved his hand and said,
All right, let's go inside.
Then, pushing and shoving the crowd, they walked together into the building. Xiao Lan and Xiao Chang were both stunned by what they saw. They had thought Chen Lang only had Zhao Meng and Chu Yi as his women, but they never expected there to be so many more.
Chapter 68 Dream.
Inside the building, Chen Lang sat on the sofa, vividly describing his battle in Suanjia village to everyone, with Xiaowei and Fang Yeye massaging his shoulders on either side of him. Tian Yu and Feng Shui were massaging his legs. Zhang Ye was happily cooking, and even Bai Jie took the initiative to serve Chen Lang tea and water.
I didn't expect the leader to have so many women serving him. What should we do?
Xiaolan and Xiaochang were at a loss when they saw what was happening. Their work had been taken away, and they suddenly felt very invisible. The chief must have his reasons for bringing us back, so let's not overthink it. And their techniques are nowhere near as good as ours. Don't worry, our positions won't be replaced, don't overthink it. Xiaolan, being a little older, comforted Xiaochang.
Xiaochang blinked, thought for a moment, and then spoke. I have a feeling, the reason the leader brought us back is just to sleep with us? Look. This is clearly where he hides his women.
After hearing what she said, Xiaolan, who hadn't thought much about it before, was suddenly stunned.
It seemed to make sense. Oh, what do we do then?
As she spoke, her face flushed, and she asked.
Xiaoqing glanced at her secretly, then whispered teasingly. What do you mean, what to do? Aren't you prepared? I was all prepared.
I'm ready to serve you any time the leader needs me.
A man like him is a rare find. Hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiaolan opened her mouth wide.
Although she was mentally prepared, she was not as bold as Xiaoqing.
Pa! Shameless!
Xiaolan scolded Xiaochang, and her face turned even redder. Seeing this, Xiaoqing, who was bored anyway, leaned close to Xiaolan's ear and whispered something.
Xiaolan's fair neck turned red, and she grabbed Xiaoqing's waist with one hand. Oh my god, you're going to die. How come I never noticed you were so slutty before? Ha ha ha. Sister Lan, I won't do it again. Sister Lan, please, let go. Everyone's watching.
Xiaoqing begged for mercy, while gesturing to Chen Lang and the others.
Only then did Chen Lang realize that he hadn't introduced himself yet. So he stood up and said, "Oh right, I haven't introduced them to everyone yet. These two are called Xiaolan and Xiaochang. They are."
At this point, Chen Lang hesitated for a moment.
Maid? Servant? Maid-servant? None of them seem quite right. I know they are new mothers.
Just as Chen Lang was deep in thought, Chen Xiaochang suddenly spoke up, looking very serious. These words were spoken. Chen Lang was immediately embarrassed, while the others burst into laughter, especially Bai Jie, who kept giving Chen Xiaochang a thumbs up.
Only Chen Xiaochang and the other children looked completely bewildered. Bai Jie, what have you been teaching the children? Helpless, Chen Lang could only glare at Bai Jie, who stuck out her tongue and ran away. Next, Chen Lang gave a brief introduction. The gist is that the two of them were specifically responsible for serving him in terms of food, clothing, and daily life, and their relationship was completely platonic. But obviously no one believed that with two wildflowers around every day, could Chen Lang really resist? Even cats have their moments of infidelity. Forget it. Seeing this, Chen Lang was too lazy to explain anymore. Just then, Chef Zhang Ye finished cooking. Dinner's ready. Everyone was hungry, so they quickly got to work on preparing the meal. This was Chen Lang's first meal back, so everyone was taking it quite seriously. During the meal, the group kept asking Xiaolan and Xiaoqing about the situation in Suanjia village, leaving them bewildered. It turns out that more than 2,000 people were kidnapped at the time. But in just a few days, nearly 1,000 of them were played to death by those beasts from Suanjia village. So it's no wonder they are so grateful to Chen Lang. If it weren't for Chen Lang, it would probably be their turn soon. Although Xiao Chen killed many people, he also saved many people. That's often how things are. There is no absolute right or wrong, it's hard to judge. Looking at Chen Lang, Lu Ruoyao felt a pang of emotion, remembering her own naive and foolish self from back then. Dad is Superman, and the guys dad kills are all bad guys. I believe in my dad. Seeing that everyone's expressions were a bit off, Chen Xiaochang chimed in at the opportune moment to express his stance. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang chuckled and patted his head. Is this what it feels like to raise a son? It's actually quite nice to have someone who defends you without questioning the facts. After dinner, everyone went back to their own business. Bai Jie secretly lured Chen Lang to her bedroom. Although she was sharp-tongued, she had been longing for Chen Lang for a long time. A short while later, a deafening sound rang out, and Lu Ruoyao shook her head speechlessly before taking the children away. The others worked while secretly laughing to themselves. This was the first time Xiaolan and Xiaoqing had ever seen such a scene. Both of them were so flustered that they didn't know where to hide. Was their leader really that open-minded? Half a day passed by in such a leisurely manner.
Chen Lang went out for a quick patrol and checked that all the robots were functioning properly and there were no zombies nearby.
This area of the building. This is currently the safest area in Dongqing District. However, I doubt there's anyone left alive in the East City. The zombies have mutated. With the sweep of Suunjia village added to the losses, it's estimated that only the Dasha building and Suunjia village area have survivors now. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Lang and his group had become the largest force in the entire East City. It was truly a twist of fate. He had never wanted to get involved in these struggles. It's just a chaotic world. It is very difficult for you to remain unaffected.
Watching the sun gradually set in the distance, Chen Lang flicked away his cigarette butt and returned to the building.
Dad, are you free?
Just as he entered the building, Chen Xiaoqiang came over, fiddling with the hem of his clothes, as if he had something to say.
Oh? You're free? What's up?
Seeing this, Chen Lang became somewhat curious ever since he brought him back.
This is the first time she's taken the initiative to contact me. He could tell that Chen Xiaoqiang was a very independent and strong-willed kid.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Chen Xiaoqiang frowned, as if he had made up his mind, and finally spoke.
Dad, can you please help save Mom? Mom?
Chen Lang was stunned when he heard this.
Wasn't his mother right here? Etc. No way. What nonsense is that? She has her own mother, okay? Xiaoqiang, do you mean your mother is still alive? How did you know?
Chen Lang squatted down and asked with some doubt, the apocalypse has been going on for so long, why is Chen Xiaoqiang suddenly trying to save his mother?
That's strange.
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqiang asked with a puzzled look in his eyes.
I'm sorry, Dad, I'm not really sure either. I've been having the same dream for the past few days.
In the dream, my mom traps me in a laboratory, and the food is almost gone.
She's about to die. Wah! Chapter 69 Basement. Listening to Chen Xiaoqiang's tearful account, Chen Lang fell into deep thought.
He didn't know whether he should believe him, since it was all just a dream after all.
After patting Chen Xiaoqiang's head, Chen Lang asked. Xiaoqiang, you should know, this is the apocalypse. The chances of your mother surviving. Halfway through his sentence, Chen Xiaoqiang looked up at Chen Lang and said. Dad, I think this is more than just a dream. So realistic.
In my dream, I could even talk to my mother. She told me her exact location and what was happening on her end.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. A conversation in a dream was one thing, but a specific location?
In this apocalyptic world, so many strange things are happening.
Chen Lang began to suspect that Chen Xiaoqiang might also possess some kind of special ability. Alright, since you're so sure. Where is that location? After all, he was his godson. Even if it was just a dream, Chen Lang couldn't bear to extinguish his last bit of hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqiang was overjoyed. Dad, I've written it down.
When I woke up from the dream, I was afraid I would forget it, so I made sure to copy it down. As he spoke, Chen Xiaoqiang handed a slip of paper to Chen Lang. Looking at the address on it, Chen Lang frowned slightly.
Is it Nanchang again?
It turns out that Chen Xiaoqiang's mother also works in the South District, and in a research institution.
Chen Lang put the note away and nodded. Okay, I understand. After finishing his sentence, Chen Xiaoqiang hesitated, and Chen Lang asked him what was going on. What? Is there something else?
Chen Xiaoqiang hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Dad, when you go to rescue Mom, can I go with you? I'm worried that Mom will think you're a bad person.
Chen Xiaoqiang is quite thoughtful, but the situation in Nanchang is unclear for Chen Lang. He himself doesn't dare to say that he can definitely get away, let alone take a child with him. No, this is too dangerous.
You just stay home and wait for my news. Chen Lang decisively rejected Chen Xiaoqiang, and seeing his disappointment, he thought for a moment. Don't worry, I'll go right now if your mother is still alive. I will definitely bring her back. With Chen Lang's assurance, Chen Xiaoqiang was clearly much more at ease and nodded. Chen Lang didn't delay any longer and prepared to leave. By then it had gotten dark. Seeing that Chen Lang was about to leave again, Lu Ruoyao couldn't help but ask. Xiaoqiang, it's so late, are you still going out?
Seeing this, Chen Lang nodded and then briefly explained the situation.
Lu Ruoyao looked puzzled. She thought it was too unreliable. But in the end, he didn't say anything to stop it. After all, what if it was true? The sooner Chen Lang rescued Xiaoqiang's mother, the greater their chance of survival. After that, Chen Lang left alone. Driving on the highway, Chen Lang was a little worried. He wondered what Lin Tian would think of him for barging into Nanchang so late at night. South City Villa District. Lin Tian was eating when someone suddenly came to report. "Boss, that kid's here again. It's just him alone." Upon hearing this, Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. What was he doing here so late at night? Had he come to seek refuge with him? Wrong. Based on his meeting with Chen Lang, he felt that Chen Lang was not someone who could be easily won over by him. Keep a close eye on him secretly, and report any unusual activity immediately. After saying that, Lin Tian thought about it again. Notify the men below to increase vigilance tonight and be prepared for battle at any time. Lin Tian was able to rise to the top in the apocalypse, so he was naturally not a careless person. Although he did not want to clash with Chen Lang for the time being, he still had to be on guard. Upon hearing this, the visitor nodded and quickly withdrew. Lin Tian put down his knife and fork, suddenly feeling a loss of appetite. He walked alone to the window, gazing at the dim night sky, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Nanchang Subdistrict. Chen Lang drove alone, wandering the streets, his head occasionally jutting out in front of him, looking around. Tisk, where are we going to look for someone this late at night? Xining Research Institute. It should be around here, why can't I find it? He kept checking the road and flipping through the map in his hand. This time he learned his lesson and knew to bring a map with him. Ha! It looks like this way? Reaching a corner, Chen Lang drove the car over and slowly brought it to a stop. There was a courtyard in front of him. The gate to the courtyard is a large iron gate, with a sign next to it, number 101, Kechuang Street, Xining City. Yes, that's it. Oh, there really is such a place. Chen Lang stepped forward and pushed the door with both hands, but the large iron door did not budge, indicating that it was locked. Thump! After taking a few steps back to gather his strength, Chen Lang kicked out. The large iron gate opened immediately, and the lock inside flew out. Chen Lang quickly went inside and saw several low buildings of 7 or 8 stories. Perception, activate. After my mental strength surged, I couldn't even feel the perception skill. Chen Lang went to each building one by one, and the internal structure of the building immediately appeared clearly in his mind. No. This building doesn't have it either. Let's look at this building, nothing there either. After visiting several buildings without finding any survivors, Chen Lang was somewhat discouraged. Sure enough, Chen Xiaoqiang was just missing his mother too much. He pulled out the note Chen Xiaoqiang had given him. Chen Lang narrowed his eyes. Only then did he notice that, in addition to the house number, there was also a detailed location information. A secret underground research lab? But Chen Lang didn't notice that these buildings had basements. With a try-it-out attitude, Chen Lang began to probe the open space one by one, and as a result, he actually made a discovery. 1, 2, 3. There really is a basement down here? From the outside, it looks like a flat, open space, but who would have thought that there was a hidden secret underneath? However, Chen Lang's detection range is limited. Therefore, the structure he saw was incomplete, so he could not be sure whether there were any survivors inside. However, this was certainly no challenge for him. Sensing the structure of the basement, Chen Lang walked to an open space and stomped down hard with one foot. Boom! This kick was like a thunderclap from a clear sky, and the ground nearby trembled. His feet sank into the ground, the deepest part being a cement-like surface. It seemed this was the place. Chen Lang aimed and stomped his foot again. Splash! That kick punched a hole in the ground, and he fell down with it. Tui! 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 Brushing away the dust in front of him, Chen Lang used the moonlight to see his surroundings clearly. It was indeed a laboratory, and it looked quite advanced. Who would have thought? This place is hidden beneath the city. This Xiaoqiang's mother seems to be quite something. Such a secluded place must hold many secrets. I wonder if there are any powerful weapons there. Chapter 70 The Intellectual Female Researcher. Chen Lang entered the basement, lit a lighter, controlled the flame for illumination, and began exploring the basement. Meanwhile, on the ground, the people monitoring Chen Lang not far away were completely dumbfounded. He kicked open the big iron gate and then poked a hole in the ground with his foot. Is he even human? Reporting to the hallmaster, Chen Lang has burrowed underground. Please give instructions.
The man took out his walkie-talkie, briefly explained the situation, and then continued to monitor the situation.
Without orders, he dared not go over rashly. The news quickly reached Lin Tian. What? You mean that research institute has a basement? How is that possible? Didn't we already search that place? Besides, how did that kid Chen Lang even find out?
Lin Tian looked puzzled. He was very confused. They had already searched the entire southern city, but there were still some who had slipped through the net.
What puzzled him even more was, how could Chen Lang know that there was a secret room underground in the research lab? Boss, no matter how that kid found it. But this place is hidden so well, there's definitely something wrong with it. What if there are some new weapons inside? We can't let that kid get there first, boss. Listening to his subordinate's advice, Lin Tian's brows gradually furrowed. There was some truth to what they said. The deeper the place is hidden, that means the things inside are probably more precious. How about this? Let's set off there immediately. Notify the guards.
If Chen Lang comes out before we arrive, then we must intercept him no matter what.
If necessary, we can use force.
After giving the instructions, Lin Tian led his men towards where Chen Lang was. Chen Lang, meanwhile, was wandering around in the basement. Although he could use his perception skill as a navigation tool, he was also curious about what this place was for.
These are all high-tech instruments, I don't understand them at all. They don't seem to be researching weapons. Could it be that he's just an ordinary researcher? Then why is he hiding so much? While complaining, Chen Lang became somewhat disappointed.
He had been dreaming of getting some advanced weapons, like rocket launchers and laser guns.
Ha!
Several beams of light suddenly appeared in his mind, and Chen Lang stopped in his tracks.
He knew this meant that something alive had appeared.
One green dot, and several red dots. If I'm not mistaken, the green dot should be Xiaoqiang's mother, and the red dot is of course a zombie.
However, the brightness of that green dot is very weak.
It seems that what Xiaoqiang said is true, his mother is dying. Without further hesitation, Chen Lang headed straight for the green, encountering several zombies along the way, which he easily defeated with a few punches and kicks.
Storage room.
Upon arriving at the green, Chen Lang saw the sign above and finally understood why Xiaoqiang's mother had been able to survive for so long.
Click.
Chen Lang yanked the door down, but there was no reaction from inside.
Oh no!
I hurried inside and saw an elegant woman in a white coat slumped over a cardboard box, her face pale and her lips chapped.
Hey, wake up, I'm here to save you. Chen Lang stepped forward and patted the woman's face. She was very pretty and wore glasses. The woman did not react.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang frowned, then took out a bottle of water and some bread from his spatial storage.
These were things he had prepared in advance, and they came in handy. Quick, drink some water, hang in there. Xiaoqiang is still waiting for you.
When the woman heard the name Xiaoqiang, she swayed, as if she had regained consciousness.
Chen Lang took the opportunity to put the bottle opening to her mouth. Glug, glug. The woman greedily drank the water from the bottle.
When Chen Lang saw that she had almost finished drinking, he broke off a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth.
Eat up, you'll have energy after you eat.
After tasting the sweetness of the bread, the woman seemed to perk up considerably and began to chew.
This process is repeated.
The woman drank 2 large bottles of mineral water and ate several pieces of bread, finally regaining her strength.
Then she looked at Chen Lang and spoke. Thank you for saving me. You must be Chen Lang? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned.
He searched his memory, but he didn't recognize the woman. Seeing this, the woman guessed his confusion and quickly explained.
That sounds a bit absurd. But it was Xiaoqiang who told me. He told me that you were his new adopted father, that you saved him, and then he told me that you would come to save me.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang suddenly realized that what Xiaoqiang said was true. He can actually communicate with his mother in his dreams.
This world is truly full of wonders.
Chen Lang already thought his superpower was pretty outrageous, but he never expected there to be something even more outrageous, a living person sending a dream to another living person.
Hello, I'm Chen Lang, Xiaoqiang's father. Haven't you asked me yet? With a dry laugh, Chen Lang gave a brief self-introduction.
The woman smiled at him, then straightened her hair and sat up straight.
Hello, my name is Han Qian, Xiaoqiang's mother. I was a researcher before the apocalypse.
Unexpectedly, my colleague suddenly mutated, so I had no choice but to hide here.
By the way, Xiaoqiang, how is he? Han Qian gave a brief self-introduction, and then couldn't wait to ask about Chen Xiaoqiang's situation.
Chen Lang then briefly explained their current situation to her. I heard that Chen Xiaoqiang is alright. Han Qian was immediately relieved and then knelt down in front of Chen Lang.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, what if something happens to Xiaoqiang?
Then I, as the mother, don't want to live anymore.
You are truly a benefactor to my son and me.
Seeing this, Chen Lang scratched his head and then went forward to help her up.
It's no big deal, we'll talk about it later. Didn't Xiaoqiang recognize me as his father? It's only right that I save you.
What was said in jest was taken to heart by the listener. Chen Lang was merely stating the facts, but he didn't notice that Han Qian's face was gradually turning red in the darkness.
Xiaoqiang recognized Chen Lang as his father, and she was Xiaoqiang's mother. So it is. Wouldn't that mean Chen Lang and I would be husband and wife? Thinking of this, Han Qian secretly observed Chen Lang.
He had a handsome face, a tall and straight figure, a sunny temperament, and most importantly, he was still very young.
Yes, that's right, Xiaoqiang has wanted a dad for a long time. I'm busy with work.
Since the divorce, I haven't had time to find him another one, but I didn't expect this guy to be so good at finding someone.
And so young and capable. Towards the end, Han Qian's voice was barely audible. But unfortunately,
from the very beginning, Chen Lang hadn't paid attention to what she was saying because he sensed that many green dots had appeared on the ground, meaning they were now surrounded.
Chapter 71 Daughter-in-Law.
As Chen Lang sensed the situation, he silently counted in his mind. He knew that these must be Lin Tian's men, and the large number of them indicated that they were up to no good.
Chen Lang glanced at Han Qian, and his expression darkened. We'll talk about that later. We're surrounded right now, and there are a lot of people up there.
Han Qian was shocked upon hearing this. She paused for a moment, then asked in confusion.
Survivors? There are so many survivors. Etc. What did you mean when you said we were surrounded? Do you mean they are the enemy?
Han Qian had been trapped underground, so she was unaware of the situation in the apocalypse. She naturally assumed that humanity would be more united in the apocalypse. Chen Lang glanced at her and smiled. The authorities have already fallen, and order has long since vanished.
Survival of the fittest. This is the world today.
Han Qian was stunned for a moment after hearing Chen Lang's explanation, but her expression quickly changed.
As a researcher, one's IQ must be quite high. Without official constraints.
Human nature is returning to its primitive state. What Chen Lang said is not surprising.
So what should we do now? Xiaoqiang said you're very strong, can you beat them?
In Chen Xiaoqiang's description, Chen Lang was almost like Superman, so Han Qian was not particularly panicked and asked Chen Lang.
Chen Lang frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then spoke. For me alone, it's not a big problem.
I'm not entirely sure how much firepower they have, but breaking through shouldn't be difficult, but...
Chen Lang paused at this point.
Han Qian understood what Chen Lang meant, and she immediately felt embarrassed, realizing that she had clearly become a burden to Chen Lang.
How about I stay here for now?
She was worried that Chen Lang would abandon her, but she was too embarrassed to force him to take her with him.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang smiled. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten why I came here? Don't worry.
I won't abandon you, after all, you're Xiaoqiang's mother. Hearing Chen Lang say that, Han Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she didn't dare to say anything more, and just nodded steadily.
Okay, I'll do whatever you say. After that, Chen Lang led Han Qian toward the exit. Wait until you get close.
He first told Han Qian to wait downstairs, and then jumped out of the hole all by himself.
Who is it?
Chen Lang's figure shot out of the cave entrance like a cannonball, startling the crowd guarding the edge, who all pointed their guns at him.
Wait, it's me, Chen Lang.
Upon landing, Chen Lang raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm. Seeing the situation clearly, Lin Tian pushed through the crowd, came to Chen Lang, and smiled.
Brother, it seems we're really destined to meet. We've only been apart for a short time. We meet again. Lin Tian's feelings were actually quite complicated. Looking at the damage Chen Lang had caused to the scene, he liked Chen Lang even more. But at the same time, he was also very curious about what was in the basement. What if the things inside are more valuable than Chen Lang? He was conflicted. It's Brother Lin, what a coincidence. Looks like I've made too much of a fuss.
I didn't expect to have even alerted Brother Lin, I'm so sorry. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Chen Lang realized that Lin Tian didn't seem to be trying to mess with him, so he immediately smiled and acted like they were old friends.
Even if it means he'll clash with Lin Tian. But definitely not now.
Chen Lang is a man of principle who knows when to yield and when to stand firm. He has that much shrewdness in him. Lin Tian seemed somewhat surprised by Chen Lang's attitude, but at the same time he was even happier, and quickly walked forward with a smile.
Ha ha ha. What are you saying, brother? My territory belongs to my brothers. It's late at night, and I was worried something might have happened to you, so I came to check on you. As he spoke, Lin Tian waved his hand behind him.
Not far away, a number of people were hidden, some carrying rifles, some carrying submachine guns, and some even carrying sniper rifles.
Damn, where did this guy get so much high-end stuff? Chen Lang was a little confused, imagining what it would feel like to be hit by these things. I wonder if I can defend myself now. Oh, he. So that's how it is.
To be honest, I had no choice but to come to my brother's territory. At this point, Chen Lang turned to look behind him.
My wife, she's trapped down here. The reason I came here is actually to rescue her. She's still down there, and I wonder if I can get her out? There's nothing I can do.
Faced with the long lenses and microphones, Chen Lang didn't dare to be too arrogant. Even if he could slap Lin Tian's head off right now, he couldn't withstand the pack of jackals behind him.
This moment.
For the first time, Chen Lang felt what it meant to be outnumbered and outmatched.
If he had a team like that, why would he need to pretend with Lin Tian? Oh? Brother, you're here to see your wife?
Lin Tian looked suspicious when he heard Chen Lang say that. He was somewhat skeptical.
After all, it's the end of the world. Women can be snatched away whenever they want, and Chen Lang is so powerful, why would he risk his life in the middle of the night to save his woman?
Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this, then looked at the large hole.
Lin Tian smiled and nodded when he saw this. Although he didn't quite believe it, he figured Chen Lang wouldn't dare to make things up in the face of heavy firepower. Chen Lang quickly brought Han Xian up. Everyone was stunned when they saw Han Xian's beauty. Even before the apocalypse, such a beauty was rare, let alone now. Although I'm a little older. But what's that saying again?
A young married woman is a treasure. Once you've tasted her, you'll never forget her. Lin Tian didn't react much, but he was quite surprised by the large age gap between Chen Lang and Han Xian.
This must be your sister-in-law, right?
Despite thinking that way, he still greeted them politely. Chen Lang had already given Han Xian these instructions, so Han Xian responded naturally.
Hello, I'm Chen Lang's wife, Han Xian.
Seeing this, Lin Tian chuckled dryly a few times, looked at the large hole, and couldn't help but ask.
May I ask what's down there? What does your sister-in-law do for a living?
It's a miracle that you've survived this long after the apocalypse. Han Xian seemed to have anticipated his question, and smiled as she glanced at Lin Tian before answering.
This is the biology research lab, and I'm just a junior researcher. As for how I've managed to survive until now, it seems I was destined to survive, as there were supplies stored in the lab.
Lin Tian looked puzzled upon hearing this exchange.
A biological research lab?
He had never heard of such a thing in Xining City.
Oh, I see. My sister-in-law is truly blessed. That's right. You just said this is a biological research lab. Could there be some kind of virus down there?
Feigning a worried expression, Lin Tian walked towards the cave entrance on his own, wanting to go down and investigate for himself.
Chapter 72 Demonstration. Hearing Lin Tian ask this question, Han Xian didn't seem to be surprised, because what she said was the truth. This was just a normal research lab. If Brother Lin is curious, why not go down and take a look? It's full of medicines. Viruses?
There's no such thing. Lin Tian had been waiting for these words for a long time.
After all, the host was still here, especially Chen Lang. He didn't want to lose face. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Someone come here. Get a ladder.
Lin Tian was also quick-tempered. Once he said he would do something, he immediately had a ladder set up.
He wanted to see if there was anything good inside. Isn't that how it always goes in the movies?
These labs have things like superhuman drugs. Chen Lang simply watched this scene indifferently. He had already investigated the area and found nothing unusual.
Since I figured things out, I'm sure Lin Tian isn't much better than me.
Sure enough, after about an hour, Lin Tian returned to the ground, looking very disappointed.
Sigh, it's just an ordinary laboratory after all. Chen Lang smiled upon hearing this. What? Brother Lin, did you think there was some kind of gene serum inside? Ha ha ha. Looks like you've read quite a few online novels. Hearing Chen Lang's teasing, Lin Tian felt a little embarrassed, scratched his head, and grinned. Hee, you've become obsessed with reading. After saying that, he glanced at the two of them and made some plans in his mind. Brother Chen, it's so late. Why don't you stay here and rest at my place for a while? It's not too late to go back when it's light tomorrow. Since there was nothing to be gained in the laboratory, Lin Tian turned his attention to Chen Lang. Upon hearing this, although Chen Lang wanted to leave, he had just caused a scene on Lin Tian's turf, and refusing again might anger Lin Tian. Besides, he also wanted to learn more about Lin Tian's strength. Alright, since Brother Lin is so enthusiastic, I can't refuse any longer. Hearing Chen Lang agree, Lin Tian was clearly even happier. In his view, this was a signal that Chen Lang was showing him goodwill. If only we could get a fierce general like Chen Lang. Then I will definitely be more confident in my future endeavors. Ha ha ha. Good. Brother, please come with me. Lin Tian warmly led Chen Lang and Han Xin into his car, and then directed the main force back to their base, the villa area. Along the way, while chatting with Lin Tian, Chen Lang was also secretly observing him. The villa area was basically like a military base, with a sentry post every 3 steps and a hidden one every 5 steps. Lin Tian also noticed that Chen Lang was secretly observing, but instead of being suspicious, he smiled even more. This was one of the reasons he invited Chen Lang over. Show off your muscles. He wanted to show Chen Lang his strength. You may have superpowers, but I have super firepower, no less than yours. At Lin Tian's suggestion, the driver even took a detour around the villa. When they passed through an area, Chen Lang and Han Xian's eyes widened immediately. There were several tanks and cannons parked there. This is nothing like the homemade cannons from Suwonjia village. Instead, they are real, solid modern military tanks and artillery. Hee. Brother Lin, your family is quite wealthy. I didn't expect you could get your hands on something like this. Chen Lang felt somewhat ashamed at this moment. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. This kid looks unreliable, but I didn't expect him to be so tough, even managing to get his hands on something like this. Lin Tian's face was full of smugness as he laughed heartily. Hey, brother, you're joking. What's this? They're just tanks and cannons. We'll have even more powerful ones in the future. At this point, Lin Tian paused, looked at Chen Lang, and said with a meaningful expression. Besides, these things are all achievable with a little effort. But as for superpowers? Then not everyone will necessarily have it. Chen Lang's expression changed immediately upon hearing Lin Tian's words. Clearly, Lin Tian knew about his superpowers, but how much did he know? After thinking it over calmly, Chen Lang smiled. Brother Lin, you flatter me. I'm just a little stronger, it's nothing. Even the best kung fu master is afraid of a kitchen knife. Lin Tian looked at Chen Lang, smiled, and shook his head. Hey, Brother Chen, you're too modest. Your fire dragon manifestation move really astonished me. This is simply a miracle. You're saying you want me to have that kind of skill? Then give me 10 armored tanks and I wouldn't trade them for it. Hearing Lin Tian say this, Chen Lang was speechless. He didn't expect that. Lin Tian was aware of his ability to control fire, which meant that he had already been noticed since the time of Sun Family Village. It seems Brother Lin already knows me quite well. Having said that, there was nothing more to hide, so Lin Tian nodded and began to speak. That's right, brother, I admire your prowess in Sun Family Village. Just say it. If you just nod your head and join our serious gang, I can make you a vice leader right away. After saying that, Lin Tian looked steadily at Chen Lang with a very sincere expression. Chen Lang was also somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He guessed that Lin Tian wanted to win him over, but he didn't expect this guy to go to such lengths. The vice leader was a position second only to Lin Tian. I never expected Brother Lin to think so highly of me. I am truly flattered. That's true. Since the apocalypse, this is the first time a powerful leader has paid so much attention to him. No matter what the future holds, At least now, Chen Lang's hostility towards Lin Tian has greatly decreased. However, as you probably know, I'm not alone over there. I need to think about this carefully. To be honest, I'm a rather easygoing person and don't like taking on any important positions. I hope Brother Lin won't mind.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Lin Tian's expression immediately turned somewhat disappointed. He felt that he had already offered enough bargaining chips.
But to my surprise, Chen Lang still couldn't be moved?
No, it's not that he wasn't tempted.
Didn't he say he'd go back and think about it? After all, they are the boss there, but here they can only be number 2. Okay, Brother Chen, I understand. It's alright, no rush. That's right. When you go back and discuss this, you can also tell your people that they will receive the same courtesy when they come over, and there will be no favoritism.
Lin Tian's words made Chen Lang even more embarrassed, and he could only nod to indicate that he understood.
After that,
Chen Lang rested at Lin Tian's place for one night and then left. Watching Chen Lang and Han Xian leave, a man in a suit approached Lin Tian and spoke.
Boss, Chen Lang now has 2 strongholds, one is the building, and the other is Suanxia village.
There are only about 2,000 of them in total, and they are all women.
Just give the order, and I guarantee I can take them all down in a day at most.
Hearing the report, Lin Tian nodded, his expression gradually turning cold.
He turned and walked towards the villa, speaking into his mouth. Now that we know where he is, he can't escape my grasp. I hope Chen Lang is a smart man. Keep an eye on his every move and report back to me immediately if anything happens. Chapter 73 I want to be a scientist when I grow up.
After Chen Lang and Han Xian left, they went straight to the building, where everyone immediately came to greet them. They had already heard Lu Ruoyou explain the situation. Chen Xiaoqiang ran straight to Han Xian, and the mother and son embraced each other, crying bitterly.
Seeing this heartwarming scene, everyone couldn't help but wipe away their tears. They hadn't seen such a scene in a long time. Wow, I miss my mom too. I wonder if she's still alive. Who doesn't? I also really want to go home and visit. Chen Lang, do you think we'll live to see the day we can reunite with our families?
Hearing the sobs of the crowd, Chen Lang felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. At least others had something to hold on to, but his family had all perished before the apocalypse.
No one was aware of this. Fang Yeye was the only one who had a deep understanding of Chen Lang. She blinked and came to Chen Lang's side.
Brother Lang, we are all your family. Don't let Fang Yeye's seemingly silly and cute appearance fool you. She's actually quite perceptive and keenly noticed that Chen Lang was feeling a bit down. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang smiled at her and patted her head.
Silly girl, I'm fine.
After saying that, Chen Lang waved to everyone and shouted loudly.
Alright,
Xiaoqiang has found his mother, that's good news, stop looking so sad.
A new member has joined us today. Let's have something nice tonight and have some fun.
After listening to Chen Lang's words, everyone nodded silently, knowing that Chen Lang was right. They were living day to day, and all these emotions were unnecessary.
Everyone then went back to their own tasks.
After comforting Xiaoqiang, Han Xian came to Chen Lang's side alone and said with her head down.
Thank you, Chen Lang. You are a benefactor to me and Xiaoqiang.
These words were spoken sincerely, and they were Han Xian's true feelings. When she was in the basement, Xiaoqiang was the only thing that kept her going. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded slightly, then seemed to remember something.
By the way, what exactly does your research lab do? This can't be an ordinary research lab, can it? There's no need to build a typical research lab underground, is there? Hearing Chen Lang's question, Han Xian thought for a moment, and finally sighed and said. Our research was originally top secret. But like this now. Secrecy regulations don't matter anymore.
Actually, our research is about this apocalyptic virus.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes widened immediately.
He thought the apocalypse had come suddenly, but he didn't expect that the authorities had already started researching it.
What? Can you tell me more details?
Han Xian glanced at Chen Lang, then led him to a secluded spot, took out a document, and handed it to Chen Lang. Actually, this virus has existed for a long time, even dating back to ancient times.
If our research is correct,
this apocalyptic virus has existed on Earth even longer than humans, and it has been present in everyone from the very beginning. Chen Lang took the documents handed to him by Han Xian, on which were written several large characters.
Latest research report on the W virus. It contains records of how this virus was discovered and the observations and research conducted on it.
Since the discovery of this virus, officials have begun to study it, but its cause and origin are unknown.
It feels like something that's naturally present.
This unprecedented virus has left experts from various countries helpless, but fortunately it poses no threat, it merely lies dormant in the human body. At this point, Han Xian looked at Chen Lang, and seeing his puzzled expression, continued.
I know what you're trying to say.
That's right, this virus was originally very stable, but for some reason, it gradually became more active starting a few years ago.
And what's strange is,
the samples from laboratories in different countries are not the same, but their activity time is the same. If it had remained peaceful with humans, that would have been fine, but its activity has made things complicated. So, various countries have secretly joined forces to conduct secret research, and for safety reasons, they chose to locate the laboratory underground. Chen Lang frowned as he listened. He hadn't expected there to be such inside information in this apocalypse.
But unfortunately, until you figure out a way to deal with it, the world has fallen.
He continued, and Han Xian nodded in agreement, her eyes dimming. Yes, this virus exists far beyond our current technology, making its interpretation and research extremely difficult.
Cannot be killed, nor can it be controlled.
It's like Pandora's box, as the West often says it will open on its own when the time comes. At this point in the conversation, both of them looked rather serious, especially Chen Lang, who, on the other hand, was naturally immune to the virus and wasn't afraid of it.
But what about the others?
According to Han Xian, other people also have the virus in their bodies, but it hasn't broken out yet. Looking at everyone busy preparing dinner, a shadow fell over Chen Lang's heart, a fear of the unknown.
However, you don't need to worry too much, this virus might not be so bad.
During our research, we noticed. Although viruses have the same structure, they seem to have different characteristics. Most of them are very aggressive, but some are very stable.
This is probably why we haven't been infected yet. Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this. Yes, worrying about nothing is pointless
compared to this unknown virus. What's more troublesome for them are the zombies on the streets and the survivors whose allegiance is unclear.
Okay, I got it. Never mind, I'll stop thinking about it for now. You haven't had a hot meal since the apocalypse, have you? Come on, let's go help out. Let's have a nice meal first.
Having figured things out, Chen Lang's face lit up with a bright smile again.
He took Han Xian's hand and walked towards the crowd. Although Han Xian is a few years older than Chen Lang,
but she had been so busy with her research that she hadn't had such close contact with a man in a long time. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she quickly adjusted her glasses and then followed Chen Lang away.
Not long after,
a sumptuous dinner was served, and Chen Lang raised his glass to everyone. Welcome to our family with a new member, Han Xian. They're researchers. From now on, the cultural level of our team will rise to another level. Seeing this, everyone raised their glasses and looked at Han Xian with curiosity, not expecting that her identity was so impressive. The kids were also surprised when they heard this.
Wow, Xiaoqiang, your mom is really a scientist. That's amazing. Aunt Han Xian, I want to be a scientist when I grow up. Could you teach me?
I learn things very quickly. Children's thoughts are still very simple.
In their minds, scientists are great beings, and they can't help but admire them.
Seeing this, Han Xian felt a little embarrassed. She quickly picked up her wineglass, and seeing everyone stand up, her face flushed. I am very grateful to everyone for accepting me and Xiaoqiang. I'll drink this one first as a sign of respect. I can't help with anything else, so please leave the children's education to me from now on.
Chapter 74. What I want is a white coat.
Everyone applauded enthusiastically upon hearing Han Xian's words, perhaps partly due to Chen Xiaoqiang's influence, which helped Han Xian integrate quickly. This meal was very heartwarming. Looking at this large family, Chen Lang suddenly felt as if he was no longer alone. Inside the building, laughter and cheerful conversation filled the air. Outside the building, in a distant structure, several fully armed men, each holding a pair of binoculars, silently observed.
Damn, this kid's living the high life. So many beautiful women. Hey, isn't that by Jie?
Damn, he even slept with female celebrities, I'm so envious. They whispered among themselves, their faces full of envy.
The other people were eating so deliciously, while they could only gnaw on bread. Upon hearing this,
one of the middle-aged men among them glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice,
"Stop talking nonsense and keep a close eye on things. Don't forget why we came here?" Despite saying that, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smirk.
According to Lin Tian's instructions, he originally thought that Chen Lang's power was not to be underestimated.
It turned out to be a group of women. That's it?
The boss praised Chen Lang so highly, but he turned out to be just a pleasure-seeking bastard.
Thinking of this,
the middle-aged man's expression shifted. He realized that continuing to stare would be a waste of time, so he stood up.
You all stay here and keep watch, I'm going back.
Upon hearing this, the others raised their eyebrows, thinking to themselves that this guy was going to slack off.
But what can you do when someone is the leader? So they just nodded silently, not daring to say anything. The middle-aged man left the building and went straight into the villa area. He had something to say to Lin Tian. Villa area.
Lin Tian listened to the information brought back by the middle-aged man and put down the book in his hand.
You mean, besides Suinjia village? His power is limited to a few women and children? That's impossible.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed.
Boss, it's absolutely true. We've looked from all directions, and there are definitely only a few of them. This guy isn't as awesome as you think.
He has no real power or armed forces, his only fighting strength is himself. Lin Tian frowned upon hearing this, knowing that the middle-aged man wouldn't dare to lie to him.
This made him suddenly feel like he couldn't understand Chen Lang at all. Possessing such powerful supernatural abilities and single-handedly annihilating Sun Family Village, all he does is keep women? What kind of man is that? Doesn't he have any ambition?
Seeing Lin Tian deep in thought, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes and spoke again.
Boss, in my opinion,
we don't need to wait any longer. With his strength, he doesn't deserve such courtesy from you. You have indulged him time and time again, but he has ignored your good intentions.
This kid's obviously not taking this seriously. Let's just go for the hard way.
No matter how tough he is, he's still just a person.
We'll beat him until he submits, and if that doesn't work, we'll use his women and children to blackmail him.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged man, his expression changing.
If Chen Lang's power is considerable.
His idea was to annex him at the lowest possible cost, but as things stand now, it seems there's no need for that.
Well, just in case, let's observe for a few more days. At the same time, extend an invitation to him. If he remains obstinate, then he can't blame me for being a bit domineering.
After much deliberation, Lin Tian decided to be cautious and gave his final decision.
The middle-aged man is a warmonger.
Hearing Lin Tian's words, he wanted to say a few more words of advice, but seeing Lin Tian's expression, he swallowed his words back.
Okay, boss, I got it. Back to this side of the building.
Everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and some left, while others packed up their things.
Chen Lang, I need to talk to you later.
Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Han Shen leaned close to Chen Lang and whispered.
After saying that, she ignored Chen Lang's reaction and left with Chen Xiuqiang.
Seeing this, Chen Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes.
Soon, after tidying up,
everyone went to their respective bedrooms, and Chen Lang also went back to his room.
Lying in bed,
he wondered what Han Xian meant.
Why couldn't we have said it earlier? Why did we have to wait until everyone had left before chatting like this, alone together as a man and a woman? Could it be?
Just then, Chen Lang's door was pushed open. Han Xian, still wearing her white coat, poked her head in and saw Chen Lang lying sprawled on the bed.
She blinked. May I come in? Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled and waved.
Han Xian quietly slipped in, looked around, and found there was nowhere to sit, so she simply sat on Chen Lang's bed. I finally managed to get Xiaoqiang to sleep. After saying that, Han Xian fell silent and lowered her head.
Chen Lang sat up and moved closer.
Han Xian had a faint smell of medicine on her.
Oh, I see.
He's just being affectionate with his mother after seeing her.
Nobody ever comforted him before. Still sleeping soundly?
After saying that, Chen Lang glanced at Han Xian again and slowly spoke.
Didn't you just say you had something to tell me? What's up?
Although she is already a mother, Han Xian still maintains a great figure.
Of course, it may also be because she is hungry and doesn't eat well in the apocalypse.
Anyway, she's got a great figure. He's slim where he should be, and also quite slim where he shouldn't be. Upon hearing this, Han Xian blushed, coughed lightly, and then looked at Chen Lang.
It's nothing really. I just wanted to talk to you. After all, you are Xiaoqiang's father.
Then, as Xiaoqian's mother, I think it would be better if we understood each other better. Her words were cryptic, but given the current situation, Chen Lang knew exactly what she meant, and the foreshadowing was almost complete. Since they've already come to our door, it would be wrong of us to be too polite.
Understand? How do you want to understand? If you ask me, we'd better get to know each other better. Come on, little one.
With his current strength, Chen Lang easily pulled Han Xian into his arms with just one hand.
Han Xian exclaimed in surprise.
She threw herself onto Chen Lang, and feeling that powerful strength, Han Xian's bones felt even weaker.
Let me take my clothes off first. Wait a minute.
As Han Xian was about to make a move, Chen Lang pinned her down.
Don't move, I want the white coat. You do not know. You're incredibly charming.
Hearing this, Han Xian's face turned even redder, and she fell silent, closing her eyes quietly.
After a fierce battle. Snap.
Chen Lang lit a cigarette, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and looked pleased. This young woman was different. She was not comparable to young girls.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for your outstanding achievements. The reward is as follows.
Chapter 75 Advanced.
The system's reward arrived as usual, and Chen Lang immediately looked at the panel. Based on his guess, Han Xian, with her talent, should have a new superpower. Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting 3 S-Class members.
System upgrade unlocked. Many children, many blessings system intermediate version. Looking at the notification, Chen Lang was a little confused. What was going on? The system could be upgraded? He'd never seen this tactic before. He immediately looked down and saw that the panel was gone, replaced by a 3D ghost image of himself. The previous independent values are gone. He noticed that his consciousness could directly connect with that phantom, and at the same time, a new panel appeared. Intelligence, 1%. Body, 7%. Precision, 3%. The numerical values disappeared, replaced by 3 status bars, each displaying a percentage. Chen Lang was somewhat bewildered by this. Logically, shouldn't it be more refined? What does this percentage mean? Does it mean that my current attribute improvement only accounts for this much compared to the limit? That's right, the host's understanding is completely correct. This system has been upgraded. It can then detect the host's extreme state and display it accordingly. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Chen Lang's mind. He was stunned. Was this the first time the system had taken the initiative to answer his questions? Could it be that this guy's thinking has also evolved? Yes, host. This system has been upgraded and is now more intelligent. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Chen Lang smiled upon hearing this. This was much better than before. By the way, what about my superpower? Where did I put it? With the control panel gone, the superpowers must have moved to a different location as well. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, the system quickly summoned a 3-dimensional sphere, with many thin lines extending from the sphere as its core, connecting to his special ability. Here it is, but to be honest, host, your abilities are far too diverse. Chen Lang stared at the sphere and counted. 1, 2, 3. That's enough. Etc. I've never seen this ability before. Is it part of this reward? Chen Lang pointed his consciousness to a new icon and asked the system. That icon displays the word fusion. The system paused, seemingly observing as well. Oh, right, I forgot to mention earlier, this is the superpower that's being awarded this time. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang broke out in a cold sweat. Why does this system seem a bit unreliable after the upgrade? Okay, could you briefly explain what this skill does? The system seemed a little embarrassed, and upon hearing Chen Lang's question, it quickly displayed the state of its new ability. Wow, host, you're really something. It's like everything I wish for came true. I was just saying your abilities were too mixed up, and here comes the fusion skill, it's so awesome. Special ability, fusion. Synopsis: by fusing superpowers from the same series, sometimes 1 + 1 can equal 10. This. Chen Lang was a little unsettled. So, this superpower was used for synthesis? That's right. Host, the bold get rich, the timid starve, hurry up. Let's give it a shot. If we're lucky, we might even be able to combine them to create an S-Class superpower. The system's voice sounded again, and Chen Lang was suddenly speechless.
He began to think that this thing becoming intelligent might not be a good thing, it was too noisy.
S rank? Superpowers are ranked too?
He muttered to himself that it was only at this moment that Chen Lang noticed. The icons for the superpowers he had previously acquired all had various letters appearing in the lower right corner.
Stealth, C level. Space, grade B.
Damn, it turns out my abilities are also so. A quick glance reveals I don't even have an A level, the only B level being my spatial ability.
Let's give it a try. He was supposed to be the chosen one, yet his superpowers were so weak Chen Lang couldn't stand it.
Use your special ability to fuse. Then he noticed that the ability fusion didn't have any level classifications, no wonder it's called a special ability. Choose the superpower to fuse with. Stealth, plus, great strength. Without hesitation, Chen Lang threw in the two superpowers that were currently rather useless to him, and then a burst of white light appeared.
Hey ho! Big or small, place your bet now.
The system seemed even more excited than Chen Lang, chattering away. Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful, and you have gained a new superpower.
Special ability, invisibility. Rank, D. Description, the host can conceal part of their body. Puff.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood.
What the hell is this? Two Class C items actually combined to create a Class D item? System, you have to give me an explanation. What exactly is going on? Did you do something wrong, you little rascal?
Chen Lang was furious and immediately questioned the system. Upon hearing this, the system remained silent for a moment before explaining.
Well, the skill description already says that 1 plus 1 might equal 10, or it might equal 0. So, host. That's not impossible. However, I believe that with your talent, you will definitely be able to do it again. After hearing the system's explanation, Chen Lang felt even more choked up. He frowned and thought for a while, then realized that this approach wouldn't work.
This fusion skill is pure gambling addict skill.
Is there any way to increase the success rate?
Chen Lang pondered to himself, when suddenly his eyes lit up.
That's right, didn't he have a lucky superpower? But then he got a headache again. This is a passive skill.
Logically speaking, if it were to work, it should have already taken effect.
Host, have you ever thought about trying to fuse them?
The system's voice sounded at the right time.
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Listening to this thing, does the luck ability have to be used in this way to work?
Lucky, plus, stubborn stone.
Chen Lang tossed in two more supernatural abilities and began the fusion process.
Unlike the white light last time, this time a purple light came through.
Chen Lang's heart pounded. There was hope.
Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful, and you have gained a new superpower.
Superpower, Lucky Star. Level, A.
Synopsis, the host's luck is enviable, and this luck not only affects his life.
Wow, another A-level ability. Chen Lang secretly cheered.
Although the skill description was a bit sloppy, he had a feeling that this Lucky Star skill was probably much stronger than luck.
Perhaps it can be directly applied to synthesis. Whether it works or not, we'll find out soon enough. Chen Lang got hooked and started synthesizing again. Perception, plus, leadership. After some deliberation, Chen Lang chose these two superpowers. Merger confirmed.
As Chen Lang controlled the light with his mind, a golden light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 76. The shipment has been delivered.
What does gold represent?
I'm sure you all know without even guessing, and even the system couldn't help but start yelling.
It's shipped. It's shipped. Awesome.
Congratulations, host. The fusion was successful, and you have gained a new superpower.
Superpower, domain. Rank, S. Synopsis, this is my territory, I'm in charge. Within my domain, no one can rival me.
It has to be said that the S-Class is really awesome. The entire domain icon is gold, and with that big S logo, it's incredibly cool.
Domain, is it what I think it is? Chen Lang couldn't wait to try it out, consciously choosing to use the skill. Buzz.
He sensed something strange happening around him, yet it also seemed like nothing had happened. However, his mind entered a strange state, as if everything around him was connected to him.
The toilet paper on the floor is so dirty.
A thought popped into my head, and the toilet paper instantly turned to ashes. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang's eyes widened.
Water cup, compressed. The next moment, the water glass on the bedside table seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and instantly turned into a lump of scrap metal. Wow, is this the power of a domain? Chen Lang began to understand. He had a feeling that everything within a 1-meter radius of himself could be destroyed by him. Thinking about this, Chen Lang looked at Han Xian, who was fast asleep beside him, and said, "Stop." Phew, what am I thinking? Chen Lang quickly looked away, afraid of accidentally hurting Han Xian, but at the same time he felt that his lips were sticky. What was going on? Chen Lang reached out and touched it. My hands were covered in blood. What the heck? Host, your current physique isn't strong enough to support such a powerful ability for long. Turn it off now. If this continues, something bad is going to happen. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Lang quickly withdrew his domain. As soon as he withdrew, he felt a sudden wave of intense fatigue wash over him, and his eyelids began to droop. This was a feeling he had never experienced since he strengthened his body. Wow, it seems there's a price to pay for being invincible. After muttering these words to himself, Chen Lang drifted off to sleep and collapsed onto the bed. The next day. Ah! Chen Lang, what's wrong? Han Xian had just woken up when she saw Chen Lang covered in blood. Everyone rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing his miserable state, I was filled with worry. What happened? What's wrong with Chen Lang? He's bleeding so much. Xiao Chen, don't scare us. Wake up, Xiao Chen, can you hear me? Chen Lang. I told you long ago to sleep with fewer women, and now look what happened, you've slept with so many women you're dead, wah. Listening to the noisy crowd, Chen Lang had actually woken up by now. After sleeping all night, he was fine. But this situation is so awkward. After his battle with Han Xian last night, he started studying the system and then fell into a deep sleep. So now he's completely naked, and his face and body are covered in blood. It's absolutely terrifying. Damn, this is so embarrassing. Chen Lang couldn't help but frown, and secretly lifted his eyelids to peek at everyone. How am I supposed to get out of here? I should have just merged stealth. What are those two looking at? Haven't you ever seen such a big bird before? Why are you still looking? Especially Xiao Lan and Xiao Chang, whom he brought back, were also standing in the crowd, staring intently at their babies. Just as he was pondering this, Fang Yeye suddenly squeezed into the crowd. She burst into tears and threw herself into Chen Lang's arms, wiping away her tears and sobbing. Brother Lang, don't die. What will happen to Yeye if you die? Wah. If I had known it would turn out like this, Yeye wouldn't have let you see so many women. Fang Yeye kept hugging and rubbing against Chen Lang, and Chen Lang happened to have a full bladder, so he immediately became aroused. Hey, what's going on? Pa! Chen Lang, you're shameless. No one knows who was the first to notice Chen Lang's unusual behavior. They cursed and ran away. Immediately afterward, the others looked over with puzzled expressions. Their expressions immediately changed. Their previous worry and anxiety turned into utter speechlessness, and they dispersed. A short while later, the entire room was now empty except for Fang Yeye, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Chang. These two girls were responsible for Chen Lang's daily needs. So even though they noticed Chen Lang's unusual behavior, they couldn't leave, and could only stand there blushing. Hey, Brother Lang? What's that prickly thing? Fang Yeye finally sensed something was wrong and looked at Chen Lang, only to see him with an awkward smile on his face. Oh, Brother Lang, you're so naughty. Even Fang Yeye was speechless at this moment. She hadn't expected Chen Lang to be so shameless, and to have made her so worried. She snorted and left. Hee, you guys go out first, I'll do it myself today. I don't need your service anymore. Even with Chen Lang's thick skin, he couldn't take this situation anymore. After chasing Xiao Lan and Xiao Chang away, he was stunned for a moment before putting on his clothes. Breakfast was spent in a strange atmosphere. Everyone was looking at Chen Lang strangely, except for the children, who had gotten up late and didn't know what had happened. Chen Lang ate a few bites and quickly said that he was full. He then left the building alone, saying he was going to check on the village because it was too embarrassing for him to stay any longer. Drive the car onto the road. Chen Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but was immediately annoyed, as this incident greatly damaged his dignified image. System, what does this domain ability consume? After thinking for a moment, Chen Lang asked the system through his consciousness, I plan to accumulate enough points and then make good use of this ability to have some fun. As long as this superpower is built up. That damn Lin Tian, with his influence in the forest, isn't afraid of tanks, artillery, or even missiles.
The electronic voice in my mind responded immediately. According to the host, according to the system's detection, this ability is an all-around consumption skill.
That means,
if the host wants to use it freely, she needs to improve all attributes in all aspects.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang rolled his eyes.
He had already experienced it himself, but he didn't expect it to be true.
Well, it seems the road to invincibility is long and arduous. That's right. I only looked at half of it yesterday. Have there been any changes to the points and family members section? The system did not respond, but instead showed Chen Lang the updated interface.
The points system remains the same. The family members have been modified into a tree diagram, with his portrait at the top, followed by his spouse and offspring.
Each person's portrait also has a level next to it, making it more intuitive. System, I have another question for you. What do their levels mean?
Although I can roughly guess that it's related to the superpower I acquired.
But I still don't quite understand. And how much do you know about this apocalypse? Chapter 77 Deciphered. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, the system paused, seemingly thinking, before finally answering.
Information regarding the host's spouse level has been unlocked. But when it comes to the apocalyptic aspects, I'm sorry, host, I don't currently have permission to explore.
Hearing this, Chen Lang wasn't too surprised.
The secrets of the apocalypse must be significant.
The system was only at the intermediate level, so it was normal that he couldn't see them yet. Okay, then tell me what spouse level means.
The system immediately provided an answer. The level of the host's spouse corresponds to the level of their future awakened superpowers.
For example, if the rating is A, then you will awaken an A-level superpower. If the rating is S, it means that an S-level superpower will be awakened.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately slammed on the brakes, his face full of surprise, and asked,
What? You mean they're all superhumans? Or perhaps, will people with superpowers become commonplace in the future?
Upon hearing this, the system remained silent for a moment before replying.
I'm not too sure about this system, but that's how it's set up. Chen Lang was stunned again. So, his superpower, which he is so proud of now, will really become commonplace in the future? He didn't believe his luck was that amazing.
Every woman he encountered happened to be a superhuman.
Damn, does that mean Ye, Zhao Meng, and Han Xian will all awaken S-class superpowers? I went through so much trouble to get an S-class, and they just come with it by default? Damn it, what happened to the chosen one? What happened to the protagonist's halo? Sensing Chen Lang's displeasure, the system quickly offered words of comfort. Host, what are you saying? Isn't this system more powerful than all these superpowers? We'll talk about that later. So what if you have an S-class ability? You have a fusion ability now, who knows, you might be able to synthesize an SSR ability in the future. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Chen Lang was just venting, knowing he was already far ahead of everyone else, but he perked up immediately when he heard the system say that.
SSR level superpower? Wait a minute, isn't S rank the top tier superpower? There are even higher ones.
The system is now completely open to answering, and immediately replied.
That's right. However, the conditions for synthesizing SSR level abilities are a bit troublesome. You need at least 3 S level abilities to have a chance of success. After all, only 1 in a million people might have an SSR level superpower.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately smiled, his lips curving into a wide grin.
That's more like it. S rank is pretty strong, I wonder how strong SSR rank will be. With a goal in mind, Chen Lang drove off again. He wanted to acquire more superpowers and eventually get an SSR level superpower. Humming a little tune all the way.
When Chen Lang arrived at Suanjia village, the girls guarding the village entrance knelt down to greet him politely. Although Chen Lang has already stated that there is no need for this. But it seems that only in this way can they express their respect for Chen Lang. Upon entering the village, Chen Lang didn't rest. He first observed the condition of the vegetables in the fields and how the livestock were doing. They seemed to be doing quite well, which meant that everyone had probably mastered the techniques. Finally, he arrived at the place where the weapons were stored. Zhao Meng was holding several blueprints and directing everyone to get to work.
Xiao Yuan, go and tighten that screw. Fang Hua, put more lubricant on these gears. Watching Zhao Meng bustling around, Chen Lang couldn't help but smile slightly.
This woman is really capable, she truly deserves to be in S rank.
He secretly slipped up behind Zhao Meng.
Chen Lang pulled her into his arms, and Zhao Meng screamed in fright.
Hey! Chen Lang, you're so mean. Don't do this. Everyone's watching.
Zhao Meng was startled, but after realizing it was Chen Lang, she stopped struggling, though her face immediately turned red. Seeing this, the others immediately smiled.
Chen Lang didn't care what they thought, everyone already knew about their relationship anyway. What are you afraid of? I've come to see you. Is there anything I can help you with?
You've worked so hard with all these weapons. He whispered in Zhao Meng's ear, and a smile secretly crept onto Zhao Meng's lips, her heart filled with sweetness.
It's nothing, it wasn't tiring. What have you been doing these past few days?
Zhao Meng asked with concern, turned to look at Chen Lang, then took his hand and left the courtyard.
Chen Lang didn't hide anything.
So he told Zhao Meng about what had happened in the past few days. Zhao Meng frowned frequently as she listened, and finally couldn't help but speak up.
You're taking too much of a risk. That Lin Tian is clearly not simple. Can't you see that? He seems kind.
But if you refuse him, I'm sure he won't let us off the hook.
You actually dared to stay at his house, you're incredibly bold.
Hearing Zhao Meng scolding, Chen Lang scratched his head and nodded with a sheepish smile. He knew that Zhao Meng was concerned about him. But chatting with Zhao Meng is really comfortable. He felt that Zhao Meng was the only one who could help him in these matters.
I understand. I'll try to avoid it in the future.
But wasn't it a last resort?
That's right. With our village's current fighting strength, how confident do you think we are in facing Lin Tian and his group?
I'm here at the building, so we don't need to worry about that.
My only concern is that he might resort to underhanded tactics.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, Zhao Meng pondered for a moment, and finally sighed. Based on what you said, even if all our existing weapons are repaired, we probably still won't be able to defeat Lin Tian and his group.
That's true. The gap is too large, both in terms of personnel and weaponry.
However, if they launch a full-scale attack, we should be able to hold them off to some extent, since we have the advantage of terrain.
Chen Lang was not surprised by this answer, nodded, and said,
All right, well, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. I'll try my best to stall him.
Let's use this time to repair all the weapons as quickly as possible.
Zhao Meng readily agreed to the request and quickly nodded before heading off to continue her work. Seeing this, Chen Lang grabbed her and pulled her back.
TSK, what's the rush? It's not like it'll be a minute longer. Have you missed me after a few days?
Look at your face, you've gotten so thin from hunger.
Let me feed you.
With that, Chen Lang picked Zhao Meng up and, ignoring her resistance, went into the villa with a grin.
After a period of tenderness,
Zhao Meng walked out of the villa while combing her messy hair.
This woman is really career-oriented.
Chen Lang looked at her beautiful figure and helplessly pursed his lips. He then stood up, dressed, and prepared to go out and fight the zombies so that he could use his domain ability without any pressure.
Chapter 78 Alarmed.
Although the zombies have mutated, Chen Lang is also getting stronger, especially now that he has the ability to control wind and fire.
Killing them one by one is too slow. I need to think of a way.
Looking at the zombies wandering outside the village, Chen Lang stroked his chin, having come up with an idea. He first took a few oil drums and placed them in an open space. Then he rode the wind to attract zombies. Before long, he had lured all the zombies near Suanjia village over.
Come on, babies!
Seeing that the zombies had gathered enough, Chen Lang lit a lighter, and a fire dragon instantly shot up several meters high. Hundreds of zombies were burned to ashes in no time.
Chen Lang glanced at the points. Over 600 points had been credited to his account. Not bad, that's very efficient.
With no more zombies near Suanjia village, Chen Lang set his sights on the city, where there were plenty of zombies. Using the same method, he lured the zombies together and burned them to death.
It took a whole day of this.
As the sun began to set, Chen Lang wiped away his sweat and detonated the last oil drum he had placed.
Boom!
With a deafening roar, the horde of corpses turned to charred remains.
Let me see how many points I earned today. I'm exhausted. Muttering to himself,
Chen Lang opened the points section, and it showed that he already had more than 10,000 points.
Ha ha! That's great, let's do it this way from now on. But what kind of prize is this 10,000?
With anticipation, he chose the 10,000 point lottery, which was also the highest tier.
A prompt popped up on the screen. This lottery is completely random. Does the host wish to confirm the draw? Completely random? Chen Lang was a little confused by the prompt. What did this mean? Moreover, the interface was glowing with an eerie light, making it very mysterious. Host, this lottery means you might draw something bad. The system thoughtfully popped up a notification, and Chen Lang's eyes narrowed immediately as he pondered for a moment. So that means I might also get something really awesome, right? Upon hearing this, the system paused for a moment, but still responded. That's right. Alright, don't forget, I'm blessed by the lucky star now, let's draw. Chen Lang chuckled and confidently selected the lottery option, his mind controlling the interface to disappear, replaced by countless shimmering treasure chests. Ding! Lucky star status activated. Host's luck in this lottery draw has increased. As the treasure chest spun, a voice rang in Chen Lang's ears, and his smile became even more confident. Come on, what good stuff will I get for 10,000 points? Their eyes were filled with anticipation. Soon, the treasure chest stopped spinning, and a treasure chest that shimmered with a ghostly light finally came to a stop in front of Chen Lang. What color was that? Chen Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although it looks very luxurious, this color, he had a bad feeling about it. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a black gold treasure chest with a 1 in 10,000 chance. Rewards are now being distributed. As a broadcast came, before Chen Lang could react, a crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of him, followed by a giant, dark hand. This hand was as big as a small car, and Chen Lang couldn't help but swallow hard. This is what they call a luck bonus? What kind of monster did they give me? While making sarcastic remarks, Chen Lang quickly retreated to a distance, and at this moment, the owner of the giant hand revealed his true form. Boom! A giant corpse crawled out of the crack, as tall as a 20-story building, and suddenly jumped to the ground, creating a deep pit. Roar! The giant corpse had a ferocious face and roared to the sky. The sound was even louder than the sound of an airplane flying low overhead. Chen Lang's face stiffened. He knew he had gone too far this time. He had worked hard all day, but not only had he not gotten anything good, he had also summoned such a monster. At the same time, in the high-rise buildings, Suwonjia Village, the villa complex in the southern part of the city. All the forces in Xining City were terrified by the earth-shattering roar. They all came outside and looked at the giant corpse in the afterglow of the setting sun. My God, what kind of monster is this? It's terrifying. Boss, what do we do? Where did this thing come from? Should we take the initiative and attack? Sir, a mysterious giant monster has appeared in the East District. Requesting orders. At this moment, the leaders of all factions, large and small, turned extremely ugly. They had just subdued the zombies, so how could such a huge creature appear in the blink of an eye? How can I fight a monster I've only ever seen in movies? After a brief moment of thought upon hearing his subordinate's question, Lin Tian decisively gave the order. Pass on my order, concentrate all firepower and launch a preemptive strike. There was nothing they could do. The East and South districts were adjacent, so even if they wanted to hide, they couldn't. Xining City, Beiqing District. On the top floor of a high-rise building, a middle-aged man in camouflage uniform put down his binoculars, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Pass down the order, no one is to act without my command. The man beside him, also dressed in camouflage, looked puzzled upon hearing this. Sir, is this all right? If we let that monster attack, our entire North City will be finished. The man addressed as chief frowned upon hearing this, but still offered an explanation. Have you forgotten about the Sky Wolf gang in the South City? Even if we have to deal with this monster, we should wait until the Sirius gang and this monster are both severely weakened before we reap the benefits. Otherwise, wouldn't we be aiding and abetting the evildoers and helping those beasts? After being scolded, the man suddenly realized what was happening, nodded quickly, and left. Suwonjia Village. Everyone panicked when they saw the giant corpse. Faced with such a colossal creature, they could hardly muster the will to resist. Only Zhao Meng. After a brief moment of shock, she decisively took command of the group. Those who are armed, be ready to fight at any time. Everyone else, spread out and hide as much as possible, and don't make any noise. Await instructions. Her tone was calm and resolute, but what no one noticed was that her hands were trembling slightly at that moment. Back to the giant corpse. Chen Lang, the instigator, did not choose to run away.
Just as he himself claimed, he was a responsible man. This should be considered a boss-level zombie, right? I wonder if killing it will drop any loot. That's right. After thinking it over, Chen Lang still felt that the Lucky Star skill wouldn't harm him. This monster might just be a reward. Just then, the giant corpse seemed to have adapted to its environment, turning its head back and forth. When it spotted Chen Lang, a look of longing immediately appeared in its eyes. Humans, I love eating them the most, hee hee hee. As he spoke, he stretched out his giant hand and grabbed at Chen Lang. Holy crap, this guy can talk. Chen Lang looked surprised, while manipulating the wind to dodge nimbly, and then took out the battle axe from his spatial storage and slashed it down.
Chapter 79 Giant Claw.
The axe struck the giant corpse's neck, producing a metallic clang, but only left a white mark before it could not advance any further.
Wow, is it this hard?
Chen Lang was stunned when he saw this. The giant corpse's defense was far beyond his imagination.
Chen Lang retracted the blunted axe into his spatial storage and began manipulating flames while dodging attacks. If he wasn't afraid of swords, he must be afraid of fire, right? The raging flames wrapped around the giant corpse, which looked puzzled. Hee hee hee, so warm and comfortable. Hearing this thing's laughter, the male protagonist was even more shocked. What kind of monster had he created? It wasn't afraid of being cut, nor was it afraid of fire. How was he supposed to play this game?
There's no other way. It seems we have to use our trump card. Although somewhat reluctant, Chen Lang had no better choice now that things had come to this.
Field. This is his most powerful skill right now.
Although it will consume a lot of energy after use, it's still better than being swallowed alive by this thing.
Expand your domain. With a loud shout, the space around Chen Lang fluctuated.
The giant corpse seemed to sense something as well, and its brows furrowed immediately as it looked at Chen Lang with a solemn expression.
Food, danger.
As it spoke, it completely changed from its previous nonchalant manner. The giant hand, accompanied by a fierce wind, slammed down towards Chen Lang at a speed that even Chen Lang could not dodge.
Die.
As the giant hands entered the domain, Chen Lang controlled them with his mind, and instantly the giant hands tore a bloody hole in them, causing the giant corpse to howl in pain.
It looked at Chen Lang with a puzzled expression, seemingly unable to understand this phenomenon. Seeing this, Chen Lang dared not delay any longer.
He knew he couldn't hold out for long and had to finish the battle quickly.
The area I can maintain right now is only about 1 meter. This giant corpse's weak point should be its head.
Riding the wind, Chen Lang swiftly approached the giant corpse's head. After thinking for a moment, he jumped directly into the giant corpse's mouth. There was no other way. This was the place where he could maximize the effect of his domain ability.
Destroy.
Within the realm of consciousness control, the giant corpse was instantly severely injured, with a huge wound appearing in its mouth.
Host, wait. There's something good inside this zombie's head. Be careful. Don't let him ruin his brain.
The system's voice suddenly sounded. Chen Lang was stunned for a moment, then nodded, and began to jump left and right, using his domain to slice off the giant corpse's head starting from its mouth.
The headless giant corpse stared in disbelief. But it eventually collapsed helplessly, knocking down several surrounding buildings in the process. Boom!
Another earth-shattering sound rang out, startling the entire city of Xining once again. Lin Tian and his men were closest to the giant corpse. Seeing it fall down inexplicably, he frowned and urged his men to floor the accelerator.
As soon as the giant corpse collapsed, Chen Lang quickly deactivated his domain.
In just this short time, he felt he was about to give up again.
Where is what you're talking about?
Chen Lang, looking disgusted, rummaged around inside the giant corpse's head, searching through it, when suddenly a hard, black sphere appeared before his eyes.
The sphere faintly emitted a light. What is this thing? An inner core? Or is it some kind of crystal core or something?
Chen Lang was a little puzzled, and then reached out towards the black sphere, but unexpectedly the sphere seemed to be alive and dodged in the opposite direction.
Trying to run away.
With a large grab, Chen Lang embraced him completely.
This black ball was quite large, about half the size of his body.
Buzz. The moment Chen Lang touched the black sphere, it burst forth with a faint light and then began to shrink gradually. Chen Lang's expression turned extremely astonished. He felt his physical strength and mental energy rapidly recovering as the black sphere dissipated.
Moreover, it's not just a simple recovery after the body reaches its full potential, it continues to absorb that energy. This feeling. Host, please look at your status bar. Sensing Chen Lang's confusion, the system brought up his 3D holographic image, and Chen Lang's eyes widened immediately. What?
This works? The values that were converted to percentages were rapidly increasing at a rate of about 0.001% per second. It seemed that this black ball was a good thing that could improve attributes.
Intelligence, 10%. Body, 17%. Precision, 13%.
Finally, the status enhancement was finalized, and Chen Lang's stats had almost all increased several times over. If this were converted to his previous attributes, it would have taken a lot of effort.
I knew it. This monster I drew was definitely not simple. Ha ha ha.
With his overall attributes greatly improved, Chen Lang felt much stronger now, even able to take a missile with his bare hands.
Expand your domain. Expanding the territory again was no longer so strenuous.
Now he can maintain a maximum distance of about 2 meters, and he can control it more freely. After experiencing it, Chen Lang turned his attention to the giant corpse.
Since there were good things in its head, he wondered if there were any other treasures elsewhere. It's a pity.
The system indicated that there were no more valuable treasures on the giant corpse.
TSK, such a big one, it seems a bit of a waste.
Chen Lang grumbled in dissatisfaction, his gaze gradually falling on the giant corpse's other complete giant hand. This thing's palm was incredibly hard, and its nails were like serrated teeth.
Isn't this a good thing too?
With a thought, Chen Lang began to plot against the giant corpse's hand, and then used his domain to cut it off. After peeling away the outer flesh, leaving only the hardest bones and nails, Chen Lang clenched his fist and swung it a few times, instantly creating a gust of wind.
Ha ha ha. Isn't this much more powerful than a fire axe?
Just then, a sudden screech of brakes came from not far away. Lin Tian and his group had arrived. Chen Lang turned his head upon hearing the sound.
He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Should he just take advantage of this moment and wipe them all out in one fell swoop? Brother Chen. Brother Chen? You made this. Lin Tian and the others were completely dumbfounded.
They were wondering why the giant corpse had suddenly collapsed, but they never expected that it was Chen Lang who did it. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. Since the two sides haven't broken off relations yet, Chen Lang doesn't want to waste his energy unnecessarily.
Moreover, this scene should serve as a strong deterrent to them. Brother Lin is here. Sorry you're a little late. I've already killed that monster.
Holding the giant corpse's giant claw in one hand, Chen Lang smiled at Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's expression turned somewhat awkward. He looked at the giant corpse and then at Chen Lang, and was greatly shocked. To be honest, although they had arrived here, they were not confident that they could kill the giant corpse. In other words, the Chen Lang before him was clearly far more terrifying than he had imagined.
Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, you are truly skilled. I admire you greatly. It's fortunate that you are here. Otherwise, our east and south districts would probably be in trouble today.
Lin Tian felt a wave of fear wash over him, and his attitude changed drastically.
He became much more humble towards Chen Lang. Chapter 80 Offering.
After that, Lin Tian and Chen Lang exchanged pleasantries for a while, and Lin Tian took the initiative to propose an alliance with Chen Lang to help each other in the future. Chen Lang did not object to this. However, he knew in his heart that Lin Tian had witnessed his terrifying strength and was worried that he would cause trouble for them.
Then it's settled. From now on, we'll help each other in the east and south of the city. Brother Chen, I admire you more and more. If you ask me, you wouldn't happen to be the savior of this apocalypse, would you? Your strength is truly ruthless.
Lin Tian flattered him, and Chen Lang found it amusing. Lin Tian then invited Chen Lang to have dinner at the villa complex, but Chen Lang declined. He knew that the commotion he had just caused must have been quite significant, and he needed to go back to the building and the village to check on things.
Before leaving,
Chen Lang instructed Lin Tian to have his men dispose of the giant corpse, as he was worried that such a giant corpse might breed some new virus, which would be troublesome.
Yes, I will definitely carry out Brother Chen's orders.
Lin Tian bowed and scraped as he saw Chen Lang off, but as he watched Chen Lang's departing figure, his eyes gradually turned cold.
Damn it, who exactly is this kid? Superman? Damn it, thank goodness I didn't lay a hand on him, or I wouldn't even know how I died.
At this moment, the men in suits who had followed him also came over, all with expressions of lingering fear on their faces, and spoke up.
Boss, what do we do now?
Those guys in the North City are eyeing us like tigers. And now this monster has appeared in the East District. Yeah, boss. Luckily, this kid didn't have any bad intentions, otherwise we might all be done for today. They were also very glad that Lin Tian had made that decision. It turned out that this Chen Lang was so terrifying. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian frowned even more deeply. Chen Lang was impressed by his subordinates, which was not a good sign. He began to ponder, and soon a cold smile appeared on his lips. Heh, no matter how powerful he is, he's just one person, nothing to be afraid of. Haven't you heard the saying, too many ants can kill an elephant? It's fine this way. Since he's so powerful, isn't it perfect for us to use him? We can leave those guys in Beijing to him to deal with. Everyone was stunned by Lin Tian's words, but they quickly came to their senses. Boss, you mean you want to use someone else to do the dirty work? Upon hearing this, Lin Tian did not answer, but instead gazed intently in the direction Chen Lang had left, confidence returning to his face. So what if you can fight? In this world, you need your brains. Xining City, Beijing District. In a high-rise office building, a man dressed in camouflage stood in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, looking puzzled. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then a man who looked like a soldier came in. Reporting to the commander, according to our investigation, the monster has been killed. Upon hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow. Oh? Have you investigated who did it? The soldier paused, then handed over a photograph and replied. Reporting to the commander, we only managed to take this photo from a distance. I'm not entirely clear about the situation at the scene. The man took the photo, which clearly showed Chen Lang holding up a giant claw and talking to Lin Tian. His expression immediately turned serious. Okay, I understand. You may leave. Upon hearing this, the soldier withdrew, while the man stared intently at the photograph, frowning in deep thought. Is this what they call a superhuman? Damn it! How could someone like that get involved with Lin Tian? After thinking for a while, the man picked up the walkie-talkie, selected a channel, said something, and soon several well-dressed soldiers entered the office. Commander! They all stood at attention in front of the man. Contact the person in the photo as soon as possible, but remember to be mindful of your approach. Report immediately if you have any news. After giving his instructions, the man slumped into a chair, feeling that things were gradually slipping out of his control. Chen Lang first went to the building and reassured everyone. Then he went to the village and explained the situation to Zhao Meng. He also asked Zhao Meng to find a way to get a walkie-talkie so that they could communicate in the future. By the time we finished doing all that, it was getting late. Chen Lang simply settled down in the village, playing with the giant claw. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This thing is much harder than steel. Moreover, with those sharp fingertips, it is definitely a rare killing weapon in the world. That night, Chen Lang summoned Chu Yi, partly to check on her recent work results, and partly to have an in-depth conversation with her. After the storm, Chu Yi lay on Chen Lang's chest and murmured, Chen Lang, who exactly are you? You managed to defeat such a huge monster. Do you know? In our village, almost every girl likes you now. They get together and talk about you all the time when they have nothing to do. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang laughed, realizing that having the strongest fist is the only true measure of power. Back then, when I went to Chu Yi to discuss cooperation, they all ignored me. Oh? In that case, you can help me choose. Remember, it has to be good looking. Ideally, she'd be even more considerate and have a gentle personality. While jokingly saying this, Chu Yi suddenly felt a surge of jealousy and pinched Chen Lang's soft flesh. Well, aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself, you lecherous ox? Chen Lang flipped him over and pinned him down, feigning anger. Work me to death? You're dreaming. Looks like you're still not convinced. Come on, let's fight 300 more rounds. After another fierce battle, Chu Yi was completely convinced and begged for mercy repeatedly. He also agreed to help Chen Lang find a suitable candidate. Actually, being lustful is only one aspect. Chen Lang also needs to use the system to improve, doesn't he? The next day, after a quick wash and tidying up, Chen Lang returned to the building. After yesterday's thrilling incident, everyone had long forgotten the previous embarrassment. Han Xian and her colleagues teach children knowledge. Others also have various things to do. Being too idle is not good either. People still need to have something to do. Chen Lang strolled around, teasing Xiao Lan and Xiao Cheng from time to time, thinking to himself that he would wait for the right opportunity to win them over.
Alert! Intruder detected.
The robot's alarm suddenly sounded in his mind, and Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
Who could it be? He greeted them and went out alone.
He recognized the people who came as Lin Tian's men, and they were driving a lot of cars.
Hey Chen, how are you? The boss sent us to deliver some things to you.
One of them saw Chen Lang and quickly waved to him while shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's lips curled into a slight smile.
It seems that yesterday's deterrence was quite effective. It's only the second day, and Lin Tian couldn't help but come to offer sacrifices. You're too kind. Come on. Let me see what good stuff they have. Chapter 81 Camp.
Directing the people Lin Tian sent, Chen Lang had them drive all the cars into the building complex, and the people inside the building came out as well.
Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Where did these people come from? Their car is loaded with so much stuff. Are they a gift for us? Could they be our allies? Didn't Chen Lang say that he's been looking for other forces to cooperate with recently? Seeing Chen Lang present, the crowd was no longer too worried and grew bolder, crowding forward.
The people Lin Tian sent were stunned when they saw the sea of beauties. Their eyes were full of envy.
They never expected that Chen Lang would hide so many beauties. It was so cool. Brother Chen is indeed extraordinary. He still has so many beautiful women by his side even in the apocalypse. The one in the lead looked at Chen Lang with envy.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at him, nodded, and a hint of warning flashed in his eyes. The man immediately gave an awkward smile.
Hey Chen, where should we put all these things?
After witnessing Chen Lang's extraordinary strength, they could no longer harbor any ill intentions.
That's how people are when the gap between them is small. They always think about overthrowing or suppressing the other party, but when the gap is huge, all they can do is look up to them. Sister Lu, please make arrangements for these supplies.
Chen Lang thought for a moment, then asked Lu Ruoyao to take charge of gathering the supplies.
As truckloads of supplies were unloaded, Chen Lang's expression changed slightly.
These supplies were enough for them to live on for several years without having to do anything. It seemed that Lin Tian had really put a lot of thought into him.
Your boss is so thoughtful. He sighed at the leader, which was also a way of expressing his attitude. Since Lin Tian is so kind, as long as he doesn't cause trouble, I won't bother with him anymore. Upon hearing this, the leader's face was filled with joy. This was the purpose of this trip, to fully demonstrate Lin Tian's goodwill. Brother Chen, you have no idea. Our boss has an immense admiration for you. The boss told us.
From now on, Brother Chen's affairs are the affairs of the Sirius gang.
Just say the word, and we'll go through fire and water for you.
As he spoke obsequiously, the leader even lit a cigarette for Chen Lang. Chen Lang glanced at him indifferently while smoking, and just smiled at him, but didn't say anything.
With his current strength, he didn't need to find anyone to form an alliance with.
Seeing this, the leader looked somewhat disappointed.
But in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more.
Once the supplies were delivered, Lin Tian's men didn't linger and left one after another.
But not long after they left, a rumbling engine sound came from afar. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He was somewhat surprised and didn't know who the person was. Several jumps.
Chen Lang blocked the way for the vehicles, his eyes showing some surprise. He noticed that the newcomers were all driving military jeeps, and the vehicles stopped as soon as they saw him.
Hello, are you the hero who defeated the monster?
As soon as the car came to a stop, a middle-aged man in camouflage got out and walked towards Chen Lang with a big smile on his face. Judging from his gait, he walked with great vigor and confidence, and everyone else also had an upright posture.
Chen Lang roughly guessed their identities.
It seemed that this was an official force stationed in Xining City. He didn't expect that they still existed in the post-apocalyptic world.
My name is Chen Lang.
Seeing that the other party meant no harm, Chen Lang responded, but he wasn't particularly enthusiastic. The middle-aged man didn't care at all. He took 3 steps in 2 and came to Chen Lang, extending his right hand.
Brother Chen Lang, right? Let me introduce myself, my name is Xiao He, the deputy battalion commander of the North City Survivor Camp. I've come here on the orders of our camp leader, hoping to make your acquaintance, brother. Upon hearing this introduction, Chen Lang's expression changed. He was somewhat surprised that Beicheng had already established its own power, and judging from this person's words, it seemed that Beicheng's organization was quite large. Oh? Is that so?
I thought the entire city of Xining had fallen.
I never expected this. They've already set up a camp in the North City. That's fantastic.
Clearly, the other party was also intimidated by his strength and came to show goodwill. Although Chen Lang did not know the other party's background, he still gave at least some goodwill. Upon hearing this, Xiaohi's enthusiasm grew even stronger. Before meeting Chen Lang, he was secretly worried that he might be another brutal element like Lin Tian, but now it seems that he was indeed different.
He, Brother Chen, you flatter me.
It's called a camp, but it's really just us survivors huddling together for warmth. Compared to you, Brother Chen, it's far inferior. These words also reflected Xiaohi's true feelings. Their camp was mainly composed of retired veterans. Although they were a powerful fighting force compared to ordinary people, they were no match for Chen Lang. After saying this, Xiaohi looked behind him.
By the way, nice to meet you.
To congratulate our Xining city on producing such a capable person as you, our leader asked us to prepare a small gift.
Someone come here. Bring everything over.
As soon as he finished speaking, several jeeps drove up behind him, their trucks loaded with supplies. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang couldn't help but smile.
Xiaohi and Lin Tian seem to share the same idea. It appears they're also trying to win him over. Then I won't stand on ceremony, brother.
Chen Lang disliked beating around the bush, and he believed that it was foolish not to take advantage of a good deal, so he did not refuse. He then skillfully led Xiaohi and the others to the building. Everyone in the building saw that another group of people had arrived to deliver things. They couldn't help but look at each other in surprise, wondering what Chen Lang had done.
Before long, the supplies were properly placed. Xiaohi did not leave, but instead looked hesitant.
Since Chen Lang had just taken someone else's things, he couldn't just drive them away directly, so he asked,
Brother Xiao, is there anything else? Speak freely.
Xiaohi had been waiting for Chen Lang to say this, and upon hearing it, he quickly nodded and smiled as he spoke.
Well, actually, brother, I have another favor to ask.
That's our leader. He hopes you can come to our camp for a chat, brother. Well, of course, the leader didn't come in person not because he was being disrespectful to his brother, but because he hoped that his brother could come and visit our North City and give us some guidance.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes flickered. Were they inviting him to their territory? What's their plan? Could they be planning a strategy of diplomacy followed by force? No. With my current strength, they pose no threat whatsoever.
He was pondering this in his heart.
Chen Lang looked at Xiaohi's sincere expression and finally nodded. All right.
Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, brother.
I'd like to see that too.
What does your survivor camp look like?
Chapter 82 Negotiation.
Now that he had been exposed to the eyes of various forces in Xining City, there was no harm in making contact as soon as possible, so Chen Lang agreed.
I greeted everyone in the building. Chen Lang then went to the North City with Xiaohi and the others.
The convoy drove through the streets in a grand procession, inevitably passing by Lin Tian's spies along the way, who immediately reported the situation to Lin Tian.
South City Villa. Lin Tian frowned, his face darkening.
A man in a suit stood in front of him. Boss, these guys in Beicheng have a really keen sense of smell, they move so fast.
And I never expected that Chen Lang would actually leave with them. Do you think Chen Lang might be won over by them and turn against us?
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian glanced at him sideways and said in an annoyed tone.
You're asking me? Who should I ask?
But, based on my understanding of Chen Lang, he shouldn't easily side with Beicheng. After all, that kid is incredibly arrogant. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit looked puzzled and shook his head.
But boss, what if those guys from Beicheng tell Chen Lang everything we did before? Will this kid be bursting with a sense of justice? After all, he's young and easily swayed. I think we should make plans soon.
Lin Tian listened to his words, frowned and pondered for a moment, and finally nodded.
Well, what you said makes sense. How about this?
Send people to closely monitor Chen Lang's movements, and at the same time, have your men prepare for battle at any time.
Upon hearing the order, the man in the suit quickly left.
Lin Tian looked towards the north of the city, his face full of gloom. If he had known this would happen, he should have tried harder to win over Chen Lang back then.
Xining City, Beicheng District.
Chen Lang's jeep drove along the street, while Xiaohi enthusiastically provided explanations.
Brother Chen, look, after our initial efforts,
the zombies in the north of the city have been basically cleared out.
With the addition of numerous checkpoints, everyone's lives have basically returned to normal.
Looking out the car window at everything, with many vehicles driving by and shops still open, Chen Lang felt as if he were in another world, as if this place had not been invaded by the apocalypse.
It seems Xiao He wasn't exaggerating. The survivor camp they set up was indeed a haven in the apocalypse. Honestly, your camp is like a paradise. That's right. Brother Xiao, what was the name of your leader you mentioned earlier?
Looking at the well-organized streets, Chen Lang began to wonder about the leader of this camp. This person certainly seemed extraordinary. Xiao He grinned as he listened to Chen Lang's question.
His face showed immense reverence, then he looked ahead and pointed. Brother Chen, look, this is our camp leader, Chuan. Look in the direction he was pointing.
The first thing Chen Lang saw was a towering building, and a group of people were standing downstairs, seemingly waiting for something.
No further introduction from Xiao He is needed.
Among that group of people, one person stood in the center, wearing a different camouflage uniform, with a resolute face.
He was clearly the leader Chuan that Xiao He had mentioned. The car slowly came to a stop.
Before Chen Lang and the others could get out of the car, Chuan quickly came to greet them.
Hello, Brother Chen, I am Chuan.
As he got closer, Chen Lang felt that this person had an extraordinary aura and secretly guessed that he must have held a high military rank before the apocalypse.
Hello, Chief Chu, I am Chen Lang.
The two shook hands, and Chuan warmly put his arm around Chen Lang's shoulder.
I didn't expect Brother Chen to be so young. What a promising young man.
I'm so glad you could come to our northern city.
It's lunchtime, let's have a simple meal together. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang opened his mouth.
He had only intended to come and see what this so-called camp looked like, but he didn't plan to stay long.
However, Chuan directly grabbed his hand and walked towards the building. Brother, don't refuse, I have so much to talk to you about. Give me some face, brother. Otherwise, the food I had prepared in advance would go to waste.
Faced with such enthusiasm, Chen Lang couldn't refuse, and he also had a good impression of Chuan's decisive and efficient manner. Alright, since you put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony.
Following Chuan into the building, Chen Lang then realized that it was a hotel. Private room 888. Pushing open the door, Chuan left the seat of honor to Chen Lang, sat down next to him, and then gestured to the waiter to serve the dishes. Chen Lang felt another wave of disorientation. This feels just like eating at a restaurant before the apocalypse. Brother, I'm a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Chen. Brother, you don't mind, do you?
Chuan looked at Chen Lang and paused for a moment before speaking, while opening a bottle of baijiu, seemingly preparing for a big drinking session.
It's just a form of address.
Chen Lang didn't care at all, and then smiled and nodded silently. As dish after dish was served, Chuan didn't say anything else, but kept putting food on Chen Lang's plate and toasting him.
Come, Brother Chen, don't be shy. Cheers. I'm so glad you could come today.
The food tasted very good, obviously made by a master chef. Chen Lang hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time since the apocalypse, so he ate and drank without any restraint.
After several rounds of drinks,
the two had eaten and drunk quite a bit and were both slightly tipsy.
Brother Chu, just say what you have to say. I know. You invited your brothers over today, it's definitely not just for food and drinks, right?
As the saying goes, he who takes a bribe is bound to be obliged, and he who eats a meal is bound to be obliged, and Chuan's personality is indeed quite compatible with his. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Chen Lang asked directly. Upon hearing this, Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned somewhat embarrassed.
Looks like you're a straightforward guy, brother. Then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, I actually have something I'd like to ask you for help with, brother.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, and his drunkenness subsided somewhat.
He knew then that the meal wasn't going to be so delicious. Oh? I don't know what you mean, brother.
Although Chu Wen and the others were very enthusiastic towards him, they had only just met, so Chen Lang certainly wouldn't agree without thinking.
He then asked them for their opinions.
Chu Wen pondered for a moment, then downed a mouthful of baijiu and said,
"The serious gang."
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at him, a vague guess forming in his mind. Chu Wen's expression gradually turned fierce, his eyes filled with hatred.
You must know Lin Tian of the Sky Wolf Gang, right? To be honest, I hope you can help me eliminate the Sky Wolf Gang.
Of course.
I won't let you help me for nothing, brother.
If we can eliminate the Wolfgang, I'm willing to give up the leadership of the North City camp to my brother.
Chapter 83 The Traitor.
Back then, Lin Tian promised to give him the position of vice gang leader in order to win him over. Now, Chu Wen is even more ruthless, directly handing over his position.
To be honest, Chen Lang was a little dumbfounded. He wants to make himself the leader of this northern city? What about Chu Wen?
Brother, don't overthink it. I'm not just making empty promises, I genuinely need your help.
To be honest, I'm getting old.
The leaders in this post-apocalyptic world are not like before, who could just talk their way in.
If North City remains in my hands, I'll make sure the Wolfgang swallows it up sooner or later.
The king of Chu noticed Chen Lang's confusion and quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. This wasn't surprising to him, in fact, it was the reason he had never wanted to build any so-called power.
In the apocalypse,
it's not easy to keep one's own life in peace, let alone manage so many people. For example, he simply handed over the girls in Suanjia village to Zhao Meng and Chu Yi to avoid trouble.
Brother, what are you saying? You think I'm not afraid of trouble just because you find it tiring?
Chen Lang was only surprised by the conditions offered by Chu Wen, but he did not find them tempting at all. Chu Wen was stunned upon hearing this, his eyes showing great surprise.
After a pause,
he suddenly couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Ha ha ha. Looks like I underestimated you, brother.
I didn't expect you to be so insightful at such a young age.
My plan is going to fail.
That's true, brother.
You're extraordinary.
Even in this apocalypse, you can live comfortably.
Why invite trouble upon yourself?
As he said this, Chu Wen looked somewhat disappointed and took another sip of his drink.
Upon seeing this,
Chen Lang smiled faintly, and then spoke.
Although I'm not interested in the leader's position, I'm curious brother, what grudge do you have against Lin Tian?
Judging from Chu Wen's expression just now, Chen Lang guessed that there must be a story between the two of them.
Sure enough, as soon as Lin Tian's name was heard,
Chu Wen's face immediately turned cold again, and he pondered for a moment before speaking.
Fine, there's no point in hiding it.
We are brothers.
There's nothing wrong with telling you this.
Immediately afterwards, Chu Wen began to talk about his grudges with Lin Tian, or rather, his grudges with the Tian Lang gang.
Turn out to be.
After the apocalypse, the Serious Gang, due to its members' loyalty and ruthlessness, quickly seized a place, committing all sorts of evil deeds, including burning, killing, and looting.
And they are not simply fighting for survival, but taking pleasure in cruelty.
The survivors fell into their hands, the men were enslaved, and the women became their playthings. In the camp, many people's relatives didn't die in the apocalypse, but because of that damn Sky Wolf gang.
This includes my son.
During a battle with the Serious Gang, my son was killed by Lin Tian. Killing people is one thing, but they also dismembered my son's body and threw it to zombies to tear apart.
Tell me, are they even human? They're utterly beasts.
At this point, Chu Wen couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears.
It's my fault too.
I shouldn't have let Xiao Bing go that time.
He was so young. How can we possibly fight those bastards? Chen Lang frowned as he listened.
He hadn't expected that Chu Wen and Lin Tian had such a grudge. At the same time, he hadn't expected that the seemingly gentle Lin Tian was so vicious. But think about it carefully. Actually, the people on Lin Tian's side were no good to begin with. They were already a bunch of restless scum, and the apocalypse only unleashed their true nature. He patted the king of Chu on the shoulder to comfort him.
Chen Lang didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. So, what happened next? Could you tolerate such a deadly feud?
He knew that something must have happened after that, otherwise these two forces would not be safe and sound until now. The king of Chu composed himself and sighed. I went mad after the soldier died. Furthermore, many people in the camp have grudges against the Serious Gang, so we had another fierce conflict with them, but we don't know where they got their hands on heavy weapons.
You know that too. We have absolutely no chance of winning against heavy weapons. Left with no other choice, we can only choose to recuperate.
As for the Serious Gang, they seem to be waiting for an opportunity to wipe us out in one fell swoop. After speaking, Chu Wen's face was full of worry, and he looked somewhat dejected. It seems that his previous capable demeanor was just a disguise. The North and South cities may seem to be evenly matched, but in reality, they are not comparable at all.
Chen Lang was almost sober by now. Due to his constitution, the alcohol dissipated quickly in his body.
He felt conflicted, but also somewhat relieved.
The dilemma is.
It was one thing to be unaware of the inside story before, but now I'm in a bit of a bind. Fortunately, I didn't choose to associate with Lin Tian back then. Although I can't be considered a good person, at least I'm not like those psychologically twisted scumbags.
Brother Chu, I understand your situation. But let me think about this some more, okay? Seeing Chu Wen's expression, Chen Lang couldn't bear to refuse him anymore. After all, he was a person who truly cared about the survivors. He himself wasn't that great, but I still have a lot of respect for people like him. And it has to be said, looking at the current state of Beicheng, he himself is even considering moving here. Thank you, Brother Chen.
I really had no other choice.
Certainly. I'm not trying to morally blackmail you. I know you have your own difficulties. After all, the Wolfgang is not an easy opponent.
As he spoke, Chu Wen grasped Chen Lang's hand.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded heavily.
He no longer had the mood to stay any longer, fearing that he might make an irrational decision.
That's all for today, bro. The matter of the serious gang.
Let me think about it some more, but I can assure you that if they dare to attack you, I will definitely not stand idly by.
After that, Chen Lang left amidst Chu Wen's profuse thanks. On the way back,
Xiao He excitedly asked them what they had talked about. It seems that, just as Chu Wen said, no one except himself knew how difficult it was to be a leader.
Back in the building,
Chen Lang then took inventory of the supplies delivered by Lin Tian and Chu Wen. Lin Tian sent mostly flashy but impractical items, while Chu Wen sent mostly highly practical supplies.
This was enough to show their respective attitudes. As darkness fell, we arrived at the villa in the southern part of the city.
A woman knelt before Lin Tian. It was none other than the hotel waitress from earlier that day. She was holding a recording pen in her hand, and her expression was both fearful and respectful.
Boss Lin, I've done everything you asked me to do.
Please, spare my brother.
This is a complete list of Chen Lang and Chu Wen's conversations. Chapter 84 Secret Weapon.
Lin Tian nodded to the woman, then gestured to his subordinates to play the recording. As he listened to the conversation, his expression gradually turned ferocious.
Damn Chu Wen, he really is planning to use Chen Lang to get us. Beside him, the man in the suit said. Boss, judging from what Chen Lang said, I'm afraid he might be a threat to us. We can't wait any longer. Now, before he makes a decision, we can still catch him off guard.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian pondered for a moment, his mind replaying the scene of Chen Lang in Suanjia village and slaying the giant corpse, before finally letting out a heavy sigh.
Sigh, what a pity. Notify all hall masters to come to me immediately, I have something important to say.
Upon hearing this, the man in the suit's eyes flashed with a violent light.
He quickly nodded and then prepared to leave. Boss Lin, where is my brother? You promised me. Please, let my brother and sister be reunited. The waiter sensed something was wrong and couldn't help but speak up.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tiankai remembered that there was still such a person present, and then looked at her with a cruel smile on his lips.
Don't worry, I'm a person who always keeps my word. I'll reunite you all right away.
Upon hearing this, the waitress's face lit up with hope, but the next moment, a bloody hole appeared on her forehead, and she collapsed.
Lin Tian put away his pistol. What kind of brother is he? Who the hell remembers who he is? He's probably already dead. Midnight. Chen Lang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Chu Wen's request was making him somewhat uneasy. Let's be reasonable. Even though Lin Tian was notorious for his evil deeds, he didn't want to provoke him, since so far the other party hadn't done anything to harm him. But think about it the other way around. Given Lin Tian's influence, would he allow someone like himself to exist unchecked as his power grows? Warning, intruder detected.
Just as he was making plans, the robot's alarm sounded, and Chen Lang immediately sat up. At the same time, he pulled up the screen, and his expression immediately changed. All that could be seen were tanks and cannons.
Countless vehicles are heading towards the building. Damn it!
Upon seeing this scene, Chen Lang guessed that his conversation with Chu Wen today must have been leaked, but he had no idea how it was leaked.
Perhaps there was a mole on Chu Wen's side, or perhaps Chu Wen did it on purpose? However, seeing the massive army, Chen Lang didn't have time to think anymore. He quickly got up and rushed out of the building.
They moved with the speed of the wind. Chen Lang arrived at the scene in a short time.
Several tanks led the way,
followed by cars and artillery at the very back.
Lin Tian, what do you mean by this? Standing in the air, Chen Lang couldn't find Lin Tian, so he asked. Boom!
Without the slightest hesitation, he was met with a fiery shell that shot towards him, but its accuracy was clearly lacking, and Chen Lang dodged it with a single dodge.
The shells landed some distance away.
A burst of fire and a deafening roar erupted.
Court death.
Seeing this, Chen Lang's expression also turned cold. It seemed that there was no possibility of negotiation. He began to think quickly about how to deal with the situation.
Boom, boom, boom.
In just a short while, the cannons behind also began to fire. Chen Lang wanted to dodge, but he noticed that the shell was heading towards Suanjia village.
So he frowned and threw a punch at the shell. We can only tough it out with our bare hands.
The fist collided with the cannonball, instantly igniting a towering burst of flames, and Chen Lang's figure was forced backward.
Ouch, that really hurts.
Looking at the torn flesh on his fist, Chen Lang gritted his teeth and said,
It seems I overestimated myself. He's still quite a distance from being a real Superman. Control the fire.
After regaining his footing, Chen Lang began to manipulate the flames that had just erupted, and then burned them downwards. This was his only skill that could cause large-scale damage at the moment.
But unexpectedly,
the people below seemed to have anticipated this, as they actually brought out many buckets and covered them with fire blankets.
Brothers, this kid's made of flesh too. Beat them.
It was unclear who gave the order, but the people immediately picked up all kinds of guns and fired at Chen Lang in the air.
Day. Bullets rained down on Chen Lang.
He dared not be careless, so he activated his domain and dodged while thinking of a countermeasure. At the same time, artillery shells came at him as if they were free.
That damn Lin Tian, he's really going all out. This can't go on.
Chen Lang had bruises all over his body. This was the first time he had been in such a sorry state since the apocalypse. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him.
The tanks and cannons are all aimed upwards, so why are you just staying in the air?
Having figured this out, Chen Lang's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then, with a twist of his body, he flew towards the ground. The members of the Sky Wolf gang were stunned when they saw this, especially those who were controlling the tanks and cannons.
Holy crap, how did this thing get down here? How are we supposed to fight it? You son of a bitch. Don't aim at us. Point the cannons into the sky.
Chen Lang's weakness against the Tianlang gang members was that he had fewer people, but his corresponding advantage was also that he had fewer people. Since he was alone, there was no possibility of him being accidentally injured. They quickly lifted a car. Chen Lang didn't care if there were still people inside, and just threw it into the crowd.
This scene looks like something out of a movie.
A large portion of the crowd was immediately knocked down, and screams filled the air.
You made me look so pathetic just now it's your turn.
As Chen Lang spoke, he repeatedly lifted and threw the car out.
After a moment, he seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. They simply lifted the tank up as well. The big one is coming.
Tanks are many times heavier than cars. If someone is unlucky enough to be crushed by one, they'll be turned into mincemeat. The driver inside is also terrified and starts operating the vehicle haphazardly.
In a short time,
cars, tanks, bullets, and shells started flying everywhere. In the distance, inside a building, Lin Tian gripped the binoculars, his teeth practically grinding from the intense gaze.
Grass.
He didn't expect Chen Lang to actually engage in hand-to-hand combat on the ground. His subconscious thought was that Chen Lang was flying in the sky.
Boss, things are bad. If this continues, we're going to be wiped out. Yeah, boss. How about we hide for a while? As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild.
Everyone advised Lin Tian, realizing that they were unlikely to handle Chen Lang today.
Leave? Where to go?
I'm just going to throw away the gang I worked so hard to build.
And those supplies and women. Are you suggesting I hand it over to you?
Lin Tian ignored their advice and said with a ferocious expression. He paused after saying that. His eyes darted around rapidly, and finally he made up his mind.
There's no other way, we have to use that thing. Someone come here. Get ready for the secret weapon immediately. No matter how powerful Chen Lang is, I don't believe he can withstand this thing. Chapter 85 Despair.
Hearing Lin Tian's words, everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief.
One of them stammered. Boss, really? We really have to use that thing?
Yeah, boss. If we use that thing, the entire East City will probably be finished. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the crowd, his face as cold as if coated with frost, and he snarled.
Stop talking nonsense. So what if the entire city of Xining is destroyed? Today I'm going to let everyone know. Who's in charge here?
Anyone who spouts another word, I'll be the first to shoot them.
Seeing Lin Tian's crazed appearance, everyone couldn't help but shudder.
Only then did they remember that this guy was the ruthless character who had personally killed their own father.
He immediately stopped trying to dissuade them and quickly left.
At this moment, Chen Lang's side was in complete chaos, with corpses scattered everywhere.
This person is a monster, we can't win. I was wrong. Please, don't kill me.
They finally realized that they were no match for Chen Lang and began to beg for mercy.
However, the conflict has already escalated to this point. Chen Lang naturally wouldn't hold back either.
At this moment, he wielded the giant claw he had taken from the giant corpse and slashed down another group.
Brother, I'm here to help you.
Just then, a fleet of jeeps suddenly drove up, and Chen Lang recognized the driver as Chu Wen.
Upon seeing this,
he waved to Chu Wen, and seeing that they were all disheveled, he figured they had just rushed here, so it seemed that tonight's events had nothing to do with him.
With the addition of Chu Wen and others, the serious gang was utterly terrified. They couldn't even handle Chen Lang alone, let alone so many people. Damn the Sky Wolf gang, prepare to die.
At Chu Wen's command, the men he brought with them, their faces filled with hatred, charged forward.
Brother, are you all right?
After ordering his men to fight, Chu Wen came to Chen Lang's side with concern and inquired about his injuries, but Chen Lang waved his hand dismissively.
No problem, I'm in this body now, I can even withstand a cannon.
As he spoke, he lit a cigarette.
Chen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. After tonight, the Sky Wolf gang will cease to exist.
Chu Wen was somewhat skeptical upon hearing this, but after carefully examining Chen Lang's body, his expression gradually turned to surprise.
Visible to the naked eye,
he noticed that Chen Lang's injuries seemed to be healing.
Brother, you're amazing.
Chu Wen didn't know what to say, and after a long time he managed to utter this sentence. Chen Lang grinned when he heard this, but didn't offer much explanation.
Chen Lang, are you all right?
Another call rang out, and Chen Lang turned his head to see that it was Zhao Meng and Chu Yi. Then they arrived with their own people. However, their equipment was rather poor. They were using homemade hunting rifles.
Why are you all here too?
Chen Lang asked subconsciously, but then he realized that such a big commotion must have alarmed the entire city of Xining. He had asked several times.
Zhao Meng and Chu Yi hurried over.
He was relieved to find that Chen Lang's injuries were not serious, and then he commanded his men to join the battle.
The serious gang was already outmatched.
Their momentum was suppressed again, and only a few people are still resisting. Brother, I'm sorry, but Lin Tian's sudden attack on you is probably because there's a spy on my side.
The waiters suddenly disappeared during the day.
It seems she leaked the news of our conversation, and Lin Tiango hastily came to cause you trouble. As Chu Wen watched the situation on the battlefield gradually stabilize, he seemed to have thought of something and then began to explain to Chen Lang.
In response to this,
Chen Lang just smiled, not caring much, since things were already as they were.
By the way, where's Lin Tian? Brother, have you seen him?
I will avenge the fallen soldier.
Chu Wen scanned the battlefield and couldn't help but ask Chen Lang. Hearing him say that, Chen Lang was also taken aback.
Yes, this guy hadn't shown his face from beginning to end.
Who knew where he was hiding? While I was wondering. Ha ha ha.
Damn Chu Wen, I knew you old bastard would team up with Chen Lang.
Chen Lang, you're absolutely blind.
Instead of joining our prestigious Sky Wolf gang, they actually sided with this old bastard. Lin Tian's voice came over, and everyone looked up to see a helicopter approaching. Lin Tian was shouting curses through a megaphone.
I saw Lin Tian.
Chu Wen's eyes immediately turned red, and he pulled out a gun and fired. Unfortunately, the height was too far and the accuracy was a bit off, so it didn't hit Lin Tian.
Idiots, a bunch of idiots, just wait here to die. Lin Tian chuckled and glanced at everyone before shrinking back into the helicopter. However, he didn't leave instead, he continued to climb.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang and the others all looked puzzled. Given the situation on the ground, it's clear that the serious gang is about to be wiped out, so what is Lin Tian still spouting nonsense about?
Has this guy gone mad with anger? Brother Chen, what is that?
Suddenly, Chu Wen's voice rang out, and he looked into the distance with a look of horror on his face. Chen Lang looked at him with a puzzled expression. Then he turned his gaze to the direction Xu Wen was pointing, and saw a huge ball of fire appearing in the distance, growing brighter and brighter. Chen Lang couldn't see what it was. But combined with what Lin Tian had just said, a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. As the flames drew closer, a rumbling sound echoed in the sky, causing the members of the Sky Wolf gang to look over as well.
What's that? No way? Has the boss abandoned us? A missile. It's a missile. We're doomed. We're doomed.
Clearly, the people from the Sirius gang recognized what this thing was. Their faces turned deathly pale, and they completely gave up resisting.
Hear what they said.
Chen Lang and the others' expressions changed drastically. Who would have thought that Lin Tian had even managed to get his hands on missiles? I never expected that bastard Lin Tian would have been hiding something.
This is it.
Xu Wen's face was filled with despair, and he seemed to have aged several years in an instant.
Zhao Meng and Xu Yi were also deathly pale.
They silently approached Chen Lang, unable to utter a single word.
Wait for me here.
Only Chen Lang left behind these words, then rode the wind and flew towards the direction from which the fire was coming.
Damn it, Lin Tian is a madman.
Chen Lang cursed, his heart filled with unease. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the attack, but he had no other choice at the moment.
It's accelerating.
Chen Lang rapidly closed the distance to the missile.
Expand your domain. His physical body definitely couldn't withstand it, no doubt about it.
He could only pray that the domain was as described, and that he would be invincible within its range. The missile was about the size of a car. Chen Lang stretched his domain to its maximum extent with all his might, then roared and charged forward. I don't care what kind of missiles or bird eggs you are, just make them all disappear.
Chapter 86 Excuses. Things didn't go as smoothly as Chen Lang had imagined.
He originally intended to use his domain to slice the missile in half, but to his surprise, an explosion occurred as soon as they made contact.
Boom!
A burst of fire erupted in the sky, as bright as the sun. The sight left the crowd below speechless with shock, their mouths agape and their faces blank.
Chen Lang! Brother Chen! No!
Seeing the flames, Xu Wen, Zhao Meng, and Xu Yi all cried out in anguish.
They knew that even if Chen Lang had a strong physical body, he could not possibly survive such a ferocious power. Especially Zhao Meng. After crying out, she collapsed to the ground.
Looking at the firelight from high above, Lin Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips.
Damn Chen Lang, you're wasting my missiles all by yourself. Damn it! You deserve to die.
Enraged, he proceeded to smash the helicopter with his fists. His original intention was to use this single missile to annihilate Chen Lang, Xu Wen, and the others, but the outcome left him extremely dissatisfied.
Boss, calm down.
As long as Chen Lang is dead, the others are nothing to fear.
And I'm sure those guys in the North City are terrified.
This one missile is enough to make no one in the entire city of Xining dare to be our enemy again. Those around Lin Tian, seeing him lose his temper, couldn't help but try to persuade him.
Lin Tian frowned and gasped for breath. Not enough, not enough. I want them all dead. They must all die. These useless trash. They wasted so much of my firepower. I'll make them all pay the price.
Lin Tian roared, but suddenly he froze.
Like a duck with its neck being choked.
The shouting stopped abruptly, and their faces turned pale with fear.
In sight.
He saw that the towering flames suddenly underwent some inexplicable change, gradually forming the shape of a dragon.
He was very familiar with this scene. No.
It's impossible, no one could survive in this situation.
That's ridiculous. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it.
He guessed what it was and shook his head frantically, but unfortunately, there were some things he couldn't help but believe.
The flames coalesced into the shape of a dragon.
The next moment, the fire dragon rushed straight at the helicopter.
Boom!
This was an extremely hot flame generated by a missile explosion, leaving no time for any of them to react. They were all engulfed by the flames, which ignited the helicopter's fuel tank, causing a second explosion.
Boom! Another loud bang, and the helicopter and everyone inside were blown to pieces. Finally,
as the flames and smoke dissipated, Chen Lang's figure gradually appeared.
He was suspended in the air, his face cold and stern, looking down at the wreckage of the helicopter like a god.
The crowd below looked at him. My God, he must be the god of this apocalypse, there's no mistake. So there really are gods in this world.
Incredible. Can anyone tell me how he did that?
The people below looked up at Chen Lang, and some of them couldn't help but slowly kneel down and begin to kowtow.
That's actually normal. Even in modern times, who wouldn't be shocked by this scene? Brother Chen, are you even human?
Including Chu Wen, he also shocked Chen Lang to the point of numbness.
Even missiles couldn't take him down.
He was simply invincible.
Chen Lang was unaware of their thoughts.
He felt a wave of fear. He knew that he was just a hair's breadth away from death. If it weren't for the effect of his domain ability, he would definitely be dead today. I checked myself over and there was nothing seriously wrong.
Chen Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he noticed that everyone was kowtowing to him and couldn't help but laugh.
That was a really impressive display. The rest was simple, the Sirius gang was completely wiped out, and their weapons and supplies were also seized.
By the time everything was settled, it was already dawn. Brother Chen, look at this. These are weapons we seized from the Sky Wolf gang. Chu Wen's voice rang out, waking Chen Lang from his nap. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Lang smiled. Did Lin Tian rob an armory? He actually has so many good items. That's enough to equip an entire division.
In fact, he was right. The Sirius gang did find an armory back then, otherwise where would they have gotten so many weapons?
Brother Chen, what do you plan to do with these equipment? And everyone's waiting for you to give them a lecture.
Seeing that Chen Lang didn't seem to understand his meaning, Chu Wen asked again. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was somewhat puzzled.
Huh? Bro, what do you mean by this? What kind of lecture am I giving you? Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Chu Wen immediately became anxious. Brother Chen, didn't we agree? After defeating the Sky Wolf gang, the position of camp leader will be yours. Have you forgotten?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang recalled that there really was such a thing.
Etc. Wait a minute, I didn't agree to him in the first place. Brother Chu, that's not right.
I remember I didn't agree to your request because I was afraid of trouble.
You didn't drink too much back then. Did you mishear me? Or are you deliberately trying to dump this mess on me so you can enjoy your retirement?
Chu Wen felt a hint of embarrassment when he heard Chen Lang's words. That's right, that was exactly what he planned to do. After all, Chen Lang was so powerful, so he might as well live under his protection from now on, which would be pretty cool.
You've had too much to drink, haven't you forgotten? I don't care. Anyway, you're definitely the one who should be the leader of this camp. And everyone's treating you like a god now, so who else would take the position if not you? After thinking it over, Chu Wen decided to play the rascal. At the same time, he pointed to the crowd in the distance, and sure enough, those people were looking at Chen Lang with utmost reverence. That's not fair. Chen Lang was speechless at the sight. To be honest, the position of leader was a highly coveted one. But unfortunately, both he and Chu Wen were people who hated trouble. Moreover, with Lin Tian's death, it means that the entire Xining city is under their control, which also means managing tens of thousands of people. This is no joke. The more I thought about it, the more confused I became. Chen Lang couldn't help but look at Zhao Meng and Chu Yi beside him. Chu Yi looked eager. She had a strong desire to be an official. However, Chen Lang was very worried about her abilities. It's fine to give her a minor official position, but it's too unreliable to expect her to manage so many people. Upon seeing this, Zhao Meng quickly pointed to the group of female soldiers, indicating that she was already busy enough. Final. After several rounds of bargaining, Chen Lang still accepted the position of leader. But, Brother Chu, I'll be the leader, but you can't expect to have an easy time. From now on, you'll be the deputy leader. You will still be in charge of the main affairs of the camp. Chen Lang put his arm around Chu Wen's shoulder and spoke to him, and Chu Wen immediately opened his mouth. Hey, if you're going to try to shirk your responsibility, then I won't care anymore. After all, you're still the leader. I could just walk away. Don't say I'm disloyal, brother. I'm good at fighting, but managing things is a real headache for me. Can you help me out? Okay? Chapter 87 Interview. Ultimately, under Chen Lang's coercion and enticement, Chu Wen had no choice but to reluctantly agree to continue taking on the important responsibility of managing the entire Xining city. As for Chen Lang, as a hands-off manager, he can continue to live a carefree life. Although his strength is growing, Chen Lang has not forgotten his original intention. He just wants to live a happy life with his wife and children and does not want to be any so-called leader. Moreover, this great battle also attracted some hidden forces in Xining City. After witnessing Chen Lang's formidable strength, they all chose to join. For the next period of time, the camp, led by Chen Lang, first conducted a survey of all the survivors in Xining City, distributed supplies and weapons, and carried out a large-scale extermination of zombies. Inside the building, Chen Lang has been having a great time lately, spending his days happily playing with the girls or teasing kids like Chen Xiaochang. Chief, Deputy Chief Chu Wen requests an audience. While I was playing games with Chen Xiaochang, Xiaolan suddenly came to report. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang waved without turning his head, and soon Chu Wen walked in. Seeing Chen Lang playing games again, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Chief, are you playing around again? Hearing this, Chen Lang's face turned dry, knowing that this was a sarcastic remark. Ahem, well, I was just sharing some combat experience with the next generation. You won't believe me, just look. I'm playing a zombie shooting game. Chu Wen glanced at the monitor helplessly. Well, that's true, it is indeed a shooting game, but this reason is too far-fetched, isn't it? Sigh, never mind, let's get down to business. Chief, please look. According to statistics, there are currently 58,787 survivors in the camp, and they have all been properly accommodated. However, managing so many people, I'm finding it too much to handle on my own, so I'm planning to select some of the more capable people to take on certain positions. What do you think, leader? As he spoke, Chu Wen's brows furrowed slightly. Managing the North City alone used to be exhausting for him, and now with so many more people, he really can't handle it. But before he could finish speaking, Chen Lang handed him a piece of paper without turning around. Brother Chu, I completely understand what you're saying. Take a look at this. Upon seeing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Chu Wen's eyes. He then took the paper, which contained a tree diagram. At the very top is naturally Chen Lang's leadership position. Below them are 2 deputy leaders, and below the deputy leaders are 8 district chiefs, then 16 section chiefs, and below the section chiefs are team leaders. Don't let my appearance fool you, I'm not exactly doing nothing. This is what I've been racking my brains over for days. The final version of the management system for our camp has been finalized, so the pressure won't always be on your shoulders. Seeing Chu Wen's wide eyes, Chen Lang chuckled inwardly and slowly said. However, Chen Xiaochang couldn't help but glance at him. He thought to himself, wasn't this system designed by Zhao Mang, Lu Ruoyao, and a group of people at Chen Lang's behest? They're taking all the credit for it. What a scoundrel this new dad of his is. Chu Wen stared at it for a while. His expression changed several times before he finally looked at Chen Lang with eyes full of satisfaction. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Xiao Chen. You really are an ambitious person. This management system is simply perfect. Hearing Chu Wen's praise, Chen Lang smiled and then took out another drawing and handed it over. And this, it's a map of Xining City. Come and take a look. Regarding supplies, I plan to proceed as previously planned, using the surrounding villages as our resource production sites and storing them separately. There are a total of 8 villages. That's why I set up 8 district chiefs, so that they can each have their own jurisdiction. Taking the map, Chu Wen's eyes gleamed. He saw that it not only marked out 8 areas, but also specified the transportation routes and the sentry posts along the way. Chu Wen was in a complete mess. Now my mind is gradually clearing up, and I'm starting to get a clue. Great. Excellent. Xiao Chen, you're a natural-born leader. This plan is fantastic. I believe that under your leadership, our camp will soon be able to return to its pre-apocalyptic glory. As he said this, Chu Wen's face was full of hope. Chen Lang nodded with a faint smile. He also hoped that Xining City could return to its previous orderly state. That would be wonderful. That's for the best, since there are no problems. Then it's up to you now. Alright, Brother Chu, if there's nothing else, you can go ahead and get busy. The camp can't do without you. After finishing his business, Chen Lang dismissed the guest, allowing him to continue his enjoyable time. In response to this, Chu Wen had no objections, nodded and prepared to leave, but then hesitated for a moment. Wait a minute, Chief, I have something to attend to. You must make the decision yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's face immediately fell. There was no escaping it after all. What's up? Chu Wen paused for a moment before speaking.
I can handle everything else without any problem, but the selection of managers is the one thing you have to do in person.
And you, as the leader. It's been so long, and you haven't even shown your face. Isn't that a bit much?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang pondered for a moment and realized that Chu Wen's words made some sense. At the very least, he should meet with these management members.
Okay, then how about this? Another deputy leader. I already have someone in mind. As for the other positions, Brother Chu, you can screen out a few people first, and then I'll make the final decisions.
Seeing that Chen Lang was finally about to come out of seclusion, Chu Wen quickly nodded in agreement.
After that, he left.
After Chu Wen left, Chen Lang lost interest in playing the game and immediately called Xiao Cheng over.
Go to Suanjia village and bring Zhao Meng here. That's right.
Also, tell her to make sure she takes care of everything in the village. She probably won't be returning for the time being.
That's right, I'm sure you all guessed it.
Chen Lang decided to appoint Zhao Meng as the other deputy leader, as she was the only woman among all the women who could take on this important task.
A few days passed quickly.
Chu Wen visited again, this time carrying a thick stack of papers.
Chief, this is the result of my careful selection over the past few days. Look. I also marked the positions they were best suited for.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang took the document, glanced at it a few times, handed it back to Chu Wen, and stood up.
All right, no need to look anymore. I trust you to handle things, brother. Let's go. Gather these people together, and let's conduct an interview. Chapter 88 Question.
The building where Chen Lang and his group were located has now become the center of the entire camp because of Chen Lang. The outer perimeter is heavily guarded, and the inside is also managed by dedicated personnel.
Following Chen Lang's instructions, a room for the interview was quickly cleaned up.
Chu Wen, Chen Lang, Zhao Meng. The three of them sat at a long table, with Chen Lang in the center and the interviewee's resume in front of him.
All right, we can begin. Chen Lang waved to the woman dressed as a secretary at the door and spoke.
The first round of interviews was conducted by the district head. After screening, Chu Wen ultimately selected 16 people, giving him ample opportunity to choose.
Soon,
as footsteps approached, a man in his 30s wearing glasses pushed open the door and entered. He glanced at Chen Lang and the others, then quickly stepped to the center and bowed.
Good morning, leaders.
My name is Zhang Qian, and I am 35 years old.
A former senior executive of a certain group before the apocalypse.
I have extensive management experience, and after the apocalypse, I led surviving colleagues in searching for supplies. This was his first time doing an interview, and Zhang Qian was clearly a little nervous. He was unaware of Chen Lang and the others' criteria for judgment. I could only say whatever I had to say, listing all the skills he possessed. After a short while, Zhang Qian finally stopped. He couldn't think of anything else to introduce, and then looked at the three of them expectantly. In fact, this was also a first for Zhao Meng and Chu Wen. Firstly, they had never done human resources work before the apocalypse and didn't know how to conduct interviews. Secondly, they knew that they were just supporting characters and that Chen Lang was the real decision-maker.
Seeing Zhang Qian's nervous expression, Chen Lang smiled first, and then spoke. Don't be nervous, you don't need to treat it like an interview. Let's just have a normal chat. All right, let me ask you a few questions.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian nodded gratefully, then looked intently at Chen Lang.
I thought about it briefly. Chen Lang put down Zhang Qian's resume and began to speak. First question, since the apocalypse, have you killed anyone?
These words were spoken.
Everyone's expression changed involuntarily.
Chu Wen and Zhao Meng couldn't help but look at Chen Lang, wondering why he would ask such a question. Zhang Qian was completely dumbfounded.
Have you ever killed anyone? What kind of question is this? Should I say I killed someone or not? Don't hesitate, answer.
Seeing Zhang Qian stunned, Chen Lang urged him calmly. Even though Chen Lang was much younger than him and looked like an ordinary college student, those few words still sent a chill down Zhang Qian's spine. He then dared not think any further. Reporting to the chief, yes, we killed them.
Oh? How many? I can't remember exactly, but there should be more than 10, right?
But, chief, I only killed those who deserved to die. They were trying to steal my supplies.
Out of self-preservation, I.
The conversation proceeded quickly, and Zhang Qian answered truthfully, but then regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He wanted to offer more explanation. But Chen Lang coldly interrupted him.
My second question is, are any of your family members still alive? Have.
After being interrupted by Chen Lang, Zhang Chen dared not hesitate any longer and quickly added,
I still have a daughter who is alive.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded, picked up a pen and made a mark on Zhang Qian's resume, then looked up and asked his third question.
If you were appointed as the district head, what would you do?
Upon hearing this question, Zhang Qian visibly breathed a sigh of relief in his view, at least there was a more reasonable question. And he had done his homework on this beforehand. So he began to explain his plans.
Listening to Zhang Qian's plan, Chen Lang nodded slightly while taking notes. Alright, that concludes today's interview. Thank you for coming for the interview.
I'll have someone let you know when the results are in. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, Chen Lang stood up, shook hands with him, and then let him leave.
Zhang Qian had just left the house.
Shu Wen couldn't help himself and leaned closer to Chen Lang to ask.
Chief, I can understand the third question, but what is the deeper meaning behind the first two questions?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Mang looked at Chen Lang with a puzzled expression.
It's an interview. Shouldn't we prioritize individual ability and experience?
Chen Lang glanced at the two of them, a smile playing on his lips, and explained.
You haven't forgotten, have you? This is the end of the world.
The so-called abilities and experience are impossible to verify now, and we're interviewing for management positions.
By my standards. First, you must be ruthless enough and decisive in killing, otherwise you might drag your subordinates down in the future. Secondly, he still has family.
This means he still has ties to his family and won't betray them easily.
As for the third question, I believe you all understand that it is a test of ability. Listening to Chen Lang's explanation, Chu Wan and Zhao Meng nodded repeatedly. Especially Chu Wan.
He realized that he had underestimated the young man in front of him.
Just 3 simple questions, but they all hit the nail on the head. Alright, there are still so many interviewees, let's not waste any more time. Come on, next one.
After Chen Lang finished speaking, he called out to the secretary at the door.
After that,
he interviewed many more people, and for each person, Chen Lang would choose a different angle to ask questions. He continued interviewing until it was getting dark, but he still hadn't finished.
That's enough for today, I can't take it anymore. The rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow.
After seeing off another interviewee, Chen Lang quickly waved his hand.
He hadn't expected that interviewing would be so tiring. Not just him.
Chu Wen and Zhao Meng had long since reached their breaking point. Hearing Chen Lang say this, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement.
Yes, Chief, I'll go and tell the interviewees.
Upon hearing this, the secretary at the door nodded quickly and prepared to leave.
Chen Lang thought for a moment and then spoke. Wait a minute, let's give a case of instant noodles to everyone who didn't get an interview today. Just say it was my order.
Please also apologize to me. I will continue with the interviews tomorrow. Chen Lang felt bad about making them wait all day, so he decided to give them something in return to appease them.
The female secretary heard this.
She couldn't help but glance at Chen Lang again, seemingly surprised that he could be so thoughtful, then nodded and left.
The female secretary left. Chen Lang simply lay down.
Although it was a 3-person interview, he was the one who did the most work.
Zhao Meng thoughtfully started massaging him. Shu Wen took over the resumes from the interviews.
He had seen Chen Lang writing and drawing on them earlier and was curious about what he was doing.
Upon closer inspection, Shu Wen was stunned. He realized that Chen Lang had somehow given scores to all the interviewees.
Furthermore, they also shared their opinions.
All of these are included in the scoring criteria. Chief, when did you get these? Chapter 89, Coma.
The interviews continued for the next few days, and to Chen Lang's surprise, Shu Yi also joined in.
After all, she's his woman. This back door is still possible to pull, and Shu Yi does indeed have more management experience than others, so appoint her as one of the district heads. Final.
The results are in, and the management system for the Xining camp has officially come into effect. There are 8 district heads, 16 county heads, and 24 team leaders.
Under the captain, the area enters a small area self-governance mode. That day,
all the survivors of the Xining camp gathered in the central square. Chen Lang stood on the podium and read out the list of management personnel, which also marked the official establishment of the Xining camp.
And on the advice of others.
From this day forward, the Xining City camp will be officially renamed Hope Camp, signifying humanity's last hope.
Long live Chief Chen. We can finally live a normal life again. Thank you, Chief Chen. We no longer have to live in fear. I will definitely work hard in the future and strive to become a manager one day. After Chen Lang finished reading, the crowd cheered excitedly. They had long been fed up with the threat of zombies and the persecution among their own kind. Looking at this scene, Chen Lang felt a surge of relief, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. After the meeting, the people began to move to their respective areas according to the previous plan. This would be where they would live from now on. Inside the building, Chen Lang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the guards at the door, feeling a sense of disorientation. Before we knew it, it's amazing how I went from being an ordinary food delivery worker to becoming a city leader. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Chen, it's me. Lu Ruoya's voice rang out, sounding somewhat anxious, and Chen Lang asked in confusion. Come in, Sister Lu. Lu Ruoyo has always been calm and composed, and everything is going well now, so I don't know why she is so panicked. What did you send? Seeing Lu Ruoyo push the door open and come in, Chen Lang asked her a question. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyo composed herself and quickly replied. Yeah, something's happened to Yaya. Chen Lang. Oh dear, I can't explain it either, come and take a look. As she spoke, Lu Ruoyo pulled Chen Lang up and walked outside. Soon they arrived at Fang Yaya's room, where everyone gathered around. Han Qian was examining Yaya. She works in biological research, so she has some knowledge of common illnesses. What happened? Yaya, what's wrong? Chen Lang squeezed through the crowd and came to Yaya's side. He saw that her fair face was flushed, her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and she looked pained. He instinctively reached out and touched it. It's so hot? A normal person's body temperature is around 36 degrees Celsius, but Yaya's body temperature was clearly above 40 degrees Celsius. What's going on? Why did they suddenly develop a fever? As he spoke, Chen Lang looked at Han Qian with concern, and Han Qian shook her head in response. I don't know either, Yaya was perfectly fine yesterday. I just suddenly fainted. And after she fainted, her body temperature started to rise gradually, which is so strange. I've never seen a fever like this before. Hearing Han Qian's words, Chen Lang frowned. Yaya, can you hear me? He leaned close to Yaya and called out softly. Yaya's lips moved slightly, but she did not respond. Seeing this, Chen Lang thought for a moment. Alright, I'll leave this place to you for now. You can all leave. If it really is a cold and fever, don't spread it. Hearing Chen Lang say this, everyone was worried, but they nodded silently and went out. If the infection spread, it would be even more troublesome. After everyone had left, Chen Lang took out the medicines he had scavenged from his spatial storage, including fever reducers. Come on, Yaya, just drink your medicine and you'll feel better. Chen Lang helped Yaya up, poured her a cup of hot water, and helped her drink her medicine. After that, Chen Lang stayed by Fang Yaya's side and kept observing her. Yaya was the first woman who was 100% loyal to him, and she was also the most innocent and kind. He was very worried that something might happen to her. Fortunately, after taking the fever-reducing medicine, Yaya's temperature dropped slightly, which relieved Chen Lang. But what I didn't expect was, not long after, her temperature rose again, even higher than before. Chen Lang panicked and immediately sent someone to fetch a doctor. There are so many people at the camp. Fortunately, there were a few doctors who immediately began treatment when they saw that it was Chen Lang's woman who was sick. How can her body temperature be so high? It's unbelievable. That's impossible. 53 degrees Celsius. My God. At that temperature, the person would have died long ago. Unfortunately, even when the doctors arrived, it was to no avail. They all said they had never seen anything like it before. Chen Lang's expression grew increasingly grim. Left with no other choice, they had to send them all back. For the next few days, Chen Lang stayed by Yaya's side with heartache, neither eating nor drinking, which made everyone feel very sorry for him. Yaya, the campsite was just set up, how come you're sick already? Our lives are just starting to get better. Didn't you say you'd fix the amusement park so we could go play together? Please, get better soon. A few more days passed, and Chen Lang was starting to feel the strain. Even though he possesses immense strength. But he was still helpless in the face of this strange illness, and his newly established confidence began to waver. He was still too weak. Lang, brother? Just as I was feeling troubled, a faint voice came from behind me. It was Fang Yaya. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes widened immediately. Yaya, you're finally awake.
Overwhelmed with emotion, he couldn't help but pull Yaya into his arms and stroke her hair repeatedly. At the same time, he noticed that Yaya's body temperature had returned to normal.
Yaya, are you still feeling unwell? Fang Yaya looked puzzled, clearly unaware of what had happened since she fell into a coma. Where am I? Brother Lang, how did I end up in bed? Ah. Brother Lang, why do you look so pale? After a moment of stunned silence, Fang Yaya noticed Chen Lang's disheveled appearance and reached out to touch his face. A miraculous scene unfolded.
The moment her palm touched Chen Lang, a flash of green light appeared. The next moment, Chen Lang felt his fatigue vanish instantly.
What was this? Chen Lang was stunned, and Fang Yaya was stunned too. Yaya, what did you just do?
After a moment of surprise, Chen Lang blinked and looked at Fang Yaya, asking her a question.
Fang Yaya blinked and said, Brother Lang, I feel like I'm a little different. Like, I have gained some kind of special ability. Chapter 90's rank.
According to Fang Yaya's account, she felt sorry for Chen Lang and then touched his face with her hand. When the two of them touched, she suddenly had a strange feeling.
It felt strange, like I could heal Brother Lang. I can't describe it.
But that was the only thought in my mind, and then I felt a wisp of power being transmitted into you.
As Chen Lang listened to Fang Yaya's explanation, a glint of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He recalled. Fang Yaya's level is S.
The system also said that this represents their respective superpower levels.
In other words, Fang Yaya has awakened a superpower. Brother Lang, I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat? Yaya's mind is simple, and she didn't think too much.
She hadn't eaten for several days, and she felt a little hungry. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded and quickly ordered someone to bring him some food. As soon as everyone heard that Fang Yaya had woken up, they rushed over to feed her, help her change her clothes, and wipe her body.
Fang Yaya has a very likable personality.
Everyone had always treated her like a younger sister, so upon seeing this, Chen Lang withdrew.
System? I need to ask you something. Host, please tell me, I promise to answer everything I know.
The electronic voice replied quickly, sounding somewhat happy, as if it really enjoyed chatting with Chen Lang.
What's going on with Yaya? Has she awakened some kind of superpower? That's right. Host is truly exceptionally intelligent.
According to our understanding, before awakening superpowers, humans must go through a process similar to a tribulation.
If they survive it, they awaken. If they don't, they're doomed. After listening to the explanation, Chen Lang frowned and pondered for a moment.
In other words, awakening superpowers also comes with certain risks.
Is there any way to safely awaken superpowers? Like props or something?
One of the points-based lottery games is a prop lottery, and Chen Lang thought of this. The system remained silent for a moment, seemingly performing some kind of search, before providing an answer. I'm sorry, host, such an item does not exist.
But
this system has noticed that your female friend has likely awakened a healing-type ability, which is a very valuable ability and should also be able to help others overcome the dangers of the awakening period.
Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's eyes lit up with joy. With Yaya around, there shouldn't be any major problems. Thinking about this, Chen Lang looked at everyone in the room. If the awakening time was related to the level, then the next one should be Zhao Meng or Han Xian. With Fang Yaya's experience this time,
Chen Lang made up his mind that he would keep the two of them out as little as possible during this period.
Zhao Meng, Han Xian, come out here for a moment. I have something to do.
But before he could finish speaking, Chen Lang felt the world spinning around him, and then his consciousness began to blur.
What's going on? No way, could it be that I?
In his last moments before falling into a coma, Chen Lang roughly guessed what had happened. He himself was about to awaken his superpowers, so how could he have forgotten about himself?
Thump! Chen Lang fell heavily to the ground.
Everyone was busy taking care of Fang Yaya, but when they heard the noise, they all rushed to Chen Lang's side.
He is in a coma.
Chen Lang's consciousness did not completely disappear. He felt himself entering a very strange state.
No body, no sensation.
All that remained was the spirit, or rather, a wisp of consciousness, and everything around it had changed. Nothing existed anymore, and everything had turned into a dazzling array of colors.
Those lights swirled around him.
After a while, the light began to slowly gather towards him. First, there was yellow light, which approached him and then left. Next came green and red light, which also approached him and then left. Finally, the light stopped approaching him altogether and just kept lingering around him.
What's going on here? Chen Lang was puzzled.
He vaguely felt that these lights were the key to awakening his superpowers, but why didn't they merge with him? I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, a beam of green light shone into his spiritual world, shining directly towards Chen Lang.
Is this Yaya?
He secretly guessed that something magical had happened. The light seemed to be stimulated in some way and suddenly rushed towards Chen Lang, their colors merging together and finally turning into a brilliant golden light.
Roar!
Under the immense energy of the golden light, Chen Lang felt like he was about to explode.
He couldn't help but roar. Ding! Host energy surge detected, meeting advancement requirements. The Many Children, Many Blessings system upgraded.
Many Children, Many Blessings system advanced version. As the system's electronic voice sounded again, Chen Lang woke up from his coma. He sat up abruptly and saw that he was surrounded by people.
Fang Ye, Bai Jia, Lu Royao, Chuan. That's great, Brother Lang, you're finally awake. Fang Ye had her hands on Chen Lang's body at that moment.
Seeing that he had woken up, she smiled with relief and then fell down.
Yeah. Chen Lang was a bit confused and didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, Lu Royao quickly explained and helped Chen Lang lie down.
It's alright, Xiao Chen, don't worry.
Yeah is overworked.
She's been using her superpowers on you every day these past few days, you'll be fine after a rest. Hearing Lu Royao's explanation, Chen Lang breathed a sigh of relief, but soon asked again with doubt.
Days? How long have I been unconscious?
At this moment, Chuan stepped forward and said with a wry smile.
Chief, you can sleep so much. That's sleep.
I slept for a whole month, it really scared me to death.
A month?
Chen Lang was stunned when he heard this. Fang Ye had only been in a coma for a few days, but he had actually slept for a whole month.
Nothing happened while I was unconscious, right?
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lang quickly asked, worried that things might go wrong while he was away from the camp.
It's alright. Everything's fine at the camp. Don't worry. Hearing Chu Wen's reply, Chen Lang breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. Immediately afterwards, he remembered that the system had said something about another upgrade. He paused, then indicated that he needed to rest a bit more and sent everyone out. System? Brother Lang, I'm here.
It's still the familiar electronic voice, but this tone feels more human.
What has happened to me during this time? Do you know that?
Logically speaking, Chen Lang should have awakened his superpowers after waking up from his coma, but he didn't notice anything special.
Brother Lang, you're absolutely amazing, you know that? I truly admire you.
This time, your superpowers awakened, and you just took a nap and all your superpowers were automatically upgraded to S rank, and I even benefited from it.
Oh? Your superpowers have all been upgraded to S rank? Chen Lang quickly brought up the skill panel, and then he was stunned. Chapter 91 Improvements.
The system upgrade interface hasn't changed much this time, it simply displays the skills directly next to his 3D Phantom.
However, the existing skills do look rather terrifying.
The glittering skill icons stand on both sides, with a large S in the lower right corner.
Special ability, Space S rank. Synopsis, Infinite Space. Special ability, Divine Favor S rank. Summary, there's probably no one luckier than you in this world. Special ability, Elemental S rank. Introduction, let's give thanks for nature's gifts.
Including his previous domain ability, Chen Lang now possesses a total of 4 S-level abilities.
Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lang then began to try out his superpowers one by one. Just as the description said, the space expanded to an infinite size. If he wanted, he could even put an entire building inside. There's not much to say about Divine Favor. However, Chen Lang guessed that if he used points to draw prizes again in the future, he would definitely get the desired item 100% of the time. The most important thing is the elemental ability.
Unlike his previous manipulation of fire and wind, he can now generate them out of thin air, and he feels that there is still a lot of room for development in this ability.
I played for a while. Chen Lang lay down contentedly, feeling that he was practically invincible now.
For example, encountering missiles.
He can now directly control them using his elemental abilities, since these weapons are all composed of various elements from nature, right? Boss, have you forgotten? I've evolved too. The system's voice sounded. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Oh right, this guy also benefited from his influence, but he didn't find anything special on the panel just now. Oh? Then you tell me yourself. What improvements have been made? Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, the system, as if presenting a treasure, proactively displayed the points lottery section, but it was somewhat different. This is? Looking at the panel, Chen Lang sensed something was wrong. It was supposed to be a lottery, but now it's turned into an interface that looks like a vending machine. That's right, Brother Lang, just watch. We won't need to participate in the lottery anymore. We can just exchange points for whatever we want. It's transparent, clear, and fair. The system excitedly introduced the improvements, oblivious to Chen Lang's growing dissatisfaction. In its view, the improvements were absolutely perfect. So, what about my divine favor skill? Is it useless? That's right. The reason we chose to keep this skill was to increase the luck stat. Now that we've done this, it's useless. The system's cheerful voice suddenly stopped. It then fell silent, because it felt that Chen Lang's words made sense. What you said, Brother Lang, seems to make some sense, doesn't it? What should we do then? But you can't blame me for this. That's how the story was set up. Blame the stupid author. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang felt a black line appear on his face and said, Fine, this will do. After saying that, he felt that something was not quite right. Wait a minute, why do I feel like something's missing? Chen Lang frowned and glanced at the panel again before calling out. What about fusion? What about my special ability? What's going on? Sure enough, after searching around, Chen Lang discovered that the superpower he had awakened last time was gone. Fusion superpower, that's a bug-like existence. Don't worry, Brother Lang, I'm here. I'm just trying to make it symmetrical. He took it upon himself to make the decision. I've put fusion here. The system responded and brought up the vending machine interface, where, sure enough, there was a fusion icon in the lower right corner. Oh, it's here. Chen Lang stared at the icon, lost in thought. I remember you said something like, 3S level abilities might fuse into an SSR level ability? That's right, Brother Lang. Wait a minute, these 4S class superpowers that we finally managed to acquire, you wouldn't be thinking of. As soon as the system finished answering, it panicked a little. An S-level ability, how precious. It would be such a waste to just fuse it like this. There are only 4 S-level skills in total. Chen Lang certainly wouldn't choose to merge them. What if the result was something useless? That would be a huge loss. Don't worry, I'm not a gambler. I'll save up more. Hearing Chen Lang say that, the system breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Take stock of your current situation. Chen Lang began to think. It seemed that they had already entered the second stage of the apocalypse, and more people with superpowers would appear in the future. He then called Zhao Meng and Chu Wen over. If a similar situation occurs again in the camp, we must pay close attention. I'm sure you've all figured it out by now. Coma and high fever are precursors to the awakening of superpowers. We must ensure that the superpowered individuals in the camp can smoothly get through this period. Upon hearing this, both of them were stunned. Although they had already guessed it, they couldn't help but feel excited and expectant when they heard Chen Lang actually say it. Leader, do you mean everyone will awaken superpowers? Does someone my age also have a chance? By the way, what kind of superpower did you awaken this time? Ye seems to have awakened a self-healing superpower? Chu Wen, in particular, was very excited, fantasizing about whether he could be as awesome as Chen Lang in the future. Although he was getting old, becoming a Superman was every man's dream. Chen Lang smiled upon hearing this, guessing what he was thinking. Without further ado, he raised his right hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm. He then raised his other hand, and a water sphere appeared immediately. My special ability is rather unique. Simply put, I can control water and fire. After saying that, he lowered his hand, and the fireball and water ball disappeared without a trace. I did a simple demonstration. But it had already astonished Zhao Meng and Chu Wen to no end. In their eyes, this was almost a divine skill, and they couldn't help but start to fantasize about it. Alright, send all the people who have awakened their superpowers to me,
I'll provide some guidance in the initial stages. At the same time, they can also serve as combat power for our camp in the future. Having finalized this matter, Chen Lang pondered in his heart that the emergence of superpowers might not be entirely a good thing, and he had to keep a firm grip on it. After all, they suddenly possessed such immense power.
There's no guarantee that some people with ill intentions won't try anything funny.
However, after that, no more superhumans appeared in the camp for a short period of time, which made Chen Lang wonder if he had misjudged the situation.
Was it only him and Ye who could awaken superhuman abilities?
Chen Lang, something terrible has happened. Zhao Meng has also fainted. One morning, an anxious voice came from inside. Chen Lang finally realized that it seemed that the so-called S-Class not only had scarce abilities, but also awakened earlier than others.
Chapter 92 Combination Techniques.
Because of Fang Ye's experience last time, Zhao Meng's coma this time did not cause much of a disturbance, and with Ye's help, Zhao Meng woke up in just a few days.
Did I faint too?
Upon waking up, Zhao Meng immediately realized what had happened.
Immediately afterwards,
an expectant look appeared on her face. She knew she should have awakened her superpower.
Feel it. Do you notice any changes in your body?
Chen Lang and Ye have been summarizing their experiences over the past few days. After awakening their superpowers, they were able to sense it.
Upon hearing this,
Zhao Meng closed her eyes and began to quietly sense it.
The next moment,
a light mist began to appear around her, and the temperature gradually decreased.
Upon seeing this,
a hint of surprise flashed in Chen Lang's eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Meng seemed to have awakened an ice-type ability, which was an extremely powerful offensive ability.
Really?
When Zhao Meng opened her eyes again, an ice spike had formed where her gaze had focused.
Whoosh!
The ice spike shot towards the wall at high speed and pierced straight in.
Chen Lang, did I really do this?
Zhao Meng stared blankly at the scene, seemingly still unable to accept it, but her tone clearly carried a sense of joy.
Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction. How does it feel? Isn't it great?
Ice-type ability.
That way, even without weapons, you can protect yourself.
Chen Lang was pleased that his women were able to protect themselves, so he wouldn't have to worry about them all the time.
Fang Ye, who was standing to the side, looked on with some envy. Sister Meng is so amazing.
I wish I could have offensive capabilities too.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang smiled and patted Fang Ye's head.
It's alright, your healing abilities are quite strong too.
If it weren't for you, we probably didn't awaken it that easily. Ye is amazing too.
And you can try to develop it further, maybe your ability has other uses.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Fang Ye immediately became happy again and nodded quickly. After that,
Chen Lang then took Zhao Meng to train frequently so that she could better control her superpowers, and at the same time, he also earned her the title of Ice and Snow Goddess.
Not long after, Han Xian also fell into a coma, having experienced both Fang Ye and Zhao Meng's episodes.
People are no longer worried about this situation, but rather envious. Ultimately, after testing, it was found that Han Xian awakened not a conventional type of superpower, but superintelligence. She was originally a researcher, so she was naturally intelligent, which made the description quite fitting.
Chen Lang, I feel like my mind has never been so clear. I believe it won't be long. All the facilities in our camp will be fully repaired and put back into normal operation.
Having just woken up from her coma, Han Xian couldn't wait to get to work, which left Chen Lang somewhat helpless, but in the end he couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he let her go.
In this way,
in the camp, including Chen Lang, there are a total of 4 people who have awakened superpowers.
This made the other women in the building extremely envious.
They also hoped to do their part for Chen Lang.
However, after that, no new superpowers were awakened. Chen Lang guessed that it might just be a matter of time and they would have to wait longer. Because of Han Xian,
Chen Lang specially created a new department for her, the mechanical department, responsible for the maintenance and construction of camp facilities. That day, thanks to the efforts of Han Xian and others, the entire camp was finally restored to power.
The moment the night sky was illuminated, everyone cheered.
She truly lives up to her reputation as a mechanical goddess. Will have electricity to use again from now on.
I really want to cry.
Great. I'm going to find a computer and play on it for days on end.
Thank you, Chief Chen. Thank you, Minister Han. My God, it's so good to be alive today.
Chen Lang was very pleased with this, and immediately ordered that supplies be available tonight, and everyone could eat and drink as much as they wanted.
This brought the atmosphere of the camp to a new climax.
Everyone sang and danced, releasing the pent-up suffering that had been suppressed since the end of the world.
However, Chen Lang did not participate in it.
It is precisely at times like these that we must not be careless. While everyone was celebrating, Chen Lang flew into the air and patrolled above the city to prevent any accidents from happening.
Perhaps it's because of the lighting.
Not long after he took off, he noticed something unusual. More zombies were appearing at the edge of the camp.
Looks like these are some fish that slipped through the net.
Without much thought, Chen Lang rode the wind and landed directly in front of the zombies.
Take this opportunity.
He also wanted to test his current strength. He casually threw a punch at one of the zombies, and the zombie burst open like a fruit, instantly splitting into pieces. The strength was not a problem.
Manipulation through thought.
Chen Lang looked at a zombie and immediately set it ablaze, making it howl in pain.
At this moment, another one attacked from behind.
Chen Lang looked at the steel pipes scattered on the ground, and the steel pipes suddenly sprang up and pierced the zombie through the heart.
Fire, water, wind, metal.
While engaging in various combat techniques, Chen Lang kept talking about the elements he had mastered.
Get stuck. This is controlled by the earth element.
The zombie missed a step and was immediately buried in the ground.
Chen Lang felt that he hadn't killed enough zombies and seemed a little unsatisfied.
Humans are starting to awaken, but these zombies don't seem to have changed at all. Chen Lang kicked the zombie's head in the ground and stroked his chin.
Wasn't it the zombies who evolved first? And just as he was pondering this,
suddenly a roar came, and Chen Lang saw that a zombie was hiding in the darkness.
He looked in the direction of the sound and his eyes lit up. It's huge. That's more like it. Sure enough, the zombies have evolved again, but because of their previous large-scale extermination, they haven't appeared at the camp.
The zombie was over 2 meters tall. All the organs have obviously grown much larger, especially the canines, which are protruding directly from the mouth.
Roar.
It seemed very dissatisfied with Chen Lang toying with its own kind, and roared as it charged over, but how could Chen Lang tolerate it? First, it used a ground sinkhole, which made it stumble, and then it used a water ball, which made it sink even deeper. Finally, there's the scorching heat of the flames. The ground instantly became incredibly hard, and with the insertion of countless steel pipes, the newly arrived zombie was instantly destroyed.
Ha ha ha. That was a bit like a combo move. Yes. But it would be even better if it were more powerful. Speaking of which, I've been so busy lately that my many blessings system has been idle for quite a while. Chapter 93 Care. After the camp's power was restored, the entire city gradually returned to normal, and some shops even reopened. In this way, the women in the building couldn't sit still any longer. They had been cooped up in the building for so long that they were going crazy. After getting Chen Lang's permission, they started to go out for a stroll. Of course, although order has been temporarily restored, currency is still useless. The current trading method in the camp has reverted to the most primitive barter system, but Chen Lang's supplies are obviously plentiful and enough for the women to squander. A rare moment of peace. Chen Lang then entrusted all his work to Chu Wen and Zhao Meng, and began to live a leisurely life. Walking on the street, people greeted Chen Lang from time to time, and some women couldn't help but whisper when they saw him. Some of the bolder ones even came over to chat with him. However, Chen Lang is not such a casual person. Although he has the many children, many blessings system, he decided to try his best to select women who can awaken high-quality superpowers, otherwise he wouldn't be able to handle having his women everywhere in the camp. Chief. As he was strolling along, Chu Wen's voice came from behind him, and Chen Lang immediately frowned. That old bastard never comes looking for me. However, you can't hide forever, so Chen Lang forced a smile and turned around. Hey, brother Chu, aren't you busy with work? Did you come here to have a drink with me? Upon hearing this, Chu Wen was taken aback at first, and then said in an annoyed tone. Why would I drink? I don't have time for that. There's been progress on what you asked me to do. This morning, a girl in our camp suddenly fell unconscious. You should go and check on her. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately became interested, knowing that this meant that there would finally be more superhumans in the camp. He then stopped joking. They quickly got into Chu Wen's car and went to the building. As per Chen Lang's instructions, anyone who falls into a coma must be sent to the building.
This would make it easier for him to win them over, and with Yaya around, things would be more secure.
Arrived at the building.
Guided by Yaya, Chen Lang arrived at a guest room where a girl, who looked to be in her early 20s, was lying on the bed.
Her outfit is so hot. Long pink hair, off-shoulder t-shirt, and super short mini pants. Seeing this, Chen Lang was secretly delighted. He thought to himself, I knew it. With such a large camp, how could we not produce another S rank? Yeah, how is it?
On the surface, Chen Lang maintained a composed demeanor. After all, he was now the camp leader and needed to maintain the necessary authority.
Upon hearing this, Ye turned to look at Chen Lang. Brother Lang, you're here. It's all right, leave this to me.
Her situation was similar to Sister Meng's back then. It should take only 3 to 5 days for it to awaken.
Fang Ye had taken care of the patient several times and had obviously gained some experience. Various necessary supplies were placed by the bedside. After hearing this, Chen Lang nodded in satisfaction and gave Ye a thumbs up. Ye is amazing. As long as you're here, all the superhumans in our camp will definitely be able to awaken safely.
It's just that you've gone through all this trouble.
How about this? I'll take care of this girl from now on.
After clearing his throat, Chen Lang spoke his mind, wanting to take this opportunity to cultivate a relationship with the girl.
Upon hearing this, Fang Ye's big eyes darted around. He quickly realized Chen Lang's purpose and a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Oh.
Whatever Brother Lang says goes.
That's right.
This girl's name is Wang Pan.
She's 24 years old and used to be a print model.
Even now, she has a lot of suitors.
Brother Lang, you'd better put in a good effort.
Chen Lang felt a pang of embarrassment when Fang Ye exposed his true feelings.
Then, laughing it off, he saw Fang Ye out.
Chuan left long after dropping Chen Lang off. He was incredibly busy. After everyone left, Chen Lang slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. He began to carefully observe the girl. She truly lived up to her reputation as a print model. Her face and figure were both top-notch, and she even exuded a wild charm.
Snort.
In her daze, Wang Pan let out a soft moan, likely due to discomfort caused by her fever.
Chen Lang saw this. He grabbed a towel, dampened it with cold water, and wiped her forehead.
The icy touch made Wang Pan open her eyes slightly, and she saw that Chen Lang seemed a little confused.
Chief.
As the leader of the entire camp, it's perfectly normal for her to know Chen Lang. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded.
It's me. You get some rest, you'll be fine.
But unexpectedly, Wang Pan was perhaps delirious from the fever, and he actually reached out and grabbed Chen Lang's hand, pulling it towards his chest.
Oh, isn't this inappropriate? Chen Lang was dumbfounded. Was this girl really this proactive? He'd never seen anything like it before.
However, Wang Pan only made this one movement before falling back into a deep sleep, which was probably a haphazard act while half asleep and half awake. Clearly, Chen Lang had also realized this. However, after looking around, he finally decided to leave his hand there.
Perhaps the other person wanted to use his hand to relieve the high temperature? No wonder she's a model, it's big and very bouncy.
Since no one was around, Chen Lang happily continued to harass her. Eating tofu was one thing, but eating tofu was another.
Chen Lang is quite reliable.
He has been taking good care of Wang Pan these past few days, giving her massages and wiping her body, keeping himself very busy.
That day,
Wang Pan finally woke up from her deep sleep.
She was initially at a loss, not understanding why she was there.
She was especially shocked when she saw Chen Lang standing to the side.
Chief, what are you doing here? What happened to me? Hearing Wang Pan's voice, Chen Lang also woke up.
Worried that she might misunderstand, he quickly explained.
You fainted, so I brought you to the building to recuperate. How about it? Are you feeling better?
It was the middle of the night, and they were alone together, so Chen Lang felt a little embarrassed. Although his intentions were quite obvious, he still tried his best to maintain the image of a gentleman.
Wang Pan was taken aback after hearing the explanation.
Then her face started to turn red. She woke up several times during her coma, so she did have some memory loss.
I think I remember now. So you've been taking care of me all this time? I remember you touched me and even wiped my body.
As she spoke, Wang Pan looked at Chen Lang with burning eyes. They were all adults, and Chen Lang wasn't without women. So she immediately guessed what Chen Lang was thinking. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected that his clandestine attempt to grope her had been discovered.
How was he supposed to explain this? Didn't you have a fever? That's why I'm helping you wipe your body to cool you down. Now that you're awake, everything's alright. By the way, do you sense anything different? Chapter 94 Mall.
Feeling Wang Pan's questioning gaze, Chen Lang simply laughed it off and quickly tried to change the subject.
You pervert leader, those are all excuses. Snort. You've shown them everything, don't you want to admit it? Wang Pan didn't follow his words.
Instead, she sat up and looked at Chen Lang with a cunning look in her eyes.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang was speechless. Was this girl always so blunt? No way. What kind of person do you take me for? We'll talk about that later. I really want to.
Before Chen Lang could finish speaking, Wang Pan pulled him into her arms and said with seductive eyes.
You bastard, I've liked you for a long time. I want to be your woman.
In the post-apocalyptic world, being able to climb up to Chen Lang's tree in the camp was something many women longed for, and Wang Pan was no exception.
While talking,
she moved even closer to Chen Lang, her breath sweet as orchids.
Since it's nighttime now, why don't we? Faced with such seduction, how could Chen Lang possibly resist?
Without thinking twice, he flipped over and jumped onto the bed.
All right, since you insist. Then this leader won't stand on ceremony. You've just recovered from a serious illness, so today I, the chief, will give you a good nourishing meal.
Wang Pan was pinned down by Chen Lang, but a joyful smile appeared on her face as she giggled incessantly.
The great battle has begun. The two fought fiercely until the first light of dawn appeared in the east. I can't take it anymore. You truly live up to your title as the leader, you're too fierce. No wonder you have so many women. If you met someone with a weaker constitution, they wouldn't be able to withstand you.
In the end, Wang Pan was the first to give in, begging for mercy repeatedly before falling asleep.
Upon seeing this,
Chen Lang was still somewhat unsatisfied, and he originally wanted to ask Wang Pan what kind of superpower she had awakened.
However, considering that she was still somewhat weak, they decided against it.
Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Lang smoked a cigarette. He felt empty inside, as if something was missing.
Where's the system? Brother Lang, I'm here. Damn it, where's my reward this time? Didn't I get it? Why aren't you saying anything?
Brother Lang, I didn't want to disturb you since you were having such a great time.
Here I am.
After the upgrade, the system seemed to have become extremely user-friendly. There was no need for any voice broadcasts anymore. It directly displayed Chen Lang's latest rewards right in front of him.
Special ability, Precision Control. Grade, A.
Synopsis: the host has gained more precise control over his body, and the same applies to his superpowers.
Another a rank skill. It seems that the highest S rank skill he can get is probably only a rank, right? But this time, Chen Lang feels that his ability is a bit lacking. Precision Control? What's the use of that? Furthermore, this is a passive skill, meaning Chen Lang cannot directly perceive it. I considered it for a moment.
Chen Lang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he grabbed a wad of used toilet paper from the bedside table, glanced at a pen holder in the distance, and threw it over.
Middle. The crumpled paper traced a beautiful arc and landed perfectly in the pen holder. Chen Lang understood.
So this is what they call precision control. Putting everything else aside, at least my accuracy has improved a lot.
And then I realized it can even affect superpowers. Chen Lang conjured a water ball with a flick of his hand. He keenly realized that his control over this water sphere was at a very subtle level. I just worked up a sweat, let's take a shower.
With a thought, the water sphere dispersed into countless particles, which then fell onto Chen Lang, absorbing all his sweat and grime under his control.
Wow, this feels pretty good. With his eyes closed, Chen Lang experienced this unprecedented sensation.
He felt as if he were in a bathhouse, but the water droplets did not wet the bed.
This process is repeated.
Chen Lang cleaned himself thoroughly and then gathered the water droplets back up. However, the water droplets had changed color, so Chen Lang threw them into the bathroom.
This is interesting.
After playing for a while, Chen Lang felt that he hadn't had enough. Then he turned his gaze to Wang Pan, who was already fast asleep, and created another small water ball, which burrowed into Wang Pan's skirt.
I was just taking a bath.
The feeling wasn't obvious, but now that he was inside Wang Pan's clothes, Chen Lang felt as if the water droplets had merged with him, and he could even feel them. It was wonderful.
Finally.
Amidst Wang Pan's whimpering, Chen Lang grinned and stopped playing.
Leave the bedroom.
Everyone else got up too, and they all looked at Chen Lang with knowing expressions, clearly having heard what had happened yesterday.
Looks like we're going to have another sister.
Bai Jie made a face at Chen Lang, teasing him in her tone.
Fang Yeye asked Chen Lang with a face full of curiosity. Brother Lang, what kind of superpower did she awaken? Hearing this, everyone looked curious.
In fact, they were quite envious. They were extremely envious of Zhao Meng's ability to control ice and snow. Chen Lang scratched his head and smiled as he heard the question.
I haven't had a chance to ask yet.
But it's hard to figure this out in a short time.
You can talk to her more. After saying that, Chen Lang left.
Now that there are more and more superhumans in the camp, he plans to set up his own S-level superhuman department.
As for the candidates,
with Fang Yeye, Zhao Meng, and Wang Pan, the current number of players is still too small. He shared this idea with Chu Wan, who wholeheartedly agreed and expressed his concerns. Chief, your idea is correct, as the number of people with superpowers increases.
I'm afraid some people won't submit to management. Setting up this department will also help to keep an eye on people with superpowers.
The two hit it off immediately, and Chen Lang then asked him to choose a venue, a stadium not far from the building. This place can serve as both a residence for S-class ability users and a training ground. However, I'm afraid only you, the leader, can be directly in charge of this department. You must have the ability to overpower everyone. The King of Chu made this suggestion, and Chen Lang did not refuse.
He knew it was true force was always the simplest way to manage. From then on, Zhao Meng and the others then moved to the gymnasium to train. As for Wang Pan's special ability,
with Zhao Meng and the others' guidance, it finally became apparent that her abilities were more supportive, capable of amplifying the abilities of other superhumans. This made Chen Lang exclaim that he had struck gold again.
Squad S.
These are the final names from now on. They will be the pinnacle of all superpowered individuals in the entire camp. After dealing with this matter, Chen Lang had nothing to do again and began to stroll around the streets, thinking to himself how great it would be if he could have seen through the other party's level before awakening.
Just then, the system's voice popped up again. Brother Lang, have you forgotten? The point's small. There are tools inside that can make your ideas come true. Chapter 95 Identifying Glasses. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. Since it said so, the store must have the items he needed. Speaking of which, since the system upgrade, Chen Lang hadn't had a chance to properly study the mall, so he immediately brought up the mall's panel and started examining it. Items, superpowers, attributes. There are still 3 main categories.
Chen Lang first looked at the category of superpowers and thought that if possible, he would directly exchange for SSR superpowers.
Wouldn't that be awesome? Unfortunately,
the highest level of ability in the store is S level, and the points required are ridiculously high, starting at 100,000.
Isn't that absurd? I checked my current points. Since the last lottery draw, the total prize pool has only reached a little over 30,000. Shaking his head inwardly, Chen Lang turned his attention to the props category. After searching for a while, he finally found a magical prop. Identification glasses. Synopsis: by wearing these glasses, you can identify the level of someone's superpower. This thing is great, and there's no limit to the number of uses. How many points? Chen Lang was satisfied with the results, but when he looked at the price, he was speechless. It cost a whopping 30,000. Damn it, system, are you doing this on purpose? Chen Lang said irritably, this price has just used up all my points. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, the system quickly replied. Brother Lang, I only reminded you because I saw you can afford it now. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang pursed his lips and thought, fine, 30,000 it is. These points can be spent however I want. There's a saying that goes, what's the most painful thing in life? It's dying before you've spent all your money. Without further hesitation, Chen Lang immediately exchanged the glasses, which then appeared in his hand and looked quite ordinary. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Lang took him along. He couldn't wait to test the power of these glasses, so he started observing the pedestrians on the street. Grade D, Grade D, Grade C, Grade D. Depend on. Why are they all noobs? Not even a single B-rank player? After watching for a while, Chen Lang was speechless. But thinking about it, it was normal. If powerful superpowers were commonplace, how could anyone play the game? I considered it for a moment. Chen Lang decided to find a place with more people. Where would be crowded? No question, it was the shopping mall. However, although it is a shopping mall, only a few stores are open now. But people have been suppressed for a long time since the apocalypse, and there's another point, most of those who like to go shopping are women. Driving, Chen Lang arrived at the mall. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people, who all looked at him. Wow, is that Chief Chen? What's he doing at the mall? Hey, he's wearing glasses. Did the leader become nearsighted from overworking managing the camp? But he looks even more handsome with glasses on. Hearing their praise, Chen Lang didn't care whether it was true or not, he was quite happy anyway. At the same time, he pretended to push up his glasses and then looked at the book again. But what he didn't expect was his actions caused these women to misunderstand. Whenever he sets his sights on someone, the person assumes that he is interested in them and blushes involuntarily. Those who were more timid were alright, they smiled and nodded at Chen Lang. But there were also some bold ones who, after making eye contact with Chen Lang, immediately came over and started chatting. I really didn't mean anything by it, I was just looking around. You guys go ahead and shop. Don't worry about me, really, I don't want to go for a drink either. After seeing off yet another burly, heavily made up woman, Chen Lang felt this wasn't a solution, even though she was actually ranked B. He then found a secluded corner to hide in and began to observe secretly. Looking at it this way, the whole morning had passed, and the highest grade was only B. Not even an A grade appeared, which made Chen Lang a little disappointed. Looks like I was overthinking it. S rank isn't that easy to find. Shaking his head, Chen Lang prepared to head home, but as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a woman. I'm so sorry, did I hurt you? A woman's voice came from the other side. Chen Lang looked up and saw a young girl dressed in a pure and innocent style, with the air of a girl next door. Oh, I'm fine. Are you all right? He answered instinctively, and then Chen Lang suddenly realized that this girl was actually an A-level student. If I can't find an S rank, an A rank will do. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang immediately had an idea. This was the first time he had encountered an A-level ability user besides his own woman, and he had to win him over. Only then did the girl realize that she had bumped into Chen Lang. Her face turned bright red instantly. Ah, it's the leader. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. The girl kept apologizing, her face full of panic. She was the kind of person who was rather timid, and she was even more flustered in front of a big shot like Chen Lang. After saying that, the girl prepared to leave, but Chen Lang wasn't about to let her go so easily. There were so many people in the camp who knew when they'd meet again. If we wait until they realize this before trying to win them over, it will be too late. Wait a moment. Chen Lang called out to her, and the girl looked over with some confusion. But what excuse should we use? Before Chen Lang could think it through, he blurted out a very outrageous statement. You just hit me and left like that? His original intention was to get closer to this girl and then arrange for her to stay at the gymnasium, but he didn't have a suitable reason. The words had barely left his mouth. Chen Lang realized he was in trouble. How had he made it sound like he was threatening someone? Sure enough, after hearing this, the girl's face turned pale and she stammered. Then, Chief, what do you want? The girl had also experienced the apocalypse. Although the camp was still relatively orderly, she knew that Chen Lang was the local tyrant. If he did anything to her, no one would object. Although she also admired Chen Lang to some extent. But she's not willing to be forced. I'm actually hungry, so please treat me to a meal. By the way, where do you live? There was no other way since things had already come to this point. Chen Lang could only bite the bullet and continue, thinking to himself that he would have to learn a little more about how to deal with women in the future. The girl's face turned even paler. A wary glint began to appear in her eyes as she looked at Chen Lang. Just as she thought, they were about to go to her house. But she didn't dare to refuse. What if Chen Lang loses his temper and takes her right here and now? Alright, then come with me, leader. I have food at home. Although it's a bit simple, it's all what I earned through hard work, so I hope you won't find it offensive. Chapter 96 The Flying Man.
And so, Chen Lang inexplicably ended up at the girl's house.
She lived alone, and there were many locks on the door. It's conceivable. Someone like her must live a very insecure life every day.
Although the camp is gradually returning to order, there are inevitably some ill-intentioned individuals among them.
Oh, right, I haven't asked you your name yet. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Lang tried to make conversation to ease the atmosphere. The girl went to pour Chen Lang a glass of water first.
Upon hearing the question, he quickly brought over his water glass and answered carefully.
Reporting to the chief, my name is Wei Nini. Oh, Wei Nini. That's a nice name.
You're very beautiful, just like your name suggests. After taking a sip of water, Chen Lang casually complimented her, while pondering how to guide Wei Nini to the gymnasium.
He didn't want to reveal the true purpose of S-Team's existence too early.
On the other hand, Wei Nini forced a smile when Chen Lang praised her, as she felt that he was implying something to her.
I didn't dare linger.
Wei Nini hurriedly went to the kitchen to get busy, while Chen Lang organized the rest of the conversation.
For a long time.
Wei Nini finally came out of the kitchen again, carrying 2 hot dishes, and placed them on the dining table.
These are all we have left at home. Please don't mind, Chief.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang stood up and walked to the dining table. His eyes narrowed immediately. He had thought that Wei Nini's description of the place as simple was just modesty, but he hadn't expected it to be truly simple.
2 dishes.
One is luncheon meat stir-fried with chili peppers, and the other is chili peppers stir-fried with eggs.
Do you like spicy food?
Chen Lang was a little speechless, but since he was a guest, he couldn't be too picky.
Wei Nini was somewhat embarrassed.
Replying to the chief, I am from the south and do not like spicy food.
But
these are all the ingredients we have at home that we can use for cooking.
Hearing this, Chen Lang suddenly realized, yes.
I've been living a good life for too long and have forgotten that this is the apocalypse.
Let alone frying eggs.
It's already a miracle that you can barely survive, yet you're still being picky.
That's just pretentious.
Oh, it's okay, I like spicy food. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward again, and Chen Lang didn't dare to say anything more.
I sat down and started eating.
Luckily, there was rice to go with it, so it wasn't too spicy to swallow.
This meal.
Chen Lang found the food a bit unpleasant. After all, he had Zhangya, such a beautiful cook, at home, but Wei Nini ate with great relish. Although she was supposed to be treating Chen Lang to dinner, she ate most of it.
You wouldn't believe it, she's so thin, but she can eat a lot. After the meal,
Chen Lang sat on the sofa to rest, while Wei Nini went to wash the dishes.
At the same time, she began to worry. Chen Lang didn't leave after finishing his meal. He was deliberately sitting there.
He must want to sleep with her.
Wei Nini was conflicted. Should I resist? Will I lose my life because of it?
Lost in these random thoughts, I finally finished washing the dishes, and by the time I came out, it was already dark.
Nini, there's something I want to tell you. Chief, I'm willing, but please be gentle. I'm still a virgin. Coincidentally, the two spoke at the same time, and Chen Lang was immediately stunned. What? What do you mean by gentler?
Huh?
What did you say? Chen Lang thought he had misheard.
Wei Nini glanced at him with tears in her eyes.
She had finally mustered up the courage. Was he going to humiliate her again? Chief, don't go too far. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. At worst, I'll just die. I'm not afraid.
Seeing Wei Nini's sudden agitation, Chen Lang knew she must have misunderstood something, so he explained.
I don't know what you're talking about. But actually, I have something I want to tell you. You know the gymnasium, right? The camp has just started a new department, and I hope you can work there. A job? Wei Nini was stunned. What's the meaning? After all this time, is Chen Lang trying to assign him work? Huh? Chief, what do you mean? You didn't come here to sleep with me tonight?
Wei Nini was somewhat taken aback, but also pleasantly surprised, and her complexion immediately improved a lot.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. After all that, it turns out they thought I was a pervert. Of course not, who do you take me for? But if you're willing. No. Before Chen Lang could finish speaking, Wei Nini interrupted him.
Chen Lang scratched his head awkwardly and said, yeah, that's true.
It's actually normal to be unwilling. Wang Pan's case is a special one.
Having finished explaining, Chen Lang had no reason to stay any longer, so he told Wei Mimi to go to the gymnasium to report to Zhao Meng the next day and say that it was his arrangement. They also made a promise. The treatment at the stadium would definitely be much better than what she was getting now, which made Wei Mimi extremely happy. After giving his instructions, Chen Lang left. On the way, he thought a lot. Today's events were a lesson. Looking ahead, we still need to pay attention to methods and approaches. But Wei Mimi is indeed quite pretty. As his status rose, Chen Lang's mindset began to change. Although today's events were somewhat embarrassing, he was actually secretly pleased. Perhaps this is the pleasure that power brings. At night, the streets are almost deserted, as it's not safe. Chen Lang walked slowly. Just a short while ago, he was struggling to make ends meet every day, and now he has become the leader of a city. Fate is truly amazing. Sudden. A strange red light streaked across the pitch-black night sky. Chen Lang's eyesight is now very good. He saw that the red light enveloped a person, and behind that person was another person, who seemed to be fighting. Holy crap, could it be a superhuman? After only a moment's hesitation, Chen Lang leaped forward, for this was now his territory. Fly to high altitude. Chen Lang could see more clearly now, and sure enough, it was two people fighting. One man and one woman. The man was enveloped in black mist, while the woman was covered in flames. The two stood on opposite sides, glaring at each other angrily. You bitch, I made you captain because I think highly of you. You actually won't sleep with me. Do you really think you're so capable? The man, shrouded in black aura, pointed at the woman and began to curse. The woman's expression immediately changed, and she responded with her actions. He casually tossed a fireball over there. The man was unable to dodge in time and was hit by the fireball, letting out a wail. Damn it, they're so ungrateful. The black mist engulfed the flames, and the man, enraged, charged at the woman and grabbed her by the neck. But that woman wasn't someone to be trifled with. She suddenly unleashed flames from her body, causing the man to scream in agony once more. Useless trash, you think you're worthy of sleeping with me? Believe it or not, I'll burn your thing to a crisp. Chapter 97. This is a problem. Chen Lang maintained a suitable distance, concealing himself in the night sky to observe from the shadows. Damn, what level are these two? Muttering to himself, Chen Lang pulled out his glasses and immediately lost his composure. 2A levels. Sure. No wonder it can fly and fight. While Chen Lang was watching the show, the man covered in black energy screamed louder and louder, and finally couldn't help but let go of his hand. Unexpectedly, the woman became even more ruthless. She embraced the man tightly, and the flames erupted once more. Ah! With a scream, the man was burned to a crisp and then fell to the ground. Looking at this scene, Chen Lang nodded secretly, guessing that the man had fallen for the woman's trap, been lured close, and ended up being killed instead. After dealing with the man, the woman prepared to leave. Chen Lang saw this. His eyes darted around, then he rushed over, shouting as he went. Wait a moment, heroine. Upon hearing this, the woman froze for a moment, then looked at Chen Lang with a surprised expression, seemingly astonished at when he had appeared there. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang smiled. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Lang, and I am the leader of this city under your feet. Isn't it inappropriate for you to be fighting on someone else's rooftop in the middle of the night? Upon hearing this, the woman frowned, and the flames on her body, which had been weakening, began to burn again. What do you mean? Chen Lang remained completely calm, because he sensed that he had established a connection with the fire, meaning he could control the fire on the woman's body. I don't really have any particular interest, but you seem quite skilled. How about considering joining my camp? With the awakening of superpowers, the world will eventually belong to those with superpowers. Chen Lang had anticipated this, so he was thinking of recruiting more good candidates for his camp as soon as possible. Heh, you? You think you're worthy? Unexpectedly, the woman sneered at Chen Lang's invitation. But Chen Lang wasn't surprised. Or rather, this is what he envisioned: an ordinary person suddenly awakens superpowers. It would be abnormal if they didn't act wildly. Your fire element is quite pure, let me borrow it to play with. Chen Lang didn't offer much explanation. He snapped his fingers, and the flames on the woman's body immediately gathered towards him. Seeing this situation, the woman panicked immediately. She tried her best to control the flames on her body, but to no avail. What did you do? Stop.
Stop right now.
Seeing that she couldn't stop Chen Lang, the woman became flustered and shouted anxiously. Chen Lang simply smiled and looked at her. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really won't be able to tell the difference between the king and the queen. But in just a moment, Chen Lang's smile froze on his face, as the flames subsided and the woman's body was gradually revealed.
She actually went completely naked.
Well, actually, that seems normal, since even if she had clothes, they should all have been burned.
You bastard. As the last wisp of flame was extinguished, the woman was completely exposed. And then she started to fall. Seeing this, Chen Lang was dumbfounded.
He had thought that this woman had the ability to fly, but it seemed that she was using flames to sustain herself.
Damn, this is a huge mistake. Without hesitation, Chen Lang immediately swooped down.
Finally, before the woman landed, he pulled her into his arms and at the same time saw her face clearly. The woman had a head of red hair. She wore glamorous makeup, had fair and smooth skin, and a curvaceous figure.
What a hot girl. This outfit, if worn before the apocalypse, would definitely make her a total hottie. You bastard, what are you doing?
While Chen Lang was still in a daze, the woman seized the opportunity to break free, and squatted down on the ground, covering her private parts with both hands. Seeing this, Chen Lang shook his hand.
I didn't know you weren't wearing any clothes, did I? Or shall I take you to my place to change your clothes?
As he looked the woman over, Chen Lang expressed his limited apology. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with anger.
Pervert, Tui. What exactly do you want?
Judging from her behavior, Chen Lang guessed that this woman wouldn't be so easily recruited, and his attitude immediately turned cold.
Alright, since you're not interested in my camp, I won't force you. Answer a few questions for me. I can let you go, but only if I'm satisfied.
Upon hearing this, the woman looked at Chen Lang, her eyes filled with shame and indignation, but she also knew that she was no match for Chen Lang.
Okay, go ahead and ask. Chen Lang nodded and spoke. The first question. Where do you come from?
The woman frowned slightly, then answered without hesitation.
War God Camp. Speak like a human being. Dong'an City. Dong'an City? Chen Lang frowned and thought for a moment.
It was a place not far from Xining City, about 300 kilometers away.
My second question is, how many people with superpowers do you have there?
Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, a smug glint flashed in the woman's eyes.
Humph, except for that weakling from before. I am the only one with superpowers. Of course, this excludes people outside of management.
Chen Lang was speechless for a moment at this answer, then said coldly.
Stop talking nonsense, I'm referring to everyone in your camp. Confess.
Otherwise, I'll hang you on the wall so the people in our camp can have a good look at you tomorrow. After being threatened like that, the woman obviously became much more obedient.
No, I'll tell you. As far as I know, we have over a dozen superhumans in our camp, and new ones are awakening every day. So many? Chen Lang suddenly felt a little resentful. Our own camp is a bit inefficient. Okay, one last question, why did you run away?
The woman's expression changed again, and she said angrily.
It's all because of that lecherous guy. I should have become the captain after I awakened my superpowers. And that bastard actually made me sleep with him. If his superpowers were powerful, that would be one thing, but what kind of bullshit dark messenger is he?
It sounds nice, but he's just a piece of trash who can control smoke.
Controlling smoke? That's some truly bizarre superpower. However, Chen Lang also gleaned some information. Just as he had predicted, the survivor camp was not the only one of its kind. Moreover, other camps have also begun to awaken superhumans. Also, there seem to be many kinds of superpowers, and they may be repeated. For example, one's own elemental control is like an upgraded version of this woman's superpower. Do you have any other questions? If not, can you let me go?
Seeing that Chen Lang remained silent, the woman couldn't help but ask, her eyes full of pleading.
Don't be fooled by her ruthless methods. But when faced with someone stronger than themselves, they become obedient. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang looked at her thoughtfully. To let her go or not to let her go? That is the question. Chapter 98 Dong'an City.
In the end, Chen Lang decided to keep his promise and release the woman. The two cities weren't far apart, and perhaps she would be useful in the future.
The woman was very grateful to Chen Lang.
She never expected that in the apocalypse, there would actually be people who kept their word. She had originally thought that even if Chen Lang didn't kill her, he would at least toy with her for a while.
Thank you, Chen Lang, right? I'll remember you. My name is Yu Jie. I will repay you if I have the chance. After thanking Chen Lang, the woman activated her powers again and left. After all this trouble, Chen Lang was also a little tired, so he went back to the building to sleep. The next day,
Wei Mimi went to the gymnasium to register and started training with Zhao Meng and the others, while Chen Lang continued to search for potential superhumans in the camp.
Time passed day by day. The S-team is gradually growing in size.
And more people are beginning to awaken. Fortunately, Chen Lang had the foresight to manage and brainwash these powerful individuals in advance, while he taught a lesson to those overconfident scoundrels.
That day,
Chen Lang came to the gymnasium for inspection and nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the crowd in the training field.
Zhao Meng saw this.
She quickly came over and handed him a report.
Chen Lang, take a look. This is the current personnel list for our S-team.
Excluding those already in the building, there are 21 new people. There are 10 people with combat-type abilities, 5 people with support-type abilities, and enhancement type. As Chen Lang reviewed the reports, he looked quite satisfied.
He paid particular attention to his women.
Bai Jia possesses the ability to disguise herself, allowing her to transform into different appearances. Lu Ruoyao possesses offensive abilities, allowing her to create spikes out of thin air. Zhanya possesses auxiliary superpowers, enabling her to control the temperature of objects. There are all sorts of tricks and variations, but as for their actual effectiveness in combat, that's something they'll have to figure out for themselves. Very good, in this way, everyone has a certain ability to protect themselves.
I feel much more at ease now.
After saying that, Chen Lang looked at Zhao Meng and spoke again.
By the way, how's your superpower training going? Show us. After all, it's an S-class.
Moreover, Zhao Meng is exceptionally intelligent, and Chen Lang wants to see how far she can develop her superpowers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Meng's face revealed a rare hint of smugness.
Alright, then I'll show you. But we need to find another place.
This place is a bit small, and I'm afraid I won't be able to maneuver properly. Seeing this, Chen Lang's interest was piqued, so he went to a larger open space behind. Zhao Meng first pointed to the sky. A chill suddenly burst forth from her fingertips, shooting straight into the sky. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow in confusion, not quite understanding what she was up to.
Hey!
With a soft shout from Zhao Meng, there were no dark clouds in the sky, but a light rain suddenly began to fall, and the ground was soon wet.
That's interesting, artificial rain.
Chen Lang smiled and clapped to show his appreciation, but this wasn't the end of it.
Zhao Meng smiled slightly, twisted her body into a beautiful arc, and then slammed her palm onto the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, the rainwater on the ground turned into ice, and that wasn't all.
As Zhao Meng raised her hand, the ice quickly condensed into several long spears.
Middle.
With another soft shout, the ice spears burst forth, hurtling towards the concrete wall.
Thump!
The next moment, all the ice spears were embedded in the wall, and Chen Lang couldn't help but nod repeatedly.
Sure, Xiao Meng. Just like a mage. Your skills remind me of a game I used to play. There was a skill called Frost Shot. Zhao Meng was very happy to receive such praise from Chen Lang.
But he still spoke shyly.
No. It's just something I made up, it's far from accurate. Give me more time. We should be able to create even more powerful skills.
After saying that, Zhao Meng looked at Chen Lang with a sly look in her eyes.
By the way, how are you doing now?
He's been hooking up with a few girls lately.
I imagine your strength has improved quite a bit.
As expected of Zhao Meng, she seemed to have vaguely guessed that Chen Lang's way of improving his strength was related to picking up girls. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang grinned. Without saying a word, he simply raised his hand, and the ice spear was in his grasp. This stunned Zhao Meng, who clearly felt that she had just lost control of the ice spear.
But before she could ask a question,
suddenly, another burst of fire erupted in Chen Lang's hand, and the ice spear instantly melted into water.
This. Wait, there's more.
Chen Lang splashed water onto the ground, then raised his hand, and a spherical mud ball flew into the air and landed on a stone lion not far away.
This move is for control. The mud ball encased the lion, then solidified instantly. That move is destructive. The stone lion was trapped by the mud and could not move.
Although it was not supposed to move in the first place, before the stone lion could struggle, it shattered into countless pieces. Upon seeing this, Zhao Meng covered her mouth in shock. She was at a loss for words. She had thought that after awakening her superpowers, the gap between her and Chen Lang wasn't so big anymore, but now it seemed that Chun Chun had been overthinking it. There's simply no comparison when it comes to the control and application of elements. This is just one of my special abilities. Seeing Zhao Meng's surprised expression, Chen Lang found it amusing and teased her. Zhao Meng pouted after hearing this. "Sai, you're a monster, there's no comparison." Chen Lang smiled, patted her head, and then comforted her. "I'm your man, of course I have to be better than you, but you guys are great too. Seeing you all like this now, I can leave with peace of mind. Especially you, without you, managing this camp wouldn't be so easy." Zhao Meng smiled as she listened to Chen Lang's words of comfort, but she felt increasingly uneasy and then looked up.
"What do you mean by that? You're leaving? Where to?"
Looking at Zhao Meng's pretty face, Chen Lang then turned his gaze to the east.
"Dong'an City. There's a camp there too. We can't keep working in isolation like this. I'm going to go there. On the one hand, we'll see if we can recruit talent for our camp.
On the other hand, I'm worried that these independent camps might clash in the future, so it's better to prepare in advance." Hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Meng opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't say anything.
She knew Chen Lang was right.
Although the camp is currently doing quite well and its strength is growing day by day, this is not a long-term solution. We must establish contact with the outside world.
Only by knowing ourselves and our enemy can we win every battle. So, how do you plan to get to the camp there? As the leader, they'll probably be very wary of you."
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang's lips curled up, and he said with a burning gaze,
"Don't worry, I've already thought it through. This matter. Bai Jia can handle this for me." Chapter 99 Highway Exit.
After giving Zhao Meng some instructions, Chen Lang also called Xu Wen over, entrusting the camp management to the two of them during his absence.
After that,
Chen Lang then found Bai Jia and used her disguise ability to change her appearance so that she wouldn't be recognized.
Amidst everyone's reluctance to part, Chen Lang bid them farewell and then headed alone towards Dong'an City.
Driving his car, Chen Lang sped along the highway. He saw countless wrecked vehicles on the road, which must have been caused by drivers losing control when the apocalypse first broke out. Whether it's a driver mutation or a passenger mutation. Just thinking about such a confined space is terrifying.
Dong'an City is not too far from Xining City. Chen Lang set off in the morning and arrived at the Dong'an City highway entrance around noon.
Halt! Who goes there? Just as he was about to exit the highway, several uniformed men wielding rifles suddenly jumped out from both sides and simultaneously pointed their guns at Chen Lang.
"Don't shoot. I'm human." Feigning fear, Chen Lang parked the car, raised his hands, and got out. "Hello, I'm from a nearby village.
The village is full of zombies. I had nowhere else to hide, so I decided to try my luck in the city, thinking there might still be survivors here."
"I'm a good person, I meant no harm."
Chen Lang hurriedly explained that since he had come to find out the situation, he had naturally already prepared his explanation.
Upon hearing this,
the two uniformed men exchanged a glance, then simultaneously looked behind them, only to see several more armed men suddenly appear behind them.
It seemed this was a second ambush. Among that group of people,
a man with a scar on his face slowly walked out. Judging from his demeanor, he was probably the leader of this group.
"Oh? From a nearby village?
It's amazing you've survived this long.
What's your name?" Chen Lang looked at him and quickly answered.
Reporting to the leader, "My name is Chen Tao, Chen is in Near East, and Tao is in Waves and Waves. I'm 23 years old this year.
A resident of Qinjia Village, Fuxing Town."
This information was also something he had prepared beforehand, and he recited it without a second thought. Seeing this, the man who looked like a leader nodded in satisfaction and then spoke.
You seem pretty clever, but that's not enough. Take off your clothes. We need to check you before we can let you into the camp."
"Take off your clothes? These guys are really careful. But even if you take off my clothes, you still won't be able to see the supplies and weapons in my storage space."
Chen Lang would certainly not fight a battle he wasn't confident of winning.
Therefore, he had already stuffed enough supplies and weapons into his space, just in case.
"Okay, boss, I understand."
Without hesitation, Chen Lang pretended to be shocked and quickly took off his clothes, which immediately drew gasps of surprise from the people opposite him.
Wow, this kid's pretty strong.
Look at those muscles, those abs.
No wonder he's still alive. Looks like he's got some strength, and he's got some capital too. I've never seen anything like it before.
Seeing that Chen Lang was completely naked, everyone relaxed their guard and started joking around. The man who looked like a leader observed him for a while, then nodded in approval, a smile appearing on his face for the first time.
Not bad, a good prospect. Welcome.
This place is no longer called Dongan City, it's now called War God Camp, and from now on you're one of us.
This is the pass. With this, you can freely enter and leave the camp, but you need to register at the newcomer registration office first, and they will arrange everything for you from now on.
As he spoke, the man handed Chen Lang a card with several large characters written on it.
War God Camp, Pass.
Seeing this, Chen Lang quickly put it away, thinking to himself that this thing was pretty good and that he should get one for his camp in the future to make management easier. The car was eventually impounded. On the one hand, it is to avoid hiding dangerous items, and on the other hand, driving is not allowed in the camp, except by management.
Escorted by 2 uniformed men, Chen Lang finally arrived at a pavilion, not far from the highway exit.
The uniformed man exchanged a few words with the people inside the pavilion and then handed Chen Lang over to them.
Name?
After the handover was completed, a woman's voice came from inside the pavilion.
Oh, my name is Chen Tao. Age? 23 years old. Gender? Male.
Although he couldn't see the woman's face, Chen Lang guessed from the voice that she was probably an older woman, and a difficult one at that.
The conversation ended.
There was silence in the pavilion, as if no one was inside at all. After waiting for a while, Chen Lang wondered if the goods inside were asleep, so he couldn't help but ask.
Wait, what's the rush, you country bumpkin? Don't you know the rules?
Be gentle, you bastard, you're such a pervert. The woman's voice came again, full of impatience and mixed with panting. This noise startled Chen Lang.
It seemed that the person inside was... Oh shit. As expected of the apocalypse, they're really going all out.
Another minute passed, and then a long whistle came from the pavilion, followed by a sticky card being thrown out of the small window.
This is your number, 69527. Report to Sector D.
Chen Lang rubbed the card on the ground with disgust, then looked at it.
It had his number, name, age, and region printed on it. Does this number refer to the current number of people in our camp? And another question. Where is Zone D? Which direction is it in? Holding the card, Chen Lang inquired, hoping to obtain some more useful information.
But his response was...
Bang!
The half-open window was completely shut, accompanied by frustrated grumbling and cursing. Seeing this, a hint of speechlessness flashed across Chen Lang's eyes.
As it stands,
the organization of the War God Camp is quite detailed, but the service attitude is a bit poor.
Of course, it may just be an isolated case. Looks like I'll have to find it myself.
Chen Lang shook his head, then started walking along the road leading into the city.
As we walked,
he saw a woman's figure ahead, lingering at the crossroads, seemingly struggling with something.
Take a few quick steps. Chen Lang leaned closer and spoke. Hello, are you also a newcomer to the camp? My name is Chen Tao. We've just been assigned to Zone D.
After a brief self-introduction, Chen Lang approached with a friendly smile, but before he could get any closer, the woman suddenly turned around and raised her hand at him warily.
Stand still, or I'll get rough. As the woman spoke, Chen Lang felt as if someone was grabbing his neck. A superhuman?
Chen Lang immediately realized what was happening, and then, with a thought, he took out his glasses.
Chapter 100 Arrival in Zone D. Chen Lang listened to the woman and didn't move forward.
Instead, he put on the glasses and began the examination.
Level C?
Chen Lang murmured, somewhat disappointed. Chen Lang had thought this newcomer would be a promising talent, but he was only a C level, so he immediately lost interest.
Alright, since you're being so careful, you can go now. I'm right here. Can I leave after you leave?
Having learned about the other party's ability level, Chen Lang abandoned his plan to travel with her, and judging from the woman's appearance, she seemed to be a troublesome person as well.
He decided it was best to stay out of it.
But to her surprise, the woman thought Chen Lang was scared because he was so obedient and frightened by her superpower.
Hey Tao, I'm asking you, are you also from District D? So do you know where Sector D is? I am now ordering you to lead the way for me, do you understand? TSK, Chen Lang couldn't help but click his tongue when he heard the woman's words. What bad luck, this guy is also from District D. Bringing her along wouldn't be a bad idea, but that tone really annoyed Chen Lang. Who the hell are you? Giving me orders? I can't be bothered with you. After saying that, Chen Lang turned and walked away. He had just noticed a sign at the intersection that pointed to the D area as being on the right. To break free from the shackles of female superpowers. Chen Lang left without looking back. A look of surprise flashed across the woman's face, then she frowned and raised her hands at Chen Lang again. That's her special ability. It can launch attacks on people from a distance. Sensing that the woman was up to her old tricks again, Chen Lang didn't even turn around. He simply waved his hand and blocked the energy she was sending from afar. This startled the woman again. She hadn't expected that her sneak attack would be seen through by Chen Lang. After shaking off the woman, Chen Lang saw that no one was around. He then used his supernatural ability, and suddenly his feet seemed to fly, allowing him to take flight at low altitude. Damn it, I wish I could drive. So far. How long would it take to get there on just 2 feet? While cursing, Chen Lang moved forward quickly. After a while, he finally saw another road sign. It read Supernatural Ability Appraisal Center and the arrow pointed in the opposite direction from Zone D. Seeing this, Chen Lang pondered for a while. He ultimately decided to go to the Ability Assessment Center first, since that was his main purpose in coming here, to find potential ability users. Soon. As a towering building appeared, Chen Lang deactivated his superpower. Looking at the crowd gathered at the entrance. This must be it, the Ability Assessment Center. Chen Lang nodded and then squeezed into the crowd. He saw that they were queuing up, but because there were too many people inside, the queue had stretched out to the outside. Brother, how was this superpower identified? Do you know? Seeing that everyone was holding forms, Chen Lang guessed that he would probably have to report to Area D first before he could get his appraisal done. But we're already here. I can't have made a wasted trip, can I? So Chen Lang grabbed someone who was relatively close to him and asked. When the man heard Chen Lang's greeting, he turned around and looked Chen Lang up and down before speaking. Are you new here? You don't even know how to identify superpowers. Chen Lang was somewhat surprised to hear this. How did he know that he was a newcomer? Yes, I'm the new guy. Hey bro, can you put in a good word for me? I've never been here before. As he spoke, Chen Lang took out a pack of cigarettes from his spatial storage and offered one to the man. Upon seeing the cigarette, the man's expression changed drastically. Damn, a cigarette. Bro, you're something else. You managed to get that. After the apocalypse, no one manufactured tobacco anymore, so it became a rare commodity. However, it was nothing to Chen Lang, as he had already stocked up on a whole supermarket's worth. He was puffing on his cigarette. The man seemed to have opened up and began to speak slowly. This ability testing center isn't anything special, it's basically just for testing abilities. You know what superhumans are, right? These days, they pop up every few days, don't they? So, to make statistics easier, the leaders set up this thing in each area. If you feel something is wrong with you, you can come here for an assessment. This will not only ensure your safe awakening of your superpowers, but also help you determine the type and level of your superpowers. Hearing this person's words, Chen Lang nodded repeatedly. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? In this way, as the leader, I could keep track of the superhuman situation simply by looking at the reports submitted by each region every day. By the way, brother, I have another question. How does this center know the type and level of superpowers? When they first awaken their abilities, the superhumans probably don't even know it themselves. Chen Lang thought for a moment, then asked again. He has glasses and can see, but the other person doesn't. How did they manage to do that? Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, the man blinked, then shook his head. I don't know either, but they have a way. All right. I'm not talking to you anymore, it's almost my turn, I need to get in. Thanks for the cigarette, bro. As they were talking, a group of people came out of the center, followed by another group of people going in. The man who had been answering Chen Lang's questions also went in. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang pursed his lips. It seemed that the only way to find out their testing methods was to try it himself. After that, Chen Lang then left the Ability Appraisal Center and headed towards Sector D.
It was getting late, and he didn't want to sleep on the streets that night.
Follow the signs all the way.
Finally, before nightfall, Chen Lang arrived at the entrance of a village.
This is what they call Zone D? It's actually a village? No way.
Chen Lang was a little confused, but he still walked over. There was a house with a light on at the entrance of the village.
Knock, knock, knock.
Hello, I am Chen Tao, number 69527, here to report for duty.
Is anyone home? Chen Lang knocked on the door and called out.
Soon, footsteps were heard from inside the room, and the door opened, revealing the head of a man with a face full of acne. Why are there still people here so late?
What a hassle. Come on in, let's go inside and register.
The guy with acne grumbled irritably, but still led Chen Lang into the house.
The house is all right.
The house is simply decorated and has a fairly complete set of furniture, but unfortunately there is no electricity, so it's mostly just for decoration.
Please fill out this form first.
The man with acne handed Chen Lang a form that read Population Information Form for District D. The required information was very simple, including names, ages, and blood types.
Chen Lang finished filling it out very quickly.
The man with acne didn't even look at it, casually tossed the form aside, and handed over a key.
Turn right after you leave the house, and it's the last single-story house at the very end of the village. You can live there from now on. Oh, right, no one is allowed to enter or leave the camp at night. Okay, let's get out of here, we'll talk about everything else tomorrow. Chapter 101 Meeting with Leaders.
As he spoke, the man with acne pushed Chen Lang out, not even giving him a chance to ask a question, and then closed the door behind him. Holding the key, Chen Lang stood dumbfounded at the door for a while.
Since we're already here, we might as well make the best of it.
It's not advisable to have any conflict right now, so he headed towards the accommodations that had been arranged for him. A short while later, Chen Lang arrived at the end of the village and found several dilapidated houses. They looked like they had been neglected for a long time and probably hadn't been inhabited even before the apocalypse.
Unexpected. Now that it's the end of the world, they've come in handy again.
Even in the apocalypse, it's still the same.
Damn it, there are so many good empty houses, but they just won't let me live in them. He's completely insane. Despite his complaints, Chen Lang tidied up the house quickly.
Just then, he heard a noise outside, as if someone was coming.
By the moonlight,
Chen Lang realized that the person who came was the woman he had met at the intersection during the day. He had almost forgotten that she was also from District D.
Looks like that guy with acne treats everyone fairly.
Seeing that women were also assigned here, Chen Lang felt much better. It seemed that this was the standard treatment for newcomers.
What a lousy place. What a dilapidated house. How can anyone live here? It's filthy. And why is there no food or drink?
The woman was clearly dissatisfied with the conditions here and immediately started cursing, smashing things to vent her dissatisfaction and resentment. She was, after all, a superhuman, yet she was being treated with such contempt.
Chen Lang leaned against the headboard.
Listening to the woman's occasional curses, he slowly drifted off to sleep.
The next day,
Chen Lang was sleeping soundly when a loud bang woke him up.
He rubbed his eyes and looked around, only to see the pimple-faced guy from yesterday standing in his room. Upon seeing this, Chen Lang's expression immediately turned sour. This guy was so ill-mannered. Hey you, what's your name, Tao? Get up right now. Come with me to report to the officer.
Stop dawdling and hurry up, or you'll be in big trouble.
The man with acne didn't linger. He left after saying that, and then quickly walked away.
Immediately afterward, a woman screamed from next door.
I suppose that woman also needs to report for duty.
However, that woman clearly didn't have Chen Lang's good temper, and her personality was also quite bad to begin with.
You shameless bastard, get out of here right now. Living in a pigsty is one thing. Damn it, you dare to trespass into my room? You're asking for it.
The man with acne clearly wasn't going to indulge her, and he let out a soft shout.
You want to be punished, huh? The new guy dares to be so unruly. I'll make an example of you today. Give you newbies a good lesson in the rules of the camp.
As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of fighting came from next door.
Chen Lang could only hear it but couldn't see it.
However, it was clear that the pimple-faced man had the upper hand, so it seemed that he was also a superhuman.
Indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover.
Before long, the woman was thrown out by the pimple-faced man like a dead dog.
You newcomers, do you see this? This is what happens when you oppose me. If you want to live well in the camp,
then behave yourselves. Starting now, within 3 minutes at most, everyone must assemble at the village entrance, or don't blame me for being impolite. The sounds of fighting attracted many people, and it was then that Chen Lang noticed that so many people were living in these dilapidated houses. They all changed their expressions upon seeing the woman's miserable state. They then hurriedly returned to their respective rooms, presumably to wash up and get ready.
Chen Lang had it very convenient.
He simply extracted the water element and took a quick shower.
It was quick and easy.
After he finished, he took out a piece of bread, ate it as he walked towards the village entrance.
The woman had already gotten up. I guess they're busy preparing right now.
It seems that the guy with the pimple didn't go all out. A short while later, the crowd gathered at the village entrance and spontaneously formed a line.
Chen Lang silently counted, and there were about 20 people.
This surprised him somewhat.
To be honest, these should all be survivors from yesterday, there are so many. 3 minutes to go, 1, 2, 3. Very good. Everyone's here. I knew it.
A good beating is the most effective treatment.
The man with acne circled the crowd, then nodded in satisfaction and said. Everyone looked straight ahead.
No one responded or moved, which reminded Chen Lang of his military training days. It seemed to be the same, and the pimple-faced guy was just like the instructor back then.
All right, everyone, turn right. Run and step.
The guy with acne counted everyone together and then started chanting slogans, which made him look even more like a real person.
After that,
led by the pimple-faced man, Chen Lang and the others first left the village, and then ran for nearly an hour before arriving at a small town. Many people have only average physical strength. After this long run, and with no food in my stomach, my steps were unsteady.
Boss, I can't take it anymore, I'm so hungry. I'm going to faint.
Please, can you give me something to eat first? Upon arriving in the town, a middle-aged man in the group couldn't take it anymore and began to plead, but the man with acne just gave him a cold look. Then, without looking back, they continued to lead the race. Seeing this, the middle-aged man could only continue moving, but he clearly couldn't keep up.
Another hour passed. More and more people in the group couldn't take it anymore.
They begged for mercy and sat down by the roadside, but the guy with acne ignored them and continued to lead the race.
Finally,
the guy with acne didn't stop until there were only 4 or 5 people left in the group.
You guys are not bad. All right. Let's rest for a bit, then we'll go see our district head.
Upon hearing this, everyone who had just relaxed tensed up immediately became tense again. The district chief was clearly the highest-ranking official in their D district. Chen Lang, on the other hand, was looking at the building in front of him.
Although the door plates and other signs have been removed, it's not hard to tell that this was originally the town's government office building.
The man with acne told them to wait there, then quickly ran into the yard and went upstairs, seemingly to give an announcement.
It has to be admitted.
Although Chen Lang had only been here for a day, it was clear that the War God camp was far more complete and organized than his own camp in terms of its systems. A sense of curiosity arose in his heart. What kind of person could manage such a large camp so well? While he was lost in thought, the guy with acne had already come out of the building and was waving at Chen Lang and the others.
Hey you guys, come here right now. Hurry up. District Chief Yi has agreed to see you, hurry up.
Upon hearing the greeting, the group exchanged glances with varying expressions before heading towards the building together.
Chapter 102 Appraisal Center.
Once inside the building, Chen Lang discovered that it was a hidden world. It wasn't visible from the outside, but inside it was filled with armed guards, all wearing the same uniforms as the man at the highway entrance.
Guided by the acne-prone man,
Chen Lang and the others arrived at a place that looked like a conference room, and then lined up in formation.
Clang, clang, clang. A short while later, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chen Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could this district chief be a woman? The next moment,
a familiar face appeared in his field of vision. It was Yu Jia, whom he had let go that day.
What a coincidence! Chen Lang had considered the possibility that they might meet again. But to my surprise, I ran into them on my very second day in the God of War camp.
Seeing this, Chen Lang subconsciously lowered his head, but then he remembered that Bai Jia had changed his appearance, so Yu Jia couldn't recognize him. So he raised his head again. Yi Yujie strode in, wearing high heels, and sat down on the chair in the middle.
So you're new to Sector D? Come on, introduce yourselves. The one on the left. Let's start with you.
The whole thing was like a job interview, but the person Yi Yujie had chosen wasn't intimidated and immediately started introducing himself.
Hello, District Chief.
My name is Fong Meng, and I'm 35 years old. I was a fitness instructor before the apocalypse. She's good at sports and also knows a little bit of martial arts.
Hearing the person's answer, Yi Yujie nodded, then scribbled a few lines on the notebook in front of her. Next.
Seeing this scene, Chen Lang recalled the times he used to interview others. There were 5 of them in total, with Chen Lang being the last one. He introduced himself by mentioning his skills, but it was all rather useless.
Finally.
Chen Lang was getting sleepy from waiting so long. It was finally his turn.
Good morning, leader. It's finally my turn.
My name is Chen Tao, I'm 23 years old, my ID number is 69527, and I'm good at singing, dancing, and basketball. I hope the leader will like it. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but glance at him. Everyone clearly thought he was very unserious.
In such a serious setting, why are you bringing up these things instead of talking about your life skills? Shouldn't those be considered hobbies? Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie couldn't help but raise her head. It was around this time. This was the first time she had observed Chen Lang closely.
She noticed that he raised an eyebrow, as if he had sensed something unusual, but he eventually returned to his normal expression and couldn't figure it out in the end.
Okay, so there were only 5 new recruits in Zone D yesterday, right? Write down their numbers.
Send them to the Ability Assessment Center first, and then we'll assign specific tasks based on their condition.
After putting away the papers in front of her, Yi Yujie gave an instruction and then got up and left. He didn't even glance at Chen Lang and the others again.
Seeing Yi Yujie leave, the pimple-faced man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chen Lang and the others and said,
You all heard what District Chief Yi said just now, right? Let's go. Next destination, the Ability Assessment Center.
So, led by the acne-prone guy, Chen Lang and the others had a quick meal and then started running again.
On the road.
Chen Lang couldn't help but ask the pimple-faced man what would happen to those who had fallen behind earlier.
He keenly sensed that there was something wrong with what Yi Yujie had just said. So many new people came yesterday, how come she said there were only 5? As the acne-ridden man ran, he glanced at Chen Lang, but his expression was no longer as cold and disdainful as before. He slowly spoke. They were eliminated, perhaps driven out of the camp, or perhaps killed. I don't know the specifics either. All I know is that anyone who got separated from the group was never seen again.
Upon hearing this explanation, the other 4 people's expressions changed, and they secretly rejoiced that they had survived.
Chen Lang simply nodded. This answer is similar to his guess.
After all, a camp is not a place to keep idle people, so there must be some rules for elimination, which is normal.
Therefore, power and strength can change a person. Chen Lang was completely unaware of this.
Now, his way of thinking has completely deviated from that of ordinary people.
Stopping and starting frequently.
This time, the guy with acne wasn't as anxious as before. They arrived at the Ability Assessment Center around noon, but there were still a lot of people there.
You wait here, I'll go get you the test results. Don't wander off.
After giving some instructions to everyone, the pimple-faced man left, and Chen Lang and the others, having nothing else to do, started chatting.
Does any of you know what this testing center does? Is it like something out of a novel? Can it help us awaken our superpowers?
If that's really the case, that would be so exciting.
I don't know. I'm a little worried. Could they be conducting some kind of experiment here? The name sounds kind of scary.
After all, they were not familiar with this so-called camp, and had just experienced a brutal elimination process, so they were all a little worried about this center.
Only Chen Lang. He was more curious than anything else. How could someone activate their superpowers ahead of time and be able to identify them? The man with acne returned quickly, carrying a stack of forms.
They approached and began distributing the goods.
Keep this form safe. You'll need it when you go inside. You need to return it to me after the assessment is complete.
The level of your special ability will directly determine your future development. The district chief Yi I just met was just an ordinary team member before she awakened.
Look at her, now she's the district chief.
As he spoke, the man with acne had eyes full of envy, as well as a hint of longing and admiration.
It's not hard to see. He must have feelings for Yi Yujie.
Chen Lang took the form and glanced at it briefly. There was nothing special about it, it just listed his name, age, and so on. The only difference was that there was a section for his special abilities at the end.
Zhao Long, take your men inside. It's your turn.
Not far away, a woman walked out of the center. She greeted the pimple-faced man loudly. It was at this moment that Chen Lang learned that the pimple-faced man's real name was Zhao Long.
I heard the greeting.
Zhao Long turned around and waved, then beckoned Chen Lang and the others to enter the center. Under Zhao Long's guidance, the 5 of them stood in a line and then began to walk into the venue one by one. This time, Chen Lang was the second in line, and he was starting to feel a little excited. On one hand, he was curious whether the center could identify his special ability, since it was given to him by the system.
On the other hand, Chen Lang was also curious, how would they deal with it once they determined their own ability level? Chapter 103 Strange Appraisal Methods.
Following the guide, Chen Lang and his group entered the venue, where they saw that it was divided into countless small cubicles, with people standing in queues outside these cubicles.
Upon seeing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Why did this feel so much like going to the hospital for a checkup? Alright, stop standing there like idiots, go and join the line.
Zhao Long, the man with acne, nudged them and then directed them to queue outside one of the cubicles.
Perfect. When they arrived, someone came out from inside.
He looked dejected, his face full of disappointment, and his clothes were somewhat disheveled. Chen Lang was really curious, so he stopped him and asked him,
"Brother, what happened? How did you do this authentication? Tell me about it."
But to his surprise, when the man heard Chen Lang's question, a look of shame and indignation flashed across his face, and he left with a cold snort. The others watched this scene unfold. They were also completely baffled.
Was this person always this strange?
Before they could think further, a voice came from inside the cubicle. It was a woman calling out.
Next, a girl was in front of Chen Lang in line. Hearing the call, she quickly responded and went in. Soon,
suppressed gasps came from inside, a sound that made Chen Lang feel like his heart was being scratched by cat claws.
Fortunately, the identification didn't seem to take much effort. The girl came out shortly afterward.
Her face was slightly flushed. She glanced at Chen Lang and the others, then quickly walked away to wait with Zhao Long.
Next, the shouts rang out again. It was finally Chen Lang's turn.
Chen Lang quickly slipped into the cubicle, but then he was dumbfounded.
There were 3 people standing in the small cubicle. 2 men and 1 woman.
Moreover, they were all wearing masks, but even so, Chen Lang could tell that the woman among them was quite pretty.
Chen Tao, right? Lie down and take your pants off.
It seemed that the woman was in charge, as she gave the orders without even looking up.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned. What is that? Isn't this supposed to be a test of supernatural abilities? Why are you making me take my pants off? Take it off, and do it now. Don't force us to take action.
Seeing that Chen Lang didn't move, the 2 men next to him slowly approached.
So that's what they were for. Okay, I'll take it off. A grown man like him, what's there to be afraid of taking off his pants? Besides, Chen Lang isn't wearing his own face right now.
In no time at all, Chen Lang stripped naked. At this moment, the woman put down the cardboard in her hand, turned her gaze over, and then frowned.
I told you to take off your pants. Who told you to take off your shirt too? Shameless. Hearing this, Chen Lang was speechless. Damn it, we've already taken our pants off, and you still care about this? What's the next step? Didn't you say you were going to do an appraisal?
Changing the subject, Chen Lang asked, but then he felt a chill down his spine.
Damn it, who attacked me?
Turning his head, he saw the woman stuffing something behind her.
Seeing this, Chen Lang could no longer tolerate it. Don't move, this is a sensor for testing. Move again. Be careful it doesn't break inside, I won't be responsible.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was stunned. He also understood why the man looked so gloomy and the girl in front of him had such an expression. Who invented this method of identification?
Is he gay? However, he really didn't dare to move around recklessly. If it really breaks inside, that would be even more embarrassing.
Frustrated and angry, Chen Lang lay on the bed, secretly staring at the woman behind him, thinking that he would definitely get revenge if he had the chance. The sensor changed color: green, red, yellow.
Oh my god. S-class superpower. He's actually an S-class ability user.
At that moment, the woman who was observing from behind suddenly exclaimed and brought her face even closer to the sensor. The two men next to him also changed their expressions upon hearing this.
This kid is actually an S-class ability user? I really couldn't tell. Sister Huang, should we report this now? Our D district finally has an S-class ability user.
There was no hint of surprise in their words, but Chen Lang thought to himself, so what if it's just an S-class ability? If I told you I had a few more, you'd be scared to death.
But at the same time,
he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that this little stick could actually measure his ability level.
Alright, you can get up now. The woman didn't answer the two men's questions.
Instead, she pulled out the sensor and spoke to Chen Lang, her tone noticeably gentler.
By the way, what's your name again?
When Chen Lang stood up, the woman stared intently at his face, as if trying to memorize his features.
Oh, my name is Chen Tao.
As he put on his clothes, Chen Lang answered. The woman nodded, murmured the name, and then took off her mask. Once the mask was removed, a clean, round face appeared before my eyes. To be honest, it can't be described as particularly amazing. After all, Chen Lang's women are all goddesses, but this woman is definitely outstanding among ordinary people. Especially when paired with her steady and composed temperament, she is still very attractive.
Chen Tao, right? I'll remember you.
Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Huang Yao. I'm a bit older than you, so you can call me Sister Huang from now on.
After she finished speaking, she reached out her hand to shake hands with Chen Lang, but seeing the strange look in Chen Lang's eyes, she seemed to have guessed something, and then smiled awkwardly and withdrew her hand.
Hee, my hands are a little dirty, sorry. Alright. The inspection is now complete. I'll have someone bring you the results later.
After that, she told Chen Lang to go out and wait for the test results.
Chen Lang then left the cubicle and went to Zhao Long's side. So, Chen Tao? What level of superpower do you have? Xiaoman is AB level.
To be honest, in our D district, if you can successfully awaken AB level ability, you can practically walk around doing nothing.
Since meeting Yi Yujia, Zhao Long's attitude towards them has improved considerably.
Chen Lang guessed that it was probably around this time that Zhao Long truly began to consider them as his own people.
Hee, then I'm a bit higher than her, I'm S rank. Chen Lang smiled faintly.
Anyway, the report would be out soon, so there was no need to hide anything.
Upon hearing this,
Zhao Long and Xiao Min's eyes whitened immediately. Actually, Xiao Min didn't quite understand, she only knew that S rank was obviously better than her B rank. But Zhao Long knew the significance of S rank.
Wow, really? You're not kidding me, are you? S rank? How is this possible?
The entire camp has nearly 200,000 people, and I heard there are fewer than 10 S rank members.
Chapter 104 Base. Hearing Zhao Long's doubts, Chen Lang was speechless. Did he really need to lie to him?
Just then, his report came out. It turned out that the man who delivered the report was one of the men from earlier. He held a report in one hand and a bottle in the other, then walked towards Chen Lang.
Here comes the report. Take a look and you'll see if it's true.
Zhao Long and Xiao Min immediately turned their gazes towards the man, looking over with great curiosity.
Before the man could get close, Zhao Long walked over first and spoke. Hello, I'm their captain. Just report it to me.
This is the normal procedure. Zhao Long reviews the report first, and then it is returned to the person in question.
But the man only glanced at Zhao Long before walking straight to Chen Lang and handing him the item. At the same time, lower your voice.
Your S-rank status needs to be kept confidential, so your report has been altered.
And this too. This is a potion that can help you awaken quickly. Drink it in a bit.
After saying just a few words, the man quickly left again, without even glancing at Zhao Long and Xiao Min once.
Wait until that person is far away.
Zhao Long then walked over with a dissatisfied look on his face and said angrily.
What's so great about him? He's just a B-level ability user. What are you showing off for? You don't understand any rules at all. If we weren't in the center, I would have taught you a lesson.
Zhao Long seemed quite displeased with the loss of face he had just suffered.
He snatched the report from Chen Lang's hand and then laughed. I knew you were bragging. S rank. You can't be that lucky.
After finishing speaking, he handed the report back to Chen Lang with little interest. Chen Lang looked at it and saw that the appraisal column clearly stated grade B, which was the same grade as Xiao Min's.
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
So that's what that person meant. Looking at the potion in his hand, he figured it was probably hush money.
But why did they make him hide his level? I thought about it for a while. A smile crept onto Chen Lang's lips.
It seemed that this war god camp was even more interesting than he had imagined.
After that,
the others also came out one by one, and their grades were all C.
That is to say, out of the 5 people who came for evaluation, there were a total of 2B and 3C. Alright, the assessment is over, and today's task is complete. Next, I will take you to the base, which is the actual living area of Sector D.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang suddenly realized, that's right, there are so many empty houses in the town, why make them live in that deserted, dilapidated village?
And so it went. Led by Zhao Long, the group began their return journey.
However, everyone was much more relaxed on the way back, and they got to know each other, which I'll mention here. Their small team. There were 5 people in total, including Chen Lang, 2 women and 3 men. The women were named Zhu Xiaoman and Lu Chanchan, and the other 2 men were named Li Wu and Sun Mao. They were all in their early 20s, a time full of hope. They're all young people. Before long, they became acquainted, and Zhao Long joined the conversation.
Since we'll be teammates from now on, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Long. I'm older than all of you, just call me Brother Long. Now I'm the captain of Squad 27 in Zone D. As for the team members, it's the 5 of you. From now on, we'll fight side by side.
With Zhao Long joining the conversation, the atmosphere became even more lively, and everyone raised their own questions. For example, the allocation of resources, the types of tasks, and matters related to awakening. Zhao Long was very patient and explained everything in detail. Supplies were obtained by completing missions, and the more you worked, the more you earned. As for awakening, according to the patterns they had discovered, only frequent battles could promote the faster awakening of superpowers.
Brother Long, I'd like to ask you something. Our camp. What is the promotion system like?
Chen Lang wasn't concerned about supplies or awakenings. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming here, and immediately raised his question. This question gave Zhao Long a sudden inspiration.
Hey, I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. You just arrived and you already want to be an official. But this is good news. It's about our camp.
After that, Zhao Long explained the promotion system in detail. They were now ordinary residents of District D, which was the lowest level.
Earn merit points by completing tasks.
Merit points are the main standard for promotion in the camp. The more merit points you earn, the higher your official rank will be.
Zhao Long also explained an important piece of information. That's what's called Zone D.
It doesn't refer to any specific area, but rather all the peripheral areas are called Zone D.
The closer to the center of the camp, the different zones are C, B, A, and the central city.
Your ability is B grade, which is quite good.
If you can awaken a combat type ability, maybe I can become the district chief of District D someday. I'm done for. Although I'm also a B rank, it's a pity that my ability is only support type. My time as captain is over. After Zhao Long finished explaining, he couldn't help but look to his side.
Although he couldn't see it very clearly, he could vaguely make out the towering buildings and clusters of skyscrapers.
Actually, the distance isn't far.
But the city was thus divided up, and only the district chief of District D was qualified to enter District C. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang also looked in the direction Zhao Long was looking.
At the same time, I became even more curious about this god of war camp. What kind of person could plan the city so well in such a short time? Final.
They returned to town and moved into an empty apartment building, which had originally been someone's home, so it had everything they needed.
Don't worry, the district will provide food. It should arrive before sunset. How about this? To celebrate the establishment of our Team 27, I'm treating everyone to hot pot today. Now it seems that Zhao Long is indeed not a bad person. Once he considers you one of his own, he is very enthusiastic.
These words immediately drew cheers from the crowd.
Soon after, the group gathered at Zhao Long's house and began preparing dinner. To Chen Lang's surprise, Zhao Long actually had a wife and children. However, she was not his first wife.
Similar to the relationship between Chen Lang and Han Xian, this is also a family formed after the apocalypse.
It is said that there are many such families in the camp. Zhao Long's wife is also a person who enjoys lively gatherings.
He kept chatting with everyone, which brought them closer together. Zhao Long came over with a bowl of dipping sauce and called out.
All right, everything's almost ready. Let's eat. Come on. Anyone who wants chopped green onions or cilantro, please add them yourself. Chapter 105 Exploration and Discovery.
With everything prepared, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to eat.
It was so delicious. But this refers to the people other than Chen Lang.
Since the apocalypse, Chen Lang has basically never gone hungry, and he also has a beautiful cook like Zhang Ye by his side, so hot pot didn't give him much of a feeling. Perhaps seeing that everyone was enjoying the meal, Zhao Long took out another bottle of baijiu.
Drinking again? You guys have a mission tomorrow, don't you?
Be careful not to drink too much and cause trouble. But Zhao Long's wife was not happy. It wasn't that she was stingy with the bottle of wine, but she was worried that getting drunk would affect her condition the next day.
Hearing his wife say that, Zhao Long quickly laughed it off and then helped the man up. It's all right, let's enjoy every day as it comes.
He didn't care whether the others could drink or not. He poured a glass for each of them, and just enough to finish the bottle.
We all clinked glasses. Xu Xiaoman stuck out her tongue from the spiciness and then asked, Brother Long, what mission are we going to have tomorrow?
Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Long with curiosity, hoping he could explain it to them.
Ah, that feels so good.
Zhao Long took a sip of wine, a satisfied look on his face, and spoke.
It's all right, don't worry too much, it's just some routine search tasks. Before awakening superpowers, the camp will not send you on combat missions.
Hearing him say that, everyone nodded at the same time, and their expressions relaxed again.
As long as it wasn't dangerous, that was fine.
They had finally found their organization and didn't want to die so soon.
Chen Lang actually wanted to carry out combat missions as soon as possible.
It was obvious that carrying out dangerous missions would lead to a faster promotion, but he ultimately didn't speak up, otherwise he would have drawn too much attention.
After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they left Zhao Long's house and agreed to meet back here at 8 a.m. the next morning. On the way back,
the others went straight back to their assigned accommodations, but Chen Lang said he wanted to wander around and learn more about the place.
Walking down the street,
looking at the many shops with their doors open, and even the restaurants, Chen Lang sighed again.
Even the outlying towns have almost returned to normal life. He wondered what the central area would be like. Your name is Chen Tao, right?
Suddenly, a soft call came from behind him.
He turned around and saw Yi Yujie. Ah, that's me. District Chief Yi, hello.
After a moment of surprise, Chen Lang tried his best to act like a newcomer.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie nodded, then picked up the 2 plastic bags she was carrying and said, Perfect timing. You seem to have nothing better to do, why don't you help me with my things? So that's how it is.
Chen Lang was wondering why Yi Yujie, as the district head, would stop him for no reason. It turns out she wanted him to do hard labor.
However, this is for the best.
Originally, Chen Lang still had many questions he wanted to ask.
Okay, District Chief Yi, give them all to me. Chen Lang eagerly stepped forward and took the 2 bags of things.
After a quick look, he saw that they were mostly snacks. Freed from her burdens, Yi Yujie felt much lighter. She stretched her shoulders, then walked ahead as if it were the most natural thing in the world, while giving orders.
Let's go, help me take it home.
So the 2 of them started walking one after the other. Chen Lang looked at her back and thought to himself that, judging from the time, this woman should have only been an official for a few days, but she was already very good at ordering people around.
District Chief Yi, are you buying so many things to entertain your friends? Chen Lang tried to start a conversation, and Yi Yujie didn't mind, answering casually.
I don't have any friends, I just buy food for myself.
Going to work every day. I'm feeling really down.
There are no movies or TV shows now, so I can only eat snacks for entertainment.
As she spoke, Yi Yujie looked on with a face full of complaints.
She thought being a leader would be easy, but she never expected to have endless work to do every day.
He, District Chief Yi, you've worked hard. By the way, how do we buy things at our camp? A barter system? Chen Lang nodded, then asked.
Actually, he had wanted to ask that question back at Zhao Long's house, but he refrained from doing so to avoid embarrassment.
Hearing Chen Lang's question, Yi Yujie combed her hair. Barter? We're not cavemen, of course we'll use money.
Oh, right. You're new here and don't know yet, but this money isn't the RMB from before the apocalypse. It's a currency that the camp created itself, called War God coins. At this point, Yi Yujie turned her head and glanced at Chen Lang.
What? Are you envious? I want to eat it.
Once you complete the missions, you'll naturally receive War God coins, so remember to work hard from now on. Complete the missions well.
After listening to the explanation, Chen Lang nodded. They've actually started using currency again here. But aren't they afraid that someone will forge it? He thought about asking Yi Yujie to borrow a so-called God of War coin, but it didn't seem appropriate given his current status. So he decided to wait until he finished the mission tomorrow. The town wasn't very big to begin with, and in just a few words, they arrived at a detached two-story Western-style building. Yi Yujie stopped and fumbled for her keys.
This must be her residence.
It's far better than where Chen Lang and the others are living now. Leaders really do have privileges, especially in the apocalypse.
Come in, just put my things on the coffee table on the first floor.
Yi Yujie opened the door and strode inside, issuing orders as she went.
She quickly took off her suit jacket, revealing a slightly wrinkled white shirt underneath, then casually kicked off her high heels before collapsing onto the sofa.
Yes, District Chief Yi. Chen Lang glanced at her and noticed that Yi Yujie's figure was noticeably plumper than when he last saw her. It seemed she had been eating quite a bit lately. Place the items on the coffee table.
Chen Lang looked around and, finding nothing more to say, decided to leave.
District Chief Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll. Etc.
What's the rush?
Can you cook? Make me dinner.
Leaning back on the sofa, Yi Yujie continued giving orders without even opening her eyes. This woman was truly being treated like a servant by Chen Lang.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
This woman seems to be pushing her luck, but upon closer inspection, I realize I'm just a newcomer, so it's normal for her to be bossed around.
So he didn't say anything and went straight to the kitchen to get busy.
Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Chen Lang had already mastered Zhangya's skills and soon brought out several hot dishes.
District Chief Yi, dinner is ready.
Seeing that Yi Yujie was still resting with her eyes closed, Chen Lang called out.
Hearing the sound,
Yi Yujie opened her eyes groggily, not expecting that she had actually fallen asleep. Then she sniffed and her expression changed instantly.
Wow, did you make this dish? It smells amazing. Chapter 106 The Way to Awaken.
Chen Lang was quite confident in his cooking skills, so he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while helping Yi Yujie set out the bowls and chopsticks.
There's something else I have to mention. The district chief's treatment in the camp must be quite good. He just saw that there were plenty of vegetables and meat in the refrigerator.
Yi Yujie looked at the delicious food, and without even putting on her shoes, she walked over barefoot and plopped down at the table.
It looks delicious, you know? I haven't had a proper hot meal in ages. I really couldn't tell. For a man, your cooking skills are amazing. As she ate the food, Yi Yujie kept praising it. Where is Chen Lang?
He sat quietly to the side, watching, a strange emotion welling up inside him. He seemed to suddenly understand why Zhangya liked to cook. The feeling of being fed was very comforting.
Why are you looking at me like that? Come on, eat with me, don't be shy. Yi Yujie felt a little embarrassed by Chen Lang's stare and muttered something. Chen Lang waved his hand.
She indicated that she had already eaten her fill at Zhao Long's house.
Oh, if there's nothing else, you can go back now. Zhao Long must have told you, right?
Starting tomorrow, you will all be official members of the camp and begin carrying out missions. With nothing else to do, Yi Yujie dismissed Chen Lang, which made Chen Lang think to himself that this guy was having a better time as a district head than his own boss.
Wait until you go out.
It was getting late, and Chen Lang was too lazy to wander around anymore, so he went back home, washed up, and went to sleep.
Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door, and Chen Lang was a little surprised. Who could it be so late? He didn't rush to open the door. He first looked through the peephole and saw that the woman standing outside was Huang Yao, the one who had done his psychiatric evaluation during the day. Hello Chen Tao, I'm Huang Yao. I need to talk to you about something. Could you please open the door?
Seeing that the door remained closed for a long time, Huang Yao raised her voice slightly and called out. Although he couldn't figure out the woman's purpose, Chen Lang was not afraid of her, so he opened the door.
Hello, Sister Huang, what can I do for you? It's so late. Hearing Chen Lang's question, Huang Yao looked around and then reached out to push Chen Lang. Let's go inside and talk.
This isn't the place to talk. Seeing her mysterious appearance, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He had felt something was off when she asked him to hide his ability level earlier, and now it seemed even stranger. After letting Huang Yao into the room, Chen Lang casually closed the door.
To be fair, Huang Yao is quite bold. Coming to a burly man's house alone so late at night, isn't she afraid? Sister Huang, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my test results again?
After pouring Huang Yao a glass of water, Chen Lang sat down beside her and asked, his intuition telling him that the matter was probably serious.
Thank you, Huang Yao said, taking a sip of water before pondering for a moment. Xiao Chun, what do you think of our camp? Instead of directly answering Chen Lang's question, Huang Yao asked another one. Chen Lang was somewhat confused. It's alright.
The system is well established and the hierarchy is strict, even though I've only been here for a day. Hearing Chen Lang's answer, Huang Yao shook her head repeatedly with a wry smile and said,
No, you're wrong, terribly wrong. These are all just appearances.
It may seem well organized, but the camp is actually rife with infighting and shady dealings, which is why I'm here today. After a pause, Huang Yao reached out and took Chen Lang's hand, her eyes full of sincerity. The camp is actually in a very precarious situation right now.
I believe that something big will happen in the camp soon. To be honest, the current blue leader has been completely sidelined.
Deputy Leader Zhou Zhang is attempting to unite with the camp's higher-ups to completely overthrow Leader Lan.
Chen Lang was completely confused by what he heard. He did understand, though, the War God camp was in internal strife, and the deputy leader wanted to be promoted to the top position. But what does this have to do with me? Sister Huang, I understand what you mean, but what does this have to do with me, a newcomer? You gods are fighting. I'm just a newcomer here, there's nothing I can do to help. Clearly, Chen Lang didn't want to get involved in this mess. He was there to observe and learn, and he wasn't interested in internal strife. No, Xiao Chen, it's related, and very related. You possess an S-class superpower. There are only about a dozen people in our camp combined, and if it's an offensive ability, the impact would be unimaginable. Despite Chen Lang's attempts to refuse, Huang Yao moved even closer to him and gripped his hand even tighter. The expression on his face was as if he was afraid Chen Lang would run away. This left Chen Lang speechless. He really was a piece of gold. He would shine wherever he went. Alright, Sister Huang, you said it yourself, even if I can help, it will have to be after I awaken. Don't even mention S rank. I'm just an ordinary person now. Otherwise, if anything happens, we can talk about it after I awaken? Since he couldn't shake them off, Chen Lang simply resorted to stalling tactics. Once he had thoroughly explored all the advantages of this camp, he would simply pack up and leave. Hee, Xiao Chun, you're right, but what do you think I called you here for today? Just say it. I can help you awaken your powers, that's my special ability. Huh? Helping people awaken their powers? This is the first time Chen Lang has ever heard of such a superpower. It's really quite rare. Thinking of this, Chen Lang secretly took out his glasses. Excuse me, Sister Huang, it's getting a bit dark. I'll wear my glasses. The reason was a bit lame, but Huang Yao, who was focused on winning over Chen Lang, didn't pay much attention to it. Huang Yao, S level. The glasses displayed Huang Yao's ability level, and Chen Lang was secretly surprised. She was actually an S level ability user. Why would someone be holed up in a place like Zone D? Furthermore, since Huang Yao's level is S, it's likely that her special ability is not just about helping people awaken their powers. Sister Huang, you just said you could help me awaken my powers? Is that true? And what is your level? Upon discovering that Huang Yao's level was S, Chen Lang's mindset underwent a subtle change. An immature idea began to rise in his mind, and he then inquired about it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao gave a wry smile and then answered without hesitation. I'm just an ordinary B-grade superpowered individual. But it's true that it can help people awaken superpowers. Upon hearing Huang Yao's answer, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. He felt that Huang Yao wasn't lying, which meant that her level had also been concealed from him. Or rather, in fact, that so-called appraisal can be completely manipulated. If that's the case, then the situation in this camp is probably even more complicated than Huang Yao just described. However, these were not what Chen Lang was concerned about. What he was curious about now was what Huang Yao's true superpower was. Simply helping people awaken their superpowers? This is too ordinary. Chen Lang is sure there are even more powerful effects. Sister Huang, how can you help me awaken my powers?
Chen Lang asked. Generally, the way a person with superpowers uses their abilities can also be used as a method to deduce their abilities.
But what I didn't expect was. Upon hearing Chen Lang's question, Huang Yao began to blush slightly. I'm not sure how to say it, let's just get started. Chapter 107 Lonely Man and Woman. Huang Yao's words startled Chen Lang again. What kind of inappropriate talk was that? Do? What do you mean?
But he soon realized he had misunderstood. Huang Yao placed her hands together with his, and then a strange energy flowed over.
Ha? What's this feeling?
Chen Lang was surprised, and at the same time, the system's voice came through.
Wow, Brother Lang, you've struck gold. This woman's superpowers are incredible. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
Although he had some sense of it, he wasn't quite sure what had happened.
Then the system spoke again.
Her ability is enhancement-based, and this energy can directly affect your ability.
To put it simply,
her ability is to enhance the effects of your superpowers, and it's permanent.
Permanently enhancing superpowers?
Chen Lang was somewhat surprised. Superpowers really come in all sorts of forms.
Then I started to feel it more carefully. Sure enough, although he couldn't see it, he clearly sensed that his body was undergoing some kind of change, and his strength seemed to be increasing. He enjoyed that feeling. However, before he could fully enjoy it. Ah!
Huang Yao suddenly cried out, and then collapsed into Chen Lang's arms.
Sister Huang, what's wrong? Helping Huang Yao up, Chen Lang asked in confusion.
Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and her face was somewhat pale.
Water, give me water.
Before she could explain, Huang Yao, who seemed very thirsty, said to Chen Lang. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang quickly poured her a glass of water and handed it to her.
Sister Huang, why are you sweating so much? It was already autumn, and theoretically, the summer heat should have subsided by now.
Huang Yao took a few gulps of water, and her complexion improved somewhat. Then she looked up at Chen Lang, her eyes full of surprise.
You still ask? It's all because of you. I want to help you awaken your superpowers ahead of time. But I didn't expect that you would drain me completely. This is something I've never seen before. You're quite unusual.
After hearing Huang Yao's words, Chen Lang understood. It seemed that his own abilities had drained Huang Yao's abilities completely.
But, come to think of it, she has 4S level abilities now. How could Huang Yao possibly withstand that?
Seeing Huang Yao's puzzled look, Chen Lang certainly couldn't tell her his secrets, but he couldn't bear to part with Huang Yao, his precious treasure. It was like he now had a power bank to continuously upgrade his superpowers.
Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. But Sister Huang, you may say that, but I don't feel anything special about it. Is this what awakening superpowers is?
With his mind racing, Chen Lang decided to tell a little lie so that Huang Yao could continue to improve his abilities for him in the future.
He pretended to be clueless. After listening to Chen Lang's words, a hint of disappointment flashed across Huang Yao's face. She had thought that she would definitely be able to help Chen Lang awaken his powers after putting in so much effort. Ha! It hasn't awakened yet? As expected, no wonder it's an S rank. Looks like I was too naive.
When helping others awaken their powers, I only need to use about 1/10 of my own strength.
S rank is truly extraordinary. Disappointment lasted only a moment, and Huang Yao's eyes lit up again. She was thinking.
That's precisely why I need to win Chen Lang over.
However, it's all right. I believe that as long as I help you use your abilities a few more times in the future, along with the aid of the medicine, your superpower will definitely awaken soon. And I have a feeling that your superpower will be extremely powerful.
As she said this, Huang Yao became more and more certain, staring intently at Chen Lang. Hearing her say that, Chen Lang chuckled inwardly.
It seems I don't need to waste any more words. After all that, Huang Yao was temporarily exhausted, so she told Chen Lang about what happened at the camp. It turns out she was originally in the central area. But she came to District D to help the current leader, whom she called the Blue Leader. The higher-ups are basically all Lu Bing's men now, so we can only try to find a solution from the grassroots. Sister Lan is a good person. But it's a pity she's too kind-hearted, otherwise Lu Bing wouldn't have been sidelined.
Actually, Chen Lang wasn't interested in these things, but in order to maintain a good relationship with Huang Yao, he listened quietly.
So, there are now two factions in the camp, one is Leader Lan's, and the other is Deputy Leader Lu's? The apparent harmony may soon be shattered. So both sides are now trying to win each other over, based on their respective influence? Listening to Chen Lang's concise summary, Huang Yao's eyes flashed with admiration.
Not only did he have unlimited potential, but he was also very intelligent. This was her current assessment of Chen Lang. That's right, Xiao Chen, tell me, this camp was clearly set up by Sister Lan. Although Lu Bing has made contributions, he has now gone too far. And I've also heard that he seems to be trying to infiltrate our forces.
Isn't that despicable?
As Huang Yao spoke, she looked intently at Chen Lang, seeking his approval.
However, Chen Lang found it utterly boring.
They've only had a few days of good food, and they're already fighting again.
If you ask me, power is a bad thing.
As long as it exists, this world will never be at peace. His only wish has always been to have his own peaceful home, and he doesn't want to build up any great power.
The situation in Xining City was just a result of being forced by circumstances. After saying that, Huang Yao immediately fell silent, speechless.
As for Chen Lang, his eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled his time in Xining City, and it seemed that he had become a little arrogant afterward.
Xiao Chen, what you said makes a lot of sense. If there's a chance, I really hope Sister Lan can hear what you have to say too.
Huang Yao is also an intelligent woman, and she quickly expressed her agreement with Chen Lang's words.
However, that's too idealistic, it's better to just talk about it. If it really comes true, I think it's still very unlikely.
That's also true.
What Chen Lang said is indeed out of touch with reality.
As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there is a world of its own.
How can there really be a world of perfect harmony? The topic has become somewhat heavy.
Chen Lang looked at them for a moment, then smiled again.
I was just saying it offhand. Don't talk about ideals. I'm already lucky to be alive right now, and I'll have to rely on you, Sister Huang, to help me awaken my powers again. Otherwise, if I encounter zombies again, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Hearing Chen Lang's flattery, Huang Yao smiled. She was quite satisfied with her special ability. Before the apocalypse, she was a doctor. That's why I really enjoy doing things that involve giving back. Xiao Chen, you're being too formal. From now on, we're comrades on the same side, so it's only right that I help you. All right. It's getting late, I should head back.
After saying that, Huang Yao stood up. Her strength had almost recovered.
Chen Lang also stood up, ready to see her out.
But before they could even leave the house, they heard horns blaring from the street outside their window.
Curfew time. No one is allowed to leave their homes. Chapter 108 First Mission. Upon hearing the announcement, Huang Yao and Chen Lang were both taken aback, especially Huang Yao, who immediately became anxious. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about that? Now Mom and Dad will definitely be worried. What should I do? What should I do? Huang Yao was talking to herself and pacing anxiously, which Chen Lang found a bit funny. She was so old, but her reaction was like that of a little girl. That's understandable. Huang Yao is a medical student, and medical students naturally have a longer study period.
In addition, she also took the postgraduate entrance examination, so she doesn't actually have much social experience. After pacing alone for a while, Huang Yao said in a harsh voice,
"It's okay, even if I get caught, they won't dare to do anything to me. Xiao Chen, I have to go."
Hearing that she was about to break the ban, Chen Lang quickly spoke up.
"Sister Huang, even though I'm new here, it wouldn't be right to break the rules, would it? And you yourself said the situation in the camp is complicated. What if such a small matter affects your future plans?"
Chen Lang kindly reminded her, but he also had his own plans.
Now that they were alone together, wasn't it perfect for something to happen at night? As long as Huang Yao is won over. Taking her away from the God of War camp in the future will definitely be an easy task.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Huang Yao immediately stopped what she was doing, realizing that Chen Lang's words made sense.
I almost ruined something big because of a moment of impulsiveness. But if she didn't go home, where would she stay tonight? Would she have to stay with this boy she'd only met once?
Thinking about this, Huang Yao's face flushed again.
But how are we supposed to stay here, a lone man and a lone woman?
Seeing that Huang Yao was wavering, Chen Lang quickly put on the appearance of a righteous gentleman and pointed his finger. My place may be a bit simple, but it's still a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. We can each sleep in our own bedroom. It's such a simple thing, and we can look out for each other at night. This kind of thing can't be rushed, so Chen Lang directly used a retreat as a way to express his attitude. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao thought for a moment.
He then blinked at Chen Lang and finally nodded. Alright, that's the only way then.
She thought to herself, after all, she was a few years older than Chen Lang, and seeing his innocent appearance, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything to her, right?
The matter is settled.
Next, they went to wash up separately, and Chen Lang very gentlemanly asked Huang Yao to go first. I have to praise the situation at the War God camp again. Not only are many shops operating normally, but the power has also been restored, so taking a shower is not a problem. Listening to the sound of the shower coming from the bathroom, Chen Lang felt a little elated.
During this period of time, he doesn't seem to touch women much. A moment later, Huang Yao came out.
Since she didn't have pajamas, she was still wearing her work clothes, but her hair was wet, making her look like a lotus emerging from the water.
I'm done washing, you can go now.
After saying that, Huang Yao quickly went into her bedroom and locked the door from the inside.
I heard a click sound. Chen Lang was immediately disappointed. He had thought that this woman, who did appraisals and looked at other people's butts every day, must be quite open-minded. He didn't expect her to be so cautious. What he didn't know was, although medical students like Huang Yao are immune to the human body, they are very innocent when it comes to relationships between men and women. Shaking his head, Chen Lang went into the bathroom, and was immediately greeted by a fragrance scent, the smell of shampoo. Forget it, you can't rush things. Take your time. Afterwards, Chen Lang took a shower. He had sweated a lot throughout the day, and then obediently went to his room. Nothing was said that night.
When Chen Lang woke up the next day, he found that Huang Yao had already left, and there was a note on the table.
Xiao Chun, thank you for letting me stay overnight. Wait for an opportunity. I will come back to help you awaken your superpowers.
Looking at the neat handwriting, Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly. Then his eyes glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already late for the meeting time, so he quickly washed up and set off.
We arrived at Zhao Lon's building.
The others had already arrived, and Chen Lang greeted them warmly, clearly indicating that the meal at Zhao Long's house had been quite effective.
Ta-da! Footsteps approached, and Zhao Long appeared, dressed in casual clothes. Everyone's here pretty early, that's good.
Very punctual.
Alright, now I'll explain our task for today.
After saying that, Zhao Long took out a piece of paper from his body, then looked at Chen Lang and the others and scanned it.
Xu Xiaoman, Chen Lang, you two are in charge of searching for supplies in this area today.
As he spoke, Zhao Long handed the paper to Chen Lang. The paper contained a map, and the destination was a small village north of the town, called Pingyuan Village.
Li Wu, Lu Chanqian, go here. Sun Mao, let's team up today.
After distributing all 3 pages of paper, Zhao Long spoke up while they were studying the route.
This is a necessary route for newcomers to the camp, but I believe it won't be too difficult for you. After all, you all crawled out of piles of corpses. But I still want to say that our team's motto is safety first. If we encounter a dangerous situation, we should not fight it out, but just come back and report it.
These words were quite humane, and everyone felt comfortable listening to them, nodding in response.
After that, Zhao Long then distributed the day's food to the group and provided each squad with a car, which, of course, could only be used during missions. Xu Xiaoman can't drive, so the job of driver fell to Chen Lang. Driving a car.
Chen Lang drove to the highway exit they had come from, and the other party quickly let them through after checking the permit in the car.
Brother Chen, why do you think the camp is making us search for supplies? Logically speaking, the supplies for the entire Dong'an city should be enough, right?
Since she had nothing better to do, Xu Xiaoman took the initiative to chat with Chen Lang, and it was at this moment that Chen Lang began to observe her more closely. Yesterday was a bit rushed, and everyone was sweating profusely. As a result, Chen Lang did not notice that Xu Xiaoman was also quite good-looking, but only in a sunny and healthy way. I'm not too sure about that either, but that's just my guess. There must be a reason behind this from the leadership. Firstly, this is another test of our abilities, weeding out newcomers who lack survival skills. Secondly, it's also to help us adapt to camp management. Of course, this is just my guess. Chen Lang explained as he drove. In a video he had seen before, it seemed that the reason why leaders like to create trouble for no reason is to make their employees listen to them more. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoman nodded blankly, responding as if she understood but not quite. Oh. I see, they're afraid we won't obey. That's why we need to train ourselves in advance. Brother Chen, is that what you mean? Listening to Zhu Xiaoman's understanding, Chen Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The words were rough but the reasoning was sound. This girl's mind was quite quick. Yeah, more or less. Your comprehension is pretty good. That's right. Before the apocalypse, what were you? Holy crap, what were you? Chapter 109 Encountering Robbery on the Road. As they were talking, Chen Lang suddenly slammed on the brakes. They saw that a bunch of stones had inexplicably piled up at a bend in their path, blocking their way. Zhu Xiaoman was also startled and quickly looked over. Where did all these stones come from on this perfectly good road? Can zombies move stones now? Hearing her question, Chen Lang did not answer immediately, but instead glanced around, his expression gradually turning cold. Zombies can't move stones, but humans can. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen burly men wielding weapons sprang out of the roadside bushes and approached him with menacing expressions. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaoman immediately understood. No further explanation is needed. They had clearly been robbed. Get out of the car. Looks like we're not going anywhere for now. Grab your weapons. Chen Lang said calmly, then got out of the car first, worried that it might be damaged. Zhu Xiaoman nodded and followed him out. Hey, what a lucky day, I even found a young lady. We've got fun tonight. Brothers, let's go check what good stuff is in the car. From the crowd, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, who was probably their leader, grinned maliciously. Upon hearing this, the others cheered. They then quickened their pace and surrounded Chen Lang and Zhu Xiaoman. Brother Chen, what do we do? Zhu Xiaoman glanced at the people who had gathered around, but she wasn't too flustered. She simply turned to Chen Lang and asked him a question. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang pondered for a moment. He decided that he couldn't reveal his special ability yet, so he would just use his fists to deal with these guys. What else can we do? Fight. Don't tell me you've never killed anyone. Just go for the kill. These people don't seem to be planning to let us off easily. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhu Xiaoman couldn't help but glance at him first, then silently nodded, her eyes turning cold. The closer those people got to them, the more excited they became. He kept scraping the iron rod and steel knife in his hands against the ground, making a sound. Hoo, brothers, charge. At the leader's command, the group swarmed towards Chen Lang and his companions. Chen Lang and Zhu Xiaoman, standing on either side of the car, also began to move. Needless to say, Chen Lang's side is also a story. These idiots weren't even worth a second to him. He could take them down with a single punch, without uttering a single word. To his surprise, although Zhu Xiaoman was not as strong as him, she was extremely agile and could even launch a counterattack while dodging. It will probably only take a few minutes. The group of people who were just moments ago looking fierce and menacing were now lying on the ground, most of them being dealt with by Chen Lang. Xiaoman, not bad, your skills are impressive? Chen Lang casually crushed the head of a groaning man and said to Zhu Xiaoman with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoman felt a little embarrassed. She smoothed her hair slightly, then casually took one down with a single blow, responding. Brother Chen, you flatter me. I just learned some self-defense techniques before, and I grew up in a village, so I'm quite strong. However, I'm nowhere near as good as Brother Chen. Wow, you're incredibly strong. This is the first time I've ever seen someone punch a person through. The two talked as they cleaned up the mess. Killing someone didn't bother them at all. Chen Lang's gaze towards Zhu Xiaoman now held a hint of appreciation. No wonder she survived for so long in the apocalypse, especially as a girl. She really has some skills. After killing all the thugs and clearing away the stones blocking their path, the two continued on their way. After that, they encountered no more robbers. Arrive at the designated village. They first sat in the car and observed the village. Perhaps because the apocalypse had been going on for some time, the village was completely devoid of life. Let's go see what else we can eat inside. Generally speaking, once the living creatures are gone, the zombies will leave, so this village should be relatively safe. The two got off the car. Chen Lang led the way, with Zhu Xiaoman following behind him, as they entered the village. Just as Zhao Long said, or perhaps the target location he assigned them after screening them, it was indeed very safe inside, with neither living people nor zombies.
So, the rest was simple. The two split up and began searching the village. Later, to make it easier to transport the supplies, they even drove their car in.
Foods that are not easy to preserve have naturally all gone bad. In the end, all that was collected were well-packaged instant foods, but there were still quite a lot of them, enough to fill the car to the brim.
Brother Chen, this much stuff should be enough for us to report, right?
I didn't expect this task to be so easy.
Should we head back to camp now? The matter was completed, but it was only noon.
As the two ate some of the food they had collected, Zhu Xiaoman asked Chen Lang a question.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang did not answer immediately.
Just as Zhu Xiaoman said, this task was too simple.
If we just keep drifting along like this, when will I be able to break into the camp's management? That's the question. Well, since there's nothing else, let's go back. Take advantage of the time. We can also explore the campsite more and learn more about it. If no new mission was assigned, then they should just go back. Chen Lang couldn't exactly go around killing zombies all over the world, could he?
Zhu Xiaoman, of course, had no objection to this.
So after a simple reorganization,
the two then embarked on their journey home, but when they returned, Zhao Long and the others had not yet returned, so they temporarily parked the car downstairs.
Alright, I'm going to go shopping now, let's part ways here.
After the car came to a stop, Chen Lang spoke, explaining his plan to explore on his own from now on.
But Zhu Xiaoman was somewhat conflicted. Brother Chen, can I go with you? I have nothing to do if I go back now. How about we go for a walk together? After listening to her words, Chen Lang looked at Zhu Xiaoman.
The girl's face flushed slightly, as if she was a little embarrassed, but she really didn't want to leave Chen Lang and go back alone.
Okay, I haven't gone shopping with a girl in ages. That's exactly what he was thinking, and having someone to talk to can help relieve boredom, right? Besides, Zhu Xiaoman is quite attractive.
With beautiful women by my side, exploring on my own isn't so boring. Upon hearing Chen Lang's agreement, Zhu Xiaoman immediately smiled, nodded quickly, and then skipped off the car. I haven't gone shopping in ages.
Thank you, Brother Chen. Alright, I noticed yesterday that there seems to be a shopping mall in town. Let's go check it out. Chapter 110 Combat Mission.
Chen Lang didn't have any ulterior motives to begin with, and when he heard Zhu Xiaoman say that, he agreed without much thought.
The two then headed towards the mall.
Along the way, the two chatted from time to time, but most of the time Zhu Xiaoman was talking to herself. It is said that she had an older brother, but he died at the beginning of the apocalypse.
Chen Lang looks just like her brother.
So she was very happy today that Zhao Long assigned her and Chen Lang to the same team. As for Chen Lang, he chatted with her casually, but his attention was mostly focused on observing the surrounding situation.
Arrived at the mall.
The door was wide open, so the two went inside.
Sure enough, there were many shops open for business, which made Zhu Xiaoman very happy.
She started browsing from shop to shop.
The business owners were also very enthusiastic.
Perhaps it's because business isn't good, and Chen Lang and his team are newcomers.
Wow, Brother Chen, look, they even sell cakes. Boss, did you make this cake yourself? It looks so delicious. Can I try some? But I don't have any money right now. Can I buy it on credit? Our captain should give us the money when he gets back today.
As Zhu Xiaoman shopped around, she flirted and acted cute with the shop owners, who were mostly burly men who were very receptive to her charms.
They didn't mind that she had no money and simply gave it to her for free. This actually benefited Chen Lang quite a bit. After a long stroll, the two of them didn't spend a single penny. Of course, they didn't have any money, but they did get to eat quite a lot.
As he savored the small cake in his hand, Chen Lang's eyes narrowed slightly.
It has to be said that this small town allowed him to experience a sense of human warmth that he hadn't felt in a long time. Brother Chen, it seems there are no shops around here. What a pity.
There are still very few shops in the town, all because of that damn apocalypse. They said they were going to have a good time shopping, but because there weren't many shops, they finished shopping in no time.
Zhu Xiaoman pouted a little disappointedly. Look at her like this.
Chen Lang couldn't help but think of Fang Yaya, and reached out to touch her head. I believe that before long, there will be more and more shops.
Like this now. I think it's already pretty good.
Feeling Chen Lang's caress, Xu Xiaoman's face began to flush again, but at the same time she nodded in enjoyment.
Yes, Brother Chen is right. So, where do we go next?
Hearing her question, Chen Lang thought for a moment. He felt that the quickest way to improve his status in the camp was to find the leader. I want to go see District Chief Yi and ask her if there are any other tasks.
Ha! Brother Chen, you're not a battle maniac, are you? Isn't this kind of comfortable life good enough?
Why do we have to actively seek out missions?
Xu Xiaoman was somewhat reluctant.
They had been running around for most of the day, and as a girl, she didn't want to go on any of those crazy missions unless she had no other choice.
Chen Lang smiled. I just feel like this is too idle. It's okay, you can go back first. Let's see if Xiao Long and the others have returned yet. If you come back, please help me turn in the mission too.
Hearing Chen Lang say this, Xu Xiaoman thought for a moment and then nodded. She did indeed feel a little tired.
Alright, Brother Chen, I'll head back now. Be careful.
The two parted ways. Xu Xiaoman returned to her post, while Chen Lang, relying on his memory, headed towards the town government.
We arrived at the entrance of the town government building. Chen Lang explained his purpose to the guard, and he was let in. In their view, there are many people like Chen Lang in the camp.
Some are born combat maniacs, some want to do more missions to earn money, and others are more ambitious and want to climb the ranks.
We entered the building. Chen Lang then noticed that there was a blackboard hanging on both walls with several large characters written on it. Task posting board. Looking closer, the smaller print below lists various tasks.
1. Help Luera find his lost Shiba Inu reward, 10 War God coins.
2. Help Zhao Lu's family repair their house reward, 50 War God coins.
Most of these tasks are trivial matters, and the corresponding rewards are all in money. It seems that they were posted by the camp residents themselves.
Chen Lang was somewhat disappointed.
He has enough supplies in his storage space, and they are of a wide variety, so the money is of no use to him.
Isn't there any task that could reward a promotion? Where are the zombies? Where are the bad guys? Why does this apocalypse seem more harmonious than the previous world? Does this author even know how to write? Muttering to himself, Chen Lang shook his head and prepared to leave. But at this time,
suddenly, a sound came from the small window in front of him.
A newbie to the camp with such a big mouth, complaining the mission is too easy? If I gave you a high-level mission, could you even complete it? Upon hearing the sound, Chen Lang looked closely.
Inside the small window, there was actually a person sitting there, a little girl with pigtails.
Hey! Kid, what are you doing here?
Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, but unexpectedly, his words provoked strong dissatisfaction from the other party.
What child? Open your eyes and look carefully. I'm already 20. Maybe even older than you.
Besides, I may be level ability user, many times stronger than a newbie like you.
Watch your mouth.
A small head peeked out of the window, her face full of indignation as she expressed her emotions.
Oh? 20 years old? She looks like she's 10 years old. Is she a legal lowly?
Looking at her playful appearance, Chen Lang couldn't help but smile again and then teased her.
Oh, so you're a B rank senior. My apologies for not recognizing you. But if you're so good, why don't you go out and do some missions? What are you doing cooped up here?
Hearing Chen Lang say that, the girl became even more smug and then flicked her bangs.
So you're a newbie, can't you even tell? I'm the boss.
Of course, leaders sit in offices.
Aren't you envious?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang pretended to suddenly understand, and then said with an envious look.
I see. Then, senior, how can I become a leader like you? To be honest, I also want to work in an office.
As the girl listened to Chen Lang's words, her dissatisfaction with him seemed to dissipate unintentionally, and she nodded maturely. Of course, that requires countless bloody battles, or you need to possess talents that ordinary people don't have.
Or perhaps, to complete a highly difficult mission.
It has to be at least a C-level or higher mission for you to have a chance of promotion. As Chen Lang listened to her explanation, he noticed a blackboard in front of her with the words combat mission written on it.
So he took advantage of the moment when the other person wasn't looking and touched it to examine it. Combat mission. 1. Guard the entrance to the camp and ensure the camp's safety difficulty level, D.
2. Clear zombies from designated areas to expand the safe zone difficulty level, D.
3. Collect zombie crystal cores and safely bring them back to the camp difficulty level, C.
10. Discover and kill the Zombie King in Advanced Difficulty Level A.
Chapter 111 Seeking Death?
Looking at the task above, Chen Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, so the real task was here.
Only then did the girl in the small window realize that the taskboard had been taken away. Hey, who gave you permission to touch my things? Give it back to me. Give it to me, quick.
As she spoke, she leaned out, her little face full of dissatisfaction, looking very angry.
Upon seeing this,
Chen Lang took a few steps back, not intending to return the taskboard to her.
Hey, isn't this the mission board? It's not your personal property. Let me see what's wrong.
Upon hearing this, the girl's face immediately showed a hint of disdain, and she snorted contemptuously.
You newbie, these tasks are completely beyond your capabilities. You're utterly arrogant. Give it back to me. Don't waste other people's time, I'm busy. After saying this, the girl, though standing very low, spoke with an air of arrogance. However, Chen Lang simply looked at her indifferently.
Seeing this, the girl panicked and quickly pulled her head back. Then, a series of footsteps came, and she darted out from the corridor next door.
You idiot, can't you understand human language? Give it back to me. If you dare to cause any more trouble, watch out or I'll call the guards to arrest you.
It was only then that Chen Lang got a clear look at the girl. She was short and spoke in a cocky manner. Although she was wearing a suit, it made her look quite cute.
He watched the girl walking towards him.
Chen Lang grinned and casually grabbed her head.
Hey, isn't this discriminatory? Even though I'm a newbie, as long as I'm capable enough, why can't I take on this mission? Besides, I think all you're good at is issuing tasks. Whether the person who accepts the mission is qualified is not up to you, is it?
These words stunned the girl. She hadn't expected that Chen Lang, who looked so ordinary, was actually quite clever. He then stomped his foot angrily.
You. I said no, and that's final. During the argument, footsteps suddenly came from the hallway.
Chen Lang recognized the sound of high heels and turned to look. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again.
That's right. The person who arrived was none other than Yi Yujie.
She frowned slightly and slowly walked over in her high heels. When she saw Chen Lang, her eyes flickered.
It's you?
When Chen Lang saw that the other party recognized him, he smiled and responded.
Hee, District Chief Yi, what a coincidence.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie ignored Chen Lang and turned to look at the legal lowly, frowning as she spoke.
Chen Xiaoming, why aren't you working properly? What are you yelling about? Your voice could be heard throughout the entire building. Tell me, what exactly did you send? Hearing Yi Yujie's question, Chen Lang looked at the girl.
It turned out that her name was Chen Xiaoming, and she was from the same clan as him.
After Yi Yujie appeared, Chen Xiaoming's arrogance was noticeably less.
She took small, quick steps to Yi Yujie's side, her face full of ingratiating smiles.
Sister Yi, I haven't been slacking off, I'm working hard. It's all that guy's fault.
He's a newbie, and he insisted on taking combat missions from me.
Isn't he just asking for trouble?
I tried to advise him, but he wouldn't listen, so.
Listening to Chen Xiaoming's explanation, Yi Yujie looked at Chen Lang lazily again, her eyes filled with a hint of boredom. It's always like this. Why are all the new recruits so fond of causing trouble? After saying that, Yi Yujie raised her voice a few decibels. Your name is Chen Tao, right? Since you won't listen to Xiaoming, I'll tell you again now. Combat mission. This is a task that only experienced camp members can accept. Someone like you would have a very low chance of survival if you went. Instead of thinking about getting ahead overnight, you should think about how to keep your life a little longer.
While they were talking, Chen Xiaoming found a moment to secretly steal the taskboard back.
After explaining, Yi Yujie shook her head and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Chen Lang couldn't stand their behavior any longer. When it came to combat experience, he was miles ahead of them. So now they look down on us?
District Chief Yi, so you're saying you're preventing me from carrying out combat missions because you're concerned for my safety?
Then, I promise here. You just need to hand over the task to me. Whether you live or die is none of your business. Is that all right? Chen Lang just wanted to get into the management of the camp as soon as possible.
At present, carrying out combat missions should be the only way, so even if Yi Yujie was unwilling, he would force her to do so. These words were spoken.
Yi Yujie frowned immediately, then looked at Chen Lang with annoyance. Don't you know right from wrong? You finally managed to stay in the camp, why do you have to go looking for death?
Chen Lang simply shrugged in response to her question and said,
Are you so sure I can't complete the mission? Let's be honest.
Even without using my special abilities, I'm still very strong.
Chen Lang wasn't just showing off.
His physical attributes were now comparable to Superman's, and mutated zombies were a piece of cake for him.
Hearing Chen Lang's arrogant words, Yi Yujie laughed in anger. Fine, you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Chen Xiaomeng. Reporting to Sister Yi, I'm here. Seeing that Yi Yujie was angry, Chen Xiaomeng quickly stood at attention and replied. He wants to take on combat missions, right? Then give them to him. Good advice is useless against a damned devil. We've done and said enough.
This time, after Yi Yujie finished speaking, she turned around and left immediately. It was clear that she was very unhappy with Chen Lang's behavior.
Yi Yujie left. Chen Xiaomeng glanced helplessly at Chen Lang, then shook her head. Alright, since Sister Yi has said so. Take a look. Which of these tasks do you want to choose? You idiot. Hearing Chen Xiaomeng scold him, Chen Lang wasn't angry. He knew that the two of them just didn't understand him and meant well. No need to look anymore, I've already made up my mind. Let's make it the last one.
A level mission, discover and kill the Zombie King ahead of time.
The rewards for this mission should be the most generous, right?
Pointing to the task board, Chen Lang wasn't quite sure why they didn't list the task rewards there, but he could guess why.
Chen Xiaomeng was completely stunned when she heard this. An A-level mission? That's a mission only S-level masters can complete. My god, are you crazy? Don't you want to live anymore? Since you want to die, why are you even here at the camp? I really don't understand young people these days, TSK. Despite her complaints, Chen Xiaomeng didn't stop him this time. She took a small paper packet out of her pocket and handed it to Chen Lang. Chapter 112 Resource Allocation. Chen Lang took the paper package and unfolded it. It was a map, but much more detailed than the one Zhao Long had given him, with many red and black dots on it. Chen Xiaomeng sighed.
Red indicates a horde of zombies, while black indicates that there is not only a horde of zombies, but also a zombie king.
Have you ever seen the Corpse King? I've never even seen one. But I've heard it's an incredibly terrifying monster, many times more terrifying than a regular zombie. You'd better think carefully. Listening to Chen Xiaomeng's explanation, Chen Lang nodded silently, then grinned. I've thought it through, so what's the reward? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaomeng gave him a disgruntled look.
A-level missions are usually assigned to elite teams or S-level experts. The difficulty has increased, but the reward is also much higher. Therefore, the person who completes the mission can choose for themselves supplies, location, position, you can choose for yourself. Chen Lang had more supplies than he could ever use, so the base was of no use to him.
If I choose a position and complete this task, what kind of position can I be given? Hearing Chen Lang's unwavering answer, Chen Xiaomeng rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to persuade him any further. As for your position, since it's a combat mission, you won't be assigned to an office. An RD district. Right now, no individual or team has been able to complete an A-level mission, so I estimate that at the very least, you'll get the position of captain of an elite squad in the camp.
Chen Lang was immediately disappointed when he heard her say that.
Ha? You're just a squad leader? Isn't the district head suitable?
He had a pretty good idea, to jump directly out of District D by completing the task, and if possible, to give him the position of District Chief of District A.
Pa, you wish. You think you can take Sister Ye's place? Are you worthy? Being a district chief isn't something you can do just by having fighting skills.
You have no idea how amazing Sister Yi is. Yi Yujie seemed to hold a high position in Chen Xiaomeng's heart, and immediately launched a round of contempt towards Chen Lang.
Seeing this, Chen Lang could only laugh awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment. It seems he was indeed oversimplifying things. The camp is so well set up, so the selection of management personnel must be very strict. Alright, the captain of the elite squad will do. At least there's some hope. I'll just take on more challenging missions later. Having roughly figured it out, Chen Lang put the map away, smiled at Chen Xiaomeng, and prepared to leave. Wait, you haven't told me your number and name yet. So I can remove you from the camp.
and I can also inform your captain and teammates of your death. Chen Xiaoming grabbed Chen Lang and pulled him into the small house while shaking her head, where they registered.
Not long after. After registration, Chen Lang left amidst Chen Xiaoming's helpless gaze.
After all that commotion, half the afternoon had passed. Chen Lang thought for a moment and decided to go and tell Zhao Long that he hadn't received his reward for completing the task today.
We arrived at Zhao Long's building.
Then they saw a few more cars, so it seemed they had all returned, and then they went upstairs.
Knock, knock, knock.
After knocking a few times, someone quickly opened the door. It was Zhao Long's wife.
Little Chen is here. Come in quickly.
Upon entering the house, I saw that everyone had already returned, and there was some food on the coffee table, instant noodles, dried noodles, and some seasonings.
Xiao Chen is here.
I heard from Xiao Men that he did a great job today.
I didn't expect you to be so thin. He's actually quite a fighter. You can't judge a book by its cover.
It was Zhao Long who spoke. He stood up and, with a smile on his face, pulled Chen Lang to the sofa.
Chen Lang smiled and sat down without saying anything more.
The others were describing what had happened to them that day. It turned out that not only they and Zhu Xiaoman had encountered an accident, but everyone else had too.
But they encountered zombies.
Thanks to Brother Long for having a gun today, otherwise I would definitely be dead.
These zombies have become even fiercer now. Damn it, he's as strong as a tiger. We're in the same boat.
If we hadn't run fast, we would have been done for today. But even though we escaped immediately, we almost got caught by the zombies.
Listening to their conversation, Chen Lang seemed thoughtful.
It seemed that the zombies had become stronger recently.
But I'm sorry.
For Chen Lang, apart from the monstrous zombie he encountered that time, none of the others posed any threat to him, which is why he dared to roam around.
Alright, it's good that you're back safe and sound. Everyone, please be quiet.
As you can all see, the items on this coffee table are the supplies for today's mission. After Zhao Long and the others talked for a while, he stood up, raised his hand to stop everyone's noise, and then pointed to the supplies on the coffee table. However, I think you all have doubts, especially Xiaoman and Xiaochen.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Why is it that you brought back so many supplies, but only received such a small amount?
Don't worry, I'll explain now.
As he said this, Zhao Long looked at Zhu Xiaoman and Chen Lang. Although Chen Lang didn't care about this little thing. But he was genuinely curious as to why the distribution was done this way. Zhao Long paused, organized his thoughts, scanned the crowd, and began to speak with a serious expression.
Actually, the original operating principle of the camp was, the more you work, the more you earn. Simply put, whoever finds the supplies, they belong to them.
However, after implementing this for a while, everyone realized that it couldn't continue like this.
Due to the shortage of supplies, fights frequently broke out, and even people died. Actually, Chen Lang roughly understood when he got to this point. For a camp to function properly, it needs not only combat personnel, but also logistics and guard personnel. However, there are logistics and duty personnel. They won't have a chance to search for supplies, so wouldn't they be putting in effort for nothing? That's clearly unfair. That's roughly what Zhao Long was trying to say next. Therefore, everyone in the camp is playing their part, and the extra supplies are distributed to them. I think everyone will feel much better now, right?
After speaking, Zhao Long turned his gaze to Chen Lang, because he and Zhu Xiaoman had brought back the most supplies today. Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled faintly.
I understand, I'm fine.
Seeing that Chen Lang had no objections, Zhao Long smiled with satisfaction. He was about to say something when Chen Lang interrupted him.
By the way, Brother Long, could you please not assign me any tasks for tomorrow? I have something else to attend to. Chapter 113 Huang Yao is here again.
Hearing Chen Lang's words, Zhao Long looked puzzled.
He was a complete newbie, so what was going on? He couldn't help but ask.
These supplies should be enough for you to rest for a few days, but Xiao-chan, may I ask a question?
What are you referring to?
The others also looked curious. Everyone was in the same boat. They had no acquaintances or relatives in this camp, so what else could they possibly be talking about? Seeing this, Chen Lang thought for a moment. Since it's going to be made public sooner or later anyway, there's no need to hide it, so he said.
Yes, that's right. I accepted a mission at our camp today. Combat mission. And it has already been approved by District Chief Yi. Ha? A combat mission?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Long's expression immediately changed, and his wife, who was standing to the side listening to their conversation, also looked displeased.
Xiao Chen, you can't joke like that, don't lie to me. You really accepted the combat mission? That's impossible.
This level of mission is far beyond the capabilities of newcomers like you, and even the district chief shouldn't be able to handle it. Others may not know, but Zhao Long is well aware of the terror of combat missions, which leads to the story of how he became the team leader.
He was also in a 6-person squad back then.
During one mission, all 5 others perished, leaving only him alive. Seeing this, Chen Lang guessed that Zhao Long was going to try to persuade him, so he quickly waved his hand and said,
Brother Long, there's no need for you to try to persuade me. And this matter has already been approved by District Chief Yi, so I won't go back on my word.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Long opened his mouth, looking at Chen Lang with a face full of doubt and confusion, but in the end he still sighed.
Sigh, okay, I should have noticed it yesterday. You're too impatient. Even if I just want to rise higher. But this method is really unwise, you could lose your life in an instant.
The others realized the importance of the matter and looked at Chen Lang with a mixture of confusion and worry, but Chen Lang simply returned their smiles.
It's alright, Brother Long, I know what I'm doing, so don't worry.
Chen Lang felt it wasn't appropriate to say too much in detail, so he simply offered a simple word of comfort. After that, the atmosphere became somewhat somber.
Xu Xiaoman, in particular, kept stealing glances at Chen Lang.
In her eyes, she had finally gained a good teammate, but now he was going to die. This made her feel very upset.
Fine, since you've made up your mind, then as the team leader, all I can do is offer my support. You can take this.
Although it may not be very useful, it can still be used for self-defense. After a brief silence, Zhao Long pulled a gun from his waist and handed it to Chen Lang.
Chen Lang's eyes widened involuntarily.
He didn't expect Zhao Long to give him the gun he used for self-defense, and he quickly refused.
No, Brother Long, what are you doing?
As he spoke, Chen Lang stood up, but Zhao Long shoved the gun into his pocket without a word and said in a deep voice.
Since I can't persuade you, I'll do my best to help you. Our team has only just been formed.
I'll say it again, don't force anything, preserving your life is the most important thing. After saying this, Zhao Long turned around and went into the bedroom. Seeing this, his wife, Sister Long, leaned over to Chen Lang and said,
Xiao Chen, just keep it. This gun was left to him by Captain Along. But as Aaron said, remember, never push yourself. Staying alive is the most important thing. Since they had already said that, Chen Lang couldn't refuse any longer.
He nodded and put the gun in his pocket. Although it wasn't very useful to him, or rather, it was useless at all, he cherished the sentiment behind it.
Okay, thank you, I'll be careful.
After expressing his gratitude, Chen Lang couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore, which made him feel like he was really about to die, so he left first.
Back at my lodgings.
Chen Lang pulled out the map and studied tomorrow's route when a knock came at the door.
Xiao Chen, are you there? It's Huang Yao. Huang Yao? Upon hearing this voice, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. This woman had just come last night, and she's here again today. He immediately stood up and opened the door for her.
She was dressed casually today, wearing a light blue long dress with white stiletto heels.
She looked both innocent and sexy. Sister Huang, you're here.
After glancing at Huang Yao a few times, Chen Lang stepped aside to let her into the house. I had to go to work, so I was in a hurry this morning and didn't say hello.
Sorry.
Once seated on the sofa, Huang Yao was no longer reserved and apologized to Chen Lang. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Lang again.
I heard you're going on a combat mission tomorrow? And it's an S-rank one at that? Is this true?
Upon hearing this, a glint immediately flashed in Chen Lang's eyes. Judging from Huang Yao's words, she already knew about what had happened to him at the town government today.
Oh? Sister Huang knows District Chief Yi?
Instead of answering her directly, Chen Lang asked a question and poured a glass of hot water.
Huang Yao took the hot water and nodded naturally. That's right, she is also on Chief Blue's side. However, we don't know your situation yet. Regarding your true level, I have only reported it to Chief Lan so far.
Others on our side don't know yet.
I only heard about it from Xiao Yi during a casual chat today. Little Yi?
Chen Lang thought to himself as he listened to Huang Yao's address to Yi Yujie.
It seemed that Huang Yao's true level was higher than Yi Yujie's.
Yes, I plan to go on combat missions so that I can be promoted as soon as possible.
And I think with my current abilities, it shouldn't be a big problem.
Now that he knew, Chen Lang simply stated his purpose and reasons directly, saving Huang Yao from having to waste her breath. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao stared at him intently for a moment, then sighed softly.
Fine, I knew I couldn't persuade you otherwise. Come over today. I'm planning to transfer energy to you again. If we're lucky, it would be best if you could awaken today.
Hearing Huang Yao's words, Chen Lang smiled. The power bank had been delivered to his doorstep. He couldn't have asked for more.
Ha ha.
I didn't expect Sister Huang to care about me so much, thank you so much.
Then hurry up and come. I can't wait any longer.
Huang Yao channeled energy into Chen Lang, which not only made Chen Lang feel that his superpowers were enhanced, but the process was also very comfortable, as if his whole body was being nourished, so he enjoyed it very much. Nodding, Huang Yao didn't say anything more and opened her hands to grab Chen Lang's hands. Their hands were pressed tightly together. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat ambiguous again.
Chapter 114, number 69527.
The energy transfer didn't last long, and Huang Yao took the initiative to separate her hands. Even so, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Seeing this, Chen Lang felt a little sorry for him. So he raised his hand to wipe away Huang Yao's sweat, which made Huang Yao blush again.
Thank you, but I'll do it myself.
Pushing Chen Lang's hand away, Huang Yao began to wipe the sweat off her body, while secretly glancing at Chen Lang as if she had something to say.
Moment.
Huang Yao's breathing gradually calmed down, and then she stood up.
All right, that's all for today. Curfew will be in effect again if we go any later.
I hope this has been helpful to you tonight.
After saying that, Huang Yao prepared to leave.
But when he reached the door, he stopped and looked at Chen Lang.
There's something I need your help with. Chen Lang looked puzzled upon hearing this.
Oh?
Is there anything I can do to help?
Please tell me, Sister Huang.
Huang Yao seemed a little hesitant to speak, but after thinking for a moment, she finally said it. I didn't go home last night, did I?
My parents asked, and in my panic I lied and said I had a boyfriend, and then, they said they wanted to meet you.
No, that's not right. What I mean is, if you come back safely, could you pretend to be my boyfriend for me? That way, I can fool my parents for me? Pretend to be her boyfriend? Chen Lang's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this request.
Oh, this. Huang Yao thought Chen Lang was going to refuse, and her face showed some disappointment.
Well, you don't have to force yourself if you don't want to. It's okay. If there's nothing else, then I'll.
Before Huang Yao could finish speaking, Chen Lang interrupted her.
I can do it, I'm willing to help you with this. Just kidding. Chen Lang already had his eye on Huang Yao, so wouldn't this create an even bigger opportunity for him?
How could he possibly let this chance pass him by?
When Huang Yao heard Chen Lang's reply, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. Thank you so much.
So? We'll arrange a time to meet again when you get back safely.
Good night, bye.
After saying that, Huang Yao left with light steps, humming a song softly. It was clear that she was in a good mood, and Chen Lang's lips also curled up slightly.
The next day,
Chen Lang set off early, partly because he was afraid of running into Zhao Long and the others, and partly because he wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible. Driving the car that Chen Xiaomeng had approved, Chen Lang left the camp. According to the markings on the map, there are several zombie kings, but they are at different distances from each other. These zombie kings seem to have their own territories, just like humans.
Let's start with the closest one. Driving the car, Chen Lang determined the direction to go and sped off. It took about 2 or 3 hours to drive there.
In a county town far from the camp, Chen Lang slowly reduced his speed.
According to the map, this should be the place. But how did they know there was a corpse king here?
Looking at the zombies wandering in the distance, Chen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured.
It's not too difficult.
What he was curious about, however, was the war god camp.
How did they know what was going on here? Did they install satellites up there? That was a bit too far-fetched. Hello, are you a fellow soldier from the war god camp?
While I was thinking, a man in camouflage suddenly appeared out of nowhere and came to the car. Chen Lang paused for a moment, then nodded.
Right, I'm here to carry out the mission.
Clearly, the person in front of him was also from the war god camp. At the same time, Chen Lang also learned how the camp monitored this place. It turned out that it was all done manually.
Great, brother, the camp has finally sent people. You do not know.
I was suffocating in this place.
But it's good that you're here. Let's quickly kill this zombie king so I can go back to camp. Once the man confirmed Chen Lang's identity, he immediately became excited.
After saying that, he looked behind Chen Lang.
Hey bro, where's the rest of your team? Are they still behind us? You're driving pretty fast.
Chen Lang found it somewhat amusing to see him looking around so intently, and then patted him on the shoulder.
Stop looking, I'm the only one here.
Upon hearing this, the man was immediately stunned and looked at Chen Lang.
Are you alone? Are you kidding me?
There's a zombie king in here.
When did our D district have an S-rank expert? But even an S-rank expert might not be confident in a one-on-one fight against a zombie king.
Chen Lang had heard this kind of talk too many times, so he didn't explain any further. He simply headed towards the county town alone. Looking at Chen Lang's back, the man was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly heard a message in his ear. This was his ability to receive radio waves.
Rank mission, eliminate the corpse king. Has been taken over. Agent, Chen Tao, ID 69527. On-site personnel, please cooperate. Over.
Hearing the sound beside him, the man's mouth gaped open, wide enough to fit a pair of sneakers, number 69527.
He knew what that meant. He's actually a newcomer?
Has he gone mad? Upon entering the county town, Chen Lang did not immediately clash with the zombies. He planned to find the so-called zombie king first.
You're bragging so much, I'll see just how good you really are. Once out of the guard sight, Chen Lang took to the air and began searching the county town. The zombies saw him. But it couldn't reach it, and it was so angry that it kept howling down below. Go ahead and bark while you still can. Chen Lang looked at them and gave a faint sneer. He flew over their heads for a while, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. He saw a large number of zombies gathered in the center of the square in front of him. Oh. Something doesn't look right here. Fly over and take a closer look. Sure enough, in the center of the horde of zombies, there was a zombie that was clearly unusual. 3 heads, 4 arms. The lower body was even more bizarre, completely losing its human form and resembling a mass of crab tissue. As Chen Lang flew over, the corpse king also saw him. Its 3 brain holes simultaneously showed expressions of confusion, followed by an angry roar. A whoa! Unlike the roars of ordinary zombies, these are howls. As it roared, the surrounding zombies seemed to be activated and began to rush towards Chen Lang in the air without regard for their lives. Even the zombies in the distance began to gather frantically towards this place. Looking at the ever-growing mountain of corpses, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. Originally, he only came here to deal with the corpse king, but now, looking at the situation, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Chapter 115 Self-Created Skills. If he were to kill zombies one by one, Chen Lang would be too lazy to do so now, but he now possesses the superpower of elemental control. If coordinated properly, it's definitely an AoE skill. So Chen Lang just watched quietly as the zombies began to pile up, and the zombie king became even more agitated because it couldn't catch Chen Lang. Oh whoa! Another roar was heard, and more zombies surged in, piling up together like a small mountain, with the zombie king standing on top. Yes, it's about time. Watch my combination move. Chen Lang looked at the horde of corpses below, a slight smile playing on his lips, and then began to unleash his supernatural abilities. After Huang Yao's enhancement of his abilities over the past 2 days, he feels that he is now much more adept at communicating with various elements. Let's start with Death Swamp. Chen Lang got playful and started making up skill names for himself. As he finished speaking, the ground beneath the horde of corpses gradually softened because Chen Lang had gathered the moisture from the surrounding soil here. A what? The horde of zombies gradually sank into the mud, and the zombie king looked puzzled as to why his position was dropping. Moreover, because the mud was too slippery, the piled-up mountain of corpses began to collapse, and the zombies fell into the mud pit one after another, struggling desperately. Seeing this, Chen Lang spoke up again. Once you're stuck with my mud, you can't escape. Let me give you some more strength. Tu Shengjin, control them. This time, Chen Lang controlled the gold element in the soil, mixing it into the soil, which immediately became hard, making the zombies scream and unable to move. The final move, a rain of fire from the sky. Chen Lang took out a can of gasoline from his spatial storage, poured it on the ground, and then threw out a lit lighter. Boom! A raging fire shot into the sky, but because Chen Lang controlled it,
it didn't burn him, it just burned around the zombie.
Now, let's just wait and see.
A crackling sound came from below, while Chen Lang leisurely smoked a cigarette in the air, checking his points, which were rising rapidly, making him very satisfied. To him, an S-level mission was as easy as eating. But just then, strange roars suddenly came from the flames, as if someone was crying.
Upon hearing this voice, Chen Lang was momentarily dazed. What the heck? My head hurts a little.
He sensed something was wrong with the sound, as if it could affect him. He quickly looked over and saw the Corpse King staring at Chen Lang with bloodshot eyes, howling incessantly.
Psychological attack? Do zombies have superpowers?
Now Chen Lang dared not be careless anymore. Despite the dizziness, he controlled the metal element and condensed a spear in the air, then thrust it towards the Corpse King. The spear pierced the Corpse King, leaving him riddled with holes, and the sound abruptly ceased. At the same time, Chen Lang noticed that with the death of the Corpse King, his points suddenly increased by 1,000. However, this was normal, as the Corpse King should have given more points.
Phew, it seems we still need to be careful in this apocalypse. There are so many bizarre and wonderful superpowers.
Chen Lang thought to himself, then looked down and saw that the zombie horde had been burned to a crisp. It then landed on the ground. I wonder if the Corpse King still has what was inside that giant corpse from last time. He arrived near the corpse of the Corpse King and began searching. Sure enough, he found the same black sphere inside one of its heads as the one inside the giant corpse last time, only it was much smaller. The moment their palms touched, the sphere was instantly absorbed by Chen Lang. Even without looking at the panel, Chen Lang could sense that his mental strength had been further enhanced. It seems that the function of this black ball is related to the zombie's superpowers.
This zombie king possesses psychic abilities.
So I absorbed the black sphere, and my mental power was enhanced. Muttering to himself, Chen Lang glanced around a few more times and, finding nothing else of value, cut off the Corpse King's head as proof of mission completion.
What he didn't know was,
the surveillance officer who had spoken with him briefly changed his expression drastically.
Oh my god, what exactly happened inside? Why can't we sense any zombies anymore? Could it be that this kid really cleared out all the zombies and the zombie king all by himself?
No, I have to report this to my superiors immediately. After saying that, the man hurriedly left. When Chen Lang came out, he didn't see the person, but he didn't dwell on it.
He then drove towards the camp. Back at camp,
Chen Lang went directly to the town government building, only to find that the usually empty entrance was now crowded with people. Yi Yujie, Chen Xiaoming, Huang Yao, and some other people he had never met before.
Wow, what's all this commotion about? Could she be waiting for me?
Chen Lang walked into the building with a smile, and threw the head of the Corpse King in front of everyone.
Everyone's expression changed, filled with disbelief. You really completed an S-rank mission? You really killed the Corpse King? Chen Tao, tell us quickly.
Yi Yujie seemed to have seen this Corpse King before. She examined it carefully and then asked Chen Lang, her words slightly stammering.
Chen Xiaoming, Huang Yao, and the others looked at him with surprise.
Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled faintly and then spoke. That's right, not only the zombie king, but also all the zombies in that area were taken care of by me.
I told you I could handle this mission. You just wouldn't believe me, but now you finally believe me, right?
As he spoke, Chen Lang deliberately glanced at Chen Xiaoming, giving her a provocative look.
To his surprise, Chen Xiaoming surprisingly did not refute him.
She just looked at him with a puzzled expression, as if she had never seen him before.
Hearing Chen Lang's answer, Yi Yujie nodded and thought for a moment before replying. Okay, now I believe you. Chen Tao, come with me for a moment. After saying that, Yi Yujie pulled Huang Yao and walked into the building. Chen Lang nodded and followed. Arrived at Yi Yujie's office,
she let the two of them in first, then closed the door.
District Chief Yi, why are you being so mysterious? Are you preparing a reward for me? I heard about the mission I completed this time. At the very least, you can become an elite captain, right?
Chen Lang entered the office, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and then sat down on the sofa. Yi Yujie turned her head, first glanced at Huang Yao, then looked straight at Chen Lang. She didn't answer immediately, but stared at him for a long time before finally speaking.
I'm asking you, have you already awakened your superpowers? Chapter 116 Bodyguard. Hearing Yi Yujie's question, Chen Lang wasn't too surprised. He had already thought about how to answer it when he came back. He first glanced at Huang Yao, then looked at Yi Yujie. That's right. In fact, I should thank Sister Huang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to awaken so quickly. Actually, I had a feeling about it yesterday. Plus, Sister Huang came to see me again last night, and my superpowers awakened this morning. After saying this, before Yi Yujie could ask any more questions, Huang Yao spoke first, her face full of anticipation. Huh? Really? Xiao Chen, what kind of superpower did you awaken? Being able to slay the Corpse King, it must be a combat type. Chen Lang glanced at Huang Yao, but didn't rush to answer. Instead, he took a sip of water. I can't really explain it clearly right now, but it feels like I have the ability to control fire. I burned all those zombies to death with fire. Oh, right. Not only that, I can also fly in the sky. In fact, Chen Lang's purpose in saying this was very simple. He knew that Yi Yujie's special ability was to control flames, so wouldn't it be perfect for Yi Yujie to give him guidance? As they spoke, Chen Lang stole a glance at Yi Yujie. Sure enough, her expression changed, and her gaze towards Chen Lang became somewhat warmer. The ability to control flames? Doesn't that mean you're like Xiao Yi? Wait a minute. Something's not right. Your ability level is S rank. Does that mean your ability to control fire also has different strengths? Upon hearing his answer, Huang Yao frowned immediately, muttering to herself as she pondered deeply. Yi Yujie, however, could no longer sit still. Chen Tao, would you mind demonstrating your abilities? Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded. He spread his hands, then focused his mind, and a cluster of flames appeared out of thin air. At that moment, he clearly felt a force appear immediately afterward, seemingly trying to take away his flames. Heh, you little brat. Chen Lang immediately guessed that Yi Yujie must be behind it. Huh? What happened? Chen Lang resisted for a moment, then pretended to lose control of the flames, and the ball of flames immediately ran in front of Yi Yujie. Yi Yujie, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, as expected of an S rank. To be able to put up some resistance against me, not bad, very good. Hearing this, Chen Lang pretended not to know, looked at Yi Yujie strangely, and then asked. Huh? District Chief Yi, do you mean you can control my flames? That's amazing. Chen Lang wanted to bring Yi Yujie under his wing in the future, so he naturally didn't want to have any conflicts with her. Besides, it seemed that this woman was indeed quite capable in the past few days. Yi Yujie seemed to appreciate Chen Lang's words and nodded in agreement. That's right, probably because we're both fire-type ability users. But don't be discouraged. After all, I've been awakened for a long time, so my control over my abilities is definitely stronger than yours. But you're an S rank, and I believe that with training, you'll definitely surpass me. That sounds so old-fashioned, anyone who didn't know better would think Yi Yujie was really that old. But Chen Lang still cooperated. Oh, I see. So how should I train from now on? District Chief Yi. Can I learn from you? Chen Lang stated his purpose and adopted a humble demeanor, but before Yi Yujie could answer, Huang Yao spoke directly. Great, it's settled then. From now on, Chen Tao's training will be your responsibility, Xiao Yi. I think we should just do it this way. Xiao Yi, you don't have a bodyguard yet, right? Why don't you just let Xiao Chen do it? That way, it'll be easier to keep a low profile. Chen Lang was unaware of this. It turned out that the district chief was also equipped with bodyguards. But thinking about it, it made sense, since their main task was to develop the camp. Yi Yujie was taken aback by Huang Yao's words. A bodyguard? But Sister Huang, he's a man. How can that be? What will people think of me if they find out? I don't want to be like them, labeled as a domesticated puppy, especially since they don't even have boyfriends yet. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Them? Who were they referring to? They sounded like female leaders of the camp. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao shook her head. Xiao Yi, you're overthinking it. We're just putting on a show. The main purpose is to make it easier for you to train Xiao Chen. Besides, if they can use their power to keep their own male lovers, why can't you? And we're not really here. Once we get rid of those people, the camp will naturally clear your name. After hearing Huang Yao's words, Chen Lang finally understood that there was a female leader in the camp keeping a male lover. But that's normal. It's the apocalypse, right? Strength represents everything, regardless of gender. Yi Yujie seemed to listen to Huang Yao,
and compromised after Huang Yao said that.
Okay. Sister Huang, I'll do as you say. However, they might not be willing.
As she spoke, Yi Yujie looked at Chen Lang, who immediately stood up to express his stance.
I do.
He couldn't have been happier to have this opportunity, of course he was willing. Being the personal bodyguard of a beautiful female leader, he had read similar online novels before, and just thinking about it was exciting, he.
His enthusiastic attitude made Yi Yujie, who had already agreed, suddenly look at him strangely.
Yi Yujie secretly glanced at Chen Lang, her eyes full of warning, as if telling him not to mess around in the future.
However, Huang Yao didn't notice any of this.
She was immersed in the joy of Chen Lang finally awakening, which meant they now had another powerful ally.
Okay, then it's settled.
That's wonderful. Seeing her happy expression, Chen Lang spoke again.
Wait a minute, leaders, isn't there something you've forgotten? I've completed my task, so what about the reward? You're not going to make me your bodyguard, are you? Hearing Chen Lang's question, the two of them were taken aback. Yes, there was a reward too.
Huang Yao and Yi Yujie exchanged a glance and frowned slightly.
That is a problem.
We still need to report to our superiors regarding this mission. It's not just about Xiao Chen's reward, but also how to report it. We have to avoid arousing suspicion from above, and at the same time, we have to get the reward we deserve. Chen Lang couldn't get involved in this matter, mainly because he didn't quite understand what was going on above the war god camp.
Ultimately, Huang Yao and Yi Yujie made their decision. In addition to making Chen Lang Yi Yujie's personal bodyguard, he was also given an extra position in District D, second only to Yi Yujie's rank, Deputy District Head. However, this was only in name. Because Chen Lang didn't want to get involved in those complicated matters. His real task is to train continuously, improve his skills, and fight when the camp needs him. Chen Lang didn't have any objections to this.
This way he could gain higher exploration privileges in the camp, but he vaguely felt that something was not right. He felt that Yi Yujie and Huang Yao did not seem to intend to let him out of the D area.
Chapter 117 Firebird.
Finally, after discussion, it was decided that Yi Yujie would begin training Chen Lang starting tomorrow, and Huang Yao would continue to help Chen Lang develop his superpowers.
Chen Lang was in a good mood after leaving the center.
But to their surprise, Zhao Long and the others were also outside.
When they saw Chen Lang, they immediately surrounded him. Xiao Chen, I heard you really completed the combat mission, is that true? Are you injured anywhere?
Zhao Long was the first to step forward and ask with concern, while the others also looked nervous.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang thought for a moment.
It seems they only know that they have completed the combat mission, but they are not clear about the specific level of the mission.
This must have been instructed by Yi Yujie and Huang Yao. It's alright, I'm perfectly fine, don't worry. And I've already awakened my superpowers.
If our team ever has any difficult missions in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. Although Chen Lang no longer needs to perform ordinary missions, he feels that Zhao Long and the others are still quite nice, and he wouldn't mind helping them if needed.
Hearing him say that,
everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but then asked curiously.
Brother Chen, you awakened your superpowers so quickly? What kind of superpower is it? Can we take a look too? It was Zhu Xiaoman who spoke.
They hadn't awakened yet, so they were very curious. Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled, then nodded, and then raised a fireball in his palm. He then swung his hand and smashed the fireball against a nearby wall, where it exploded into a burst of sparks.
It's not anything special, it just allows for simple control of flames. Although it was just a small demonstration, it was enough to amaze these newcomers, filling their eyes with envy. Wow, Brother Chen, that's amazing. How did you awaken your power? Are there any tips or tricks? We really want to awaken too, so we can carry out combat missions.
Huang Yao's matter could not be discussed, so Chen Lang said that he had just woken up after taking a nap and did not have any special feelings.
This disappointed many people. But it was only for a moment. They saw Chen Lang awaken and thought that they should be close to awakening as well. After chatting for a while, Chen Lang told Zhao Long about Yi Yujie's arrangements for him. Zhao Long didn't say much. He knew about Yi Yujie's special ability, so it was normal for her to help Chen Lang train. But I'm also a little curious.
Generally speaking, a B-level ability user like him shouldn't attract the district chief's attention, but he didn't ask any further questions.
The next day, Chen Lang arrived at Yi Yujie's building early in the morning. Since it was a secret training session, they decided to find a quiet place to train. Knock, knock, knock.
Chen Lang knocked on the door, and soon footsteps came from inside. Yi Yujie seemed to still be awake, wearing pajamas, her hair messy, and she looked sleepy.
You're here so early. Wait for me a moment. She opened the door and let Chen Lang in, then went back into the room.
Chen Lang sat on the sofa and waited, thinking that he would learn more about the war god camp through Yi Yujie today.
In no time, Yi Yujie had finished getting ready. Today she was wearing a light gray tracksuit and wasn't wearing high heels anymore. Alright, let's get going. I'm giving you all my time today.
The two left Yi Yujie's house, then drove out of the camp and came to an open field. First, I'm going to teach you how to sense your own superpowers. Although you can now control flames.
But that's just the most basic control. To control it at will, you must strengthen your connection with the flame.
I practiced for a long time on my own back then. As she spoke, Yi Yujie waved her hand, conjuring a ball of flame, which she then tossed into the sky.
Firebird.
As she spoke, the ball of flame instantly transformed into the shape of a bird, flapping its wings as if it were truly alive.
Looking at this scene, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Yi Yujie had indeed put a lot of effort into controlling her superpower.
Others might only know how to use the flames randomly, but she had already started to use them for other purposes.
Divided in two. Yi Yujie focused on controlling the Firebird and gave another soft shout.
The Firebird split into two, but the flames did not diminish.
This is a smokescreen.
It looks like I can only release one Firebird, but I can split it at the crucial moment to achieve a surprise effect.
Divide into four. When it spoke again, the two Firebirds transformed into four.
The same principle applies, but I can only split into 4 Firebirds at most right now.
Why don't you give it a try? Yi Yujie waved her hand, and the Firebirds disappeared into thin air. Then she looked at Chen Lang and said arrogantly. In her opinion.
Although Chen Lang is an S-class, it only means that he has higher potential. When it comes to actual combat and the use of superpowers, he is definitely far behind me. Chen Lang nodded at her, then took out a fireball as well.
Turn into a little bird. Following Yi Yujie's example, Chen Lang also threw the fireball into the air, then transformed it into the shape of a bird and soared into the sky. It has to be said.
He had never done it like this before, but suddenly felt like playing.
1 is divided into 9.
Controlling the Firebird, Chen Lang secretly strengthened his mental power, and the Firebird immediately split into 9 identical ones, dancing in the sky, which was quite a sight.
Still not enough, bring some more.
Getting carried away with the game, Chen Lang stopped caring what Yi Yujie thought and increased his intensity again. Yi Yujie quickly spoke up to stop her. No, it's already impressive that you split into 9 Firebirds on the first try.
If you split them again, you won't be able to handle it. To be honest. She was actually shocked. She never expected that Chen Lang would learn her proud skill with just one glance, and even split off more Firebirds than she could. But Chen Lang didn't pay attention to what she said. Are you kidding me? You think you can't handle it? Boom!
Flames erupted from the Firebirds in the air. After Chen Lang exerted his power, the 9 Firebirds split into a sky full of Firebirds, totaling 81.
Of course. This wasn't Chen Lang's limit, it's just that he liked the number 81. That's more like it, ha ha ha.
Commanding the Firebirds to fly through the sky like a miracle, Chen Lang played and admired it, but Yi Yujie next to him was so shocked that her eyes were wide open.
Is this the strength of an S rank? That's terrifying.
Before she could finish her thought, Chen Lang's voice came again, laughing.
District Chief Yi, thanks to your guidance, I've come up with a great skill. Watch this.
9 times 9 returns to 1, the phoenix descends from the heavens. As they spoke, the countless Firebirds suddenly gathered together, forming the shape of a fiery red phoenix, and as if they had truly come to life, they cried out towards the sky.
Chapter 118 Who's Faster?
The fire phoenix was 100 times the size of a Firebird. If anyone nearby saw this, they would probably be so frightened that they would kneel down and kowtow.
Eek!
The phoenix let out a sharp cry, which startled Chen Lang. He vaguely felt that the phoenix he had created seemed to have a real life. Surprised, Chen Lang subconsciously spoke up.
Good phoenix, go and devour that big tree.
He couldn't explain why, but Chen Lang felt that he no longer needed to expend any energy and could directly communicate with the fire phoenix using language. A miraculous scene unfolded. The fire phoenix nodded to Chen Lang, then flew to the designated tree and began to flap its wings. As its wings flapped, several flames shot out, instantly turning the tree to ashes upon impact.
This. Not only was Yi Yujie stunned, but Chen Lang was also stunned.
He discovered that, without realizing it, he seemed to have learned some amazing skill.
The big tree was destroyed, but the fire phoenix seemed unsatisfied.
Without Chen Lang's command, it began to shoot flames at the trees next to it.
Holy crap, it really has self-awareness.
Chen Lang is now certain that the fire phoenix has truly gained sentience.
Alright, let's go back.
Not wanting to reveal too much of his strength in front of Yi Yujie, Chen Lang quickly spoke up, acting as if he were controlling the fire phoenix so as not to arouse Yi Yujie's suspicion. Fire Phoenix heard Chen Lang's greeting. She nodded at him again, and then gradually disappeared. At this moment, Yi Yujie also recovered from her shock and quickly ran to Chen Lang's side to ask.
What just happened? I felt like that phoenix was alive? It even nodded at you.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang pretended not to understand, raised an eyebrow at her, and slowly said.
Huh? What are you saying, District Chief Yi? How is this possible? In the end, it was just a ball of fire. How could it possibly be alive? I controlled all its movements. Hearing Chen Lang's explanation, Yi Yujie was speechless. She opened her mouth but didn't know what to say.
She also felt that her idea was too absurd.
How could flames have their own consciousness? Okay, but you're really pretty amazing.
Not to mention being able to freely split so many firebirds, he can even think of combining them into the shape of a phoenix.
That's really impressive. After calming down, Yi Yujie sighed again.
At the same time, a sense of disappointment welled up inside her.
Is this the difference caused by rank? That's outrageous. Thank you for the compliment, District Chief Yi. Is there anything else you need to teach me? That move was indeed powerful. Chen Lang was unaware of her thoughts.
He was now looking forward to his new skill, thinking that Yi Yujie might be able to come up with some new tricks on her own. But Yi Yujie felt embarrassed when she heard his question. I just showcased my best skills, only to have someone else replicate and surpass me.
It's so hurtful. However, she was, after all, the district head, and she couldn't let such a newcomer look down on her, could she?
So, she thought for a moment, and finally her eyes lit up. Of course there is, but this move is much more difficult than the previous Firebird move.
Didn't you say you could fly?
Do you know that with the control of multiple flames, not only can you fly, but you can also fly at supersonic speeds?
Flying using flames? Hearing this, Chen Lang was immediately disappointed. He already knew this trick, it was just using flames to generate thrust. District Chief Yi, is there anything else? I can fly. But to his surprise, Yi Yujie sneered when she heard his reaction.
Humph, your so-called flying is completely different from mine.
If you don't believe me,
let's have a race now and see who flies faster.
Young man, don't be so arrogant. Looking at Yi Yujie's appearance, Chen Lang felt a wave of exasperation. Who was it that had always acted so arrogantly? But since she's being so provocative,
then I can teach her a lesson, otherwise she'll really think I'm an easy target.
Well, since District Chief Yi has put it that way, let's have a competition. But
it's pointless for us to just compete like this.
How about we have something to wager? Chen Lang was absolutely certain of victory in the contest.
Since he was sure of winning, he would naturally try to grab as much as possible.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie snorted coldly. The prize? You're quite bold, newbie. Of course, you can. Tell me, what are you betting on? Seeing this, Chen Lang grinned. If District Chief Yi loses, I would like to ask you a question about the camp, and I hope you will answer it. Upon hearing this request, Yi Yujie nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. No problem, but what if you lose?
Halfway through her sentence, Yi Yujie's lips curled into a strange smile, and then she stared at Chen Lang.
If you lose, you'll have to be my servant for a week. Cooking, laundry, massages, basically you'll have to serve me for a week, how about it? You dare?
Yi Yujie fell in love with the feeling after her last experience, and at the same time, she also wanted to give Chen Lang, this newcomer, a good talking to, otherwise how could he be used for her in the future?
Okay, no problem. Being able to serve a beauty like the district chief is clearly a reward. Ha ha ha. I agree.
Chen Lang agreed without hesitation.
Yi Yujie blushed slightly upon hearing his words, then muttered a curse under her breath. Enough with the smooth talk, let's get started. Let's compete in. Let's see who can fly the fastest and the highest.
Pointing to the sky, Yi Yujie said, her chin held high, looking confident of victory. Seeing this, Chen Lang nodded.
All right, then please start the countdown, District Chief Yi. Oof, 3, 2, 1, go. As the countdown ended, fierce flames suddenly erupted from Yi Yujie's body, and then she shot into the sky like a rocket. Wow, that's impressive. Your speed has improved a lot since I last saw you. Chen Lang had seen Yi Yujie use this trick before, so he wasn't surprised. However, he was a little curious, wouldn't Yi Yujie be naked again after this? Does that mean she has spare clothes? But I don't think I saw it.
Shrugging, Chen Lang's feet seemed to fly, and he too shot upwards. Unlike Yi Yujie, who uses flames to propel herself, Chen Lang simply rides the wind. He cuts a gap in the air above him and generates thrust from his feet, making it more effortless and faster.
Although Yi Yujie had already flown very far away. But in just a few breaths, Chen Lang caught up. Hey, District Chief Yi? I'm here. Can you be any faster? Chapter 119 A Second Blossom. Upon hearing Chen Lang's voice, Yi Yujie was immediately stunned. High-speed flight was her proudest skill, and she never expected that Chen Lang could catch up with her. Moreover, when I turned my head to look, Chen Lang was not covered in flames. How did he do that? Because of the flames enveloping her and the extremely thin air during high-speed flight, Yi Yujie was unable to speak. Seeing that she didn't respond, Chen Lang thought she was unconvinced. With a thought, his speed increased again, and he overtook Yi Yujie in a flash. Watching Chen Lang speed away, Yi Yujie's eyes widened, and a strong sense of frustration welled up inside her. She had clearly said that she was the one to train him today, so how come she couldn't beat him at everything? No, that's too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Yi Yujie frowned and began to exert her strength. No matter what, she didn't want Chen Lang to lose again. The flames on her body surged again, and Yi Yujie began to move closer to Chen Lang. The distance between the two gradually closed. Chen Lang smiled slightly when he saw this. This girl really doesn't give up. Then I need to get serious too. After speaking, Chen Lang's speed increased again, and he felt that he had become more adept at controlling his flight in the competition with Yi Yujie. This was the effect of becoming stronger when facing a stronger opponent. Like a cannonball. This increased distance drove Yi Yujie to despair. Her mind wavered, and the flames around her went out. Oh no! Help me! In her panic, Yi Yujie realized that she seemed to have overused her superpower and was exhausted. She managed to utter just one sentence before her body began to fall downwards. Fortunately, Chen Lang had been keeping an eye on her condition. Seeing that things were going wrong, he quickly stopped the momentum and then swooped down towards Yi Yujie. No means no. You've gone too far. Yi Yujie tried her best to control her body and summon the flames back, but she failed several times. She even felt her consciousness becoming somewhat hazy. Chen Tao. As Chen Lang accelerated, he noticed this and increased his speed again, finally pulling her into his arms only to find that she had already fainted. I didn't think much of it. Chen Lang carried Yi Yujie back to the ground in a princess carry. Looking at her snow-white skin, Chen Lang couldn't help but swallow hard. This woman, really, is she pulling this stunt again? This old monk is about to lose control. But despite his thoughts, Chen Lang wasn't that despicable. He only touched her a few times to satisfy his urge, then put Yi Yujie in the car and waited quietly to the side. Not long after, Yi Yujie slowly woke up, still a little dazed. She looked around in confusion and then realized that she was only covered by Chen Lang's clothes. Her face immediately turned red. Ah! District Chief Yi, you're awake. Seeing that she was awake, Chen Lang greeted her with a cigarette in his mouth and a slightly wicked smile on his lips. You. Don't look. Hurry up and find me some clothes. Hurry up. When Yi Yujie met Chen Lang's gaze, she became even more flustered, and her speech became somewhat stuttering. Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. Hey lady, we're out here training, where did we get these clothes? I didn't expect you to take this so seriously. They actually went completely naked. I've really seen something new today. Hearing the sarcasm in Chen Lang's words, Yi Yujie felt even more ashamed. She straightened up, wanting to argue with Chen Lang, but as she moved, she revealed even more of her cleavage. That's all because of you. I don't care, give me your clothes.
Yi Yujie stretched out her fair arm, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Chen Lang, while Chen Lang's gaze wandered around, admiring the scenery before him.
Indeed, dynamic images are more aesthetically pleasing. You're still looking, you filthy scoundrel. I'll gouge your eyes out.
Yi Yujie was furious. She wanted to lash out, but she was afraid of revealing too much.
Final. Yi Yujie finally gave in.
At her pleading, Chen Lang decided to give her his coat. Luckily, it was already late autumn, so he was wearing more layers, otherwise he really wouldn't have had any to give her.
With things escalating like this, training is naturally impossible. Moreover, after being so severely affected by today's events, Yi Yujie is afraid that if she continues to be scolded like this, she will become withdrawn. So the two set off on their journey back to the camp, but this time Chen Lang was driving, as Yi Yujie was not in a convenient position. Arrive at the camp.
At Yi Yujie's request, the car drove directly to her villa.
All right, just drop me off at the door. You should go home now.
As soon as the car came to a stop, Yi Yujie couldn't wait to get out and started rummaging through her pockets, seemingly looking for her keys.
Then, her face quickly fell again. Oh no, I can't find my keys. The series of blows really made Yi Yujie's mentality break down.
Her eyes were red and she looked like she was about to cry.
How about we go to my place first?
Seeing this, Chen Lang felt a little sorry for him and spoke up. But unexpectedly, before Yi Yujie could respond, the door opened by itself, and Huang Yao's head popped out from inside.
Xiao Yi? Chen Tao?
You're back so early.
Etc. Xiao Yi, why are you wearing Chen Tao's clothes?
And why does your underwear look like?
Huang Yao stared blankly at Yi Yujie, then widened her eyes and looked at Chen Lang with disbelief. It was unclear what she was thinking.
But Yi Yujie had no time to listen to what she had to say.
Seeing the door open, she quickly squeezed in and rushed into the room.
Chen Lang had already gotten out of the car.
Now that the door was open, he had to wait for Yi Yujie to return the clothes to him. Huang Yao quickly grabbed Chen Lang and pulled him into the courtyard.
Her face was full of gossip. She first glanced into the room, then leaned closer to Chen Lang and whispered.
Xiao Chun, what exactly happened? Could it be that Xiao Yi and you? That's not right. As far as I know, Xiao Yi isn't that kind of girl.
Did you force her?
But that doesn't make sense. How could you possibly beat Xiao Yi? Oh dear, what happened? Tell me quickly. Hearing Huang Yao's series of questions, Chen Lang did not hide anything and told her everything truthfully.
Huang Yao was shocked when she heard this. Her eyes gradually lit up as she looked at Chen Lang, as if she had found a treasure.
My God, you've only been awakened for one day and you've already surpassed Xiao Yi. You're amazing. Could you be a genius among those with superpowers? No, I have to report this to Chief Lan. She'll be very happy.
Chen Lang's eyes flickered as he listened to Huang Yao's words. He actually hoped that Huang Yao would do that, so that he could get closer to the core of the war god camp more quickly.
But before he could speak, Yi Yujie's voice came through. No, Sister Huang, if we do that, wouldn't Sister Lan also know about my embarrassing incident? That would be so embarrassing. Chapter 120 Pretending to be a boyfriend.
Yi Yujie has changed her clothes now, but instead of sportswear, she has changed back into her smart business suit, and her expression has returned to its haughty state.
Hearing her complaints, Huang Yao laughed. Ha ha ha. What's the big deal? It's not like it's the first time someone has seen you naked. Besides, Sister Lan isn't an outsider. Don't worry, she definitely won't laugh at you.
Unexpectedly, when Yi Yujie heard Huang Yao say this, her face fell and she went to Huang Yao's side.
Sister Huang, what are you saying? Chen Tao is a man. Can those be the same?
After saying that, Yi Yujie glared fiercely at Chen Lang, looking like a little tiger, as if she wanted to devour him.
In response to this, Chen Lang could only keep smiling.
Although it wasn't intentional, he had indeed seen the woman completely naked and even touched her a few times. Seeing this, Huang Yao looked at Yi Yujie with some difficulty, and then looked at Chen Lang.
How about this, Xiao Chun, you must keep today's events a secret. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. As for Sister Lan, I also tried to explain this to her as simply as possible.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang immediately nodded, indicating he had no objections. Yi Yujie, seeing that she couldn't persuade Huang Yao, also nodded helplessly, but soon asked curiously.
By the way, Sister Huang, what are you doing at my house?
Upon hearing this, Huang Yao was stunned for a moment, and her expression quickly became complicated.
Sigh, wasn't I supposed to be off today? Then.
You know, my parents keep forcing me to go on blind dates whenever they get the chance. I had no choice but to come here to find some peace and quiet. Upon hearing Huang Yao's words, Chen Lang suddenly remembered. Huang Yao seemed to have mentioned something similar before, and even planned to have her boyfriend appear. It seems that even in the apocalypse, older single women can't escape the pressure of their parents to get married.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie smiled slyly. So that's how it is. No wonder. But that's normal.
Sister Huang, you're so beautiful and capable, it's about time you found the right person.
Oh, right. Didn't you say last time you were planning to have Chen Tao pretend to be your boyfriend? Why don't we use him to cover for you today?
Chen Lang, who was standing to the side, raised an eyebrow when he heard this.
How did this get involved with him? He then looked at Yi Yujie.
She was staring at him with a malicious look. It seemed this woman was planning to take revenge.
I only glanced at you a few times, is it really necessary? But what I didn't expect was. Huang Yao seems to have a very simple way of thinking in this regard. After hearing Yi Yujie's suggestion, she actually began to ponder deeply. Xiao Yi, you're right, I have more important things to do. It's not good for my parents to keep bothering me like this.
As she spoke, she turned her head toward Chen Lang, her gaze sincere.
Xiao Chen, could you please do me this favor? It won't be too much trouble. Just come to my house with me this afternoon, and my parents won't bother me anymore.
After listening to Huang Yao's request, Chen Lang thought about it and decided that it was a good idea. He had originally planned to win Huang Yao over, and he could use this opportunity to make the fake relationship real later.
Well, since it's Sister Huang's request, then okay. I haven't even thanked you yet for helping me awaken my superpowers.
Yi Yujie was somewhat surprised that he readily agreed. She had originally intended to embarrass Chen Lang, but now it seemed as if she had given him a benefit.
Thinking about this, Yi Yujie couldn't help but pout.
Huang Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Chen Lang agree, but before she could express her gratitude, Chen Lang looked at Yi Yujie.
However, before that, there's something else I'd like to ask District Chief Yi. District Chief Yi, you haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie gave Chen Lang a disapproving look, but still nodded. Of course not, I keep my word. What do you want to know? Ask away. As long as it doesn't involve classified information, I'll definitely tell you. Chen Lang nodded, then organized his thoughts before asking the question. Actually, it's nothing. I just want to understand the specific structure of our camp, how many levels there are from the bottom to the top, and what each level is in charge of. This shouldn't be considered a classified question, right? Hearing Chen Lang's question, the two of them were somewhat puzzled, wondering why he was asking this. But Yi Yujie didn't ask any further questions. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and began to explain. The current structure of the War God camp.
At the bottom level are newbies like Chen Lang, who are still doing regular missions. Above them are squad leaders, and above that are the guards of Camp D, the personnel stationed at the highway entrance.
The rest are administrative and logistical staff.
These people's special abilities are more support-oriented, but their individual abilities are very strong, so they are ranked above the guards, and above them are the deputy district chief and the district chief. As for the areas, the War God camp has a total of 8 D-level areas, 4 C-level areas, 2 B-level areas, and 1 A-level area.
And the camp center is located in the center of Area A.
Sector A is home to the strongest combat teams in the entire region, responsible for protecting the center's security. The center is divided into 14 district chiefs from bottom to top, corresponding to us frontline district chiefs, 4 city chiefs, 2 deputy leaders, and 1 leader.
The other personnel are in administration and logistics. Yi Yujie's explanation was very detailed, and Chen Lang nodded repeatedly as he listened. At the same time, I sighed inwardly.
Compared to my own camp, the structure is too simple and not sophisticated enough.
It seems there's an expert here. What about the distribution of food and weapons? Having understood the management structure, another point of curiosity remained: how to allocate resources reasonably. Chen Lang couldn't help but ask. I'm not too sure about that. In our D-level areas, we basically distribute supplies ourselves, sending them to the center at fixed intervals. But the center will also allocate some equipment depending on the situation. However, I heard that the higher the area level, the better the treatment.
Area A, for example, has completely returned to normal life, with shops, telecommunications, and all kinds of entertainment facilities.
It's known as the City of Fun. Yi Yujie didn't mind that this was his second question, and answered it without hesitation.
The main point is that this wasn't exactly a secret to begin with. It's just that ordinary people don't have access to it, so he told Chen Lang everything.
Okay, thanks. Looks like I need to work harder too. Let's get into Area A as soon as possible. After hearing what you said, I'm starting to get interested. Expressing his gratitude to Yi Yujie, Chen Lang did indeed begin to yearn for the so-called Area A. What would the happy city in the apocalypse be like? The fastest way to get into Area A. It seems the key is to get close to Huang Yao and then develop a relationship with the blue leader they mentioned. Chapter 121, Meeting the Parents. After answering Chen Lang's questions, Yi Yujie left first because she had other things to do, while Huang Yao pulled Chen Lang into the car as well. Xiao Chun, it's almost noon, why don't you have lunch at my house? That's right. Before we get to my house, we need to go over the script. First, my name is Huang Yao, I'm 27 years old, and my nickname is Yao Yao. You can call me that from now on. Then, here are my parents' names. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Lang nodded while thinking to himself, I never thought that the kind of drama from the movies would happen to me one day. Soon. The town was small, and they soon arrived at Huang Yao's house. Xiao Chun, that little building up ahead is my home. Let's act a little more friendly from the moment we get off the bus. Otherwise, I'm worried my parents won't believe me. Did you remember everything I just taught you? You're a very promising newcomer. We met at the appraisal center. Huang Yao seemed a little nervous, repeatedly saying what she had said before. Seeing this, Chen Lang reached out and patted her shoulder to comfort her, interrupting her. Don't worry, I'll definitely make your parents happy, relax. Let's go. I'm starving after working all morning. Chen Lang wasn't nervous at all, on the contrary, he found it rather amusing. So he called Huang Yao to get out of the car and grabbed her hand. The moment Huang Yao's small hand was grabbed, her whole body trembled again. Although she often helps others awaken their superpowers, this real hand-holding still made her heart skip a beat. Okay. I believe you. The two walked hand in hand toward the small white building, pushed open the door, and went inside, with Huang Yao calling out, Mom and Dad, I'm home. But strangely, no one responded. Huh? Did they go out? Huang Yao glanced at Chen Lang with some doubt, but Chen Lang's senses were different from ordinary people. He could hear that there were people in the house, and they were talking. No, there are people inside the house. They're probably chatting and didn't hear us. Let's go. Let's go straight in. As Chen Lang spoke, he pulled Huang Yao forward, which left Huang Yao a little confused. Why did Chen Lang seem to have really returned to his own home? I got a little closer. Sure enough, there were people in the house, quite a few at that, 4 people in total, 3 middle-aged men and 1 young man. Oh no. This must be another blind date my parents arranged for me. Xiao Chen, what should we do? This is so embarrassing. Huang Yao whispered, having analyzed the situation the moment she saw it, and couldn't help but ask Chen Lang for help. Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled faintly. Isn't this perfect? It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. After saying that, Chen Lang took Huang Yao's hand and walked inside. Meanwhile, the people inside the house also noticed them. The young man first smiled at Huang Yao, but when he noticed the 2 holding hands, his expression immediately changed. However, he did not make a scene, but silently sized up Chen Lang. Hey! Yao Yao, where have you been all day? I couldn't find you anywhere. You promised to set me up on a blind date today, but all you do is busy yourself with nothing. And who is this young man? How come I've never seen you before? Are you one of your colleagues? Upon seeing the 2 of them, Huang Yao's mother immediately stood up and began to scold Huang Yao. However, it was clear that she wasn't really angry, she was simply trying to express her apology for making the others wait. They were talking. Huang Yao's mother lowered her gaze and noticed that the 2 were holding hands. She then quietly pulled Huang Yao to her side. Come on, quickly introduce this young man to me and your dad, who is he? Huang Yao was pulled over by her mother. She gave her mother a somewhat annoyed look, but still answered. Oh, his name is Chen Tao, and he's my boyfriend. Haven't you been urging me on? That's why I brought him here today, so you can all rest assured. Huang Yao couldn't handle this situation, so she simply said it outright. But as soon as he said that, the scene instantly became extremely awkward. Everyone present was stunned. Boyfriend? Where did she get a boyfriend? Wasn't Huang Yao supposed to be single? Huang Yao's parents were stunned. The matchmaker and the young man's expressions also changed. Oh my, Sister Zhang, what's going on? Didn't you say your Yao Yao was single? How come she has a boyfriend now? Then how can we even go on blind dates?
The matchmaker seemed to know Huang Yao's mother, and upon hearing this, she immediately became somewhat displeased.
But that's normal. What was supposed to be a blind date turned into an introduction to a third party.
Anyone would be unhappy in that situation.
Huang Yao's mother was stumped by this question. Yes, when did her daughter get a boyfriend? This. Just when she didn't know how to deal with it, Chen Lang stepped forward. He could also see that Huang Yao's family was quite honest, so he decided to help them to the end. I'm sorry, Auntie. Yao Yao and I only recently got together, and I was just about to tell her parents today. Looks like this was a misunderstanding. I'm so sorry to trouble you.
Chen Lang spoke up to defuse the situation, and Huang Yao's family immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, Huang Yao's parents also began to secretly size up Chen Lang. This kid looks younger than their daughter, doesn't he? Hearing Chen Lang say this, the matchmaker gave him an annoyed look. Since he had already said so, what else was there to say? Alright, then let's call off this marriage. Sister Zhang. I'm not trying to be mean, but don't you even know if your own daughter has a boyfriend? Ugh, what a waste of time. Xiao Sun, let's go.
As the matchmaker spoke, she beckoned to the young man who was sitting down. The man stood up, but did not leave. Instead, he kept staring at Huang Yao with eyes full of affection. Actually, he didn't want to come today, but he didn't expect Huang Yao to be so beautiful, and when he heard that Chen Lang and she had just confirmed their relationship, he couldn't help but have his eye on her.
Wait, Miss Huang Yao, right? Hello, my name is Sun Ben, I'm 31 years old, it's nice to meet you.
He ignored the matchmaker's greetings. Sun Ben ignored Chen Lang and the others and reached out his hand to Huang Yao. The whole family was stunned.
Even Chen Lang was a little dumbfounded. Was this guy crazy? Trying to steal someone else's girlfriend right in front of them? Even the matchmaker was starting to feel awkward. Xiao Sun, what are you doing? Didn't you hear their boyfriend and girlfriend? Let's go. Auntie will introduce you to even better ones.
As she spoke, the matchmaker tugged at Sun Ben's clothes, but Sun Ben remained unmoved, still looking at Huang Yao as he replied.
Auntie, things aren't like they used to be. Who cares about the rules of first come, first served now? Besides, the reason Miss Huang is with this guy is because she didn't know me before. To be honest, I liked you the moment I saw you. Miss Huang, would you like to be my girlfriend?
Chapter 122 Murder at the Slightest Disagreement. What Sun Ben said is not wrong.
It's the end of the world now. Forget about propriety, righteousness, and a sense of shame. You can lose your life if you're not careful. But it makes sense, though. Do you think Chen Lang can tolerate this? Sure enough, Chen Lang frowned immediately upon hearing this. It wasn't that he liked Huang Yao that much after all, he was Huang Yao's boyfriend on the surface. Wouldn't saying this be a slap in his own face? Just as Chen Lang had thought. Everyone else thought the same thing, and they all subconsciously looked at Chen Lang. Are you fucking stupid, or are you deaf? Can't you understand human language? I've already said I'm Yao Yao's boyfriend, what are you still arguing about? Are you looking for death? Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lang stood directly in front of Huang Yao, frowning as he looked at Sun Ben. With his view blocked, Sun Ben's eyes turned cold. Looking for death? It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. Kid, I suggest you get lost before I get angry. To be honest, I've taken a liking to Huang Yao. No woman I set my sights on can escape. A weakling like you doesn't deserve to have a woman. These words were extremely arrogant and impolite, causing Huang Yao's family to turn pale, including the matchmaker who came over to advise them. Xiao Sun, Sister Zhang is my friend, let's call it a day. In a couple of days. I'll find you something even better in a couple of days. After another tug of war, Sun Ben frowned, and then the matchmaker flew out without warning, as if she had been kicked, and fell into the yard without moving. You're just babbling on and on. I'd beat even my own mother. Who do you think you are? Court death. This scene stunned everyone. This guy is ruthless. He even hit his own aunt? Huang Yao's parents had not awakened any supernatural abilities.
Seeing the sudden violent incident, they turned pale and were speechless.
Is this your special ability? Telekinesis?
Chen Lang, on the other hand, looked puzzled. He had just sensed a fluctuation of spiritual power, which was the first time he had ever felt it. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Sun Ben's eyes, and he raised an eyebrow.
You've got good taste, kid. To be honest, my ability is an A-level ability, telekinesis. So you should understand now, right? Only a strong person like me can.
Sun Ben continued introducing himself, but Chen Lang had no patience to listen to him anymore.
He wanted to feel the fluctuations from before again, so he threw a punch. Damn, a coin.
Sun Ben reacted quickly. He immediately put his hands forward, causing the space in front of him to ripple.
Psychic defense.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow, and then felt his fist being enveloped by a strange force, as if he had punched a thick lump of pork.
Kindness? That's interesting.
This was the first time Chen Lang had ever seen such a superpower, especially in this way of using it.
Retracting his fist, Chen Lang looked at Sun Ben with a cold expression and then spoke. Enough talk. If you're a man, come out and fight me. This place is too small.
Upon hearing this, Sun Benjiang had the same idea. Although he knew nothing about Chen Lang's background, he knew that it was impossible for an A-level member to appear in District D, so he was very confident.
Alright, today I'll show you what it means to be arrogant and domineering.
The two then went outside, and Huang Yao's family followed, especially Huang Yao's parents, who also wanted to see if their daughter's boyfriend was capable.
Same as always.
Chen Lang and Sun Ben can both fly, so they set up the battlefield in the sky.
Take this.
Sun Ben glanced at Huang Yao, then waved his right hand.
A large hand phantom appeared in the air, suddenly appearing beside Chen Lang and then tightening. That's the feeling.
Chen Lang pondered for a moment, realizing that he seemed to have learned a new skill, judging the other party's superpower attribute by sensing it. With a little effort, Chen Lang broke free of his restraints, but instead of moving, he asked a question.
Is there anything else?
Upon seeing this, Sun Ben was greatly alarmed. If an ordinary person were hit by his move, they would be crippled if not killed, but this kid's hand felt like a lump of iron.
Kid, don't be so arrogant. With a loud shout, Sun Ben began to concentrate.
He made a few strange movements and then started throwing punches at Chen Lang.
Heavenly Fist.
With a ferocious expression, Sun Ben frantically swung his fists. From Chen Lang's perspective, all he could see were countless phantom images of giant fists in front of him, which looked quite intimidating.
A showpiece.
With a smirk, Chen Lang casually threw a punch, shattering all the illusory images. At this point, Chen Lang was too lazy to play with him anymore. He then flew over and kicked Sun Ben. The kick was fast and hard, and Sun Ben had no time to react. But he could feel that he was going to be finished.
Monster, monster.
Before Sun Ben could even utter those two words, Chen Lang kicked him in two. However, Chen Lang was cautious. He covered his legs with a film of water, which effectively isolated Sun Ben's blood and prevented his clothes from getting dirty. After dealing with Sun Ben, Chen Lang landed on the ground, his expression returning to a faint smile.
Alright, that annoying guy's taken care of. Hello, uncle and aunt.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Tao, I'm 23 years old, Yao Yao's boyfriend, and also the district head's bodyguard. Chen Lang nodded to Huang Yao's parents and said. The two middle-aged men in front of him were completely terrified. They were already shocked by Sun Ben's methods, and now they were even more frightened by Chen Lang's ruthlessness. He'd kill someone at the slightest disagreement. This young man is ruthless. He seems even more troublesome than that Sun Ben.
However, despite their thoughts, they didn't dare to express them.
After a moment, they quickly put on smiles.
Good, 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 so it's Xiao Chun, right? Truly a young hero. You're really skilled. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Why don't you eat here for lunch today?
Seeing this, Chen Lang immediately smiled.
So that's why Huang Yao thought it was so complicated. He only needed to show a little bit of his strength, and that would be enough. It used to be about money, now it's about power. What good is character? It's all bullshit, nobody cares.
Chen Lang gave Huang Yao a look and a smile appeared on his lips, but Huang Yao felt a little complicated.
Things were not developing in a way she had expected. But oh well, as long as it can be resolved. Soon, Huang Yao's parents prepared a sumptuous lunch.
The meal was incredibly enjoyable, with them constantly asking Chen Lang questions. Upon learning that Chen Lang had even slain a corpse king, they became even closer to him.
Ha ha ha. Good son-in-law, from now on you will be my good son-in-law. I'll be completely at ease with Yao Yao with you. How about this, let's drink until we drop tonight. No, wait, why don't you just stay here tonight?
Chapter 123. I might have had too much to drink. Huang Yao's father seemed to have drunk quite a bit, or perhaps he was genuinely happy, as he was slurring his words. As they talked, he started calling Chen Lang brother again. Chen Lang enjoyed the meal quite a bit, and he hadn't felt this kind of family warmth in a long time, so he didn't use his special ability to force the alcohol out, and gradually became drunk. Seeing this, Huang Yao and her mother exchanged a helpless glance.
Alright, that's enough, Lao Huang, you can't drink anymore, be careful of your liver. Come on, let me help you to get some sleep.
Huang Yao got up and went to her father's side, but her mother forcibly dragged him away.
Huang Yao then came to Chen Lang's side and whispered. Didn't I tell you not to try to outdrink my dad? He's a notorious alcoholic, how could you possibly outdrink him? Let's go, I'll help you to rest for a while.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang nodded with a dazed look in his eyes. At the same time, he looked at Huang Yao and felt that she seemed to have a filter on her, making her even more beautiful than before. A surge of heat welled up in my heart. Chen Lang wasn't actually that drunk, but he still pretended to stumble and lean on Huang Yao.
Isn't this just going all the way with the act?
Besides, I think your parents like me quite a bit, so why don't we turn this fake relationship into a real one?
What do you think? My dear sister Huang.
Feeling Huang Yao's soft body, Chen Lang breathed into her ear. Although Huang Yao was not young, she had never been so intimate with a man before. Her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted, and her ears turned red.
What nonsense are you talking about? I'm several years older than you. You're really drunk.
Seeing her shy and bashful appearance, Chen Lang thought he had a chance, so he moved even closer and put his big hands around Huang Yao's waist.
Oh no, I'm really drunk. Sister Huang. Quickly help me lie down for a while.
Huang Yao felt his excessive behavior and wanted to scold him, but she couldn't bear to listen to his words. In the end, it was because of her that he was acting this way.
I thought about it for a moment.
Huang Yao originally intended to put Chen Lang in the guest room, but in the end she carried him to her own boudoir.
Okay, don't move your hands, I'll help you over there. You better behave.
The two stumbled into Huang Yao's room. Chen Lang squinted and looked her over. The whole room was decorated in pink, and there were many dolls on the bed. It was hard to believe that Huang Yao was such a girl at heart. After putting Chen Lang on the bed, Huang Yao went out to get him some water. By this time, Chen Lang had already digested the alcohol in his body and his mind had returned to normal. It was his first time in a girl's room, and he couldn't help but want to explore it.
What is the thing that men are most curious about when they go to a woman's room? That must be the wardrobe. I've heard that underwear can represent a woman's inner self. Arriving at the wardrobe, Chen Lang carefully opened the door.
Inside, there were many clothes hanging, but most of them were business attire.
Continue searching.
Chen Lang opened several drawers, his eyes lit up, and he gave a lewd smile.
It really is black, the kind that's secretly sexy. I like.
Chen Lang casually picked up an item and started playing with it in his hand. Just then, he heard footsteps and casually put it in his pocket, considering it today's spoils. Before Huang Yao entered the room, Chen Lang had already returned to bed.
Xiao Chun, get up for a moment and drink this cup of honey water, be a good boy. Drink it all before you go to sleep. That way, you won't feel so bad after you sober up.
Huang Yao brought a cup of hot water to the bedside, lifted Chen Lang's upper body, and drank it while still half asleep. Then she mumbled something.
Thank you, Sister Huang. You're so kind. I really like you. So considerate. Will you be my wife?
Huang Yao wasn't as flustered this time, thinking Chen Lang was talking nonsense, and casually replied.
Okay, whatever you say, I'll be your wife, alright. You've drunk the honey water, now go to sleep.
Huang Yao took the cup back and said casually, then turned to leave, but Chen Lang grabbed her hand and then a force struck her.
Oh? Sister Huang, you said it yourself. She's going to be my wife.
Chen Lang pulled Huang Yao into his arms and grinned mischievously, his eyes fixed on Huang Yao's eyes.
Ah, you bad guy, you're not drunk.
Looking into Chen Lang's clear eyes, Huang Yao immediately realized what was going on. After all, he was an S-class ability user. How could he get drunk after just a little alcohol?
Chen Lang laughed. What do you mean? Of course I'm drunk, but not because of this drink. It's Sister Huang's tenderness and affection.
With Sister Huang's beautiful face and alluring figure, it's hard not to get drunk. This was a rare opportunity to be alone together, so Chen Lang started making suggestive remarks that made Huang Yao tremble.
You. Oh no, she can't speak anymore.
Seeing this, Chen Lang simply stopped talking and used his actions to shut her up. At first, Huang Yao resisted a little, but she quickly succumbed to Chen Lang's skillful attacks and began to enjoy it.
While he was busy talking, Chen Lang's hands were also busy.
They started working smoothly and efficiently, helping Huang Yao adapt to the following operations more quickly. Meanwhile, outside Huang Yao's room, her mother had just settled Huang Yao's father in and came out to find no one there. She then followed the sound to Huang Yao's room door.
Squeak!
She sensed something was off about the sounds inside, so she gently pushed the door open, saw what was inside, and was so shocked that she slammed the door shut again.
Wow, these young people nowadays are really in a hurry.
As she spoke, her face was full of smiles. After all, she was very satisfied with Chen Lang. With such a powerful backer, she wouldn't have to worry about the rest of her life.
Not long after.
From Huang Yao's room came a sound that was being suppressed but was extremely pleasant to the ear. Chen Lang has been at the War God camp for some time now. He's been in a truce, but he has to put in a lot of effort today. Several hours later, Chen Lang slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
System, tell me about this reward. He knew Huang Yao was an S rank, so he figured the reward wouldn't be bad. Soon, the system's response came through. Congratulations, Brother Lang, on gaining another new talent.
The rewards for this time are as follows.
Rank A ability, Absorb.
Simply put, the function of this ability is to absorb other people's supernatural energy and turn it into one's own.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow. This ability seems pretty good. Huang Yao's special ability is to help others improve and awaken.
The reward for one's superpower is the ability to plunder the superpowers of others, which is very interesting and I like it a lot. Chapter 124 The Invitation of the Legal Lowly.
Chen Lang activated his new superpower and was about to test its effects.
Instead of going far afield, he chose to test it on Huang Yao, who was fast asleep. A thought crossed my mind. Chen Lang felt as if there was some kind of suction force on his palm, and then he covered Huang Yao's body with his big hand.
Wow!
This feels kind of familiar. Chen Lang felt a thin stream of heat flowing through his body from his palm. Of course, this was because Chen Lang was deliberately controlling it. He didn't want to cause any harm to Huang Yao. The heat flowed into Chen Lang's body, and Chen Lang felt that pleasurable feeling again. That's right, this strange energy can replenish Chen Lang's superpower and also enhance its effects.
Haha, isn't this a bit like that star-absorbing technique?
When you encounter something powerful later.
No need to waste any more.
After knocking him down, suck him dry.
Nodding in satisfaction, Chen Lang withdrew his hand.
However, there was one drawback: he had to make contact with the other person's body. Of course. We shouldn't be too harsh on people after all, this is only an A-level ability. Just as she was pondering this, there was a knock on the door, followed by Huang Yao's mother's voice.
Xiao Chen, Yao, have you rested enough? If you have, then come out. It's getting late. It's time for us to have dinner.
Upon hearing this, Huang Yao immediately woke up and sat up abruptly, but she was still a little dazed. After looking around at the surroundings, she responded.
Okay, Mom, I understand.
After she finished speaking, her face was so red it was almost bleeding.
What have I done? She actually did it with Chen Lang in her own home. Ugh, how incredibly embarrassing.
Seeing this, Chen Lang guessed what she was thinking, and immediately reached out to hug her, laughing.
Okay, stop worrying about it. You're all adults, your parents won't mind. Look, no one has bothered us all afternoon. That's the best proof, don't you think?
Hearing this, Huang Yao was speechless for a moment, then rolled her eyes at him and stood up.
What kind of twisted logic is this? Let me sort it out.
After saying that, she went to the bathroom, and Chen Lang started to get dressed.
Not long after, the two left the bedroom and saw that the table was indeed full of food again.
Huang Yao's father was also ready, but he looked a little unwell, probably because he hadn't recovered from the alcohol yet.
Xiao Chen, you're out. Are you feeling unwell? Come on, come on. You must be hungry, hurry up and eat.
Mr. Huang greeted Chen Lang warmly, seemingly unconcerned that his cabbage had already been taken. In fact, they might have cared about this before the apocalypse, but now it didn't matter at all. Chen Lang nodded upon hearing this, and then pulled Huang Yao to sit down with him. No more alcohol was consumed at dinner, they simply ate a meal. After dinner, Chen Lang wanted to leave, but Huang Yao's parents insisted that he stay, so he had no choice but to have another night of intense drinking with Huang Yao.
The next day. Xiao Chen, could you ask for leave for me and Xiaoyi? Just say we can't come to work today. I need to rest for a day.
On the bed, Huang Yao nestled in Chen Lang's arms and whispered. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her.
What? I haven't satisfied you enough tonight? Want to keep going all day? I can't believe it. Today I've finally met my match.
As he was speaking, Chen Lang was about to make another move, but Huang Yao stopped him, complaining.
Stop talking nonsense. Who can withstand your antics? I really need to rest.
Go, it's getting late, you should hurry up and go, I need to catch up on some sleep. Ignoring Chen Lang's joke, Huang Yao forcefully pushed him off the bed, but she really couldn't take it anymore.
Leave Huang Yao's house.
Chen Lang had nothing to do, so he went to the center of the camp to spar with Yi Yujie again and see if he could develop more useful superpowers. But he had just arrived at the door when he ran into Yi Yujie, who was driving out. Yi Yujie obviously saw him too, but she looked at him as if she had seen a ghost and quickly sped away, leaving Chen Lang completely dumbfounded.
Where's the promised bodyguard? Where's the promised training? Actually, you can't blame Yi Yujie for this.
After all, if she continues to train like this, she might really become withdrawn. Out of desperation, Chen Lang wandered around the center, hoping to find someone to practice with, but no one paid him any attention, everyone was too busy.
And so it was. Chen Lang then thought of someone, Chen Xiaoming. Wasn't this legal loli also a superhuman?
And she seemed to have a lot of free time.
Knock, knock, knock. Chen Lang went to the small window and knocked gently a few times.
Soon, a small head peeked out from inside.
It was Chen Xiaoming.
She blinked in confusion, then stared at Chen Lang for a moment before exclaiming in surprise.
Ha! It's you? Didn't you go out with District Chief Yi? Aren't you her bodyguard?
Hearing this, Chen Lang was also stunned.
Did this mean that Yi Yujie had gone out to carry out a mission? Well, maybe it's because I'm too strong, she ran away when she saw me.
Touching his nose, Chen Lang boasted somewhat shyly, but to his surprise, Chen Xiaoming nodded in agreement.
Yes, that's true.
Ever since you came, the district chief seems to have lost some of his confidence.
Her chin isn't held as high as it used to be.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang felt a chill run down his spine, coughed lightly, and changed the subject. She didn't take me with her, and I'm basically bored.
Are you free? I want to find a sparring partner. After all, I'm a newbie, and I've only just awakened my superpower.
As he spoke, Chen Lang looked pleadingly at Chen Xiaoming, but to his surprise, she shook her head and refused.
Forget it, I want to live for another 2 years. I'm just a support ability user. Etc. If you're really bored, there's a new mission here that you might be interested in. As Chen Xiaoming spoke, she took out the task board and pointed to one of the tasks, which read: Mission 9, Capture the Defector. Grade, A. Summary: these individuals committed crimes in Area A and are currently on the run. Please apprehend them or execute them on the spot. The list is as follows. Upon seeing the mission information, Chen Lang's eyes lit up. This was like a pillow coming to his head when he was sleepy. It was a perfect opportunity to try out his newly learned star absorbing technique. The mission sounds good, but where are they? Where am I supposed to find this? After thinking for a moment, Chen Lang frowned again. Their exact location wasn't written up there. But what I didn't expect was...
Chen Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, seemed to have expected this, raised her head, and then said with a smug look on her face.
Have you forgotten that I'm still here? Let me tell you the truth. My special ability happens to excel at tracking. If you sincerely beg me, then going with you isn't out of the question. Chapter 125 Birdman and Big Fist. Hearing Chen Xiaoming's self-recommendation, Chen Lang looked at her with some surprise.
He didn't expect her superpower to be so useful.
He thought she was just a mascot. Oh. That's great. Let's go and do this mission together. Chen Xiaoming nodded upon hearing this, then rolled her big eyes and spoke.
That's possible, but what about the reward? Seeing the calculating look on her face, Chen Lang guessed that she must be short of money, otherwise she wouldn't have left her perfectly good office to go out with him.
How about we split it in half?
Chen Lang wasn't really interested in these so-called rewards, so he readily agreed.
Hearing this, Chen Xiaoming beamed with joy. It's a deal, okay? Wait for me a minute, I'm going to grab some equipment. It'll be ready soon.
After saying that, she went back to her small office and frantically searched for something.
Not long after, the two then drove onto the highway. Chen Lang was in charge of driving, while Chen Xiaoming was responsible for searching for the location of the defectors.
She was holding several photos in her hand and occasionally pointing out the way to Chen Lang.
Your ability is quite interesting. You can sense someone's location just by looking at a photo?
Chen Lang couldn't help but be curious, so he asked, to be honest, this ability is pretty good.
Yeah, otherwise how do you think I got into the office? And besides, not just photos. Even if you give me detailed information about the other party, I can still sense it. How about that? Pretty impressive, right? Chen Xiaoming said proudly, very proud of her special ability.
Listening to her introduction, Chen Lang nodded. She was indeed quite impressive. If it were before the apocalypse, she would be a living radar for any kind of attack.
The result was only AB grade? Or perhaps, Chen Xiaoming's level was also manipulated?
Thinking of this, Chen Lang took out his glasses from his spatial storage, then looked at her beside him, and his brows twitched.
Sure enough, Chen Xiaoming is S rank.
It seems the waters of this war god's camp are deeper than I imagined. Without making a sound, Chen Lang put his glasses away and thought to himself, so far, we already know of two people whose levels have been deliberately concealed, Huang Yao and Chen Xiaoming.
Is it possible that there are many similar cases in the camp? But who orchestrated this? And what exactly was their purpose? Chen Lang had no idea.
Actually, you can train your superpowers more often when you have free time.
Perhaps we'll discover something new.
Chen Lang kindly reminded her that since it was an S rank, it still had great potential for development.
It all depended on whether Chen Xiaoming could comprehend it on her own. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming nodded.
Yes, you're right, but my superpower is too useless, I rarely need to use it.
How about this? When I'm bored, I sense your presence, okay? Ha ha ha.
She didn't take Chen Lang's words seriously, and since she didn't like fighting and killing, she started joking.
But Chen Lang didn't hear it that way.
After all, he has disguised himself, so the photo in Chen Xiaoming's hand is not his real face, so how could he still sense it?
Suddenly, Chen Lang realized that he knew far too little about this apocalypse. Chen Tao, I feel like we're getting closer and closer to them. We're almost in that village up ahead. I can't go into any more specifics. It's your turn now, good luck, Hua.
After observing her surroundings, Chen Xiaoming pointed ahead and gave Chen Lang a thumbs up, then signaled him to stop the car.
After all, she had no fighting ability, so it was safer for her to stay in the car. Chen Lang didn't mind.
So he took a few photos of the fugitives and walked alone toward the village entrance. The information shows there are a total of 5 people, and they belong to the same team.
Has the entire team betrayed us? Why would they do this? According to the information, these people are all quite strong. While studying the data, Chen Langman casually approached the village.
The data showed that the strongest among these people was the captain, Li Ming, a B-level ability user whose ability was to make his body very hard. As for the others, they were classified as C and D. Furthermore, their superpowers are relatively ordinary, including telekinesis, clairvoyance, and mind control. However, Chen Lang knew that this was just a fancy name given their level, the actual effect wouldn't be that significant.
Hey, is anyone home?
Standing in the center of the village, Chen Lang shouted directly.
He no longer had any sensory abilities and was too lazy to search house by house. I'm from the War God camp, you're surrounded. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately, and I might consider sparing your lives. Chen Lang was speechless when his shouts went unanswered.
There were so many of them, yet they were so cowardly.
There's nothing we can do.
Then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Chen Lang immediately flew into the air, ready to burn down the deserted village. "You lackeys of the war god camp, prepare to die." Just as Chen Lang took off, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A huge rock shot towards him. Seeing this, Chen Lang's lips curled up slightly, and with a single wave of his hand, he sent the rock flying. "Heh, I thought you were planning to hide forever." Once the boulder was removed from the obstruction, Chen Lang could see the group of people in front of him. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was quite pretty, but she was glaring at him angrily. "Where are the other 2? Are they planning to ambush me from behind?" The information said there were 5 people, so Chen Lang asked in confusion. But it would have been better if he hadn't asked. As soon as he did, the 3 people's faces were filled with grief and indignation. "You lackeys, you killed the captain and Shanshan, and you still want to humiliate us. I'll take your life." Upon hearing this, Chen Lang paused for a moment, then realized that it seemed he wasn't the only one out on a mission, and that 2 of the 5-person group had already been killed. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, the young woman's eyes turned bloodshot as she stared intently at Chen Lang, while the 2 people beside her also began to move. One hand turned into wings, and the other's fist became enormous. The man whose fist grew larger jumped onto the man who had turned into a birdman, and then flew towards Chen Lang. "Prepare to die." Seeing this, Chen Lang remained calm. Not only were their movements slow in his eyes, like old people practicing Tai Chi, but their punches were also unlikely to hurt him. "Then let's give it a try." With a smile playing on his lips, Chen Lang prepared to take the attack, but was surprised to find that he couldn't move at all. "Ha!" He was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately realized what was happening and looked at the red-eyed girl on the ground. It was her. This girl was a control type. Without thinking too much, the duo had already attacked, their fists, as big as sandbags, raining down on Chen Lang. Chapter 126. Is area really that awesome? Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag slammed into Chen Lang's head, sending his body crashing to the ground. The village grounds had never been paved with cement, and dust immediately billowed up and flew everywhere. "Humph, you damned lackey, let's see how cocky you are now." The man with the big fist looked coldly at the pit below and said arrogantly. After he finished speaking, he looked at the girl again. "Xiaoya, this place is probably not safe anymore. We should continue on our way. Go pack your things, we..." Halfway through his sentence, the man with the big fist froze, only to see Chen Lang jumping out of the pit as the dust settled. "Tsk tisk, it's been a while since I've been punched. That punch was pretty powerful. This superpower is quite interesting. Not only have my parts gotten bigger, it seems like they've also gained strength." Brushing the dust off his clothes, Chen Lang looked calmly at the man with the big fist, his eyes becoming somewhat serious. Since the end times, this was the first time he had ever been beaten like this by a human. The 3 men's expressions changed when they saw Chen Lang, who was unharmed. But before they could react, Chen Lang flashed to the girl's side. "Let's start with you." Almost instantly, Chen Lang leaped to the girl's side, gripped her shoulders tightly with both hands, and simultaneously used his supernatural ability Absorb. He was a little worried because he couldn't break free from the control he had just been given. "Ah! Let me go." The girl struggled, and at the same time, a red light flashed in her eyes, but it quickly dissipated, and her expression turned to astonishment. "This is... what happened to my ability?" She felt her strength rapidly draining away, but she didn't know what was happening and could only scream in astonishment. At the same time, the 2 in the sky returned to the ground and roared angrily. "You bastard, what kind of skill is it to bully a woman? Let go of Xiaoye. Mean. If you're so capable, let's have a head-on fight." Listening to their shouts, Chen Lang glanced at them speechlessly. It was clearly 3 against 1, so how did it become him being despicable? Feeling the girl in his arms gradually go limp, Chen Lang left her aside. At the same time, he felt an extra strength within his body, which he knew was from the absorption of his supernatural power. "Hee, now it's your turn." After saying that, Chen Lang took another step forward and was the first to stand in front of the man with the big fist. Didn't he think his fist was very hard? Then let's see. Chen Lang secretly gathered his strength and then threw a punch. He deliberately punched the man's big fist. Bang! Even with the amplification of his superpowers, how could his strength compare to Chen Lang's? The imagined explosion did not occur. Chen Lang punched him so hard that he pierced through the fist. Ugh!
I'll wear your damn clothes. The man with the big fist hugged the smashed sandbag, immediately lay on the ground howling and rolling around in pain. Upon seeing this, the birdman next to him changed his expression. You bastard, you hit my brother. His arms changed again, and his wings gradually turned into a pair of sharp claws, which then slashed towards Chen Lang. Die. Seeing this, Chen Lang calmly raised his hand to catch it. The sharp claws had clearly pierced Chen Lang's palm, but they could not go any further. The birdman was immediately shocked. Monster, monster. Realizing he had run into a tough opponent, the birdman tried to retreat. But Chen Lang would never give him that chance. He grabbed the claws and brought them close to his body, then punched them, piercing the birdman's chest and spurting blood. Oops, I didn't control my strength. Seeing that the birdman was dead, Chen Lang immediately regretted it. He hadn't even had a chance to absorb it yet. I wonder if it's still safe to inhale something that's dead. Ignoring the other two, Chen Lang approached the birdman's corpse and used his star-absorbing technique, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Looking at this scene, the remaining man and woman started yelling like madmen. Little Eagle. Despite his injuries, the big fist lunged at Chen Lang, and the woman with red eyes also used her last bit of strength to try to immobilize Chen Lang. But having already fallen victim to this once, why would Chen Lang be fooled again? In just 2 breaths, they were knocked down again and their powers were drained. I suddenly had a great idea. What if I just kept a bunch of superhumans in captivity and let me use them every day? Does that mean you'll be invincible? After dealing with the remaining 2 people, Chen Lang stroked his chin and pondered, increasingly feeling that his plan was feasible, essentially providing him with a long-term meal ticket. Okay, I'll try it when we get back to camp. After packing up the 3 bodies, Chen Lang dragged them to the side of the car and said to Chen Xiaoming, how do I turn in this quest? Do I have to drag the corpse back? It's really disgusting. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming glanced at it, then quickly turned her head away with a look of disgust on her face. Oh dear, why did you bring this alone? Go! 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 Let's find a place to bury him quickly. There are others in the camp with similar abilities to mine. We can just report that the mission is complete. Hearing this, Chen Lang nodded and stopped worrying about it. They then prepared to drive back. But suddenly the roar of a car engine came from the road, and a military jeep appeared and gradually approached them. Ha! This looks like a camp vehicle too? Looking at the pass hanging on the car, Chen Lang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened in surprise. That's a pass for Area A. Wow! This is a big shot from Area A. Hearing this, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow again. Area A? He'd been hearing about it for a long time, and now he was finally seeing it. After thinking for a moment, he put his glasses back on. Just then, the car also stopped, right next to Chen Lang and the others. Everyone in the car, get off immediately for inspection. As soon as the car came to a stop, a scarred-faced man jumped out and yelled at Chen Lang and Chen Xiaoming. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang frowned. However, Chen Xiaoming obediently got out of the car and whispered to Chen Lang. Chen Tao, listen to them, they're our leaders. Helpless, Chen Lang got out of the car, but his expression was already starting to show some dissatisfaction. What's wrong with Area A? Are they that arrogant? After getting out of the car, Chen Lang gave them a cold glance. There are 5 people in total. All grade A. Ha, no wonder they're so arrogant, this lineup is indeed impressive. When the scarred man saw them get out of the car, he first glanced at the 2 of them a few times, and then spoke. Have you seen anyone in that village over there? Chen Lang glanced at him sideways, too lazy to answer. He wasn't a criminal, so who was he interrogating? However, Chen Xiaoming was not as calm as him and quickly said. Sir, you mean those escaped prisoners? We've already taken care of them. We're getting ready to hand in our mission now. Chapter 127. Don't spoil him. Upon hearing Chen Xiaoming's words, the scarred man was clearly taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. What did you say? You guys killed them? Did I hear that right? You 2 piece of trash from District D managed to take down an A-level squad? As he said this, the other people in the car also got off, 2 men and 2 women, all with arrogant expressions. One of the men, whose expression was rather serious, said, Stop talking nonsense and tell us what you know, or don't blame us for being impolite. It delayed the capture of the fugitive.
Even the district head of your D district can't afford to take this responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming immediately fell silent.
She looked at Chen Lang for help, but Chen Lang looked at the captain like man with indifferent eyes.
I've already told you the truth, are you deaf? What kind of idiots are these from Area A? Chen Lang wasn't going to tolerate them and immediately rebuked them angrily.
Upon hearing this, the group's expressions changed simultaneously.
As an elite team from Area A, no one had ever dared to speak to them like that before. Especially that scarred face. He immediately pulled a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Chen Lang. You little brat, you're asking for it, daring to talk to our captain like that. Seeing this, Chen Lang was not afraid at all. Who are you trying to scare with this broken gun?
At the same time, his patience was almost completely exhausted, and he didn't mind taking care of these bastards as well. Seeing Chen Lang's calm demeanor, the captain's eyes changed, and then he lowered the scarred man's gun.
You really killed those people?
Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming seemed to remember something, and quickly ran to the place where she had buried the body, pointing to it.
It's absolutely true, their bodies are right here. If you don't believe me, you can dig them up and see.
The team leader looked in the direction Chen Xiaoming was pointing and noticed that the color of the soil there was indeed a bit off. He then signaled his teammates to go and dig.
Go, dig it up and take a look.
The teammates obviously didn't believe it, but following the captain's orders, they obediently went over and started digging. A short while later. Holy crap, those really are Sun Yu's and the others' corpses.
Captain, this little girl isn't lying.
Upon hearing this, the captain's expression changed again, and he walked over.
After seeing the corpses, his eyebrows immediately furrowed. He first glanced at Chen Xiaoming, then looked at Chen Lang.
His eyes flickered, and it was unclear what he was thinking.
After a while, he spoke. I didn't expect that there would be such talent in District D. What level of ability users are you two?
Clearly, after confirming that Chen Lang and his team had indeed completed the mission, their attitude towards the two men changed significantly, and the captain's tone became much more amiable.
We're all grade B.
Chen Lang glanced at him sideways and replied indifferently.
He wouldn't have bothered talking if he didn't want to go deeper into the War God's camp. Level B?
Upon hearing this, the captain's eyes showed a hint of doubt, but then he seemed to have thought of something and chuckled.
Interesting.
After saying that, he took out a gold card from his jacket pocket and handed it to Chen Lang. My name is Zhou Sun, and this is my business card. Chen Lang took the business card and discovered that it was made of pure gold. He then looked at him in confusion, wondering what it meant.
You're great, and I believe we'll meet again in the future. That's right. I still don't know your name?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang, though puzzled, still responded.
Chen Tao. Ha ha ha. Chen Tao, right? What a great name. All right.
We'll take these bodies back with us, they're involved in some classified information. Zhou Sun paused at this point. Of course, you can rest assured about the rewards for this mission.
There are 5 people in total. If you eliminate 3, I will explain everything to the center. After explaining, Zhou Sun waved to his teammates. Take all those corpses away. Mission accomplished, team back. The group returned to the car, and as the car passed Chen Lang, Zhou Sun smiled and said something to him. If you ever end up in Area A, you can come find me. After saying that, the group drove away, leaving Chen Lang and Chen Xiaoming alone at the scene. I watched the car drive away. Chen Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Chen Lang. Chen Tao, aren't you incredibly bold? They're an elite team from Area A, aren't you afraid at all? That aura alone is terrifying.
Seeing her pat her flat chest, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow.
What are you afraid of?
Dare to mess with me, and I'll kill you all.
But it's you. You usually act all high and mighty, but you become such a coward when you see someone even more powerful? Aren't you ashamed? After teasing Chen Xiaoming, Chen Lang got back into the car. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming's face flushed red.
She wanted to argue, but unfortunately, what Chen Lang said was true.
Isn't this just common sense? If you have anything to say, you're incredibly audacious.
She retorted, then jumped into the car, and the two drove towards the campsite.
We just got back to the center of the camp. Chen Xiaoming couldn't wait to jump out of the car and go into the building.
They had already discussed it in the car. She would be the one to report the good news to Yi Yujie. Chen Lang had no objection to this and didn't care.
I slowly went upstairs. Chen Xiaoming's voice came from Yi Yujie's office, and Chen Lang pushed the door open and went in. Sister Yi, you didn't see it. Chen Tao took on 3 of them all by himself. Incredibly amazing. Chen Xiaoming was gesturing with her fingers, speaking with great enthusiasm. Seeing this, Chen Lang smiled. Oh, you talk like you saw it yourself? I wonder who it is, such a coward, too scared to even get out of the car. Although he knew Chen Xiaoming was speaking up for him, Chen Lang couldn't help but tease her. When Chen Lang exposed her, Chen Xiaoming immediately glared at him. You big fool, if I say that, won't it make you seem more impressive? That'll make Sister Yi value you even more. What an idiot. Ignoring her aggressive demeanor, Chen Lang looked at Yi Yujie. District Chief Yi, what about the reward for this mission? You won't just brush me off like you did last time, will you? Chen Lang said this in order to get a promotion, but he didn't know how else to do so. Should he replace Yi Yujie as the district head? It doesn't seem like it's impossible. Hearing Chen Lang's question, Yi Yujie looked troubled. She thought she already knew Chen Lang to a certain extent. But she never expected that this guy would get stronger and stronger, able to take down 3 A-level ability users by himself. She even suspected that Chen Lang was cheating. Yes, you will certainly not be shortchanged when it comes to rewards. But this mission is a bit special because it was issued directly by the center, so the rewards will also be distributed directly by the center. So, I estimate that it won't be long before people from the center arrive, and they'll bring the rewards back then. Chapter 128 Invitation. Rewards are distributed directly from the center of the War God camp? Chen Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but thinking about it, it made sense. Yi Yujie probably didn't have the authority to do this for such a high-risk mission. Alright, then I'll wait for good news. Nodding, Chen Lang prepared to leave, and Chen Xiaoming looked around and followed suit. But just as the two were about to leave, Yi Yujie suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang stopped in his tracks. Chen Xiaoming gave him a wink, then went out and tactfully closed the door behind her. Turn around. Chen Lang looked at Yi Yujie with a puzzled expression, then found a seat and sat down. What's wrong, District Chief Yi? Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie glanced at him, pursed her lips, seemingly finding it difficult to speak, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke. Chen Tao, I want to ask you for a favor. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang was immediately stunned. Ever since arriving at the War God camp, Yi Yujie had always acted superior. Now you're actually saying you have to demand more of yourself? Oh? District Chief Yi actually wants me to do something? Tell me, what is it, as long as I can do it? Finding it amusing, Chen Lang said it politely. Yi Yujie took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision, and finally looked at Chen Lang seriously. I hope you can be my mentor and teach me how to use my superpowers. May I? Becoming an apprentice? Even Chen Lang hadn't expected Yi Yujie's thought process. Why would she suddenly want to become an apprentice? This isn't appropriate, is it? You're the district head, and I'm your bodyguard. And if word gets out, District Chief Yi, this isn't looking good for you either. Chen Lang declined, saying it wasn't that he didn't want to take Yi Yujie in, but that he really didn't have anything good to teach her, since he was just a cheat. Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Yi Yujie immediately shook her head. It's okay, I don't care about saving face. As long as it makes me stronger. I'm willing to give everything. She spoke with great conviction, and Chen Lang also noticed something different in her eyes. There seemed to be a reason behind Yi Yujie's sudden change in temperament. Did something happen to you? Did someone bully you? Who is it? I'll take care of him for you. Seeing that something was wrong with her, Chen Lang asked in confusion, but Yi Yujie shook her head. No, I just simply want to become stronger. And I noticed it too. You are different from ordinary superhumans. Your talent is extremely high. You have such terrifying strength after only a few days of awakening, so there is nothing shameful about becoming your disciple. Seeing that Yi Yujie refused to talk, Chen Lang didn't bother to ask any further. Every family has its own problems, and Chen Lang didn't want to cause trouble for himself. He stared at Yi Yujie and pondered for a while. Chen Lang finally nodded and spoke. Okay, but I'm warning you beforehand, I might not be able to teach you anything.
But we can spar more often when we have free time.
The best way to improve your skills is through constant real combat.
When Yi Yujie heard Chen Lang say that, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She felt that Chen Lang was hiding something, but she quickly dismissed the thought.
Why should someone who is not related to me teach me real skills? He's probably only agreeing to this now because of his position as district head.
Thinking this, Yi Yujie secretly made up her mind that she would treat Chen Lang well from now on, just like a true disciple would treat his master.
Okay, master, I understand. Nodding to Chen Lang, Yi Yujie walked up to him, knelt down, and kowtowed to him. Looking at this scene, Chen Lang was speechless. Damn, is it really that serious?
However, seeing the glimpses of spring on Yi Yujie's chest from time to time, he decided not to stop her and let her be.
The next few days, Chen Lang then became Yi Yujie's sparring partner, but he also gained a lot from the experience. First, his control over his superpowers has become more refined.
Secondly, because the two were always together and often had physical contact, a strange feeling gradually developed.
That day,
Chen Lang arrived at Yi Yujie's house as usual, but found that she was still wearing her pajamas.
Usually, she would have been tidied up by now. What's wrong? Don't you want to practice today?
Asking with a puzzled look, Chen Lang entered the room and found a notice in front of Yi Yujie.
Yi Yujie looked up at Chen Lang.
The rewards for your and Shen Xiaomeng's mission last time have been released, but
something's not right. Fine, you can see for yourself.
Yi Yujie handed the notification slip to Chen Lang, her expression somewhat grave.
Chen Lang took it and started reading.
The sign above read, due to his outstanding performance in this mission, the center has specially invited Chen Lang to the central building of Camp A to collect his reward.
Send me to Area A? Is there a problem with that?
After returning the notification, Chen Lang raised an eyebrow and said, I didn't find anything wrong.
Yi Yujie pondered for a moment. There's a serious problem.
First of all, members from lower level areas are prohibited from venturing into higher level areas without authorization.
Secondly, that's the center of Camp Area A. Do you know what that represents?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang shook his head. Of course, he had no idea what it meant. The strongest person in the entire camp is there, which means that even you would have a hard time escaping once you get there.
Of course. That is, assuming they intend to harm you. As Yi Yujie explained, her brows furrowed even more.
There was one more thing she didn't say. Area A was now filled with their hostile forces.
Chen Lang is just a newcomer.
Although he is very capable, this is a bit too much.
Hearing this, Chen Lang raised the corners of his mouth.
He was confident enough, and at worst, he could just activate his domain and run away. His domain skill was his trump card.
You said it yourself, that's a situation they want to harm me. In my opinion,
maybe they see my exceptional abilities and want to recruit me directly to Area A. With a light laugh, Chen Lang said, indeed, that possibility exists.
It's just that Yi Yujie has a preconceived notion that everyone in Area A is a bad person.
Oh dear, things aren't as simple as you think.
Seeing Chen Lang's indifferent attitude, Yi Yujie became somewhat angry and prepared to offer further advice. Just then, footsteps approached. The person who came in was Huang Yao. Her expression was somewhat solemn as she quickly entered. Xiao Yi, Xiao Chen, have you received the notification? Don't worry. This is Chief Lan's arrangement. Our plan is about to begin. Chapter 129, Heading to Area A. Huang Yao's arrival cleared up Chen Lang and Yi Yujie's confusion.
It turned out that the center's unusual behavior was the work of that blue leader. According to Huang Yao, Chen Lang's performance was so outstanding that she wanted to meet him in person. So this whole thing was arranged. Having learned the situation, Chen Lang's lips curled into a playful smile. This would save him a lot of time.
I didn't expect your blue leader to have such good taste. Then let's stop dawdling. Sister Huang, will you be going too?
Because of Huang Yao's instructions, she did not want to make their relationship public too early, so Chen Lang continued to use the previous form of address. Upon hearing this, Huang Yao shook her head.
I won't be going. Sister Lan instructed you, Xiao Chun, Xiao Yi, and that Chen Xiaomeng. The three of you can go together.
After all, Xiao Yi is the district head, so it's more reasonable for her to go.
Besides, someone needs to keep an eye on the camp. Hearing this, Chen Lang was somewhat disappointed.
He had hoped to take this opportunity to be intimate with Huang Yao again and recharge his batteries, but it seemed that his plans were ruined.
But that's alright. Even if Huang Yao is gone, there's still Yi Yujie, isn't there? Yi Yujie was a little excited at this moment. The legendary central building of Area A was something she had never even been inside before. Really? Sister Huang, I can go to headquarters now. Oh my god. Finally, I can see Sister Lan again.
As she spoke, Yi Yujie showed a fangirl look, leaving Chen Lang speechless.
Could this woman have some kind of special fetish? Why are you so excited?
At the same time, he was also somewhat curious about this blue-clad leader. On one hand, it's amazing that she, as a woman, could become the leader of such a large camp. On the other hand, it's intriguing that she possesses such great personal charm that people like Yi Yujie and Huang Yao, who are not around, are so loyal to her.
Yes, that's what the message I received said. Remember to give my regards to Sister Lan. Alright. Without further ado, get ready and let's set off. Oh, right. Remember to bring Chen Xiaoming along.
Although Sister Lan knows that the success of this mission has little to do with her, to avoid suspicion, you know what I mean.
Huang Yao gave one more instruction and then prepared to leave.
Before leaving, she glanced at Chen Lang with some reluctance. Seeing this, Chen Lang blew her a kiss, which made Huang Yao blush again, leaving Yi Yujie, who was standing next to her, a little confused and full of doubt.
Not long after,
Chen Xiaoming also rushed over, and was extremely excited when she heard that they were going to Area A.
After all, she's just a nobody. Area A is her lifelong goal.
After the three of them finished packing and filled up the car with gas, they set off for Area A.
The notification also included a pass, so they had a smooth journey. This used to be the edge of the city, but it's now called District C. Look.
There are significantly more shops in Zone C than in Zone D, and the facilities in the area are also much more complete.
While driving, Yi Yujie introduced the vehicle like a guide. Chen Lang and Chen Xiaoming peered out the car window.
To be honest, it's still the same Dongan city, but with the added filter of the apocalypse, it seems to have an added sense of mystery. The road they took was not a highway, but a main road that led directly to the city center.
So you can see the streets and buildings along the way.
The people living here look much better, so they probably don't have any problem with basic food and clothing.
District Chief Yi, so where did these members of District C come from? Why are we only allowed in Zone D?
Chen Lang asked with some confusion, as he was not quite sure how the personnel for this region were selected.
Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie spoke up.
Sector C is almost entirely comprised of members who have awakened their superpowers and completed a certain number of missions, as well as their families.
And there's Area B. The situation is similar, they were promoted from Zone C.
Simply put, the more you contribute to the camp, the higher the level of the area you stay in.
How about that? Isn't this system pretty perfect?
As she spoke, Yi Yujie looked smug, and Chen Lang felt that she was about to start praising that guy surnamed Lan again.
He then interrupted. It's fine for now, but in the long run, won't everyone end up crammed into one area? It's still not quite there.
Upon hearing Chen Lang's words, Yi Yujie immediately frowned, opened her mouth, and realized that what he said made some sense.
This is the apocalypse, you're already doing quite well. Do you have a better way?
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang shook his head and spoke frankly.
No. That's right.
Although he could understand the original intention of such a plan, which was definitely to increase the cohesion of the camp, since everyone yearns for a better life.
This promotion mechanism is sufficient for now.
However, Chen Lang felt it was still not enough. In order to implement the mechanism in his own camp in the future, it must be further improved. This was also one of the purposes of his coming to the War God camp.
By the way, what about Area A? I remember you said Area A only accepts elites? Looking at Yi Yujie, Chen Lang took the opportunity to ask her a question.
Yes, to enter Area A, besides making sufficient contributions, you also need extraordinary strength. I heard there's some kind of test.
But my strength is still far too lacking, so I don't know the specifics. Test? Chen Lang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, meaning there was an element of manipulation involved? An idea popped into his mind. I think I know why your sister Lan has been sidelined.
A smile played on Chen Lang's lips as he murmured softly. However, Yi Yujie suddenly stepped on the brakes at that moment, and no one noticed.
Damn it, are you blind? Asshole. Can you drive?
Hearing the cursing, Chen Lang looked ahead and saw that a car had cut in line. They had now reached Zone B, and there were more cars on the street. Yi Yujie seemed to feel that this was not enough to vent her anger. Beep beep beep. She pouted and pounded the horn, venting her frustration.
Then, another brake. Depend on. Yi Yujie couldn't help but swear.
The car in front of her stopped abruptly after being honked at several times.
Immediately afterwards,
a man in dress pants and his shirt came down, his face full of anger.
Damn it, who are you comparing yourself to? Don't you recognize my license plate? You wretched woman, are you in such a hurry to be reborn?
Shouting and cursing, the man walked towards Chen Lang's car. Yi Yujie was not to be outdone, so she opened the car door and got out.
You dare to curse me? You're asking for it. Who gave you permission to cut in line? Believe it or not, I'll set your car on fire and blow it up. Chapter 130. This makes perfect sense. Chen Lang had already witnessed Yi Yujie's fiery temper. He thought she would tone it down after leaving District D, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce. Hey, this is going to be interesting.
Chen Lang nudged Chen Xiaoming beside him with his elbow and chuckled.
Hearing Chen Lang's teasing, Chen Xiaoming couldn't laugh.
She was only a bully at home, but now that she was on someone else's turf, she became a coward.
Chen Tao, you're still laughing. That man looks menacing. Won't Sister Yi get beaten up? After all, this isn't District D. Why don't you go down too? Maybe that man will be scared if he sees you're a man too.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her but ignored her.
Why don't you go down yourself?
I simply changed to a more comfortable position and started watching the show.
Outside the car at this moment, the man was clearly stunned after Yi Yujie berated him.
He had always been so domineering, and this was the first time he had been scolded like this. A fire suddenly ignited in my heart. However, after he saw Yi Yujie's face and her curvaceous figure, his anger suddenly took on a different form.
Haha, little wench, you may have a sharp tongue, but you're not bad-looking, are you? The fist that was clenched tightly loosened a little. The man's lecherous eyes sized up Yi Yujie. Upon hearing this, Yi Yujie frowned immediately. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and conjured a fireball, which she then hurled at them. Go back and see your mother.
Chen Lang, who was in the car, was amused by what he saw.
He was growing to like Yi Yujie's personality more and more. They'll start fighting at the drop of a hat. The man clearly hadn't expected Yi Yujie's move.
He was a fraction too slow to dodge, and the fireball struck him squarely in the face, burning off his eyebrows. However, it wasn't a serious problem. After all, Yi Yujie wasn't stupid. She wouldn't kill someone over such a trivial matter.
Damn it, you bitch, you dare to lay a hand on me.
Covering his face and swatting at the flames, the man retreated while cursing.
Yi Yujie smiled as she looked at his disheveled appearance.
Consider this a lesson learned.
Be more careful when you drive next time, and don't be so reckless.
Pointing at the man, Yi Yujie turned around to get into the car. But after the man extinguished the flames on his face, his expression turned ferocious. He had never been so humiliated, especially by a woman. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his expression was ferocious. His body gradually darkened, and then he sprang up in a flash.
You bitch, die.
Chen Lang, who was watching from inside the car, frowned slightly when he saw this scene. His intuition told him that this man's attack seemed to be no simple matter, especially since Yi Yujie was caught off guard and it would be difficult for her to withstand it.
No martial ethics. Shaking his head, Chen Lang flashed and appeared behind Yi Yujie. Clang.
Facing the man's fist, Chen Lang raised his hand to block, producing a metallic clang. The man looked puzzled, wondering why there was another person in front of him, and how this person was so tough.
You need to know.
His special ability is to increase the hardness of his body. After a long period of training, his fists are now genuine iron fists. On the other hand, Chen Lang's brows furrowed slightly.
That attack just now.
His hands were slightly numb. It seemed that this B area was indeed not simple. Even the street thugs he bumped into on the street were quite capable.
Who are you? This is none of your business. The man took a few steps back and asked Chen Lang in a menacing voice. Yi Yujie had already turned around, her face showing lingering fear.
If Chen Lang hadn't intervened, this attack would have either killed her or seriously injured her.
Chen Lang listened to the man's question and replied calmly.
It's just a verbal argument, there's no need to be so harsh. Besides, you were in the wrong first. Upon hearing this, the man's lips curled into a sneer.
Ha, who do you think you are? Who gave you the right to lecture me? How? Want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress?
Upon hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed in Chen Lang's eyes. He didn't like empty talk, nor was he interested in reasoning. Besides, since he had already taken action, he might as well make things quick and decisive.
She glanced at the man indifferently.
Chen Lang propelled himself forward with his legs, his body shooting out like a cannonball, while simultaneously exerting force with his hands. Seeing this, the man dared not be careless. He was not as fast as Chen Lang, so he could only raise his hands to block.
Bang!
Their fists collided again, but this time Chen Lang used 7/10 of his strength, which was beyond Chen Lang's ability to withstand.
Wow!
The man's arms were smashed off, and he was forced to his knees by the force of the impact.
You were thinking of killing her just now, weren't you? So, you can accept being killed by me now, right?
Chen Lang coldly said something to the man, then placed his hand on the man's head and used his ability absorb. The man's skin color quickly returned to normal, and then he stopped breathing. As the number of times it is used increases,
Chen Lang found that he was becoming more and more proficient at this skill.
If he wanted, he could drain the opponent dry when they were powerless to resist.
Phew, this feeling, it should be at least A level.
With a hint of dissatisfaction, Chen Lang withdrew his hand and kicked the corpse aside. Seeing this, Yi Yujie sensed something was wrong, so she quickly stepped forward.
Chen Tao, you killed him?
After examining the man, Yi Yujie's expression changed. Upon hearing this, Chen Lang glanced at her.
What? You're not going to blame me, are you? He didn't hesitate at all when he hit you.
Yi Yujie was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then shook her head. No, I'm thinking about how to dispose of his body.
After all, this isn't our camp. Eliminating traces can also avoid unnecessary trouble.
After hesitating for a moment, Yi Yujie finally used her signature move and burned the man to ashes.
Back in the car, Chen Xiaoming stared at the two of them in shock, not knowing what to say. Sister Yi, we won't be wanted by the police, will we?
The camp rules forbid members from fighting amongst themselves, and as an ordinary member, she was very worried. Yi Yujie had already driven off again when she thought for a moment and answered.
No one should have seen us just now. If no one saw us, then everything is fine.
As she spoke, she pursed her lips.
And do you really think everyone will abide by these so-called rules?
Like that guy just now, if it weren't for Chen Tao, I'd be a corpse by now.
You're still too green. Unlike Chen Tao, look at him. Yi Yujie looked at Chen Lang.
To be honest, she was very grateful to Chen Lang at this moment, as he had truly saved her life.
Thank you for earlier.
Upon hearing this, Chen Lang raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently.
Since you're my apprentice, there's no need to be polite. Hearing this, Yi Yujie felt relieved.
Oh right, there was such a relationship between them. It's just that Chen Lang felt that the title master made him sound too old, so he never let her call him that.
Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony, master. We.
After saying that, Yi Yujie playfully stuck out her tongue at Chen Lang and continued driving.
Chen Xiaoming looked completely bewildered. Master? What does this have to do with anything? When did Chen Tao become Sister Yi's mentor?
However, she didn't ask aloud, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at Chen Lang, becoming more and more curious about him.